Daddy, I hear something weird outside. I turned toward my daughter, So-yeon, rubbing the sleep from her eyes as she shuffled toward me. So-yeon, honey, why aren't you asleep? The noise, it's scary, she whispered. I knelt to her level, brushing a hand through her soft hair. So-yeon had only just started elementary school, a time when her biggest worries should have been schoolwork and playdates, not surviving an apocalypse. I'm not sure what it is either, I admitted. It's weird. I think so too. I forced a smile. How about Daddy checks it out while our brave So-yeon goes back to bed? It's scary to be alone. I want to go with you. She clung to my sleeve, and for a moment, I hesitated. Outside, the world was unraveling. Reports of a mysterious virus had flooded the news before the power went out, warnings of people losing their minds, driven by pure aggression. At first, they called it an epidemic. Then, a catastrophe. Now, it was just hell. Screams had become a constant. Every night, they echoed through the city, shrieks of terror followed by guttural, inhuman wails. The kind that burrow deep into your bones, making you question if there was anything human left out there. So-yeon's tiny fingers gripped mine tighter. When is mommy coming home? I swallowed hard. Daddy will try calling her. A lie. There hadn't been cell service in days, not even in Seoul. I couldn't even tell her the truth that her mother had gone to work against my protests, thinking a simple mask would keep her safe. That it had been 8 days since she left. And that I didn't know if she was ever coming back. I glanced at the kitchen calendar, filled with X's marking the days. It had felt like an eternity. Taking a deep breath, I walked toward the window and peeled back the curtain just a sliver. The city was unrecognizable. Plumes of gray smoke curled into the night sky from distant buildings. No sirens. No fire trucks. Just silence, broken only by the occasional wail. Then, my eyes fell on the apartment entrance below. They were still there. A hunched man stood swaying in place, his arms twitching like a marionette with severed strings. He had been standing like that for 3 days, but what made my stomach churn was the woman at his feet. She was missing her right leg. Her body convulsed, not with pain, but with something else. Her empty eyes locked onto me, straight at me. Every single time, she did this. And every single time, I let the curtain fall. Daddy. So-yeon's voice trembled. I turned and wrapped my arms around her. She buried her face into my chest, her body warm and real, something to hold onto in this nightmare. I could sense her frustration, the questions she wanted to ask but knew I couldn't answer. So I gave her the only words I had left. Asterisk, it's all right. Daddy's here. Asterisk. Dash. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, I woke up on the couch. Instinctively, I turned to my side. So-yeon's soft breaths reassured me. She was still here. Still safe. Slowly, I moved to the window and peeked out again. Darkness. Not just the absence of light, but a void of normalcy. No glowing street lamps. No bustling cars. Just eerie stillness, like the world itself had died. The man outside still swayed. The woman still twitched. Nothing changed. How much longer could we keep waiting? Then, help me, please. My breath caught. A woman's voice. Desperate. I whipped my head toward the sound, scanning the streets. There, 2 blocks away, a woman was running barefoot, clutching something in her arms. She moved with sheer terror, her cries piercing through the empty night. Behind her, they came. A horde of figures, moving in erratic, unnatural jerks. Not running, lunging, their arms flailed wildly, their heads lolling as they surged forward, desperate to catch her. My stomach clenched as ice ran through my veins. Please, someone help me. I wanted to move, to do something, but I was frozen, hands clenched at my sides. Asterisk, should I help her? No. What if I put So-yeon in danger? Asterisk. I turned to my daughter, still fast asleep. Asterisk, she comes first. Always. Asterisk. I bit my lip, my nails digging into my palms. Please. Then the woman stumbled. Asterisk, get up. Get up. Asterisk, I begged silently. But as she hit the pavement, whatever she was carrying tumbled from her arms. A child. Smaller than So-yeon. The little one reached out, shaking their mother's shoulder. Asterisk, mommy. Asterisk. A frail, trembling voice. The creatures swarmed. I clamped a hand over my mouth to silence the sob threatening to escape. I didn't turn away. I couldn't. The monsters tore into them. The child's tiny screams, raw, piercing, full of horror, ripped through me. Tears blurred my vision as my legs buckled beneath me. They weren't human anymore. These things, they devoured their own kind. A trembling voice pulled me back. Daddy. So-yeon. I turned and scooped her into my arms, shielding her eyes. She was confused, her little hands gripping my shirt. She couldn't see. She couldn't. Carrying her, I crawled under the dining table, heart pounding. She looked up at me, on the verge of tears. I pressed a hand gently over her mouth. SHH, it's okay. It's okay. But it wasn't. I wasn't okay. I was terrified. And I wanted nothing more than to escape this nightmare. But there was no escape. There was only survival. And So-yeon was all that mattered. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. I stirred awake, feeling the hard surface beneath me. As I sat up, a blanket slid off my shoulders. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, I glanced toward the couch. Empty. A chill ran through me. My gaze darted around the room. No sign of So-yeon. I checked the kitchen. The bathroom. Nothing. Did she go outside? Panic surged through me as I rushed to the master bedroom. My heart pounded as I reached for the doorknob, bracing myself for the worst. The door creaked open. and there she was sprawled out on the bed, sleeping peacefully in the shape of a starfish. Relief washed over me like a wave. I let out a quiet sigh and sat beside her, gently brushing a hand through her hair. She must have been scared last night. Yet, even in her fear, she had taken care of me. She must have draped the blanket over me before retreating to bed herself. Pride and guilt warred within me. A father being comforted by his 8-year-old daughter. I let out another deep sigh. There was no room for weakness. Not anymore. The creatures outside weren't just mindless monsters. They were hunters. I recalled the last news broadcast before everything went dark. Those exposed to the virus lose all rationality, leaving only violent tendencies. That didn't even come close to describing what I had seen. It wasn't just mindless violence. It was slaughter. I pressed my lips together, steeling myself. If I wanted to protect So-yeon, I had to be stronger. The child I saw last night, that could have been her. I leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Then, I stood and walked away, determined. I pulled out a notepad and started making a list. Rescue team, unlikely. No signs of one coming. 119, emergency services, high chance they've turned into them. Shelters, no updates before the power went out. No safe havens confirmed. Weapons, hammer, wrench, kitchen knife, food. I hesitated. My mind went blank. I strode into the kitchen and yanked open the fridge. The cold air was long gone. In the peak of summer, the frozen food would spoil soon. I needed to ration what we had, divide everything into perishables and long-lasting supplies. After a quick count, I separated the items. Perishables, fruits, vegetables, dairy 2 days max. Non-perishables, canned food, bottled water, cereal, instant ramen. The non-perishables would last a while, but the perishables were on borrowed time. What should I do? I muttered, raking my fingers through my hair. A week had passed since it all began, and still, there were no signals, no government response. Under normal circumstances, the military would have restored order by now, but they hadn't. That left two possibilities: either the government couldn't stop them, or they didn't have the manpower to take back the city. And that meant we had two options. Stay inside and starve. Go outside and find food. If I were alone, I would have taken my chances without hesitation. But with So-yeon, could I risk taking her with me? What if she cried out? What if she tripped? What if they heard her? On the other hand, what if I left her behind, and they got in while I was gone? My stomach twisted. No, that's not an option. I made my decision. We stay inside. For now, we would use up the perishables. I had 2 days to figure them out, to study their behavior, to understand their weaknesses. By the third day, when we switched to canned food, I needed a plan. A solid one. One that wouldn't get us killed. I pulled the curtain aside and peeked out the window. The creatures were still there. Same spot. Same disturbing movements. The only difference was that the one at the apartment entrance now had blood smeared all over its mouth. I gritted my teeth. Memories of the previous night resurfaced: the woman, the child, their final moments. I clenched my jaw, nausea creeping up my throat. That blood, is it theirs? I squeezed my eyes shut, taking deep, slow breaths. I had to stay focused. I turned my attention to the layout outside. Apartment 104. That was our unit. Across from us were buildings 101 and 102, about 200 meters away. But between us and those buildings, a sea of them. Then, chirp. A sparrow. I watched as the creatures suddenly turned their heads, drawn to the tiny bird perched on a tree stump. They reacted to sound. But what struck me more was how sluggish they seemed in daylight. Last night, they had been fast. They hunted. Now, they were slow, wandering aimlessly. Is it because of the sun? I watched as the creatures surrounded the stump, flailing their arms. They didn't climb. They didn't reach for the bird. They didn't seem to see it. That was it. They react to noise. They have no vision. They are weaker during the day. Then, something changed. The creatures began to make an eerie, guttural sound different from their usual wails. And then, more of them started appearing, drawn to the noise. My grip on the curtain tightened. They're communicating? Their cries weren't random. They were calling others. That was bad. I held my breath as they started shaking the tree violently. The sparrow flew away, but they didn't even notice. They kept shaking until, crash, the tree collapsed. A few of them were crushed underneath. But, they weren't dead. Their limbs flailed uselessly, still moving. Except for one. Its head had been smashed in. Blood pooled beneath it. It wasn't moving. I exhaled sharply. Destroy the head. That's how they die. I quickly jotted it down. I was still lost in thought when I sensed movement behind me. I turned. So-yeon stood there, rubbing her eyes. Daddy, what are you doing? I smiled, kneeling to pat her head. Morning, sweetheart. You hungry? She nodded sleepily. I went to the kitchen, putting together a simple meal: cold rice, some bean sprouts, spinach, and kimchi. She dug in eagerly, making me smile. Halfway through, she slowed down, glancing at me. Daddy, aren't you eating? I blinked. I hadn't even picked up my spoon. I had been so focused on everything else, I forgot to eat. I chuckled, ruffling her hair. Of course, Daddy's eating too. She pouted. You better. For a moment, the weight on my chest eased. Just a little. After dinner, I watched as So-yeon struggled to carry her dishes to the sink. Honey, Daddy will take care of it. But Mommy always said I should put my dishes away after eating. A lump formed in my throat. She beamed up at me. I had no words. No response. Water had stopped running days ago. Washing dishes wasn't an option anymore. But how could I tell her that? How could I take away this small sense of normalcy? I sighed. My thoughts drifted to my wife. Honey, what would you do? I felt a small tickle on my wrist. So-yeon was trying to cheer me up. I swallowed the lump in my throat and hugged her tightly. For her, I had to survive. No matter what.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Deep in the night, the bugs chirped away, and So-yeon was sound asleep. It seemed like she could never get enough sleep. I wondered if she was on the verge of growing taller. I pulled some blankets over her and headed to the utility room we used as a closet. Inside, there was an old radio. All the phones and televisions had stopped working, but I thought the radio could still be working. I wasn't sure if I would be able to get it to function, as I was the furthest thing from a mechanic, but I had to try something. I turned the radio on with the slightest hope, but I ended up with nothing. Tuning the receiver through the different stations didn't help either. I wondered if the radio was just worn out. I should have picked up the skill of fixing things when I had the chance. I smacked the radio a few times hoping it would fix itself. It used to fix itself with a couple of knocks. Unfortunately, I didn't get anywhere with it. I let out a sigh and walked over to the window. Who was to blame for my ignorance? And who was to blame for how the world was unfolding? As I looked out, I noticed that they had gone back to wherever they had come from, realizing that there wasn't anything for them to hunt. And the creature had returned to its usual spot, going about its usual routine. This despairing reality felt surprisingly peaceful today. I wondered if it was me just getting used to all of this, or perhaps my sense of danger had dulled. I let out a sigh and stared blankly into the night sky. The moon was shining more brightly than usual. Times like these made me want to go outside and take in the fresh air. But the double-paned window and curtains were blocking my view, as if they were telling me to come back to Earth. I closed my eyes as I focused on the chirping of the bugs. They didn't seem to be reacting to the bugs chirping, merely looking around silently. It seemed like all their attention was on trying to pinpoint where the sound of the bugs was coming from, and they couldn't spare any energy to make meaningless sounds. I couldn't figure out the real reason behind all this, but I was able to have a peaceful evening thanks to the bugs. Stomp, 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 thud. That moment, a sudden cacophony broke the silence. I opened my eyes and peered straight ahead into the darkness. I noticed several people in apartment 101, the apartment across from mine, sneaking out with their backs hunched. In an apartment complex like this one, even the slightest sound traveled through the entire complex, no matter how tightly the windows were closed. It was even more pronounced on a night such as this one, where even the sound of bugs chirping could be heard. I could hear them even more clearly since I'd been so intent on listening. But then, what about them? They relied on their hearing. There's no way they would have missed that. I quickly shifted my attention toward the entrance to the apartment and focused on them. They had stopped waving their arms and were staring straight at apartment 101. There's no way they missed that. They must have heard them. I followed their gaze, and eventually found myself looking at the people from apartment 101. There were a total of 3 people outside, 2 men and a woman. The man in lead started whispering to the one in the back, as if he had noticed their glare. It seemed like the man at the end had made the noise. I couldn't help feeling worried as I looked at them. Go inside and don't come back outside again. Moving at night was practically suicide. It was much better to move during the day, when their movements were slowed down. And on a calm night like this one, their senses were probably especially heightened. I clutched at the curtains as I observed the trio of humans, wishing desperately that they would go back inside. Unfortunately, they started heading down to the first floor. Why? Why in the world are they heading down? Are they low on food? Do they think that a rescue team would never make it to them? Are they unable to handle the despair of feeling trapped inside anymore? Or do they somehow believe that they can find help outside? My eyes stayed glued to them as they moved hastily along the first floor wall. At that moment, one of the creatures at the entrance to the apartment started acting strangely. It moved its head up and down while making a strange expression, and I could hear a faint sniffing noise. At that moment, I couldn't help but think about the face of the creature I had seen earlier that morning. It had been going about its usual routine, waving its arms forward and backward in its usual spot, but it had blood all over its mouth this time. Before the child and the woman had been eaten alive the night before, it had only been waving its arms about. On that basis, I had to conclude that the creature had to have smelled the blood of the child and the woman, and had feasted on their flesh later on. That was the only explanation for the blood covering its mouth. This meant that they also had a sense of smell. I couldn't believe that this hadn't occurred to me earlier. I wondered why I had believed that they relied solely on their hearing. This thought sent a chill down my spine as I observed the trio moving along the wall. I couldn't help but envision the worst possible situation that could happen to the trio if they were to be caught by them. After all, if it was just about noise, they could walk more cautiously and breathe carefully until they were outside their reach. But what about their sense of smell? What if they could smell the vitality of living things? If so, there would absolutely be no chance of getting away from them without being caught. I bit my lip as I watched them running. Is there a way I can signal them to go back? There has to be a way to signal them. At that moment, though, a rather cold-blooded thought surfaced in my mind. Why am I worried about them in the first place? It's none of my business anyway. I had no way of saving them, nor any reason to save them. But for some reason, I couldn't stop worrying about them. Was it because they were humans like me? Because I knew how it felt to be like one of them? Or was I secretly rooting for them, deep down, to make it out safely? Would their success spur some motivation or courage within me? I shook my head and let out a sigh. Now wasn't the time to be swept away by such thoughts. I had to figure out what was going on at novel bin at. Let's go through some scenarios and predict their outcomes. Let's say I actually do help them, and get them out alive. But what if they start threatening me? And if they were to go after the remaining food that Soyeon and I have? Then, I would have to fight them off. And in the process, someone would probably end up getting hurt, or even dying. Clearly, then, there would absolutely be no reason to help them in the first place. But what if they could help me out? I started considering what help they could offer me. Food? Medicine? Information? Manpower to fight them off. I watched them closely as I ran through the different possibilities. If I were them, I wouldn't have chosen this time to go outside. The noise of the bugs notwithstanding, it made no sense to move during the night. It made more sense to move during the day, when the chances of survival were higher. If this trio had paid attention and observed what they had been up to, they wouldn't have gone out right now. With that, I came to the conclusion that they weren't that bright. They were irrational, and hadn't thought things through. While it was true that actions sometimes spoke louder than words, they probably had a safe place where they could have strategized, and, frankly speaking, should have done so. And that was their mistake. Not thinking it through. There was no reason to save such irrational beings. Having justified myself, I suddenly felt relieved. There really was no reason for me to take risks. Anyway, I had to take care of Soyeon. Her safety was my #1 priority. One mistake, and our lives could be taken away. I put my head in my hands as I brought my attention back to what they were doing. They had made it past the walls and reached a side entrance on the left, and were poking their heads out into the main road. I wondered what they were going to do next. Where in the world are they going? In order to get food, they would have to go to a convenience store or supermarket, and the way to either one was through the main entrance. Since the main entrance was full of them, however, this wasn't an option. Even so, the side exit on the left led nowhere. They had to go to the exit on the right if they wanted to get to any convenience store. So what are they after? Are they trying to find a different place to hide? At that moment, the man in the lead gestured to the group to keep on moving forward. Surprisingly enough, there were no creatures on the main road. All of them within the apartment complex had turned their attention towards apartment 101. They started gathering around apartment 101, and some of them started sniffing in the direction of the stairs of apartment 101. Are they trying to track them down? I had no clue what the trio were up to, but it seemed impossible for them to return. I began biting my nails nervously as I gazed back at the main road. The trio had crossed the road quickly and now stood on the curbside. With all the lights out, I couldn't tell which store they were standing in front of. I squinted for a while until, to my shock, I realized where they were heading toward. The building sported a big logo and the word pharmacy. They risked their lives to go to a pharmacy. Do they have someone sick with them? Someone with a summer cold? Food poisoning? Enteritis? Eczema? I could think of thousands of diseases that anyone in our situation could contract. Without any electricity or water, our immune systems were getting weaker. On top of that, without electricity, preserving food was a tall order, and not being able to wash up didn't help. Full of anxiety, I covered my mouth and clenched my fist. Not long after, I heard the sound of heavy footfalls coming from apartment 101 and directed my attention that way. Oh goodness! A gasp escaped my lips. Click, clack. They weren't going after the trio. Instead, they were tracing their way back to where the trio had come from. They jolted up the stairs like animals, making their way up on all fours. They didn't seem to be short on stamina. As they made their way up to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and finally the 7th floor, they suddenly vanished. They had probably gone to the opposite hallway. In moments, the curtains in a balcony window on the 7th floor began to shake. When they were finally lifted, I saw a woman standing there. Her eyes were fixed on the front door, and the banging coming from that direction was enough to make me scared stiff. Thud, thud, thud. The banging, kicking, and scratching continued. What to do? What to do? I felt as though I was in her shoes. They were blocking her only way in and out of that unit. There was no way out for her. Her group of friends were outside, and she had no means of fighting them off. My chin was trembling. I covered my mouth, not willing to risk any noise leaking out. The fear of death almost swallowed me. The woman looked back and forth between the front door and the balcony. Then, she pulled the curtains wide open and looked outside. The woman came back to the balcony carrying something. I squinted at her. What is she holding? I looked closer, and saw that it was a newborn baby, not even a year old. No way. I looked back at the trio at the pharmacy. They had dropped whatever they had obtained at the pharmacy after realizing what was going on at the apartment complex, but they hadn't done so in order to get away. Rather, 2 of them had restrained the 3rd man, who was struggling against them. His head was pressed against the ground, his face contorted in wordless agony. The other man was pressing him down to the ground, while the woman held onto his arms as she assessed the situation in the apartment complex. I couldn't see all the stuff they had dropped, but I was certain that I saw diapers on the ground. It was the type that Soyeon used to use, the ones that newborns used. Seeing the diapers, my heart skipped a beat, and I felt tears welling up inside. Something deep down made my heart ache and my breathing become irregular. These weren't irrational people. They certainly weren't idiotic. They were just people trying to save the life of a newborn. No, no. I started muttering to myself as if I was about to go insane. I couldn't hold in my tears. Everything started to come together. It would have been much wiser to get diapers from a nearby convenience store or supermarket, since they could have gotten food as well. But if they had purposely gone to a pharmacy instead, it was clear that the newborn was sick. They probably needed fever reducers, and it seemed like they had stashed a couple of diapers away. It wasn't uncommon for newborns to have fevers reaching 39 to 40 degrees Celsius, and not taking medicine at the right time could lead to autism. 1. None of this zombie stuff would have mattered if my child had been going through the same thing. And although they were slower during the day, the fact that they were dangerous didn't change. I couldn't imagine what the man on the ground was feeling. My heart was aching like it had never had before. I wanted to help them out somehow. Drrk, thud. I could hear the balcony window opening from afar. I quickly wiped away my tears and looked at the 7th floor of apartment 101. The woman emerged with the newborn in her arms. I could see that their front door was already half demolished. She stood at the balcony, and after a moment of hesitation, stepped onto the railing. A gasp inadvertently escaped my lips. I prayed to God that she wouldn't make the wrong move. Isn't there a way to help her? Can't I help her somehow? At that moment, a thought crossed my mind. I went straight toward my wife's dresser in the master bedroom and came back with her hand mirror. The moon was shining brightly, and this hand mirror would be their last hope. I used it to reflect the moonlight to let her know that I was there. The sudden ray of light shining on her seemed to give her pause. It seemed like she was in Unit 704. Without hesitation, I directed the light toward the balcony of Unit 705. Her eyes also followed the light. It wasn't too far. Getting to Unit 703 was a bit of a stretch, but Unit 705 was more than possible. The woman started moving toward Unit 705, looking at the ground below, the unit's balcony, then the ground again. It was definitely too early to give up. I clenched my fists and urged her on silently. You can do it. You'll make it. She took a deep breath and jumped toward the balcony. Thud. Clank. Oh Jesus Christ. I couldn't hold it in. It felt as if time had stopped. The scene in front of me went completely still, like a Polaroid photo. Of all the things that could have happened, her ankle just had to get caught in the railing as she was making the jump. She lost her balance and used both arms to stabilize herself. As she was flailing, the baby that was in her arms, I watched it fall. I could not believe what was unfolding in front of me. I couldn't stop trembling, as though I was suffering a seizure. Feeling lightheaded, I took a deep breath, wondering how long I had been holding my breath. I started breathing heavily to make up for all the air I had missed. My heart was about to explode and I was tearing up. With bloodshot eyes, I looked at them again. The woman had collapsed to the floor, her head peeking through the railing, staring down at the ground. She had gone as still and quiet as a tomb, as though mired in a swamp of despair and guilt. Before she even realized it, they had made it out onto the balcony of Unit 704 and were reaching out toward her, screaming and snarling. The noises drew her back to her senses and she looked them straight in the eye. No, she hadn't come back to her senses. Instead, she let out a scream that I never imagined any human could produce. It was a cry that defied description. It was a cry of damnation and hatred toward them. However, it was impossible for her to kill them. It seemed like she knew that as well. Without hesitation, she climbed back onto the railing. No. And at that moment, I witnessed a person free falling. Splat! The piercing sound of the impact echoed through the apartment complex, and my mind went blank. My eyes fogged up, obscuring my view. My mind was telling me to look away, to stop looking. I wondered if this was the result of an adrenaline rush, or if it was my fear overtaking me. I felt my mind becoming more and more hazy. I pressed my temples and took in deep breaths. Damn it. I couldn't do anything to help. All I had done was sit here comfortably, presenting options to the woman. And the option I had given her had only brought her despair. I wondered who had caused her death, me or them. I looked at my trembling hands blankly. I was nothing more than a useless, quivering person. I was nothing more than a weak and cowardly observer. All I could do was weep quietly. And through it all, I'd had my mouth covered, just in case So-yeon woke up. I was nothing more than a hypocrite. *****. It had been a while since I last dreamed. I dreamed about the time I first met my wife. She was sitting alone in a cafe, looking outside. I sat at a table across from hers. I couldn't help but smile as I watched her. We locked eyes, and she began talking to me with a smile on her face. For some reason, I couldn't understand what she was saying. I leaned toward her and her words hit me. Wake up, you coward. I woke up with a broken heart, gasping for air. A ray of sunlight was shining into the room, and I turned to see the clock. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. I let out a deep sigh and rubbed my face. I wondered when I had fallen asleep. I hoped that I hadn't fainted. But above all, why did I have such a strange dream? Was it possible that my wife had died? Was my dead wife appearing in my dreams to curse me? I bit my lip and closed my eyes tightly. Daddy, I hear weird noises from outside. I could see that the noises were making So-yeon restless. She was fidgeting while making a face. Her eyes were full of fear. Gore. That's when I came back to my senses. I could hear their calls. I looked out the window again to check the situation, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was in shock and I quickly shut the curtains down. They were looking at us while calling out. Why, is this all a dream too? I slapped myself to see if it was. I could still hear their calls, but now my cheek also stung. This was not a dream. Growing flustered, I stammered a little and asked Soyeon, honey, did you make a loud noise? She shook her head. Then did you happen to throw something at the window, or do anything? She shook her head again. Then what in the world did you do to get their attention? As I questioned her, my expression grew frightening, pushing her to the brink of tears. I scratched my head and let out a sigh. Let's calm down. It's not her fault. I'm not thinking straight. I got down to my knees and hugged Soyeon, hoping she would know how sorry I felt. Daddy's sorry. But I didn't do anything wrong. At novel bin at. Daddy knows. Daddy just woke up and wasn't thinking straight. Daddy's sorry. I pacified her and went back to the window. I cracked open the curtains to see what was going on. I noticed one of them giving me a death stare. It was the woman who was missing a leg. It was the creature that was always waving its arms around while staring at the 5th floor balcony. As I fixed my eyes on it, I felt chills down my spine. It had to be her. The thing that made all of them gather here, it had to be her. But why? I mean, it saw me, but it never attacked us. I started thinking, although my mind was not at its most rational. And right then, I remembered what I had done the night before. The hand mirror. It had probably given them an inkling that there was a survivor here as well. It seemed like pure speculation, but it was the only possible reason I could think of. I grabbed a bag and quickly stuffed it with all the food I could fit in it, along with a blanket and some clothes to change into. I wanted to put more inside, but my bag was already filled to the brim. As I was packing, I couldn't stop thinking about them. Can they see as well? Until now, I had thought that they only relied on their hearing and sense of smell to hunt. But the thing that had locked eyes with me, there was no doubt that it was glaring at me. It had done so in the past, and it had done so this time as well. So that meant that their vision was very much working, but the ones that had gone after the sparrow clearly hadn't been able to see. Could the virus have mutated, allowing some of them to keep their vision? Mutations seemed to explain the situation perfectly. But if so, all the information I had gotten from observing them was useless now. This is the main character's own opinion. There is no evidence to suggest that it would lead to the child getting autism. I packed quickly and went to the bathroom to get a mop. I laid the mop down and struck the head with my right leg. Snap! I thought the mop would snap easily, but I ended up almost breaking my right leg. The pain made its way up and I bit my lips to keep from crying out. There was no way I could snap the mop with my feet. I tucked the head underneath the couch and pulled upward on the shaft of the mop. I almost flipped the couch. I had to keep calm, especially at that moment. I stood on the couch and pulled the shaft of the mop again, thinking that my weight would be enough to keep the couch stable. Darn it. Please. DRR? I could hear the bottom of the couch tearing apart. But, thankfully, the mop head was also falling apart. I yanked once more and got the head off. It wasn't much, but I had few other options in this situation. I had to attack from a distance. I would not be able to recover if they bit or clawed me. I had to take advantage of my reach, however limited it was. I also tucked a knife under my belt just in case. Let's go, sweetie. Where? Are we going somewhere? Soyeon asked, looking at me with eyes full of fear. There was no time to lose. I had seen the fate of the woman who'd been trapped in her unit, so finding a way out was my #1 priority. If they blocked the front door from the outside, that would spell the end for us. The two creatures who could see were staring at us. I thought of going over to the next unit through the balcony but quickly realized that it wouldn't be worth it. We have to get out of here right now. Bang! At that moment, I heard a loud noise that sent chills down my spine. I held my breath and stared at the front door. Soyeon hid behind my legs like a squirrel. Gore! Bang! I was certain that the sound was coming from the front door. Something was banging on the door while making a throat-tearing noise. I knew exactly what that something was. Cold sweat trickled down my back. I couldn't think clearly, and my body stiffened up. Daddy. Soyeon's voice was quivering. She was holding on to my pants with all her might. I got myself together and took her to the master bedroom. There was no longer a way out. I had to lure them to somewhere else. I put Soyeon in the closet and whispered to her, sweetie, no matter what happens, you cannot come out until daddy comes back for you, okay? Daddy, sweetie, hold on to this bag. Drink the water and eat the cereal inside if you get hungry. Alright sweetie. Daddy don't go. Sweetheart, daddy will be back in a little bit. Just hang in tight there. I said don't go. She wrapped herself around me, and the tears she had been holding in flowed out uncontrollably. I swallowed, then patted her small back. Don't worry darling, daddy's right here. Don't go. Don't worry sweetie. Daddy's going to be in the living room. Then why should Soyeon stay here? I want to stay with you. I didn't know what to say. I tickled her wrist and said, it's better for you to hide here, my sweetie baby. We're going to play hide and seek, okay? I know this isn't hide and seek. I'm not stupid. It is hide and seek, you silly goose. I smiled and gave her a nudgie. She started crying as she rubbed her forehead. Even in a situation like this, her cuteness still made me laugh. It's alright, daddy's here. It's alright. At novel bin at. Ow. I closed the door to the closet with Soyeon crying inside. I could hear her pounding against the door. Her crying made me want to turn around and open the closet again. I knew that whatever would happen today could leave her traumatized. However, this was the best I could do. Once I got back to the living room, I dragged the couch to block the door to the master bedroom. I wasn't sure how long that worn-out thing would last, but it still gave me a sense of relief. I then dragged the dining table out of the kitchen and used it to block the front door. I filled in the gaps with chairs, boxes, and shoes, and whatever else I could find. Thud, bang, slam. They slammed themselves against the door, trying to break in. Don't they feel any pain? My bones would have broken if I slammed myself against the door like that, but they kept slamming themselves against the door with increasing force. I had to fix my grip on the mop over and over again as I was sweating too much. When will they get through? What will happen after they break through? Will I be torn to pieces? What will happen to So-yeon? Will she die of starvation? Or will she be eaten as well? I couldn't stop thinking about the worst-case scenario. At that moment, the dreamed-up image of my wife from the night before flashed across my mind. The fact that she had called me a coward while beaming at me lingered in my mind. I knew I was a coward. I didn't care about the safety of others. I only cared about mine and So-yeon's. If that was my flaw, if that made me a sinner, I would live as one for the rest of my life. I would not hesitate to become evil itself, committing more sins. That was how badly I wanted to survive. I had to survive until I met people I could trust So-yeon with, or find shelter where the both of us would be safe. Even if the people at the shelter accused me of being a murderer, I would gladly suffer that. But right now, I had to survive no matter what. Not for my own meaningless life, but for So-yeon. *****. The constant banging and the clock ticking away stimulated all my senses. My heart was racing, but I was surprisingly calm. Perhaps it was because I knew that it might be the end for me, but I had no intention of giving them what they wanted. Come and get me. I'm ready. Try to get some if you can. I'll blow your heads off before you can get to me. I held my nervous stance in front of the barricaded front door. Time passed without me noticing, and soon I saw my shadow appearing. The sun was setting behind me. Their banging only got more forceful with the setting sun. They slammed their bodies against the door like crashing waves. I could tell that they were getting stronger. When the sun fully set, they would probably take down the door in a heartbeat. Screech. I could hear them clawing at the iron door. A jolt traveled from my tailbone all the way up to my head, clearing my mind of all distractions. My jaw was tight with anxiety. The bolts that kept the door together were starting to come loose, and the hinges seemed misaligned. I knew that a few more blows would take the door down. What if a rescue team comes in the nick of time? Improbable thoughts began to enter my mind as the door was slowly worn down. Bang! I knew that any hope was pointless. Now that the door was down, I could see them. I stabbed the creature in the very front with the mop. It made its way through the creature's eye and hit its skull. I could feel the disgusting recoil slither along the shaft to my fingertips. I instantly felt nauseous. I made a face while puffing both of my cheeks out like a toad. Despite all this, I could not stop stabbing them. I braced the table with my left leg while drilling the mop through their heads. 1, 2, 3. I began to grow numb from all the stabbing I was doing. I was in complete chaos. My mind was having trouble comprehending what was going on while my heart was beating so fast that I could hear it. Stab, next. Stab, next. Stab, next. My muscle memory and my survival instinct took over. I gave up on thinking and let my body handle what was going on. Soon enough, everything but the front door was blurred out. The sound of my breathing and my heartbeat assaulted my eardrums, growing ever louder as I continued to stab away at them. I felt as if everything was in slow motion, even my movements. I have to move faster, faster. My distorted mind started interfering with my body. I could hear their wailing, and see their dead bodies piling up. The table started wobbling, ready to break at any moment. I knew I couldn't hold off the weight pressing against the table for much longer. I can't do this anymore. My mind kept telling me to give up, but my body resisted, gripping the mop even more tightly. Each time I felt like giving up, I stabbed another creature, pulling the mop out of another's head every time I was tempted to take a rest. I no longer felt like myself. A strange feeling washed over me. My body moved like a set of gears, doing the same thing over and over again. Stab, pull, stab, pull. I want to give up. I want to take a rest. These thoughts ran through my mind like a broken record, but my will to survive kept me from letting myself give in. Arg. I lost my grip on the mop. It had gotten stuck in the head of the creature I had last stabbed. I fell on my bottom trying to pull it out. I stood up right away and grabbed the mop again. My hand was shaking as if I was having a seizure. My body was drenched with fear and fatigue, but a ray of hope made me move again. So-yeon. I clenched my jaw and pulled the mop out as hard as I could. I could not feel my arms anymore. I was exhausted, but they were still going strong. I'm going to die if I don't do something. Tears rolled down my face as I confronted my weakness and exhaustion. Is this the end for me? Is this the furthest I can go? My body was spent, and my life seemed meaningless. Will my life end like this? Just eat me alive and let So-yeon survive. I'm the only survivor here. Be on your way after finishing me. I stared at their mouths with glassy eyes. Grr! A cry I'd never heard before came from behind me. It was abnormally loud and disconcerting. It sounded like a demonic cry that could suck my soul out. It reverberated through my eardrums, bringing my mind back to the present. What next? How much longer are they going to torture me? I drew my attention to the creatures at the front door. I no longer felt their weight on my left foot. They weren't pushing against the table anymore. An unidentifiable cry had come from afar, and they had all stopped moving. In moments, the creatures crowding the doorway began to back off. I couldn't help but laugh, but I knew it wasn't because I was relieved. They had started running away. These things that enjoyed killing had run away. They were like hyenas running away when they saw lions. Their eyes were full of fear. These animals that hunted people had been scared off because of the cry. I managed to turn around and look at the balcony. I saw something through the curtains, and a jolt of anxiety ran through me. I felt something looking at me. In moments, I heard footsteps and saw its feet on the balcony. Its silhouette looked exactly like that of a human being. Ironically enough, even at this moment, a stray thought came unbidden to my mind. Did it jump all the way up here? I was on the 5th floor. I wondered if it had reached the 5th floor in a single leap. It had landed much too smoothly, and it did not seem like it had clambered up from the lower balconies. That's some impressive skill. It had already surpassed the capabilities of a human being. Even with the sun down, there was no way their physical capabilities would allow them to do such a thing. I gripped the mop with my trembling hands, but I could not stop my teeth from chattering. My legs were shaking uncontrollably as well. I was already worn out, probably because my nerves were frayed beyond belief. I had felt a momentary sense of relief when they had run away, but now, my energy was leaking out of me. It wasn't cold at all, but I couldn't stop my teeth from chattering. I was scared to death. The thing on the balcony let loose another cry. Goor? Up close, the noise was almost loud enough to rip apart my eardrums. It left my head spinning and my ears ringing. Jesus. I blinked and exhaled slowly. I bet it could even break through those double-glazed windows. Its cry sounded like a pig being slaughtered, but it was sharper and louder. It was a morbid scream, conjuring up the image of a dementor sucking out a human's soul. 1. The mop fell from my hands. My legs suddenly gave out and I fell to the ground. Plop. It started moving. 1. A dementor is a fictional creature from the Harry Potter series that is capable of consuming a person's soul, leaving their victims in a vegetative state. It made its way to the living room, stepping on the shattered glass. As it came closer, my mouth fell open. The creature seemed to embody death itself. If I had been surrounded by hyenas, I would have given myself a chance at survival, but I knew there was no way to survive this thing. Its body was pitch black and shiny, as though covered in oil. It was skinny, but I could tell it wasn't weak. Rather, it seemed like it was packed with muscle. Most shocking of all was that it only had a mouth on its face. The fear of death enveloped me. Every part of me was begging me to run away. My mind kept telling me to get away, but my body didn't budge. It was the exact opposite from what had happened earlier. The creature came right up to my face and opened its mouth wide. Is it going to scream again? Is it going to eat me? I couldn't hear anymore. The creature was emitting a continuous, high-pitched whine. Twist, twist. Just as the creature was about to bite my neck, its attention was suddenly drawn toward the bedroom. I unconsciously followed its gaze. I couldn't quite hear what was going on, but I could see that the doorknob was moving irregularly. So-yeon was trying to come out. So-yeon? No. My ears were nearly going deaf, so I couldn't tell if I'd said her name out loud, but it was definitely her. She was trying to come out. I didn't even want to contemplate what would happen if she came out at that moment. I got myself together and picked up the worn-out mop. Wielding my makeshift weapon, I went straight for its neck. Stab. I got it right in the neck. Despite how dull the end of the mop was, it only made sense that it would pierce the creature's neck. However, despite putting my full strength behind the strike, the mop simply passed by. More accurately, it bounced off the creature's neck. Its skin was clearly very thick, almost like a layer of armor. Don't I have any strength left in my arms? Or have I lost my strength altogether? The creature's gaze flicked toward me, noticing that I was up to something. As soon as it saw me with the mop, it grew enraged. It opened its mouth again and whacked the mop out of my hands. I could feel my right arm being dislocated. Huh? What the? My eyes popped out of my head when I saw my broken arm. This is horrifying. I'm beyond scared. However, even at that moment, I could only think of one thing. Please So-yeon, stay inside. You cannot come outside. But I couldn't say those words out loud. My soul had already been crushed by this monster's presence, and I couldn't even breathe properly. In a flash, it went straight for my belly. It all happened in an instant. My eyes couldn't keep up with its lightning-quick movements. I was so surprised that I couldn't even scream. All I saw was my insides being torn apart. Arg. The pain finally hit me and I let out a scream. It felt like I was being burned alive. I couldn't breathe. I saw my end approaching. Arg. Jesus. Arg. I started screaming nonsense that even I couldn't understand. I did the best I could, striking its head and pushing it away from me. However, the more I struggled, the more drained I felt, until I had no more strength left in me. I can't die. Even as I was dying, I couldn't let go of the hope of surviving. I was screaming for dear life while covered in tears and snot. Even after seeing all my insides spill out, I couldn't give up on myself. It wasn't because I wanted to live. Who would take care of So-yeon if I died? What kind of life would she have if I died? I was worried that it would go for So-yeon after finishing me. I couldn't stop imagining her going through the same thing I was going through. Blood was oozing out of me as I reached for my knife. I wasn't going to die alone. I couldn't dare leave a monster like this alive. With my final blow, I went for its head. Thud. I stabbed the knife into its skull with all my might. I knew I had it this time. This was my final blow. To my horror, it only produced a small scratch. All my blood was rushing to my head, and I felt my body getting colder. I felt my blood rushing through my throat, eventually spilling out of my mouth. I kept on repeating the same thing to myself, even as I was losing my mind. Don't come out. No. Thud. My heart was beating madly, and it felt as though it was going to beat for the last time. I could no longer see what was in front of me. I could tell that I had taken my last breath. I was slowly passing out. Why am I not breathing? How do you breathe again? I couldn't breathe. I felt myself falling into an abyss. I could not resist the ground pulling me down. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I slowly opened my eyes and stared into the air above me. I wondered how much time had passed. I stared blankly at the ceiling of the living room. The warmth and laughter around me seemed unreal. I turned toward the noise, my gaze drawn toward the kitchen. My wife and So-yeon were there. For some reason, seeing them made me somewhat sad. I missed this whole atmosphere so much. My wife, my sweetheart, and this tranquility. I got up and walked toward the kitchen. Very quickly, I realized something was wrong. There was a glass wall in front of the table, blocking my way to them. Honey, honey. I called with all my might, but neither of them seemed to notice. They were unaware of my presence, as if we were in two different worlds. I struck the wall as hard as I could, trying to draw their attention. My hand hurt like hell, but I could not stop banging. I wanted to break this wall down so that I could be next to my family. As I got more desperate, I started tearing up. Why? I wasn't sure why I was this sad, but this inexplicable feeling was, without a doubt, pure sadness. At that moment, So-yeon looked toward me. She seemed to sense my presence, and ran toward me with a big smile. However, my wife stopped her. As she did so, her face took on an expression that I had never seen before. Her eyes were full of hate. She glared at me and whispered, "How could you let yourself go like that? Your job was to keep her safe." I felt as though my world was falling apart. Me, not doing my part? I risked my life to save her. Now you're telling me that I was being irresponsible? What did you do? What have you ever done in this damned world? An incomprehensible rage took over me, and I started screaming at the top of my lungs. Gore. What? What is this sound? Am I making this noise? I rubbed my neck. I couldn't feel anything, even though I was touching different parts of it. I looked at my stomach. My eyes almost popped out. I could see my intestines spilling out from my stomach. What is going on? Should I try putting them back in? What good would that do? My mind went blank. A wave of fear and confusion rushed over me. Then it hit me. Am I dead? Daddy. I heard So-yeon's voice from afar. She was holding onto her mom's hand and calling me. I calmed down and reminded myself of my purpose. She needs me. My sweetie's looking for me. I punched the wall even harder. Please break already. Jesus Christ. Gore. I threw myself at the wall, shattering the obstacle that was separating us. I grabbed her hand, but as I did so, my wife started fading away. Daddy. So-yeon ran up to me as if she had been waiting for the wall to break. I gave her a hug and calmed her down at novel bin at. It's all right, sweetie. Daddy's right here. For some reason, I couldn't say the words out loud. I hugged her for a while, thinking of how I wasn't going to let this happen again. I am not going to let go of her ever again. I will never leave her alone again. Thud. My heart awakened my soul. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gore. I woke up howling. My spit splattered all over the place. I continued to breathe heavily as I slowly got myself together. Am I dreaming? Or am I alive? I looked around and noticed bloody bits of broken glass all over the floor. I patted down my body, remembering what happened last night. I could still picture the pitch-black creature tearing out my stomach. I swallowed hard and looked down. To my surprise, nothing was wrong with my stomach. My clothes were torn, but that was it. I was just slightly paler than usual. I made it, huh? I'm a survivor. I couldn't stop smiling. I got up and felt better than ever. I remembered being in so much pain before I fainted, but now I felt as good as new. As I basked in the joyous fact that I was alive, a familiar face flashed through my mind. So-yeon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about her. I rushed toward the bedroom. But then, I felt something squishy underneath me. I looked down immediately. I couldn't tell what it was, so I got on my knees to take a closer look. There's no doubt, these are my intestines. My mind went blank for a second, then I rubbed my stomach. I carefully prodded my stomach around and realized that my hand was being sucked in, as if it was empty. My stomach felt like a spongy rubber ball. It was hollow. My skin felt like a slab of frozen meat. I stared at my hand for a while and carefully placed it on my heart. I couldn't feel anything. Does this mean my heart isn't working? Wait, then could this possibly mean? My mind came to an abrupt halt. I couldn't process all of this. How am I moving with a heart that isn't beating? How am I thinking, yet alone seeing anything? I stood still, trying to understand what was happening. Twist, twist. I could hear a doorknob turning somewhere. I looked toward the bedroom and saw the couch blocking the entrance. I dashed toward the bedroom and pushed away the couch that was blocking the door. So-yeon, So-yeon. I could only think about her lovely face. I didn't care about my current circumstances. I had to know if she was okay. I moved the couch out of the way, and the bedroom door slowly opened. I found myself looking into So-yeon's face, her expression full of fear. She was standing still as a rock, clearly shocked to see me. Sweetie. Thankfully, she was alive. Feeling relieved, I stumbled towards her, feeling as though I might fall over at any second. However, she turned around and went straight back into the closest I had no clue why she had gone back into hiding once more. I had no idea what was going on. Why is she running away? Why is she running away from me? I stood in front of the closet and called her name in a soothing voice. Gore. Gore. I paused. Wait. Is this my voice? I swear I said Daddy's right here. All I could hear was a disturbing throat-rending sound. I couldn't open the closet door. Then, it hit me. I finally realized what I had become. I slowly walked toward the bathroom. I knew that my heart wasn't beating anymore, but that didn't necessarily prove my suspicions correct, did it? I was scared. I couldn't stop thinking about the worst-case scenario. As I looked into the mirror, my body began to shake uncontrollably. It was getting harder to breathe. I couldn't see straight. An unexplainable rage rose up within me. Gore. I let out a throat-rending scream and smashed the mirror. I could see my face through the broken glass. A pale, cold piece of meat, still and unmoving. My lips were blue. My eyes were bloodshot. I was in utter denial. I wished desperately that it was all a dream. But there was no way out. This was my reality now. I was just a monster that should have died. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I wondered how many days had passed. It had been a couple of days since we'd run out of food. We didn't even have water, and I needed to get some for So-yeon. I went out onto the streets each day, heading to nearby supermarkets and convenience stores. I wasn't doing it for myself. It was for So-yeon. She was still very much alive, and she needed food and water to survive. Gore. As soon as I emerged with the food and water that I needed, one of them started screaming at me. Gore. I screamed right back at it. It turned away, mistaking me as one of them. Ever since I'd started acting like one of them, they didn't see me as prey. They took me as an unusual one of them that moved during the day. At first, I had been worried about heading outside. But it wasn't long before I realized that the other creatures had let their guard down when it came to my presence. I felt that I had been accepted as one of them. I got some water and canned food. I wonder if it will be okay to cook some ramen. I went through my grocery cart again at novel bin at. Scrunch. The sudden sound of footsteps made me hunch over instinctively. Oh, my body still retained its human instincts. Within seconds, the fear, despair, and nervousness I felt when confronted by them threatened to overtake me. The fear coursed through me for a minute, but then I realized that I had nothing to be afraid of anymore. I was now a predator in this damned world. I just happened to be a mutant that had the ability to think despite being in this body. I had no reason to be afraid of any attackers, or anyone that made a sound. The survivors were the ones who should have been afraid of me. A sudden noise interrupted my train of thought. I turned toward the sound. It seemed to have come from a convenience store with broken windows. I walked over slowly and inspected the interior. I expected a creature to be inside, but instead, I saw a person's foot, quivering. This was probably a survivor who had heard me, and had quickly hidden in the staff room. However, this individual's foot had been caught between the doors, leaving them wedged open, unable to close. The individual didn't move an inch, apparently sensing my presence. I saw that it was a woman's foot, and that she was wearing beige flats. I bit my lip and walked toward her. Sob. I heard her sniffling as I approached the staff room. She was terrified. I could tell that she knew that she couldn't make a sound, and was desperately trying to keep her tears in. I knew that I would terrify her if I appeared in front of her. I let out a sigh and gave her foot a nudge. She quickly pulled her foot inside, but the door did not move at all. It seemed like she didn't have enough courage to shut the door. I took a quick look around the store. All the previously frozen food had gone bad because of the weather. I didn't see any water as well. As I stood there, I heard noises coming from the staff room. Are there more survivors? She might not be the only one. I wasn't sure how many survivors were in the staff room, but I had no doubt that they were starving. I kneeled down and took out water, along with 3 cans of food, and pushed them through the door. Deep down, I wanted to leave them with a warning: don't end up getting bitten like me, please. But I had no way of communicating with them using language. I could only let out that horrendous cry. It was best that I keep my mouth shut. In a few moments, I saw a skinny hand reach out for the water and canned food. Relieved, I took a deep breath. Thank you. I heard them thank me after a little while. I smiled gently and quietly closed the staff room door. Even though my heart wasn't beating, my mind was still very much alive. I was thinking and acting like a human being. I didn't need to hunt down on survivors, as this dead body of mine did not feel hunger. I had recently observed something. They did not have to hunt humans because of hunger. I had seen them at night, vomiting out the human flesh they had eaten during the day. They had no digestive systems. Their digestive systems were either paralyzed or no longer working. They took pleasure in hunting and slaughter. The transformation process took about 30 minutes once an individual was bitten, unless their head had been bitten off. It didn't matter if you lost an arm or leg, or even both. As long as your brain wasn't damaged, you would turn into one of them. I'd figured this out when I came across a little boy, around the age of 5, with no arms. The little child, so used to whining to his mom, had transformed into one of them. I let out a deep sigh and made my way back. The sun was starting to set. I couldn't stop thinking of how hungry So-yeon would be. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I came back to the living room, which was swarming with flies. I brushed off some dirt, took a hard swallow, and knocked on the bedroom door. Knock, knock. I heard some footsteps from inside. So-yeon slowly opened the door. Ever since my death, I never got to see her smile. She looked at me blankly. Her eyes showed no signs of hope. I couldn't bear to approach her. All I could do was leave the groceries in front of the door. I smiled as much as I could. Eat as much as you want, sweetie. Gore. I could only make this irritating sound. She showed little reaction as she took the groceries inside. She must have gotten used to my growling. She closed the door with no hesitation. I stood there blankly, looking at the closed door. I want to spend more time with her. I want to be next to her. But I could no longer pat her head or feel her warmth. I scratched my neck and headed toward the couch. The couch was no longer a couch. Every part of it was torn. I recalled all the memories Soyeon and I had made on this couch. I sat down and stared blankly into space. There was nothing but a pitch-black television screen in front of me. I caught a reflection of myself, and couldn't help but smirk. As I looked at my reflection, I pictured myself in a movie. I was the main character of this tragic movie, and nobody knew when or how it would end. Gore. I let out a cry. I cried because I could not believe that all this wasn't a dream. I couldn't accept this as my reality. However, all I could do was emit this wordless and disturbing cry. Just what was this emotion? Did it come from my heart? But I'm clearly dead, aren't I? I wondered if this strange feeling was being driven by the memories I'd made when I still had emotions. Despite everything, though, there was one thing that I knew was true. I knew my curious self was dead. Yes, the person inside me was dead. With this dead body of mine, I made my daily trip to the supermarket. If I had to express my feelings in one phrase, I would have said that I felt like shit. I didn't know what I had to do to get rid of this feeling. I just hated myself. As night fell, my mind grew clearer. I didn't have to sleep, nor did I feel any fatigue. How nice it would have been if I'd been this way while still human. I would have made tons of money, and led a successful life. Or I might have gone crazy. Who knew? I looked out across the silent city. I used to look outside to figure them out, but now, I was looking for survivors. I only had one goal: finding survivors. It wasn't to save them or protect them from evil. I was no hero. I was desperate to find them for the sake of Soyeon's future. I knew I could keep her alive if I kept on giving her food while she stayed in the bedroom. But I wasn't sure how much longer we would be able to do this. Until she died? Or till my head gets blown off. I knew that all this would end eventually, and in order for her to grow up as a proper human being, she had to be with the right kind of survivors. Right now, I felt as though I was raising her as livestock, rather than keeping her alive. I was feeding her while keeping her inside a cage. I couldn't help but see her situation as complete and utter torture for her. I wished that she could live amongst people. I also knew that, if that were to happen, I might not be able to see her anymore. But if that was the only future for her, I would suffer the pain and let her go. I would keep her forever in my heart instead. The image of her beaming floated into my consciousness, and I smiled. She was looking at me, not with the eyes she had now, but with eyes that glittered, like the ripples on the surface of a calm and peaceful lake. It was surely a beautiful moment, one I dearly missed. I wanted to put a smile on her face again. If there was a way to do so, I would go through hell to make it possible. I had devised a rigorous criteria for choosing Soyeon's caretaker. First, they had to be strong, someone who could protect their family, friends, and companions in this damned world. They had to be both physically and mentally strong. Second, they had to have retained their humanity. This world was done. I could already tell that there would be outlaws, evildoers who had lain low during the time when the rule of law still held firm, and that they would come storming out into the streets once things settled down. They were just as despicable as the creatures that now roam the streets. There could be those who had gone insane, or those who had unleashed their true selves during this time of madness. It was possible that these individuals harbored all sorts of vile traits along with instincts they could keep under control. A sense of humanity and strength was a must. Lastly, she needed proper shelter. Her bedroom couldn't be her whole world. She needed a place where she could learn that the world was a wider and much more beautiful place where people came together. I wondered if there was a person that would meet these requirements, or even a place that would meet my last requirement. I knew that the chances were slim. However, I wished that Soyeon could live in such a place. You could call me naive, but as her father, I only wished the best for her. I wanted to find that someone and some place while I was still sane. Gore. I let out a deep breath and looked outside. I couldn't even hear any chirping. The world was dead silent, as though devoid of living creatures. Out of nowhere, the woman I met earlier crossed my mind. I remembered her shedding tears as she thanked me. I wondered if she had some sense of humanity left in her. Is she all right? I was surprised that I had the time to worry about others. I wondered if it was because I was dead. But I shook my head and collected my thoughts. No, she didn't have the strength or the confidence to keep on living. She'll probably die in that convenience store. She could only meet my second requirement. Besides, she could have said thank you out of habit. I needed someone with more sincerity. Even ignoring the third requirement, there was no way she would meet the first requirement. I quickly came to a conclusion. This sure isn't going to be easy. No matter how hard I tried, the thought of leaving my baby girl to strangers left me feeling uncomfortable. I couldn't stop worrying about how she would adjust, or if she would be bullied by others already there. My thoughts kept going round, and I realized that I was getting nowhere. My mind felt all jumbled up, without being able to come to a conclusion. I stopped ruminating and looked up at the night sky. As I gazed into the unknown, I thought about my next move. I should look for a shelter, a community. I bet there would be someone with a clear mind amongst such a group. If they'd been able to pioneer an effective way to survive, they would possess good judgment and situational awareness. If there were rules within the community, they would also show that they have retained a sense of humanity. If there were people who were capable of fighting back, that would be heaven on earth. I closed my eyes and began to think about possible places. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was way past sunrise, but I couldn't see the breaking dawn. The sky was gloomy and dismal. I got up from the balcony and walked cautiously to the living room. I dragged one end of the couch and blocked the bedroom door. I stacked chairs and desks on top to make a barricade. It probably wasn't enough to hold them off, but it was enough to make me relieved. I was going to look for shelters today. I knew it was better for me to move during the night, but I couldn't do so while also guaranteeing So-yeon's safety. The survivors would probably conclude that I was unusual, since I was actively moving during the day, unlike the others who couldn't. I checked the barricade one last time, then took a deep breath and walked outside. I could see sparrows flying lower than usual. I sensed that it would start raining either that night or the next morning. I looked at the hazy sky and reminded myself of today's destination. I had decided to go to the high school nearest to our place. The school served as an emergency evacuation shelter. I walked in that direction with the hope that someone would be there. Although the school was the closest one to our place, that didn't mean it was actually close by. It would take 40 minutes of non-stop walking to get there. I kept moving while trying to remember where the school was. I passed through a narrow alleyway and followed the road down. I saw some of them on my way. Sometimes, there were 2 or 3 of them wobbling around unsteadily, but there were also several big groups of them just looking around. The sun was restricting their movements. Instead of hunting down their prey, they were waiting for their prey to come to them. A stray thought entered my mind. Shouldn't I know something about them? Since I've turned into one of them, I wanted to test some theories out. They were no longer a threat to me, as I no longer had to stay away from them in order to survive. If I'd been alive, I wouldn't have been able to go ahead with my experiments. I felt like I was a teenager again, observing ants. I bent down and picked up a large rock that I couldn't carry with one hand. I could tell that it would be as threatening as its weight suggested. I hurled it toward them with all my might. Thud! It struck the ground with a dull sound, causing a slight tremor. The creatures quickly turned toward the sound. They started observing and sniffing the area around the rock. Once they realized that it wasn't a living creature, they quickly lost interest. Unlike the regular creatures, the ones who possessed their sight observed the rock from afar. They were staring at it, confusion written all over their faces. They seemed to have trouble figuring out what the rock was, and also whether it was dead or alive. None of them seemed to take notice of me. Thinking was non-existent for them. They weren't trying to figure out where the rock had been thrown from, or why it had been thrown. They just stared blankly at it. I walked toward them confidently. I stood right in front of the ones that had vision. They looked me up and down, then sniffed me as they circled me. Apparently, the ones who could see also had a sense of smell. I wondered if they went through different stages of life, just as humans went through babyhood, childhood, puberty, and adulthood. Perhaps they started out with only the ability to hear. After that, they developed their sense of smell along with their hearing. And the ones with sight had everything. I didn't do anything but stare at one of them. In a few moments, it sensed my attention and looked away. I knew something wasn't quite right. It wasn't just looking away. It was looking down as it stepped back, away from me. It lowered its eyes. The creature's movements piqued my curiosity. The look on its face. It was a face that a child would make when they were scolded by their parents. I walked toward it to confirm my theory. Soon enough, it shifted its gaze side to side and stepped backwards, acting as though it had seen something it shouldn't have. Then it looked up at me, its face full of fear. Oh, I see. Let's see what happens if I do this. Gore. I screamed at it. I was curious how it would react. Gore. It barked back. However, there was no threat behind its bark. It sounded like a noise that a cornered animal would make. Why is it feeling afraid? At novel bin at. I stared at it blankly, trying to figure out the reason behind this. As the creature's fear grew, the other nearby creatures that had been swaying all stopped. They glanced at each other, and then at the one that was visibly terrified. These things. They definitely feel afraid. There was no way they could consider putting up a fight. I was slightly hesitant to move forward with my last experiment. I knew that the unexpected could happen if I went ahead with it. But then, I remembered something. What else is there to lose? I'm pretty much dead anyways. Besides, I had unbelievable healing powers. I had the ability to repair parts of my body that had been severely injured. Alright, let's give it a try. The experiment was slightly extreme, but it would hardly be considered insane. I took a big breath and went after the weakest looking one. It didn't have a sense of smell or the ability to see. It was wearing a torn black suit. It was also missing an arm, and one of its legs was bent. I let out a deep breath and kicked it as hard as I could. This sudden, unexpected attack knocked it to the ground. It stared up at me with its mouth wide open. Throb. Gore. A sudden, sharp headache hit me, as though someone was hammering a thick nail through my skull. I instinctively started to tug at my hair. My face was all scrunched up, and I couldn't even open my eyes because of the dizziness. It felt as though my mind and soul were being swept away by a wave as tall as a house. I'm the one who attacked. Why am I in pain? Is there some strange force that prevents them from attacking each other? As soon as I opened my eyes, all these thoughts and questions flew out of my head. The creature was looking me straight in the eye. As I looked back at it, I realized that its body had turned green. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I was a mutant. A special type of mutant, one with powers that even I couldn't quite explain. I had some extraordinary healing abilities, and had been able to heal my broken arm and my eviscerated stomach. I also had red eyes, unlike the others. That day, I discovered yet another special ability. Perhaps special ability wasn't quite the term for it. It was a characteristic I possessed, being this sort of mutant. The green creature in front of me was staring at me, standing at attention. However, there was a catch. The creature wasn't actually green. My mind was perceiving it as green. It didn't take me long to come to this conclusion. I figured that, even if the creature's skin had turned green, the suit it was wearing should have remained black. However, the suit it wore also looked green to me. There was a difference in saturation, but it was still technically green. It meant my mind was perceiving the creature, which was standing at attention in front of me, as green. I took a deep breath and stretched. My head was still throbbing, but I couldn't afford to look weak in front of it. It was standing absolutely still, and I sensed a disparity between the two of us. I wondered if it was looking down on me. I looked it straight in the eye and sent out a thought. The hell are you looking at? It turned away, lowering its eyes while keeping its back straight. I stared blankly at what it was doing. Unlike the ones next to it, it was standing still, its face lowered. This thing. Why is getting all worked up? Why is it staring at the ground? Is it looking for something? As if it had read my mind, it suddenly turned toward me. Since it seemed to be doing what I was telling it to do, I tried giving it some commands. Look left. Crunch. It turned its neck so fast that I could hear it crack. Now look right. Crunch. I couldn't close my mouth. Sit down and get up. Shush, shush. Get down. Splat. Start crawling. Shush, shush. Get up. It shot back up to attention. Turn around. Twirl. It stared blankly at me with dirt all over its clothes. It stood perfectly still, like a robot waiting for my next command. I covered my mouth in disbelief. Is this thing my puppet? My underling? I didn't know how to take this in. I wondered why this was happening all of a sudden. Why is it following my orders? Why? I thought about what I had done a few minutes ago. I had experienced an unexplainable headache as soon as I had shoved it, but after that, I was able to control it. I bit my lip and looked at the other ones. They weren't even meeting my eyes. They were scared of me. I gave one of them another shove to confirm that my train of thought wasn't total nonsense. Thud. The same headache struck me. The sharp pain shot through my head again, hurting more than it did earlier. I gritted my teeth and bore it as best as I could. Crunch. I could feel pieces of my teeth scattered across my tongue. I couldn't believe that I was biting down hard enough for my teeth to break. I slowly turned toward the creatures, spitting out the residue. Now, two of them looked green. Is this headache part of the process that links me with them? Am I becoming one with them, the same way plants communicate with each other? I swallowed as I tried to figure out what was going on. My heart skipped a beat. Well, it technically didn't, since I was already dead. I could feel the headache throbbing at a constant tempo, like a heartbeat. I took a deep breath and looked at the remaining creatures. I couldn't help but smirk. Now this is going to get interesting. Without hesitation, I started shoving them at random. The headaches that bombarded me almost drove me insane, but I couldn't stop. The more underlings I had, the more guards I would have. I still had much to learn about them, but it was possible that I could turn them into bodyguards for Soyeon and me. I kept on shoving them, struggling through the joy and pain. Gore. My pained, determined cry echoed through the quiet street. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I slowly opened my eyes. Did I faint? The concept of fatigue was no longer applicable to me, but fainting was still possible. The immeasurable amount of pain had knocked me out. I stood up, pressing my fingers against my temples in the hopes of feeling better. Gore. At that moment, I heard voices behind me. I turned to see green creatures everywhere. They were all standing still, staring blankly at me. The world was already engulfed in darkness, and there wasn't one source of light to be seen. However, they were glowing as green as they could. I wasn't sure how to describe each of them. A giant firefly, or a long glow-in-the-dark pen. I wasn't sure how to describe them as a whole, but now, I had a group of subordinates following my orders. I bit my lip, and began to give them orders. Why aren't you bowing to your leader? Gore. Almost instantly, the green creatures all bowed toward me. I did a head count and swallowed in astonishment. A total of 32. I have 32 underlings. Wait. What should I do now? Taking them back to the apartment right now would be a stupid decision. I did not fully understand their characteristics. I didn't know what would happen if they started acting out. I had no choice but to give them more orders. Everyone, look at me and listen up. They raised their heads as one and stared blankly at me. Stay put. Don't attack human beings even if you sense any. Got that? Gore. They replied together, full of spirit. At ease. Gore. The creatures shuffled toward a nearby wall and turned to face it, unmoving. With that out of the way, I headed out. I had to postpone my original plan to look for the high school. All I could think of at that moment was Soyeon being left alone. Fainting hadn't been part of my plan. I couldn't shake the thought that perhaps she had stepped outside to look for me. My pace quickened, my nervousness growing with each step. I didn't know how long I'd been out cold. It could have been a day, or even two. As soon as I got back to my living room, though, a wave of relief came over me, washing away all my anxiety. The barricade was still standing strong. I moved it to the side and knocked on the door carefully. Knock, knock. Knock, knock at novel bin at. I kept up my rhythmic knocking, and soon, I heard footsteps inside. They were small and light. Soon enough, the door creaked open and I saw So-yeon. I bit my lower lip and stifled a cry. Thank goodness she was doing all right. She didn't come out. She was waiting calmly inside the bedroom. I was relieved just to see her alive. My head sagged as I reached for the door handle. Then, I slowly closed the door. My legs lost their strength, and I collapsed in front of the bedroom door. I covered my mouth and closed my eyes. Gore, gore, gore. I couldn't help but cry. I bit my right hand with my half-broken teeth in an attempt to keep myself from sobbing. There was a creak. The door opened, and So-yeon stuck her head out. I quickly closed my mouth and tried to close the door. However, she had her hand between the door and the door frame, as if she didn't want the door to be closed anymore. I couldn't force the door closed, for fear that her hand would get stuck. As I hesitated, she carefully stepped out and stared blankly at me. Then, she smiled and whispered to me in a soothing voice, "Where? Gore." I couldn't understand her quiet whisper. As I titled my head in confusion, she spoke up again while fiddling with her fingers. Where did you go?" She was asking where I had been. Her voice struck me straight in my heart. There was no aversion or discomfort in her tone of voice. Rather, it was a signal that she was still very much relying on me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'd almost forgotten the last time I'd heard her voice. I wanted to give her a big hug. As I reached out, I could see her stiffen. I quickly pulled my hand back, my head sagging again. It seemed like she still wanted to keep a distance. Noticing that I had gotten sulky, she went back to the bedroom to get something. I saw her come back with something in her hands. She presented me with a drawing pad and crayons. Is she telling me to write out what I want to say since I can't speak? I took the crayons and smiled. I can't believe I didn't think of this. Even if I can't speak, I can still write. I took a crayon and opened the drawing pad. I wanted to write down the following. I was looking for a place where my sweetie can stay and be safe. But something happened, which is why I'm late. Although the words in my mind were clear, my hand didn't budge. My head was telling me to write down what I was thinking, but my hand was just floating in midair, as if it didn't understand what my mind was saying. I was taken aback. I stared blankly at the drawing pad, not knowing what to do. It felt like dry sweat was coming out of me. This feeling. It was like studying a foreign language. It felt as though I knew the words that I wanted to use to express my thoughts, but I just couldn't write them out. The ability to form the letters seemed just out of reach. I felt illiterate, able to speak and think, but unable to write one as time went on, and I still didn't write anything out. So-yeon started to get nervous. No. I couldn't lose this chance of her opening up to me like this. I drew a large circle with my shaking hand. I drew it out of desperation, but it ended up being the small inspiration I needed. I could draw something instead. I don't need to write something down. After all, hadn't human communication begun with drawings as well? I started drawing away. I drew a house with So-yeon inside, making a sad face. She took a close look at the drawing and pointed to herself, asking if that was her. She seemed to understand that I had drawn her. I nodded violently and turned the page. I drew a big, clean house with So-yeon playing together with other children. She tilted her head side to side as she tried to figure out my drawing, seeming confused. I concentrated as hard as I could on my right hand, wanting to get my message across. I desperately wanted to use letters to explain myself. I wrote a few letters out with my trembling hand. House. She hesitantly read out what I'd written. A new place to stay. Gore. I accidentally let out my awful cry. I was so proud that So-yeon had understood what I'd been trying to say, and that I could communicate with her. I quickly covered my mouth in case my voice made her afraid or uncomfortable. Thankfully, my worries were unfounded. She was smiling. I wanted to give her a round of applause for being so clever. She'd known what I was saying right away, despite my horrible drawings and poorly scribbled letters. She kneeled down to take a closer look at my work and asked, "Then, where will be staying?" I shook my head, and she bit her lip and avoided my gaze. I looked at her questioningly, patiently waiting for her to say the words she was hesitating to say. I don't want to rush her for an answer. I need to give her some time to think this through. I sat comfortably and closed my eyes. I knew that my bloodshot eyes would be threatening to her. After a while, I heard a very quiet voice, almost softer than a whisper. "You." I wasn't able to hear what she was saying, so I looked at her and shook my head. She fiddled with her fingers, and her head sank. After a little while, she said in the same, quiet voice, "Your daddy." My mind went blank. I couldn't find a way to respond. My eyes were wide open, and I couldn't keep my mouth closed. It felt as though time had stopped, and there was nothing else in the world but me and her. Your daddy. Daddy, daddy, daddy. The word daddy echoed through my head. She'd called me daddy. After all the distance she had put between us, and her fear of what I had turned into, she had started calling me daddy again. There had been a slight hesitation in her voice, but she'd still called me daddy. I felt like I owned the world. It gave my life purpose again. It also became the reason I couldn't die. The writer provides an example using Korean and Romanized Korean to illustrate his point. This has been omitted in the final translation. Sob. I let go of the crayon and quickly looked down. I bit my lower lip, trying to restrain myself from letting out another horrible screech. As I stopped drawing, So-yeon took the crayon and started drawing something on top of my drawing. It was a man watching the other children play. The man had a smile, and his eyes were full of curiosity. I pointed to the man in the drawing and then back at myself, wondering if that's what she meant. She nodded without saying a word. Her nod conveyed more meaning than any words could. Is she acknowledging me as her dad? Even though I look like a monster, she thinks I'm her dad. The man in the drawing, with his beaming smile. This was a sign of hope and acceptance. She was willing to let me be with her. I couldn't keep my tears in anymore. I cried out loud. She didn't know what to do at first, but as she looked at me closely, she started tickling my wrist. This was what I used to do as a human being when I teased her. With that, my tears started pouring down. My baby, my sweetie, so smart and kind. Words were not enough to express the feelings that welled up within me. At that moment, I felt unbelievably alive. I hugged her tight. She didn't quite let her guard down, and I could sense her nervousness. However, she could feel me trembling, and she slowly opened herself to me. After a while, she cautiously began to pat me on my back. She knew the sadness I was going through and was sympathizing with me. I was overcome with amazement. She seemed to understand what to do perfectly. I found every way to compliment her and show her my gratitude. But of course, I was only making howling noises. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I wondered how many nights of pent-up tears had flowed out of me. My shoulders sagged like a wet towel from all the crying. So-yeon was in my arms. Hearing me crying, she'd cried along with me. She was sleeping like an angel, exhausted from all the crying. Now, I could see her as much as I wanted. I couldn't help but smile. I closed my eyes, savoring the unforgettable moment of her calling me daddy again. I couldn't help reminiscing about the first time she ever called me daddy. She had toddled over and babbled dada to me. My smile lingered on my face. This happiness, which I had long dreamed of, was too sweet and dazzling. If this was a dream, it was one that I never wanted to end. Gore, gore. I could hear them through the broken glass panes of the balcony. It was the cry they made when looking for prey. I could tell that it was coming from afar. From the direction it was coming from, I assumed that there were other survivors in different apartments. As long as I was next to So-yeon, they would not attack us. Rather, they couldn't because I was here. In the hierarchy of creatures, I stood above them. There was no chance that those things that were so fearful of me would ever approach this place at Novel Bin at. I looked at So-yeon, sleeping like a baby, ignoring whatever was happening outside. Right now, all I wanted was to be next to So-yeon. I wanted to feel her warmth with my own hands again. But their cries got closer and closer. I grimaced and picked her up. I laid So-yeon down in the bedroom and put the barricade up again, just in case anything unforeseen occurred. I walked to the balcony to survey the situation outside. Who's getting on their nerves? I wanted to get a glimpse of whoever was disturbing my moment of peace. I saw them zigzagging across the street, hot on the heels of several people. There were 2 men and a woman. For some reason, the way they were dressed seemed familiar. I blinked, then focused on the fleeing humans. I finally made out their features, which brought back memories that I had pushed aside. As my memories returned, I felt a jolt of surprise. It was the trio I'd seen before: the father who couldn't protect his wife and baby, and the other 2 who had been with him. The last time I'd seen them, the 2 of them had been struggling to pin the father down. They made it through alive. I grasped the balcony railing. I'd assumed they were dead, but they were clearly still alive. That day, I tried to save the woman and baby trapped in Unit 704 using my hand mirror. Because of that haphazard plan, I'd ended up like this, and the mother and child were no longer in this world. It was a terrible memory that I could not get rid of. I never thought that the trio who had made the trip to the pharmacy would still be alive. It only made sense to think so because, back then, both the entrance of apartment 101 and the apartment complex had been full of them. Back then, returning to the apartment building had seemed impossible. No, it had definitely been impossible. After the creatures had finished with Unit 704, they'd gone after the trio. They had to have been hunted, and it would have taken them all their might just to get away. I couldn't believe that they'd made it through the darkness alive. They would have been running for dear life, holding on to the last shreds of hope. They had probably found a different apartment complex to hide in, one that wasn't a living hell like this one was. Dahai. I saw a woman lying on the ground, far behind the group. She was struggling to get up, and her shoes were nowhere to be seen. The man who was calling her name went back for her without hesitation. The man leading the group tightened his grip on his shovel and used it to strike the closest creature. After sunset, the physical abilities of these creatures surpassed that of human beings. It was almost impossible to outrun them, even if you tried with all your might. Coming to a stop just to help a woman on the ground was practically suicide. At that moment, I saw the woman's shoes lying on the ground behind her. Beige flats. I recognized them right away. They were the same ones that the trembling woman in the staff room of the convenience store had been wearing. Thank you. I recalled the moment when she'd thanked me. It was an ordinary way of expressing gratitude, but it had given me hope that there was still some semblance of humanity left in this damned world. This hope came in the form of these survivors from Unit 704. I screamed at the top of my lungs, clutching the railing as hard as I could. Gore. I might have been an idiot who made the same mistakes over and over again. But I still had the morals, logical thinking, habits, and instincts of a proper human being, just as I had when I'd been alive. I let out a scream in the direction of the survivors without hesitation. My howl pierced through the darkness. Almost immediately, the creatures going after the trio stopped in their tracks and looked in my direction. I stared at them straight in the eye and sent out a simple thought. Get lost. They exchanged looks, momentarily frozen. Did they hear my voice? I couldn't tell. Unfortunately, the creatures couldn't look me straight in the eyes. My bloodshot eyes would let them know instantly just how threatening I could be. I wanted to rush to the aid of the trio right away, but I was worried that they would bust into my place while I was gone. I wanted to save the humans, but my number one priority was always and would always be So-yeon. At that moment, a plan crossed my mind. What if I called the ones I had instructed to stay put? Let's assume my commands work the same way that telepathy works. What's the range for telepathy? Using my mind, I called out to them over and over again. I wondered if they received my call. They were about 20 minutes away by foot. I did not receive any signals back from them, so my only choice was to wait and see if they showed up like I'd commanded them. 20 minutes by foot. That's pretty long. The wait seemed like an eternity, especially in a situation where every minute, every second was on the line. Gore, gore. I could hear their cries cutting through the night. It came from the opposite side of the apartment, behind me. I quickly ran to the kitchen to look out the other side of our apartment. I could see a group of green fireflies hurrying over from afar. I was sure that they were at least 20 minutes away, at a comfortable walking pace. However, they arrived in 2 minutes. Since they did not feel fatigue, they had no concept of taking breaks. Instead, they focused solely on executing their orders, which explained why they'd come straight away. They were running to where I was at full speed. Very quickly, they had all gathered at the ground floor of apartment 104, where I was. I took a deep breath and walked to the balcony. I stared at my underlings and commanded them to save the trio. Gore? They looked at me questioningly, not understanding what I just said. Don't they know what save means? I smacked my lips and rephrased my command. Bring the 3 humans to me carefully. I don't want any of them getting hurt. Don't even think about biting them. Gore? They started moving in unison. I pointed toward the trio's location, and the one who possessed the ability to see led the way, the others following quickly. The creatures chasing the trio would soon be confronted by my gang of underlings. It wasn't going to be a physical confrontation, but more of a verbal contest, each side trying to claim the right to the territory. The survivors looked at me and then back at my gang of underlings as if their souls had been sucked out. Their expressions were full of confusion, and I could sense a million questions racing through their skulls. However, since they realized that there was no way out, they grouped together and looked on as the 2 groups of zombies snarled away. After a few moments, some of my underlings came to me, carrying the survivors. The survivors were screaming and tried their best to resist, but with the sun down, they posed no trouble to the creatures. Once the survivors had been brought to the ground floor, I told my underlings, send the humans up and guard the entrance. Don't let anything get in. Gore? They tossed the trio to the ground and urged them up the stairs by gesturing with their heads. The survivors, completely clueless as to what was going on, came up the stairs, while my underlings stood guard on the ground floor. In moments, they were in front of Unit 504, where I was. They hesitated as they saw the front door, barely hanging on by its hinges. I watched them from a distance. They were standing in front of the door, hesitating to enter. A cold, deep voice spoke up. What are you doing? Go in. Soon after, I heard footsteps approaching as they moved closer to the living room. I gave them a sidelong glance, trying to assess what equipment they had. They all held different items. The man in the back wielded a large shovel, and the man in front of him had a knife. The woman behind was carrying an overstuffed backpack. She seemed to be the group's porter. As soon as they came into the living room, they put up their guard. I felt their presence, but didn't look at them or open my mouth. They'd probably rush at me if they saw me. Besides, I couldn't speak. The man with the shovel posed a question. What the heck is going on? Are you human? I remained silent. Speak up, would you? How are you controlling the zombies? They were colder than I'd expected. The man had a threatening voice, and hadn't even bothered to thank me for saving their lives. However, I hadn't called them just to hear words of gratitude from them. I slowly turned toward them. The survivors' faces contorted in a way that almost defied description. Bloodshot eyes with extremely pale skin. I was no longer human. The fact that I looked different, that I was above them in the food chain, probably crossed their mind. The woman and the man with the knife were struggling to close their mouths. They were clearly having a hard time comprehending what they were seeing. Their expressions and their actions betrayed their thoughts. Were they surprised? No, I could tell they were afraid. The man with the shovel adjusted his grip, getting ready to attack me any second. However, no one dared to make the first move at Novel bin at. They're probably running through several possibilities in their minds. They had no clue what would happen if they attacked a mutant that controlled other zombies. No fool would come at me without any information about my powers or the abilities I possessed. I sighed and walked across the living room. All the survivors were trembling, ready to attack when the circumstances required it. My footsteps were calmer than those of the creatures outside. I walked like a human being. The man with the knife and the woman exchanged looks with the man with the shovel. The man with the shovel, I remembered his face. He was the one who had been crying as he saw them rush into apartment 101. His eyes were threatening, unlike the other two. He probably despised and cursed those who had turned into creatures like me. I understood what he was feeling, since I wasn't any different. I pushed aside the barricade blocking the bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, I heard footsteps, and So-yeon stepped out. The survivors gasped as they saw her come out. She was also surprised to see them. She was scared to see these other survivors. The man with the shovel pointed at me. What the fuck are you? The survivor's agitation increased tenfold. Was the zombie keeping the child captive? Or domesticating it? I could see even more fear reflected in their eyes. After a moment, the man with the knife started talking. Hyung, I think the bedroom is where it stores its food. The knowledge that there might be food inside made the survivors temporarily forget their fear. However, their sentiments quickly turned to anger. The man with the shovel gritted his teeth and spat. You want us to go into your food storage? You son of a bitch. Without hesitation, he pointed his shovel toward me. I didn't blame him. It was easy to assume the worst in such a situation. A zombie taking care of a person. It was an unbelievable scenario. I sensed that he was on the verge of striking me with his weapon. No. At that moment, So-yeon screamed, holding onto my legs. The survivors flinched and stopped moving. They were dumbfounded by her reaction. I could feel her little hands trembling as they clutched at my thigh. Don't hit him, please, she finally said, sobbing. They all froze in unison. Even the man with the shovel was taken aback. He stared blankly at me and So-yeon, unable to process what was going on. I kneeled down in front of her and started talking. Gore. She gave me a confused look. I patted her on the back and pushed her toward the survivors. She caught on to what I was trying to say, and ran back to me in tears. I hugged her while biting my lips. I have to keep it in. I promised myself that I would never cry when the time came. My sobbing made its way through my broken teeth. My cry was threatening and even slightly abhorrent to the survivors. But So-yeon knew. She knew the subtle difference in my cry. I hugged her tightly and tickled her wrist. She then cried even louder, shedding tears everywhere. I patted her on her back and nudged her toward the woman in the back. The woman picked her up, somewhat half-heartedly, and So-yeon resisted with all her might. The woman eventually couldn't handle the struggle, and set her down. Pat. So-yeon ran toward me. Despite my horrendous appearance, she still came running to me. I couldn't help but give her a hug. I soothed her as best as I could. It's all right, sweetie. The survivors had no clue how to handle this absurd, ridiculous situation. I looked at them without saying a word. I locked eyes with the woman in the back. Even though my appearance was monstrous, my eyes were full of sadness. The woman looked at So-yeon, then back at me. Finally, she said, I think that person is the child's father. What? The face of the man with the shovel contorted after hearing what the woman had said. However, he could offer no explanation for the bizarre situation confronting them. I think what Dahai said is right. I think that person is different from the other ones. What? Different? You fucking idiot. How could you say that, knowing the fate of your sister-in-law? The man with the shovel, who was now all worked up, glared at the younger man. The younger man remained silent, avoiding eye contact. Dahai, you can't be saying things like that either. Have you ever seen them act rationally? My apologies. The woman was now caught up in the argument as well, but she continued to assert her original theory, instead of agreeing with the man. But, this is different compared to what we've been through today. Different my ass, the man said with a huff, shaking his head violently. As I watched them argue, I figured out that the man with the shovel was their leader. He had suffered a traumatic experience which cost him his sanity and left him with nothing but hatred toward them, and a desire for revenge. On the other hand, the younger one, along with his wife, had begun to accept reality. They were keeping a distance from me, but they were thinking logically, and were obviously considering the possibility that the zombie creatures could have multiple characteristics. They weren't neglecting alternative possibilities. I understood their situation more than anyone. I decided to wait until they came to a consensus. It felt like the only way I could brush off the sense of guilt I felt when it came to them, regarding what had happened in the past. The man with the shovel stared at me for a while, without saying a word. Eventually, he threw his shovel on the ground and spoke. So, now what? What do you want to do? How about we try talking to him? The woman responded weakly. The man immediately flew into a rage. What in the world are you saying? How the fuck are you going to communicate with him when all he does is growl? But I'm sure he's someone who thinks rationally. Just look at what he's doing right now. The man pointed at me and scoffed. What? A person? You think he's a person? Of course, I wasn't a person anymore. I was something else, something not quite human. There were many words like zombie, ghoul, but they didn't seem to fit me perfectly. As the man's voice grew louder, the younger one spoke up, smiling sheepishly. Could you keep it down? The window's broken. For fuck's sake. So I'm the only one crazy here, huh? The man clicked his tongue and took a seat at the dining table. The situation was going south. The team was falling apart from the inside because of me and So-yeon. Silence filled the living room, only interrupted now and then by the chirping of insects or the howling of the wind. However, the damage had been done, and it would take more than silence to undo it. The man with the knife finally couldn't bear it anymore, and broke the silence. So what do you want to do? The older man didn't respond immediately. We know more than anyone the tragedy you've been through, the younger man continued. I know as well that you haven't had anyone to talk about it with. We also know that you've been putting us first all this while. The man in the chair didn't answer. Seeing his older brother sitting silently, his shoulders slumped, the younger man spoke again. Hyung, I'm sorry. We've been no help at all. No, it's nothing like that. No, I know Dahai and I have been a burden to you. The younger brother's expression grew melancholy, and he subtly dropped his honorifics. The older brother gave his brother a sidelong glance and let out a sigh, returning his gaze to the dining table. He seemed to have a lot on his mind, but was having trouble choosing the right words to express them. However, the younger one kept at it. But Dahai and I survived. It wasn't the government or some god that saved us. No one was sane back then. But you were different. The older brother remained still as a rock. Hyung, you rescued me and Dahai. The older man sighed, covering his face with his hands, staring at nothing. I wondered what he was thinking. His soulless gaze was directed at the dining table. After a moment, he took a deep breath and started to speak. If I hadn't gone to the pharmacy that day, everyone would be here together. There was nothing you could do about that. Sojin had a burning fever. She might have gotten better if we had just waited. We should have waited another day. Things might have been different then. She had been running a fever for 3 whole days. I would have done the same. Silence descended again. The man at the dinner table bit his lip, but said nothing. After a few moments, he let out a deep sigh, and his head sagged. Is he thinking about his dead wife? Or his baby? The man did not speak a word after that. He covered his mouth with his right hand, his face full of emotion. I could see that his hand was trembling. His eyes were tearing up. Without warning, they burst forth. The tears he had been holding in all this time were forcing their way out. His younger brother went to his side and patted his shoulders. The world turning upside down all of a sudden had put a strain on their brotherly relationship, turning it into a barren, parched landscape, like land going through a drought. These tears were like blessed rain, watering the arid land and restoring their brotherhood. It's not your fault. No, it is. It's all my fault. I was fucking stupid back then. Why do you keep saying that? It's not your fault. The younger one patted his brother on the back, sadness written all over his face. The woman, who was witnessing this from the side, teared up as well. I looked at them without saying a word, patting Soyeon on the head. After a while, the woman wiped away her tears and kneeled in front of me. She started talking to me. Well then, you. Never mind. Without finishing her thought, she turned to Soyeon instead. So sweetie, what's your name? Soyeon looked back and forth between myself and the woman before carefully opening up. Lee Soyeon. Lee Soyeon? What a pretty name. How old are you, sweetheart? 8 years old. Soyeon held onto my shirt as she answered. She was still keeping a distance from the strangers. The woman seemed to sense what she was feeling. She put on a smile and said, Nice to meet you, sweetie. My name is Choi Dahai. The woman rubbed her right hand on her pants and offered it out for a handshake. She wanted to shake Soyeon's hand. Soyeon looked at me, her eyes reflecting an unspoken question, can I shake her hand? I smiled, giving her a nod of approval. Only then did she let go of my hand and shake the woman's hand. She was now holding onto a living human's hand, full of warmth, unlike mine. I looked at Dahai and gave her a nod. It was the best way for me to express my gratitude. She looked at me, swallowed visibly, and looked at Soyeon. Is he your father? Soyeon nodded. She laughed and said, what a nice dad you have. She still had some wariness and fear, but she was trying her best to maintain a smile for Soyeon's sake. I knew she was a good person. Even in a situation like this, she interacted with children while doing her best to lighten the mood. Thanks to her, Soyeon's anxiety also disappeared. As she opened up, Choi Dahai started asking questions that she had wanted to ask. Soyeon answered as best as she could, given her knowledge. Choi Dahai asked her simple questions, for example, how long Soyeon had been in the apartment unit, how I turned into a zombie, and how I was different from the other ones. I tried to draw and scribble out letters on the drawing pad to provide answers to the questions Soyeon couldn't answer. However, Choi Dahai could not understand what I was trying to convey, so she called the man at the dining table. Hey, Jonghyuk. The man didn't say anything, so Dahai called him again, sharply. Lee Jonghyuk? Jonghyuk appa. Yeah, what? The man with the knife was named Lee Jonghyuk. Now that his older brother had calmed down, he patted him on the back and got up. He walked over to Choi Dahai and looked closely at the drawings and letters I'd put together. He shook his head, as though confused. I needed time to build my rapport with them. They were survivors in this hellish world that hadn't forsaken their morals. The third requirement I'd set earlier, that didn't matter anymore. I was planning to go to the high school again the next day, and if that didn't work out, wouldn't I be able to find some kind of direction along the way? I was going to find the third requirement by myself, so these survivors only had to satisfy my first 2 requirements. Lee Jonghyuk sat next to me, rubbing his neck. With a sheepish grin, he whispered to me, my apologies for the aggressiveness my brother showed earlier on. He was apologizing to a zombie. I didn't know how to take this in. I gazed at the man at the dining table. He was staring straight into the dark kitchen, unmoving. It seemed like he had gone through a lot. I knew how he felt. He had probably been engulfed by the fear of death when the zombies trapped them. Even in such a situation, he'd put his life on the line to save Lee Jonghyuk and Choi Dahai. The fact that they'd been brought to me by zombies probably hadn't helped either. It made sense for them to be completely on edge. However, despite the despair he surely felt because of what had happened to his family, he buried his pain deep down to protect those around him. I valued his efforts and mentality. The fact that they'd survived to this day proved that they had decent survival skills as well. They were different from me, since I hadn't been able to last even a day against them. Lee Jonghyuk rubbed his chin while taking a close look at my drawing. So, let's cut to the chase. You want us to protect your daughter? The words here seem to be daughter and protect, am I right? Adat novel bin adat. I nodded, growling at him with my throat-rending cry. The sound made him take a couple of steps back, but he continued. I really don't know what to do. Talking with a dead person. This was impossible to do with a sane mind. At that moment, the man at the dining table croaked, how can we trust you? What if that child is merely a lure that leads us to guys like you? The man was running through all possible scenarios. As a leader, he had to think about and take care of the things no one else did, could, or wanted to. I didn't take his words as an insult. I had to figure out how to gain his trust. I spied Choi Dahai's shoes in the entryway. They had all taken off their shoes when they had entered. I was amazed that they had taken them off, even with the world in the state it was in. If my intentions had been different, they would have had to run away barefoot. The thought of that made me laugh reflexively. The man at the dining table narrowed his eyes, taking it as a sign of mockery. You'd better explain everything. In response, I walked to the entryway and picked up Choi Dahai's shoes. The survivors looked at me cluelessly, waiting for my next move. I took her flats and walked toward the living room. I placed it between the door and the door frame, showing them how the door wouldn't close. They looked at me with puzzled expressions. I went inside the bedroom and retrieved 3 cans of food and some water, to help them understand what I was trying to express. I rolled the food items in through the crack in the doorway. Suddenly, Choi Dahai's eyes flew wide open, as if she had reached an epiphany. She pointed at me hesitantly, then nudged Lee Jonghyuk in the arm, her voice growing excited. Don't you remember, Appa? The time when someone gave us food while we were trapped in the convenience store. Oh, you don't remember. So this was the person, human, zombie? Anyway, it was him. Yes, it was my shoes. The door didn't close because it had gotten caught. Lee Jonghyuk seemed to remember now. He looked at me, his eyes open wide. The man at the dining table was also scrutinizing me. Then, Dahai stood up. Oh goodness, it was you? The person who gave us food. Gore. I nodded violently. I wanted to let them know that I was different, that I didn't harm people, that I was a zombie that was on the side of the humans. The man sitting at the dining table came toward me. After a while, he looked me straight in the eyes and asked, if we take care of your child, what will you do for us? Straight to the point. It felt rather threatening, but it was the wisest question, given the current situation. Negotiations were inevitable. That's how all deals were made. I picked up the drawing pad and crayons on the living room floor and took them to the kitchen. I opened the drawing pad and tried my best to explain myself using a combination of pictures and letters. The man rubbed his chin for a while, then finally spoke. So, if we take care of your child, you'll provide us with food. Gore. I nodded violently. He then flipped to the next page, wanting more confirmation about our deal. Then what does this mean? If your child gets hurt or dies, we will lose our lives as well. I nodded, a serious expression on my face. The man swallowed visibly. Is he nervous? Despite this reaction, his expression remained impassive, showing no emotions. However, Jonghyuk and Choi Dahai couldn't hide their nervousness. After a while, the man grinned and said, isn't this an unfair deal? Then again, I suppose we don't have a choice. I didn't react to his question. He was right. They had no choice. He rubbed his ears, then added, we'll ask for one more thing. I tilted my head and raised an eyebrow, waiting to see what they were going to bring to the table. He took a close look at all of my drawings and pointed to one of them. Does this mean you're looking for shelter? I didn't say anything. I could tell where this was going. You were probably looking for one for your daughter. Or somewhere with prey to hunt. Everyone had let down their guard, but this man still had his up high. Lots of prey, huh? His statements were completely bogus, but it made sense for him to be cautious, since they had yet to experience death. He kept his piercing glare on me, and continued, we want to go to a shelter too. I want you to guard us until we find one. This is my additional condition. When your daughter goes, we go too. I heard his demands, but remained silent. I wasn't sure if I could trust them with So-yeon. He was wary of everything and everyone, except for his own people. It was definitely something you needed to survive this cursed world, but having too little trust was just as bad as having too much. Distrusting everything meant isolation from everything. He noticed my lack of response, and folded his arms. If you don't agree to this, you can kill all of us here right now. Lee Jonghyuk's eyes grew wide. You can't say that. The man's gaze did not flicker towards his brother at all. It remained locked with mine. Is he bluffing? Or is he just being brazen? There was a glint of certainty in his eyes. I could tell just by looking at them. He knew that I had no intention in killing them and knew for a fact that I needed them. If I considered them prey, I would have finished them off much earlier. But So-yeon was a game changer. The man had probably taken some time to consider the situation, and figured out that striking a deal with me was the key to survival. However, striking a deal on my terms probably left him with a lot of questions. The possibility that they could end up being domesticated like So-yeon probably bothered him. Also, if I did find shelter, he was probably concerned by the possibility that I could just send So-yeon there by herself and devour everyone else. Even though I had emotions and a rational mind, to him, I was no different from the ones outside. To him, I was nothing more than a walking dead body. So he was going to use So-yeon as his key to get them all to a shelter. He was smart. I had to be extra careful. You could say he was using his people as pieces in a negotiation, but this was probably for the best. As soon as I understood his intentions, I couldn't help but laugh. He narrowed his eyes and said, you think I'm joking? Nope, it was the exact opposite. I liked his offer. If he ever found himself alone, he would turn into an absolute beast, with no mercy left in him. However, the tears he'd shed, along with the chemistry he shared with his companions, he still had the capacity for emotion, and he had leadership traits. Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai were his buffers. As long as they were around, he would not go south. If So Yan and I could join them, they would be irreplaceable allies. I nodded and offered my hand for a handshake. The man stared at my hand, let out a dry cough, then shook it. It's Li Zhongyuk. He said his name, but I couldn't say mine. Noting my silence, he smacked his lips and asked, "What is your name?" I wrote it down on the drawing pad letter by letter. Li Hyundiok. He smirked. "Your name sure doesn't match your appearance right now." He smiled nervously, then continued, "All right then, it's a done deal." I nodded at him with a grin, revealing my teeth. He looked at them with particular interest. "What happened to your teeth?" He knew that he couldn't get an answer from me. I assumed he was speaking out of amusement. Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai came over to check on them as well. After observing them for a while, Dahai came up with the most idealistic scenario. "Do you think he got rid of his own teeth so that he wouldn't bite other people?" Clearly that hadn't been my intention, but her words were more than enough to touch the hearts of the survivors. Li Zhonghyuk bit his lips, then carefully reached his hand out and patted me on the back. His face was a jumble of emotions. Is he trying to console me? Or is he showing me pity? His expression could not be described in words. Li Zhongyuk seemed at a loss for words as well, biting his lips, his face remaining impassive. Choi Dahai began to tear up, perhaps touched by what had just transpired. She paused for a moment, then said in a trembling voice, "I understand how much you love your daughter, and what kind of person you are." She wiped away her tears, leaving her sentence unfinished. She took a deep breath, then continued, "Your daughter. We'll take good care of her." She lowered her head, then carefully reached out to hold my hand. I nodded to reassure her. Having observed us for a while, So Yeon came running to me from the living room. She must have sensed that things had turned out well. I smiled and patted her. The survivors' expressions grew even more anguished. I had no reason to bring up the truth. This was a nice way to frame things. I was also touched by their actions, and I felt a desire to protect these emotional human beings. Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai collapsed to the floor, sighing with relief. The state of my teeth had left them feeling more assured. We had come to an agreement. With that, the strange cohabitation of the living and the dead began. The next day, we left Unit 504 for Unit 505. Now that our group had grown, we needed a living room, along with a room that had a proper window. Some of them had the ability to smell. Individuals released odor, and with more people in the same place, the smells would be stronger. This increased the probability of attracting their attention. Thankfully, Unit 505 was quiet. I could see traces of hastily packed belongings, as if the people who had lived there previously had gone into refuge right as this whole mess had unfolded. I settled our group into the unit and prepared to head out. I wanted to procure some daily necessities for the group before sunset at Novel Bin Adat. I was planning to go to the high school after sunset. If there were survivors at the high school, they could be a threat to me. It was better for me to go there at night, when my physical capabilities were enhanced, so that I would be able to better defend myself if the need arose. I trusted the Lee brothers and Choi Dahai to ensure So-yeon's safety. I headed toward the front door with groceries bags in each hand. Li Zhongyuk followed me and asked, "What should we be doing?" I stared at So-yeon, not saying a word. I hadn't realized how close she and Choi Dahai had gotten. The two of them were having fun drawing together. We both looked at them, and Li Zhongyuk's expression changed. He seemed to read my mind. I nodded without saying a word. Their responsibility was clear. It was to protect So-yeon. They didn't need to do anything else, since I was going to take care of everything else. I stepped outside, groceries bags in hand. As I got to the first floor, I saw my 32 underlings blocking the entrance. "Make way." My underlings cleared a path, moving to both sides like the parting of the Red Sea. After giving them the same command as the day before, I stepped outside alone. I was beginning to trust these underlings, especially after the way they had delivered Li Zhongyuk and the others to me. The green underlings were no longer driven by their instinct to kill. They had become creatures that followed my every command. They were extremely useful minions. As I walked, I noticed a familiar face. It was the woman with one leg. Upon closer inspection, I realized that her spine was broken. Is this why she couldn't move? She used to stare at me every time I looked out the window. As I studied her, a thought ran through my mind. This woman. I should kill her. This creature, who could see, was a potential danger since we made the move from Unit 504 to Unit 505. She hadn't been a threat while So-yeon had been sheltering within the master bedroom of Unit 504, but now that the group had grown, and there was a large window in the living room of Unit 505, it wouldn't be a surprise if this woman were to notice us. I could turn her into one of my underlings, but there was no reason to have an immobile underling. I found a big rock next to the flower bed. I stood in front of her, holding the rock. The woman stared at me with her soulless eyes. This woman. What is she thinking? Does she know that she's completely done for? Or, more importantly, is she even capable of thinking? I shut my eyes and struck her head as hard as I could. Crack. It sounded like a watermelon being split into half. An unpleasant vibration traveled up from the tips of my fingers all the way up my arms and through my whole body. A wave of nausea overcame me, and my upper body shook. I couldn't believe I was feeling nauseous despite my lack of functioning organs. It wasn't easy, ending the life of something that resembled a human being, no matter if they were undead or alive. It was an unpleasant feeling, and made me want to forsake myself. I took a deep breath as I stretched my upper body. I carried the corpse over to the flower bed to check if she was gone for good. At that moment, I noticed something strange. I had gone straight for her skull and crushed her face flat. Her disgusting blood was splattered all over the rock. However, she had a smile on her face. Is this rigor mortis? Or a hemifacial spasm? However, her smile was too natural to be called a spasm. She had a natural smile as if she was thanking me for killing her. I got this strange feeling of blessing her, when in fact I killed her. Do they experience some kind of terminal lucidity? Are their brain cells activated right before they die? Do their lives flash before their eyes? Are they thankful for death, after killing all those humans while they were alive? I couldn't be sure of anything. I spat on the floor, feeling more bothered. I headed toward the entrance to the apartment complex, grocery bags in hand. As I got to the entrance, I caught sight of the man that was always waving his arms. He had a sense of smell. His body seemed largely intact, and he looked like he was in great physical shape. Thinking that he might be useful, I pushed him as hard as I could. The headache hit me, and he turned green. Thanks to him, I lost another tooth. Since there were now gaps between my teeth, the ones still remaining started falling out with ease. He immediately stood up, looking me straight in the eye. You, follow me. He growled at my command. I took him to the supermarket nearest our apartment complex. I had stockpiled a couple boxes of fresh water during my last visit. It was impossible for a single person to carry all of them. I remembered hearing that supermarkets had begun to stockpile fresh bottled water, as the number of people living alone and who preferred bottled water over water purifiers had increased. That news was extremely accurate. I couldn't believe that there was this much water. It was enough to last one person for more than a year. I was planning to take back as much fresh water as I could, with the help of my underling. As a backup plan, I could also convert a couple more underlings in front of the supermarket if we needed more hands. After walking for 5 minutes, I finally saw the supermarket. I was surprised to see fewer creatures than I anticipated. The previous time, there had been about 10 of them, but now there were only 3. Where'd they all go? Are they out hunting? I headed toward the supermarket entrance, a part of my mind still wondering what had happened to them. At that moment, I noticed something shoot past the window. Wait. Something shot past. No zombie could run during the day. The best they could do was brisk walk. Also, none of them could move so actively, as they preferred to remain passive. This meant the chances of them being on a hunt was slim. As I continued my train of thought, I began to develop an uneasy feeling. I stopped instinctively, and slowly took a few steps back. There was something inside. It had discovered me, and was taking up an aggressive stance. Calm down. Don't panic. Sensing imminent danger, I started acting like the creatures around me. I growled on purpose and looked around. Then, I limped away, dragging myself far away from the supermarket. There was no chance of me acting like a human being, at any rate. My bloodshot eyes and pale skin was enough to make me seem threatening to any survivors. I couldn't let them know that I was a mutant. A sane person would grow defensive when confronted by a mutant, or take other measures. I had to make them believe that I was an ordinary zombie, just like the ones they saw on the street. I limped away for a while. I was about 50 meters away from the supermarket when I came across a lone, abandoned building with shattered windows. I headed for the rooftop of this 5-story building. From there, I could see the entire supermarket. The supermarket was all laid out on one floor, which made it easier for me to see what was happening there. I heard a cheerful laugh from the supermarket. I honed in on the unexpected laughter, and searched for the source of the sound. Eventually, my eyes were drawn to something squirming on the supermarket rooftop. There were 2 objects there that seemed to be stationary. However, they started to move rapidly, and I quickly realized that they were people. There were 2 people on the roof. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The 2 men mumbled to each other while they kept watch of their surroundings. I couldn't hear what they were saying because of the distance. One of them seemed to be carrying some sort of club. It looked like a baseball bat. I assumed they had taken it from an indoor batting cage, as it has a strap at the end. Not knowing what to do, I swallowed, then tracked their movements. I knew that there was more than enough food left inside the supermarket. Should I ask them to talk to Li Zhongyuke? No, that'd be too risky, since I don't know what kind of people they are. I wondered if they were nice people or crooks. I swallowed anxiously. I didn't know what to do. These strangers had taken over the supermarket, which I essentially considered Soyeon's food storage. I could take care of them easily if I called in my underlings. But what if they are nice people, like Li Zhongyuke and his group? What if all they were doing was trying their best to make it through this cursed world? What if they were still ethical people, living in this godforsaken world where morals and selflessness didn't mean a thing? Was it right at all for me to decide what was right and wrong? I let out a sigh as I bit my nails, struggling with my uneasy feelings. I knew there was another supermarket 30 minutes away. Wouldn't it be beneficial for the both of us if I went there instead? After considering it for a moment, I made the decision to go to the supermarket further away. You bastards! Oh God! Just as I was about to leave, I heard a cry from the supermarket. My gaze reflexively fell on the supermarket, and I saw a woman being pulled by her hair. The woman kept on screaming. The men on the roof shook her head from side to side, letting out a guffaw. They slapped her, then one of them covered her mouth and yelled, "Shut the fuck up, bitch. The zombies are going to come after us if you keep on screaming. Ha ha ha. Nice one, big brother. Ha ha ha. At novel bin at. The woman tried her best to put up a fight. Such a shameless thing was happening in broad daylight on the roof of a supermarket. In a few moments, a boy emerged from a doorway that led onto the rooftop. Nuna. The boy seemed to be the woman's younger brother. His face was thin and his arms were as thin as twigs, as if he hadn't had anything to eat for days. Immediately, a bald man came running after the boy and caught him in a chokehold. The two men stopped laughing, and one of them yelled at the bald man, "You bastard! Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? I'm sorry, but this guy made a run for it all of the sudden. Are you trying to fuck with me? I'll fuck him up real good, big brother. These pieces of fresh meat don't know the right way to do things." As the man complained, the bald man dragged the boy back downstairs. I almost lost my mind as I watched it all unfold in front of me. What did I just see? My mind grew so muddled that it stopped altogether. I couldn't comprehend the unbelievable situation that was happening in front of me. These were complete strangers to me. It wasn't as if I'd ever crossed paths with them before. However, an indescribable feeling of rage was boiling within me, making my hands shake. I could feel myself getting worked up. I was neither a god nor an extraordinary person who rescued others from their despair. Of course I wasn't Yama, I was just a mere zombie. 1. However, if these pigs did something even a zombie like me wouldn't do, could they even be considered human? I gritted my remaining teeth and rushed to the first floor. I started shoving any zombies that came into view. Gore. My head was about to split into two. My brain felt as if it was on the verge of exploding. My mind fell deeper and deeper into the abyss as I pushed more and more of them. This is more painful than I expected. I think I might die if I keep doing this. However, the scene that I had just witnessed kept coming back to me. The pain I felt was nothing compared to my anger. As a father who had a child, I couldn't ignore what had just happened. This feeling of guilt, and the need to be a hero, was driving me forward. I had to get back to my senses. I had to bring my already dead body back to its senses. I slapped myself in the face and pulled at my hair to drag myself out of the abyss that I had fallen into. I cried out at the top of my lungs as I slowly regained my rational mind. I struggled to keep a tenuous hold on my sanity as I tried to figure out how many creatures I had pushed. I counted the green creatures around me. There were 28 of them. My eyes lit up with satisfaction. I ran my eye over these new underlings, noticing that their bodies were all intact, and they all had chins. I looked at my fresh recruits, pointed to the supermarket, and gave them my first order. "It's time to eat." They howled as one. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I lined up 5 underlings in front. I followed right behind them, while the rest were on my left and right, watching our surroundings. The reason I followed them was pretty straightforward. I couldn't just order them to eat every living creature in the supermarket. I had to sort out the victims and perpetrators for them. There was no way my underlings could do that, given their inability to think rationally. So I had to tell them which ones they should go after. As we approached the supermarket, the perpetrators didn't take any action. They probably forgot to post a guard. I saw a rather clumsy barricade set up inside the supermarket entrance. I ordered the 5 in front to get rid of the barricade. Gore! My underlings screamed at the top of their lungs and slammed their bodies against the glass door leading into the supermarket. It shattered instantly, pieces of glass piercing the bodies of my underlings. But the shattered glass fragments weren't enough to stop my underlings. With the door down, my underlings went for the sloppy barricade. Sharp wooden stakes dug through their stomach, chest, and arms. These weren't small thorns. They punched large holes the size of fists through soft flesh. But this didn't matter to beings that were numb to pain. All they did was follow my orders. My underlings pushed against the barricade, driving forward with all the strength in their legs. In moments, the clumsy barricade began to bulge inwards, unable to withstand the pressure. Parts of it began to splinter and break, and it was difficult to tell that it used to be a barricade. The perpetrators came running, realizing the severity of the situation. There were 3 men. It seemed like they were threatening the survivors. I actually didn't care what they were up to. To me, they were nothing more than blobs of fat. They had tattoos across their chests, which screamed to me that they were gangsters. What the fucking shit? A torrent of vulgarities erupted from their mouths, but I saw a rather familiar emotion in their eyes. They were not experiencing any ordinary feeling of fear. Their minds were yelling it, their hearts were pumping it out loud. Death. They were witnessing what death was. I sized them up with my bloodshot eyes and followed up with a command. "You guys in the front, bite everything off except for their heads." Gore! My underlings sprinted toward the 3 gangsters, screaming at the top of their lungs. The 3 gangsters wailed as if their lives were flashing before their eyes. They were like herbivores being set upon by carnivores. My underlings greedily inhaled their tattooed bodies. I ordered these underlings to feast on the gangster trio and leave any other living things alone, then headed toward the rooftop with my other underlings. Hold it. I stopped midway up the stairs. Something wasn't right. The gangsters on the rooftop had probably heard the commotion downstairs. I should have been able to hear their footsteps. But the rooftop was suspiciously quiet. Are they getting ready to ambush me? Since I couldn't take the risk, I ordered my underlings to go up first and bite the 2 men on top. My underlings cheerfully ran up the stairs, screeching in their throat-rending manner. Thud. As the one in front got closer to the top, a solid baseball bat swung out and smashed its head in. The stricken underling collapsed on the spot. I quickly order my underlings to stop. This stairway was barely wide enough for a single person to make their way up. Even if we had a numerical advantage, we would suffer more casualties. All my underlings froze at my sudden command. I stared at my underlings, ordering them to back away and follow me. As I slowly led my underlings downstairs, I heard the gangsters above begin to speak. Big brother, they're going back down. What? Why would they do that? I'm not sure what's happening either. Ordinary zombies would have gone straight for the smell of fresh meat, fighting with each other to get through the narrow stairway. But I had no intention to give them what they wanted. On my way out, I ordered 5 of my underlings to stay at the bottom of the stairs. Then, I went out and assessed how high the roof was. It was pretty high for a 1-story building. Now I understood why the gangsters on top couldn't jump down. Do they think they have a chance if they fight on the rooftop? They probably didn't think that we could scale the wall. I pointed to 3 of my underlings. 3 of you, make a platform for us to stand on. They growled at my command, then moved to stand against the wall. However, they didn't do anything else. It was impossible to explain what a platform was to them, so I folded each one of my underlings one by one, making their backs parallel to the ground. None of you move. Stay still until we make it to the top. The 3 underlings had their heads against the wall, their buttocks pointed outward. I stood on top of them, but realized that the rooftop was still out of reach. I got another underling into the same bent-over position on top of the 3 others. I think this is enough. Alright, the rest, head up. As if they couldn't wait any longer, the remaining underlings made their way up, clambering over the 4 stationary ones. In moments, I heard a string of vulgarities, along with something hard being hit by a baseball bat. At that moment, I commanded the 5 underlings at the bottom of the stairs to go up. Immediately, I heard growls come from the supermarket. I was the last one to clamber over my staircase underlings and onto the rooftop. The rooftop was clear when I got there. My underlings were chomping their way through the men. I saw a woman curled up in the corner of the rooftop, shaking violently. Some of my underlings looked at me questioningly, wondering if she was one of the things they could chomp on. I sighed and forbade them to do so. They stopped moving instantly, becoming as still as well-sculpted stone figures. The ones that were feasting on the men were rolling their eyes. Gore. My underlings were whining like dogs waiting for their owner's command to eat. Wait. After telling them to wait indefinitely, I made my way down to look for a blanket. Thankfully, there were blankets hung along the wall, big enough to cover a single person. I headed back to the rooftop with the cleanest-looking one in my hand. I tossed her the blanket. She stared at me blankly with glassy eyes. I was not looking for gratitude. To her, as long as I was there with my underlings, I was no different from them. I told my underlings to take the corpses outside and wait. Under my command, they moved in unison. Of course, I didn't forget to tell them the most important thing. Eat everything except for their heads. I have something in mind for them. My underlings barked back, taking the gangsters' bodies outside. The mission was a success, but there was still some unfinished business. It was time to see who had really survived. One Yama, also known as Kala and Dharmaraja, is a Hindu god of death and justice. He is similar to Hades in ancient Greek religion and myth. I found the rest of the survivors in the break room behind the counter of the supermarket. There was a boy who looked like he had just entered elementary school, along with a woman in her 30s and an adolescent with a beat-up face. Fear and despair were written on their faces, but I couldn't say anything to them. Everything is all right now. I got all the bad guys. You can come on out now. It was better for Li Zhongyuke to say such words instead of me. In their eyes, I was nothing more than a zombie. I closed the break room door and walked outside. As I made my way out of the supermarket, I saw 5 heads on the ground. The 5 heads blinked, their mouths opening and closing like goldfish. The gang members had been turned into the same things as us. No, their plight was worse. They couldn't kill themselves even if they wanted to, as they didn't have any arms or legs. They were both dead and alive. I commanded my underlings to pull out all of their teeth while I watched. My underlings did so without hesitation. I ordered them to hang the 5 heads at the entrance to the supermarket. My underlings executed my order in unison. The finished masterpiece was shocking even to me. It was a clear warning to others that they should avoid this place, as there were psychopaths inside. No living being wouldn't dare set foot in the supermarket after seeing such a display. I looked at my remaining underlings. I had lost 2. I now had 26, down from 28. It took 2 underlings to take care of 5 people. Among the 26, 2 of them had each lost an arm. They must have lost them while breaking through the barricade. This would not have happened if we had taken action during the night. It was such a pity to see them like this. Their bodies were mostly intact, and they were pretty useful. I told my underlings to stand guard. Don't let anyone get close. It doesn't matter if they're zombies or living creatures. They growled in acknowledgement, and I headed back to my apartment. I was aware that none of this would have happened if we had attacked during the night. It was a pity for fresh recruits to be wasted like this. They could have done more if their bodies had remained intact. The zombies had had their fill of fresh meat. They growled at me again. I gave them a slight nod, then made my way back to my apartment. My original objective had been to obtain supplies from the supermarket, but I couldn't stop thinking of the survivors left in the break room. The boy who had confronted the gangsters to save his older sister was in critical condition. He needed to be treated right away. One of the boys was suffering from malnutrition, and the other woman and the boy had suffered severe mental trauma. They were probably questioning why they were alive right now. I knew they had to be feeling betrayed by mankind. I couldn't imagine the hatred they harbored toward mankind. They deserved another chance to start anew. Perhaps I was thinking too much, but I was able to see the world we were living in through their eyes. I knew my body wasn't in the most ideal condition, but I wanted to give them some hope. I wanted to let them know that even someone like me was holding on, and hadn't yet given up hope. Sigh. I didn't want to think about any of that anymore. All I wanted right then was to see So-yeon. ******. When I returned empty-handed, Lee Jong-UK and his comrades greeted me with nervous looks. I could feel their wariness underneath their scared faces. Perhaps they think that I broke our agreement because I didn't bring any food back. I took out the drawing pad, hoping to relieve their anxiety. I wrote a few individual words to explain what had happened a few minutes ago. Supermarket. Survivors. Lee Jong-UK read them, then arched his eyebrow and asked, "There were survivors at the supermarket?" I nodded in agreement. Lee Jong-UK contemplated this for a while, rubbing his chin. A moment later, his expression grew slightly bitter. "So, you want to bring them here?" I nodded again in agreement. Lee Jong-UK thought about this for a while. He stared into my face for a long time, and eventually chuckled. "With that face of yours, you want me to go with you, right?" I nodded. Lee Jong-UK had figured out what I wanted right away. Almost instantly, Lee Jong-hyuk called Lee Jong-UK to him, a worried expression on his face. "Hyung, what? I'm against the idea of you going alone. Why, 'cause you think he'll eat me or something?" The younger man didn't reply. Jong-UK must have hit the nail right on the head. Lee Jong-hyuk said nothing, but gave me a quick glance. Then Lee Jong-UK shrugged and continued on. 1 hour. If I don't come back, follow your gut." "What? My gut? That's up for you to decide." Lee Jong-UK shooed his brother away, then made preparations to go out. I wondered if his urge stemmed from boredom, since all he did was sit around all day. Then again, perhaps he wanted to see the survivors for himself. Lee Jong-hyuk and Choi Tae-hye stared at Lee Jong-UK's back, their eyes full of fear at novel bin at. Lee Jong-UK took out his knife, and told the two of them to not worry. He acted as though he was ready to stab me the moment I tried anything funny. We were still in the process of building up mutual trust. The chances of him stabbing me were slim to none, and since I wasn't lying, there was no need for him to carry a knife. An hour was more than enough, as the supermarket was only 5 minutes away. After he was done, Lee Jong-UK met my eyes and asked, "So, we got ourselves a deal?" I nodded approvingly. It wasn't easy bringing Lee Jong-UK with me for the 5-minute journey to the supermarket. As soon as he stepped out, the zombies fixed their gazes on us. They must have sensed his living flesh. I had no choice but to bring along 6 of my underlings that were guarding the entrance to the apartment complex. I made them escort Lee Jong-UK. His face was a picture of dissatisfaction, but he followed along without saying a word. He knew that it was for his own benefit. Zombies gathered around after picking up Lee Jong-UK's smell, but all of them swayed their heads side to side, as though sensing that something wasn't right. The strange mingling of the odors of dead and living flesh seemed to confuse them. They couldn't quite comprehend this weird combination of smells. I glared at them, and they backed away, smacking their lips. Thankfully, none of them attacked. As we got to the supermarket, I saw my newest recruits still guarding the entrance. I ordered them to make way, and to keep their hands off of Lee Jong-UK. Once we entered, I heard crying coming from the break room. Lee Jong-UK looked at me and swallowed. I gave him a slight push, encouraging him to enter. He stayed inside for more than 30 minutes. At first, I was worried that he was taking too long, but the cries that made it out of the room reassured me. He was soothing and comforting the people inside. After a while, he finally stepped out, together with everyone who had been inside, his expression serene. He flashed an awkward smile. "Let's get going." I nodded, giving commands to my underlings. When we returned to our hideout, the survivors from the supermarket furnished us with a trove of information. They were originally from the Tuxium area, but eventually made their way to Hangdangdong to avoid the zombies. The people they met when they reached the city happened to be the gangsters that met their end earlier in the day. The gangsters held them captive under the pretense of protection, and they used the husband of the woman in her 30s and the boyfriend of the woman in her 20s as bait to take over the supermarket. Once the zombies started feasting on the husband and boyfriend, the gangsters sprung into action, smashing the zombies' heads and taking over the supermarket. There had been more than 10 gangsters in the beginning, but after their fight with the zombies, only 5 remained. Most shocking of all of this had happened just the day before. Within a day, one woman had lost her husband while the other had lost her boyfriend, and they had almost surrendered their own lives as well. Sitting in the living room, I grew angry as I listened to the story, and a low growl escaped my throat. Lee Jong-UK motioned for me to keep calm, as my growl was scaring the others. I clenched my fist to control my anger. The survivors who had just joined us looked at me with raised eyebrows. Then, the woman in her 20s pointed at me and asked a question. "That person, no, that zombie." As the woman struggled to address me, Lee Jong-UK suddenly came up with a title for me. "Call him the zombie leader." "What? The zombie leader? You know my name is Lee Hyun-deok, right?" I wasn't sure if he was joking or not. As I glared at Lee Jong-UK, he patted me on the back and flashed a nervous smile. What a sick joke for him to make. The woman in front spoke up in a small voice. Thank you for helping us today. I let out a sigh. There really wasn't anything for her to be thankful about. The world had just been turned upside down. The woman in her 20s offered me the blanket she was holding onto. Thank you for this. I didn't want to return it without washing it. She trailed off, her expression growing bitter. I wanted to say it was all right. However, since I couldn't talk, I had no choice but to take the blanket she offered. I felt bad, hearing her apology. To be honest, the blanket wasn't mine to begin with. Li Zhongyuke smirked, commenting on my gesture. When'd you give her a blanket? What a gentleman. I sighed and shook my head slowly. I didn't want to go along with his jokes. He then offered the survivors the option of staying with us. His expression was one I hadn't seen before. He seemed more joyous than usual. You're welcome to stay with us. Huh. The eyes of the woman in her 20s grew wide, and she looked back and forth between Li Zhongyuke and me. Li Zhongyuke then asked me for my decision. Isn't this what you want as well? Right, Hyundiok? I was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Zhongyuke had called me by my name. I guessed he was feeling sorry for calling me the zombie leader earlier. I bit my lip, nodding in approval. The supermarket survivors were the kind of people Soyeon needed to make it through in this world. People that knew how to offer gratitude, people who weren't morally bankrupt like the gangster from earlier on. After a moment, the woman in her 30s spoke up. I'm really sorry, but do you happen to have anything to eat? Her words were barely audible, and she seemed to be having difficulty making eye contact with the rest of us. She knew that she wasn't in the position to ask favors. Her arms were painfully thin, and her cheeks were sunken. All this, along with the dark circles around her eyes, spoke of her current condition. She probably hadn't eaten for a couple of days. She likely hadn't gotten sufficient sleep because she'd had to stay alert, and all the moving around to survive had probably ruined her even more. At that moment, her gaze rested on the little boy, who couldn't even keep his eyes open. She wasn't asking for food for herself. She had taken the liberty to ask for food for him. Li Zhongyuke nodded, looking at Choi Dahai. She brought their bag over and took out some canned food and chocolate bars for the survivors. The woman's eyes glittered as her gaze fell on the canned food, offering thanks to Choi Dahai as she hurriedly spooned the canned food into the boy's mouth. My heart ached as I saw her feed the boy. There was nothing actually wrong with this scene, yet I couldn't help but feel sad. I got up, a grocery bag in my hand. Li Zhongyuke followed me and asked, Is there anything you want me to do? I pointed at everyone sitting in the living room, then finally at him. Take care of everyone. He nodded at me as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. Daddy. Tap, tap, tap. Soyeon ran toward me. I gave her a pat on the head and picked her up, flying her around here and there. Her final destination was in Li Zhongyuke's arms. Li Zhongyuke took Soyeon and bid me farewell. I had to get food before sunset. I needed to get more food now, since there were more of us. I could have felt pressured, but I didn't. Instead, I felt less stress. We were all still strangers, but there was something different about this group. They all had each other's backs, and put others before themselves. These were people Soyeon needed in her life to make it in this world. I had to go to the high school in the evening. The sun was about to set in an hour or two. I had to hurry. I stepped outside, holding on to the grocery bags. I returned to the supermarket with 10 underlings. There was still a lot of fresh water, canned food, and ramen in the back. While I was getting essentials like portable burners and gas, I felt the need for several extra pairs of hands. I turned 2 more zombies into my underlings and sent them back to our shelter with both arms full of supplies. Everyone welcomed me with surprised looks when I got back. Well, they welcomed the food I brought. Ramen? Is this ramen? Exclaimed Choi Dahai, jumping up and down with excitement. Lee Young-hyuk went straight for the watermelon, knocking it to see if it was ripe. Lee Young-uk beamed at me, unable to hide his astonishment. But I wanted them to wash up before they ate. I waved at everyone to calm them down and wrote on the drawing pad. Shower. Choi Dahai shrieked as she read the word shower. She came right up to me and asked, What about water? Where are we going to get water? I couldn't tell if she was asking me a question or threatening me. She couldn't hide her excitement. I saw her honesty as a good thing. Well, everyone in our group was honest. That's what I liked about our group. I much preferred people who were straight shooters, instead of those who pretended to be nice while talking about me behind my back. I told my underlings to leave the fresh water by the front door. They followed my orders, putting the bags full of bottled water on the floor. Some of them had water jugs on their shoulders. The amount of water that was being piled up left the others open-mouthed with astonishment. Even the survivors from the supermarket uttered in disbelief. We only had 2 bottles of fresh water for the past few days. I knew that surviving on 2 bottles must have been tough. I couldn't even fathom their struggle. I took the drawing pad to Lee Zhongyuke. I pointed at the word shower and then at the food. I wanted them to take a shower before eating. Lee Young-hyuk nodded in agreement. Then he scratched his neck and hesitated awkwardly, as though struggling to say something. After several moments, he finally spoke. I hope I don't sound like a snob saying this right now, Gore. But thanks for saving me, Jong-hyuk, and Dahai. I didn't reply immediately. It sure took him a while to say that. However, I was mildly surprised, since I hadn't expected him to thank me at all. He pointed at the bottled water, trying to steer the conversation away. We'll conserve the water, except for today. Deal. I smirked and nodded in agreement. Tap, tap, tap. So-yeon grabbed my hand and asked, "Aren't you going to take a shower?" I didn't know what to say. I couldn't tell her that my dead body didn't need washing. As I stood there, my mouth working silently, Lee Jong-uk patted her and said, "Your dad's going to be the last person to wash up." "Why?" "He said he'll wash up after taking care of a couple of things." "Really? Daddy said that?" "Of course, sweetheart. I wish he would wash up because he stinks." "Right. Hehe, yes." She nodded, laughing. To my surprise, she got along with Lee Jong-uk pretty well. In my mind, he was the most difficult one to get close to, but she followed him as if he was the friendly next-door neighbor, or that one uncle in every family that every child looked up to. I wondered if he had been treating her well while I'd been gone. Perhaps he was only prickly toward me. Ever since we rescued the supermarket survivors, though, he'd begun to open up to me as well. So-yeon's mood seemed to have brightened, now that she was getting used to being around more people. She talked more. She laughed more. It was a good change. So far so good. I'm doing my best. I smiled at her beaming face. Lee Jong-uk broke the silence, snapping me out of my contemplation. "Aren't you going to head out? It's going to take more time to get closer to Lee Jong-uk. *****. I took 5 underlings with me and went outside. The sun was still up. Beyond the reddish sky, I felt the summer breeze and the sound of bugs chirping. I was able to enjoy the nature around me, as the breeze and the chirping covered the sounds that the zombies made. My destination was a high school that was 40 minutes away. I was going to check if there were any survivors there. Of course, the plan to move So-yeon there wasn't set in stone yet. I wasn't willing to compromise on my second condition. I would only move the group once I felt, from their behavior, that they were safe to be around. The sky lost its reddish hue as I headed to the high school, sinking into inky darkness. At night, without the sun, the streets were eerier than I expected. I passed cars and buildings with shattered windows, and the streets were littered with trash and corpses. Zombies were running around, and some twisted their necks violently to sniff the air. The sunless streets were a living hell. I couldn't help but be impressed by Lee Jong-uk's group and the survivors from the supermarket for staying alive in a world like this for days. With the electricity cut off, the city was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. Even when my eyes grew used to the dark, I was constantly surprised when zombies came out of nowhere. It was difficult to spot them with the naked eye, while it was impossible to remain unnoticed by them, given their acute sense of smell and sight. I varied my route and snuck through small alleyways, trying to avoid the zombies as much as possible. I did so because I knew I might have to bring everyone along with me later. I was looking for a route where we would encounter the least number of them. I could turn them into my underlings, but I considered that the worst-case scenario. I didn't want to go through the acute headaches again, or suffer more broken teeth. It took more than just sheer grit to get through such pain. I wasn't planning to increase the number of underlings unless it was absolutely necessary. I counted the current ones I had with my fingers. To my surprise, I had exactly 60 underlings. A leader of 60 zombies. I felt a sense of power. I kept on walking through the darkness, my mind preoccupied with all manner of thoughts. Before I knew it, I saw the high school in front of me. A wall, taller than the average person, surrounded the school. There were 2 ways to get in, the front gate or the back gate. Both were steel sliding gates. I approached the front gate slowly, following the wall. As I got closer, I heard voices from behind the steel gate. "Wait. So what happened to Mr. Kim?" "I don't know. I heard he confronted the principal or something." "Man, I can't tell who's telling the truth." "Well, both sides are telling the truth, that's why. But you shouldn't just move around unless you want to die like a dog. But there's no guarantee that a rescue team is going to come. It's already been weeks. And what are we going to do about the food?" I stooped down instinctively, a jolt of surprise running through me. Even though they were whispering, I knew that this was a conversation between living people. I had harbored the slightest hope, but I couldn't believe there were actually survivors. From what they'd said, it was clear that there were more survivors. I had to know what the situation was inside. I lined up my underlings against the wall behind me. I commanded them to bend over, the same way I'd ordered the others this morning, to form a platform for me to stand on. I clambered up onto their backs so that I could see the entire school. There were a total of 5 floors, but it seemed like that the first floor was the only one being occupied. A couple of classrooms on the first floor had light shining out of them. The lights flickered through the curtains the way candlelight would. There weren't any high-rise buildings nearby where one could observe the entire school. Thanks to this, it seemed like the zombies that had developed their sight couldn't see the lights coming out from the first floor. How are the people on guard duty protecting themselves from the zombies? After all, the zombies would attack once they smelled living flesh. I rested my chin on the top of the wall as I observed the lookouts. I looked more closely at them, and noticed that they had smeared zombie blood all over themselves. I couldn't believe they would do something that disgusting. I supposed there wasn't anything one wouldn't do in order to survive. Now that I had confirmed the presence of survivors, I had to take a look inside. I led my underlings to the rear of the school and arranged them in the same manner. After climbing over them, I landed on the other side of the wall without making a sound at novel bin at. I thought my landing would make a noise, but surprisingly enough, my body was light as a feather. Now that the sun was down, my physical capabilities far surpassed what I could do when the sun was up. I immediately fashioned an escape route just in case I got caught by the people in the school. I lined up some desks and chairs along the wall. They seemed to be extra items that weren't used in the barricade that the survivors had created. The makeshift platform wasn't that sturdy, but it was more than enough for me to make the jump over the wall. After preparing my means of escape, I spied a back door far away that led into the building. I made my way over, silent as a cockroach. However, it was shut tight, locked and chained. I hastily searched for an open door. However, all the doors, including those in the back and to the left and right, were locked. I knew that it would be no trouble to break in, since they were glass doors. If I did so, though, all of my sneaking around would have been for naught. I came to the conclusion that there was no other way than to go straight in through the main gate. At that moment, I directed my gaze toward the second floor window. The window seemed broken. Bingo. Let's enter through there. I guess the saying if there is a will there's a way is really true. Alright, let's give this a try. It wasn't the ideal time to test my physical capabilities, but I had no other choice. I jumped as high as I could, concentrating all my strength into my legs. I felt my thighs expand as my calves compressed. I leaped. I barely got my hands onto the windowsill. I couldn't believe what I was capable of. Wait, I can jump this high? I wonder how high my vertical leap is. It looked like it was well over a meter. I got chills knowing what I was capable of. It felt as though I could momentarily defy gravity, a feeling I'd never experienced before. I had now gained confidence in my physical abilities, something I'd never had before. I vaulted through the window and stooped low. I saw a barricade blocking the stairway to the first floor. Given the way it had been set up, I could see that the survivors here had underestimated what the zombies were capable of. As I crouched there, I heard footsteps coming from the first floor hallway. I laid low, focusing on the sound of the footsteps. The footsteps grew closer, and I began to make out whispers. They sounded like women. Ms. Han, are we done with night shifts? The other woman sighed. We probably can't do night shifts anymore. We've run out of their blood to smear on ourselves. What happened to the people that were looking for their dead bodies and food? The search team? I mean, who would want to volunteer when half of the team doesn't make it back every time? We're all going to die at this rate. Things weren't going in their favor. I wondered how many hadn't made it alive for her to say something like that. I knew that it wasn't easy for someone to risk their own life, but if they had people they wanted to protect, they would have no other choice. I continued to eavesdrop as their voices grew more distant. Ms. Han, how many men are left? I'd like to know that as well. News about the search team changes all the time, you know. Another sigh. Things are becoming stranger by the day. What can be done about it? It's probably because everyone had different ideas about how to run things. The conversation about the remaining number of men had automatically moved to a discussion about the search team. That meant that the search team was only made up of men. It seemed like this group of survivors had distributed their responsibilities rather well. In this hellish world, there was no doubt that physical strength was prized, and it was a given that men would have higher chances of survival than women. It seemed like the men went outside to forage while the women stayed behind to protect the school. However, I couldn't help wondering what she meant when she said they had different ideas about how to run things. Their footsteps grew further and further away, leaving me with unanswered questions. I took this opportunity to get beyond the barricade that was blocking the first floor hallway and reach the classrooms with the flickering lights. 2 of the classrooms had lit candles inside them. Most of the windows were broken, and the curtains were either torn up or full of dust. I peered into the 2 classrooms and counted about 30 survivors. Half of them were elderly, and the rest ranged from children to adolescents in school uniforms. Seeing this gave me a glimmer of hope. The survivors here were taking care of children and the elderly. It seemed that they hadn't forsaken their humanity yet. Armed with this knowledge, I prepared to head back. At that moment, I saw a flickering light at the end of the hallway. Is that the principal's office? Or the night duty room? I headed toward it to figure out what it was. I assumed from the faint light emanating from the room that there was someone there, and I had to find out what they were up to. As I got closer, I heard voices of several people inside. The female teachers will have to join the search team as well. Did I say anything about that? I know what you're saying is right. But what I want to know is, who's going to be on guard duty if the women help the search team? Isn't that easy? We can ask the ones left here to do that. Who? The children? Or the elderly? What do you think they'll be capable of? To make it through, everyone has to work together. Both sides had a valid point, but the principal and the mysterious woman continued to argue the matter. Why, though? This didn't seem like an issue worth getting all worked up for. The woman said in an angry voice, "You're all talk. What exactly have you done here? What did you just say? Aren't you a man? Why aren't you part of the search team? You're always passing the buck to the younger men. Don't act so clueless. At novel bin at. Passing the buck? Here now Ms. Park, you think I'm doing nothing." Their voices grew louder. I felt the resentment and anger they had toward each other. However, a common undercurrent ran beneath their voices. Fear. The fear of whatever was beyond the wall, the fear that they would run out of food, the fear of people dying, and the fear that there was no rescue team coming. All these fears had taken over their emotions, when, in reality, they should have been working together to make it through. After a pause, the woman's voice came again, full of rage. "Yeah, what do you do here, anyway? I bet no one can tell. It's funny, because you were the one who was against the female teachers joining the search team in the beginning. Now, though, you want us to step up after seeing the male teachers die? Who in their right mind would do so? Then are you saying the women teachers won't do anything because they have to perform guard duty? I'm saying that your system was flawed from the start? Everyone has lost hope, especially since we've lost all connection to the outside world. You should be the one to be part of the search team. You have to be a part of it, to win back the trust of the others. That's what all the male teachers have been saying. There was a long silence. The principal did not reply. All this eavesdropping had revealed something to me. It wasn't just a lack of leadership. There was something more fundamental that hadn't been resolved. The blister had already popped, and the infection was getting worse. It already had turned into an incurable sepsis. The conversation was ping-ponging back and forth between idealism and reality. I wondered what had led them to this point. After a few moments, the principal answered, his voice colored with agitation, "Have you considered what you would do if I were to die while being on the search team?" "What?" The woman did not immediately answer the principal's question. The principal took a deep breath and demanded, "Who are you going to put up as the next leader?" He tried to keep his cool, keeping his volume in check, grasping at what little sanity he had left in him. "Kim, Mr. Kim will take your spot," replied the woman, stuttering slightly. The principal's anger burst out from within him. That bastard only thinks about going outside. Everyone's going to die if you go outside. Mr. Kim, huh. The conversation I'd overheard at the front gate had given me some idea of the reputation of Mr. Kim. He was the teacher who had confronted the principal. It seemed like these were the two opinions that were in conflict, whether to stay put or to take their chances outside. Since this woman was advocating for Mr. Kim, I assumed that the younger teachers were on Mr. Kim's side. The principal let out a roar of laughter. He was laughing at the top of his lungs, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, he said through gritted teeth, "Didn't you say something about the survivors earlier? Now you're just thinking of abandoning everyone. Isn't that right?" It was the woman's turn to remain silent. Bang! The principal pounded his fist on the desk. "Do you know why I'm not part of the search team? Is it because my life is too precious? No. My life isn't worth anything, not after I left my son and wife behind when they were bitten by the monsters out there. But the children and elderly here, they're all counting on me. How can I die when they're all relying on me? If I die, won't everyone just leave, including Mr. Kim? Am I wrong? I know you're going to abandon everyone." His accusation was met with a deafening silence. "You folks have no difficulty getting around. You folks are going to leave, without any consideration for whether those people die or not. Why do we have to be responsible for them?" the woman retorted. "Do you even know how many teachers have lost their lives protecting them?" She met the principal's rant with the thoughts that were consuming her own mind. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. "How long do you think we can protect these people? Huh? Like it or not, we're all going to die at this rate. That's why I said we should let them take on guard duty. We don't want that. We just want to get away. How long do we have to sacrifice ourselves? We can't even take care of ourselves in this damned world." "Huh? When you say we, you're not including the children or the elderly, are you?" The woman bawled her eyes out. The principal took a breath and did not continue the conversation. There weren't enough young, physically capable people in this place. It was like an aging society that did not have enough support to keep itself afloat. The system was collapsing, and it was only a matter of time before the remaining population of young and healthy individuals fled. It was a situation that had no solution. No, it was a situation to which the conclusion was painfully clear. ******. I leaned against the wall, listening to the sighing and crying across the wall. I wondered what would happen if our survivors came here. We had capable individuals who had the strength to accomplish things. Would they be forced to make sacrifices, or would they grab power and take over? I didn't know what to think. This was something outside my control. It wasn't something I could solve. If our group of survivors came, there would be more than 50 people living in this compound. Would I be able to bring back enough food for all of them? Would Lee Zhongyu's group continue to take care of Soyeon if I wasn't able to bring back enough food? One question led to another, a never-ending stream. However, I eventually came to the most important question. Do I ignore these survivors, or help them? Both sides had valid points. One faction was trying to get out, while the other faction wasn't willing to leave. The fact that they were arguing showed that they were still sane, and still had some semblance of morals. However, like a glass floor slowly cracking under too much weight, they seemed to be slowly losing their ability to remain rational. I couldn't come to a conclusion. I had to discuss this matter with my group of survivors. I wasn't sure if I could explain everything that was going on, but I was willing to try, regardless of how long it would take. I got up and made my way out of the building. As I jumped over the wall, I noticed my underlings still hunched over next to the wall. After telling them to stand up, I made my way quickly back to my own shelter through the darkness. My heart was heavy the entire way back. I could not stop thinking about what I had seen back at the school. I just couldn't get over it. I knew I needed to discuss it with my group and come to a decision. ******. I heard laughter through the front door as I reached my place of shelter. It wasn't much, but I could feel the warmth in it. I took a deep breath and slowly opened the door, knowing that I was the bearer of bad news. Lee Zhongyuk approached me with a smile. "Hey, Lee Hyundeok, we came up with this idea." He cut off abruptly as he saw my face. His smile slipped, and he asked me what was wrong. As I stood there with mixed emotions, Lee Zhongyuk brought me the drawing pad along with a few colored pens that had been laying around. He was asking me to explain what had happened. I started writing slowly, letter by letter. He nodded as he followed my scribbles. I wrote, on and on. Lots of elderly and children. Not many young people. Li Zhongyuke slowly mouthed the words on the drawing pad. Is there a large discrepancy between the two groups? I nodded, growling. All right. Keep going. I continued to write. I drew images to represent the leaders of the elderly faction and the younger faction, and wrote the word leaders underneath. Li Zhongyuke tilted his head, trying to figure out my drawing. The leader of the elderly, and the leader of the young people. I nodded in approval. I then drew countless arrows to describe the ones who were trying to leave, the ones who were trying to stay, and their disagreement. Li Zhongyuke considered the arrows, then followed up with a question of his own. They're trying to leave? Only the younger people. I growled in the affirmative. Why would they want to leave? How about the rest of the people? I drew a large X over the remaining people. Li Zhongyuke's face grew pale. They're dead. I growled in denial, shaking my head. He tilted his head once again and rephrased his question. Did the younger people kill the elderly? I made a face, growling in denial again. I wrote down a few words to elaborate myself. Elderly, children, no strength. Younger people, nothing to lose. Li Zhonghyak came to the rescue. I think he's trying to say that the younger people are going to leave the elderly and children behind because they aren't really useful to them. I growled in approval, patting him on his shoulder to thank him for easing my frustration. I felt him jump at my sudden touch, but he quickly flashed a satisfied smile. The rest of the group came over to look at my drawings and words. Choi Dahai broke the silence. Wait a minute. Let's make this clear before we move on. So you're saying that the younger people are going to abandon the elderly? Is that why the leader of the elderly group is frowning? Gore. Then what's the drawing on the next page about? The one where the leaders are arguing. Is it a quarrel between the ones that want to stay with the ones that want to leave? I was so glad that I almost howled. I felt like I'd aged at least 10 years in the span of a few minutes. I was thankful that Li Zhonghyak had corrected the false assumptions, bringing the conversation back on track. Li Zhongyuke sat still, quietly listening to what the rest were saying. After a while, he frowned in disapproval, then scratched at his sideburns and asked, so the younger people are desperate to leave while the elderly want them to stay. Gore. Wait, this doesn't seem right. There's something more fundamental that doesn't make sense. If the younger people had the power to leave, why would they stay and argue about it? I didn't know how to answer his question. He was completely right. However, I didn't know how to explain this. I wasn't Picasso, so there was a limit to how much I could explain through my drawings. Besides, I also couldn't think of the right words to explain this situation. At that moment, Li Zhonghyak spoke. I bet there's some issue with food. They're probably fighting because the younger people were trying to take all the food. Right. No, I don't think that's the case. There's nothing to lose, even if they left. The chances of them having a lot of food is slim to none. In the end, they just want to get rid of the people who aren't of much help. After all, they could have just left with the food from the start. Li Zhongyuke had made a very succinct point. I wanted to give him a round of applause to acknowledge his sharp and analytical mind. He rubbed his chin, then snorted and continued with his hypothesis. That leaves only one reason. His proclamation drew everyone's attention. With all eyes on him, he smacked his lips and continued to speak. They can't leave without feeling guilty. They want to leave, but at the same time, they don't want to feel like they're abandoning the people that would be left behind. It's like they're trying their best to justify their actions. Bunch of hypocrites, if you ask me. There were universal noises of approval as the rest of the group nodded, agreeing with Li Zhongyuke's theory. He shrugged and continued, it could be rationalization or justification. It seems like they already know they have no way of justifying what they want, so they're just wasting time quarreling. I couldn't help but nod at his theory. I recalled the argument I'd overheard between the principal and the woman. It now seemed to me as though the woman just wanted to get rid of the principal by making him join the search team. There would be no better justification for their actions than if the principal were to be killed. They didn't want to do the dirty work themselves, nor did they want to maintain the status quo. They were as selfish as they could be. I wondered if they knew that they were no longer acting like rational, intelligent beings. As I stared at Li Zhongyuke, he smirked and said, "Hey, So-yeon's dad." I growled back in surprise. Previously, he'd called me the zombie leader, but now he was calling me So-yeon's dad. It had a ring to it. Do you know what's going on? I didn't reply, noticing that I was avoiding his question. Li Zhongyuke sighed and walked toward the couch. He slumped into the couch and muttered, "It's too late now." Moonlight shone into the living room, as though illuminating his thoughts. There wasn't a single person present who didn't catch what he meant. It was too late to persuade the younger people in the school to think ethically and morally anymore. It was pointless to give them a second chance, especially since the only thing they wanted right now was to get rid of the principal. They were no different from children wishing for their parents to die. After a while, Li Zhongyuke asked me another question. "So-yeon's dad, there's only one thing on your mind, right?" His question drew everyone's attention to me. I nodded, my face full of mixed emotions. The one thing that was bothering me was the fate of the helpless children and the elderly. It was only natural for the young and able-bodied individuals in the school to plot an escape. My mind was solely on the children and the elderly. They would die without knowing why. I knew that ignoring them would strip away the last bit of humanity I had. I couldn't turn a blind eye to them. If I did, I would be nothing but a dead body, with no humanity left in me. As I made my way back from the school, the principal's plea lingered in my mind. He wasn't there to keep himself alive. He wanted everyone to stay together, despite knowing what the younger ones wanted. He wanted to save everyone. When he realized that wasn't an option, he'd cried his heart out and begged the rest of them to be on the same page as him. Unfortunately, no one was willing to get on board. From the moment they'd decided that they wanted the principal gone, it was only a matter of time before the younger faction made their move to escape. Li Zhongyuke took a close look at my face, his head swaying from side to side in disapproval. I can't tell if you're a good person, or just dull-wit. I made a face. Me, dull-wit. People's lives were on the line. Did I have to call him out for not being able to come to such an easy decision? Li Zhongyuke let out a sigh and continued, I'm no different. I can't stop thinking about the people there. I stared at him, not saying a word. He was calling himself dull-wit as well. I realized that he and I might have more in common than I'd previously thought. After a while, he got up with a grunt and finished his thought. All right then, I have faith in you. Don't let me down. Faith, huh. I wasn't sure if he was telling me not to betray his trust, or if he wanted me to never let go of my attitude of caring for others. I couldn't help but smirk. He probably meant both. I'd been put off by his attitude at first, but the more I got to know him, the more I realized that he and I got along pretty well. He scratched his neck and followed up with a question. So what's the plan? I tightened my grip on the pen on the table. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When evening came around the next day, I brought Li Zhongyuke to the high school. 30 of my underlings escorted him. We were making our move at night for one simple reason. I wanted to raid the school when my underlings were in peak physical condition. If the survivors had paid attention to what was happening, they should have been aware of how threatening the zombies were after sunset. I call it a raid, but the 30 underlings I was taking with me were mere extras. We were going to make a show of threatening the survivors. I assumed they would not fight back, since they didn't seem to possess any proper weapons, and they lacked the will to defend the school. Once we appeared and held the numerical advantage, the younger ones would flee. At that moment, Li Yungyuke would approach the elderly and children trapped in the classrooms. After taking over the school, Li Yungyuke would assess the survivors. This was the plan we'd come up with the night before. I had also drilled into my underlings over and over again that they were never to, under any circumstances, bite any of the survivors in the school. Moving around at night with Li Zhongyuke was more dangerous than I'd anticipated. Plastering his body with zombie blood wasn't enough to conceal his sweet human smell. Every time he breathed, his smell permeated throughout the streets like the aroma of mouth-watering ramen. The zombies, with their senses heightened, were constantly attracted to him. Every time unfriendly zombies made an appearance, I had to line up my underlings and yell at the approaching zombies, move, get lost, come closer if you want to die. I turned away as many zombies as I could in this manner. I did not want to suffer any headaches before we executed our plan. It would be a total disaster if I lost my mind. However, I had no choice but to turn the zombies who possessed sight into my underlings. I could do something about the ones who only possessed the ability to hear or those who relied on their sense of smell, but I didn't know what surprises the ones who could see would bring. If the ones with vision began to call out, matters would quickly spiral beyond my control. As we encountered more and more zombies, our pace slowed. Even though we were so close, we had to stop multiple times because of the severity of my headaches. I recruited 8 new underlings along the way. All 8 of them had the ability to see. I hadn't seen them during the day, but now they were making the occasional appearance. Man, let's get it together. I took a couple of deep breaths, checking to see if Li Zhongyuke was falling behind. It was quite a sight to behold, watching him moving while being escorted by my underlings. His bitter expression made me chuckle. It felt rather nice. It was like getting back at him for all the jokes he'd made at my expense. After moving for 50 minutes, all the while paying close attention to our surroundings, we finally glimpsed the wall surrounding the school. It had taken us longer than usual. I looked at Li Zhongyuke while pointing at the school wall. He nodded, swallowing visibly. He was no longer smiling. He was mentally preparing himself for what was to come. My attitude changed too, as I carefully made my way toward the wall. I had to stay hidden from the guards to ensure that our plan didn't fail. I bit my lip, taking each step with caution. Splash. The unexpected sound halted me in my tracks. My legs froze and my hair stood on end. I crouched down immediately, and ordered my underlings to sit. Li Zhongyuke followed me surreptitiously, looking at me with a nervous expression. I opened my eyes as wide as I could, scanning the area, including any possible blind spots. Where is this sound coming from? It sounds too familiar. An uneasy feeling welled up from within me, and I could feel the cool summer breeze caress my skin. With chills running up my spine, I continued to look around, straining my bloodshot eyes. Splash, splash. I heard it again. Sticky footsteps, as though whatever it was had wet feet. The unpleasant noise ground into my eardrums. After a moment, a forgotten memory drifted into my mind. I froze as though I had seen a ghost. Alarm bells were ringing through my mind. The sound filled me, as well as the feeling as though all the water was draining out of my body. This was a feeling I had completely forgotten about after becoming a zombie. This feeling, which I thought I would never have to experience again, engulfed me once again at novel bin at. Death. The fear of death blared through my mind like a siren. As I stood motionless, Li Zhongyuke spoke, his voice full of doubt. Hey, So-yeon's dad. He was nervous too. I could sense the desperation in his voice. He had never confronted the black creature before. He was probably wondering why I'd stopped moving. I made my way through my underlings and covered his mouth. He hadn't expected that. His eyes flew wide open, and his entire body shook. Does he think I'm going to eat him? A glimpse at my nervous expression made him realize that something else was going on. He carefully removed my hand, blinking as hard as he could. He was signaling to me that he could keep quiet. Splash. I heard it again. My teeth chattered with fear. A distance away, on the opposite side of the school, I saw the creature I never wanted to confront again. The elongated shadow, fashioned by the moonlight, walked slowly toward the school with a big smile on its face. A shadow? No, it wasn't a person. This shadow was a grim reaper. Splash. The creature's eerie footsteps echoed along the silent street. The zombie blocking its way let out a cry out of fear. Crack. I almost gasped in astonishment. My eyes went wide, and I covered my mouth in surprise. It had all happened in an instant. The black creature ate the zombie's head. Murky black liquid was oozing out from the zombie's neck. It had been sheared through cleanly, as if cut through by a guillotine blade. The zombie's body fell to the ground like a reed blown by the wind. I felt like I was about to lose my mind. It was eating its own kind. The black creature swallowed the zombie's head without hesitation, as though it was eradicating a useless pest. Gulp. I heard someone breathing heavily behind me. My gaze flicked towards the source of the sound, falling on Lee Zhongyuke, whose eyes were full of fear. Oh shit. I looked back at the horizon, and saw the creature staring in our direction. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why hadn't I thought of this earlier? Maybe, just maybe, I'd been denying its existence as some sort of defense mechanism, as a means of retaining my sanity. I'd been arrogant in thinking that it had left Hang Dang Dong for good, and that it wouldn't appear in front of me ever again. I felt my stomach tingle, then begin to throb painfully. The black creature was walking slowly toward me. I stood as still as a stone statue, frozen with fear. I knew better than to scream or fight back, unless I wanted to meet the same end as the zombie that had its head bitten off at novel bin at. There was no guarantee I was going to survive if I tried to fight that thing off. I was well aware of its physical capabilities. I knew running away wasn't an option. I just had to hope it directed its attention elsewhere. Gore. It finally reached me. It made an unpleasant cry that made my hair stand on end. I didn't dare look at its face. My head sagged like a frightened animal. It circled around me, smiling all the while. It kept on circling me, as if it was trying to intimidate me, reminding me of my station compared to it. Splash, splash, splash. Its slow gait and clear, distinct footsteps heightened my senses. Its proximity paralyzed my every nerve. I stood there, frozen, as it stopped right in front of me. I didn't know how much time had passed. It just stood in front of me, sowing in me fear, despair, and helplessness, like a farmer sowing his seeds. I carefully lifted my head to catch a glimpse of it. Just looking at it made my knees go weak. It was smiling. I had no doubt that it was smiling. The corners of its mouth were lifted as far up as it could manage. All I saw was its red gums. It was laughing at my fear. It had teeth as sharp as a shark's, with no gaps in between. I couldn't tell how many teeth it had. Its silent smile was a constant reminder of my place within the food chain. I felt as though I was at the bottom, not even close to it. I lay on the ground shaking, my body racked with spasms. It looked at me for a while more, then shifted its attention toward its original target, the school. Is it letting me live? Is it being merciful toward the weak? It quickly clambered onto the top of the wall, and curled its body in preparation for a jump. Its thigh muscles clenched, while its calves folded like springs. It floated upwards like a butterfly, or a ghoul that was trying to make its way from the depths of hell and into heaven. It jumped so high and moved so quickly that I couldn't follow its movements. Splash. It landed on the school rooftop with ease. The only sound it made was a gentle tap, despite such a big jump. Gore? It let out a shriek that was loud enough to split eardrums. It sounded like a dementor, sucking up every soul around it. 1. My head was ringing, and it felt as though all the air around me had been sucked away. What the heck? What was that noise? I could hear the exclamations of the people on guard duty. It's death. They're going to die. I shook my head violently, trying my best to come back to my senses. As my faculties returned, I noticed Li Zhongyuke on the ground, his mouth opening and closing like a goldfish. There was no time to lose. I felt sorry for the people at the school, but I had to use them to buy some time to run away. I grabbed Li Zhongyuke by his arm and forced him upright. Now wasn't the time to care about the zombies around us. We had to get away. We had to run without looking back. The silver lining in this situation was that the zombies around us were also fleeing the black creature's cry. It was an opportunity for me to escape with my underlings. I assumed it would be harder for the black creature to distinguish us from the other zombies that were also running for lives. I ran as hard as I could, the buildings of the darkened city zooming past me. Everything passed by in a blur, as if I was looking out the window of a moving train. My body was driven by one overriding thought to keep on running. I picked up speed, as though my legs were driven by motors. Every single muscle in my body was being controlled by the danger signals being sent by my mind. With the sun down, I could run much faster compared to during the day. I made a beeline for our apartment while commanding my underlings to keep watch on our flanks, and to monitor Li Zhongyuke in the case he got left behind. There was no time to make a detour to avoid the zombies. We had to take the most direct route. There was no need to look back. All I could hear was the sound of my ragged breathing. After running for an eternity, I heard a gasp from behind. As I turned around, I saw Li Zhongyuke drenched in sweat and dry heaving. There was no time to rest. There was no telling how far the range of that black demon was. I swung Li Zhongyuke onto my back and kept running. We have to get further away, even further. I ran like a madman, surrounded by my underlings. As I kept on running, I spied our apartment in the distance. We're there. We're almost there. Just a little bit more than we're back at our apartment. A demonic howl split the air. The shriek sent chills up my spine. With effort, I turned my stiff neck to see what was going on behind us. I glimpsed the creature a distance away, jumping from roof to roof as it made its way toward us. It had caught up to us, and was now following us. There's no way all of us can make it out together. No matter how hard we tried, it would outpace us. Cough, cough. I heard Li Zhongyuke coughing behind me. I knew he'd run with all his might despite his foggy mind. He had probably run at full speed for a couple of kilometers, with no thought to pacing himself. He was already exhausted. In those few moments, I collected my thoughts and ordered my underling to take Li Zhongyuke back to the apartment. My underlings grunted in reply and prepared to run. Just then, I felt a tug. Something grasped my clothes tightly. I looked down, and my gaze fell on Li Zhongyuke, bathed in cold sweat. He was pale and breathing heavily. Don't die. I was taken aback. I knew he meant it from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were barely open, but I knew he was looking at me. However, I didn't know how to react. How can I fight this black creature? Fighting it was the last thing I wanted to do. The best I could do was run away or beg for mercy. Surviving a fight with that thing was unimaginable. Li Zhongyuke's request for me to stay alive was almost a pipe dream. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke's arm fell limp. He'd fainted from exhaustion. Go ahead. Go. At my order, my underlings dashed toward our apartment. Seeing me and Li Zhongyuke split up, the black creature stopped its advance through the buildings momentarily. It was probably contemplating on who to feast on first. If it went after Li Zhongyuke, its next prey was obvious. So-yeon. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let it go after Li Zhongyuke. It had taken us well over 40 minutes to walk to the school, a considerable distance. However, this creature had followed us persistently. With it around, I couldn't ensure the safety of the people in the apartment. I couldn't direct it to where So-yeon was. No, I absolutely could not send it there. I had to fight it off somehow. The situation had taken a ridiculous turn. I looked at the receding figure of Li Zhongyuke and took a deep breath. His slouched form seemed so small and insignificant from here. Nevertheless, I hoped that hunched-over silhouette would make it back safely, to take care of So-yeon. I yelled as hard as I could toward the black creature, growling. The unpleasant, throat-rending cry tore through the silence of the city. The black creature stopped and looked toward me. It's this way, you idiot. It was time for the weak to fight back. The creature howled, even more angrily than before. I wondered if it had heard me curse at it. It ran toward me like a bull reacting to a red flag. My skin tightened in fear, and I could sense the creature's killing intent enveloping my body. I yelled at it with the intention of scaring it somehow, but it didn't do much. Fighting it face to face was suicidal. I started running in the opposite direction of our apartment on stiff legs. All right, let's think. Think. I didn't know if that black demon could think, but right now, I had to concentrate fully on my own survival. Its hellish scream blasted through the air behind me. Despite all my efforts, I couldn't put any more distance between us. On the contrary, its cry sounded even nearer. I knew it was getting closer. It was a matter of time before I got caught. You five in the back, block the black creature? No, kill it. I kept on running as I gave my orders to my underlings. Gur, Arg, Gur. I heard their cries as I gave out more orders. It seemed that the creature had already caught up to them. I glanced behind me sporadically to check out what was going on behind me. I saw my underlings being torn apart, their flesh flying everywhere. Suddenly, I saw a green head flying toward me. A Dementor is a fictional creature from the Harry Potter series that is capable of consuming a person's soul, leaving their victims in a vegetative state. With a gasp, I ducked and let the flying head sail over me. I pulled out all the stops and made a run for it. I bit my lips as I ran, and soon, I saw Wangsimni Station in the distance. 1. There was an abandoned building under construction in the front of the station. Construction was obviously at a halt, since the safety first sign was partially torn away. I knew it was impossible to shake it off. I could sense, subconsciously, that the construction site would be my final battlefield. I used my underlings as bait while I hastily made my way toward the construction site. 8, 9, 10 of them. I heard the endless screams of my underlings. I felt the resentment in their cries. I closed my eyes to ignore their wails. I'm sorry. Their deaths were meaningless. I was not ordering them to fight. Instead, it was like a kamikaze command. 2. However, there was no way I could let myself die. If I died, what would happen to everyone back at the apartment? What about the rest of my underlings that followed my orders? What about So-yeon? I couldn't foresee the consequences. I squeezed my eyes tightly and bit down on my lower lip. I felt bad for my underlings, but I couldn't die here. I barely made it to the construction site, though I sacrificed my underlings to do so. I knew better than to take a rest. I searched the construction site for a weapon I could use to fight the black creature. After an extensive search, my eyes fixed on a pile of rebars. There were rebars lying all over the floor. It seemed that the wires that had been holding them together had snapped. Gur? I heard its shriek from behind me. I was sure it would grab me by my neck at any moment. I felt chills down my spine, and the air around me turned ice cold. Even without turning around, I sensed its wide-open mouth straining for my neck. I threw myself to the closest pile of rebars, grabbing the closest one to me. I brandished the rebar, trying to regain my balance. The moment it caught sight of me, it charged toward me. My body reacted first. I thrust the rebar as hard as I could, skewering the creature as it flew through the air. The rebar went straight through its heart at novel bin at. The creature screeched and howled. Its scream filled the air around me. But it wasn't a cry of pain. Rather, it was one of anger, one that a predator would make when it was challenged by something that it deemed as prey. It struggled even more ferociously. I tightened my grip on the length of rebar, and held onto it as hard as I could. I used all my strength, trying to counter the creature's resistance. However, I was only being drawn closer to the creature, like iron filings toward a magnet. I eventually let go of the rebar. My eyes fell on another length of rebar on the ground, and I quickly picked it up. Everyone, grab a length of rebar and stab it. I gave the order to my remaining underlings, who each picked up a rebar as they dashed toward me. Using all my strength, I stabbed another length of rebar diagonally into the creature's body. Crack! The rebar pierced through its body with the sound of splintering bone. Crunch! Crack! Whack! My underlings carried out their own onslaught. The creature's body looked like it was riddled with bullets. I knew I couldn't stop. This was not enough to stop it. It staggered for a moment, then rushed toward me, snatching one of my underlings and snapping its head off. I backpedaled as quickly as I could as the creature reached out its arms towards me. Despite my desperate attempt to evade it, it managed to grab my left arm with its long arms. Crack! Its sharp nails dug into my elbow and ripped off the bottom half of my arm as if it were made of styrofoam. My eyes went wide as I saw my left arm flying through the air. Growling. Its howl of rage threatened to rip my mind apart. I gave commands to my underlings, barely clinging to sanity. Keep stabbing? Don't stop. As I ordered my underlings to attack it, I went inside the half-finished building to look for something that could end its life. I rushed up the stairs, going through the second and third floors without stopping. I could hear the screams of my underlings from below, followed by the howling of the creature, like a dissonant echo. Its howl numbed my mind, causing me to lose control of my legs. I kept on heading up, punching at my thighs, which were stiffening up due to the overwhelming fear. As I made it to the fourth floor, something caught my eye. There were a couple of vibration-resistant, reinforced concrete pipes close to the walls of the site. I wasn't sure what a sewer pipe was doing on the fourth floor, but it wasn't the time to think about such things. I looked over the guardrail to assess the situation below, and I saw my underlings being ripped apart by it. Pieces of rebar were sticking out of its entire body, but this did nothing to stop it from continually attacking my underlings with its arms. Restricting its movements seemed to do very little. It still ripped through my underlings with its overwhelming strength as if it was tearing up stacks of paper. I had no time to get sentimental. In order to finish it off, I had to execute a fatal blow. Using a length of rebar that was lying around, I shoved with all my might against the reinforced concrete pipes. However, one piece of rebar wasn't going to be enough to move something that weighed several tons. I wedged a couple of lengths of rebar underneath the circular tube as a lever, and pulled down on them as hard as I could. My right arm was shaking violently, and it grew hard to breathe. The reinforced concrete pipe finally twitched. I knew I could turn the creature into a meat patty once I pushed it beyond the guardrail. I put all my remaining strength behind it, shattering my remaining teeth. My muscles felt as though they were going to burst any minute. I growled at my dislocated joints. My veins bulged right out of my body, as though they were going to burst. Growling, I strained against the reinforced concrete pipe with all my might. Thud, roll, thud. I finally managed to get the concrete pipe moving. I saw my underlings down below being slaughtered by the black creature. It took a moment to register the falling concrete pipe. It crouched immediately, preparing to jump. The screech of metal on concrete echoed through the construction site. The lengths of rebar that were stuck diagonally through its body prevented it from jumping. As it struggled harder, the rebars tore at its flesh and insides. The rebars kept it in place. Growling, the creature stared at the fourth floor while letting out a terrible howl. It wasn't a cry of hate, but the cry of an animal that knew that it was about to meet its end. It knew that there was no way it could avoid the falling reinforced concrete pipe. Crash! The ground shook as though an earthquake had struck, and the tremendous vibration whipped up a massive cloud of dust. I felt the vibration through my legs as it traveled up the building to the fourth floor. I squinted while covering my mouth and nose with my one arm. Is it dead? Is it dead for sure? Gore. I still heard its cries. It wasn't dead yet. It was still breathing, despite having a 2-ton block of reinforced concrete dropped right on top of it from the fourth floor. I clenched my fist as I made my way down to the first floor. As the dust settled, I noticed it lying there, with half its head squashed in. The reinforced concrete lay pressed against the rebars, still pincushioning its body, tearing at its flesh. Its body was a mess, and its insides were spilling out. There was black, inky liquid oozing out from its crushed head and mouth. It lay there, spitting out gooey liquid that resembled fetid swamp water, offering no resistance. I grabbed the last remaining length of rebar on the ground to end my frustrating relationship with the creature. I concentrated intently as I aimed for its motionless head. Go to hell. My blue veins seemed about to burst. With all my strength, I stabbed the length of rebar into its face. A terrible howl escaped the creature. Crack! With a final, dying cry, the cold rebar pierced through its skull. Its body sagged like a marionette doll with its strings cut. The rebar that pierced it was shaking violently. My legs lost their strength, and I collapsed to the ground. It was over. Everything was over. I didn't feel sick. I was overwhelmed with the joy of having conquered my adversary, together with the adrenaline that still coursed through my muscles. I couldn't help but smile. I felt amazing. It was a happiness that stemmed from the knowledge that I was forever done with this creature. I pictured a child running toward me with a smile. Now I can go see So-yeon. Beep. At that moment, a high-pitched noise assaulted my eardrums, causing my vision to blur. It was a single, high-pitched squeal. Light seemed to be flashing before my eyes. Is there a problem with my brain? It was difficult to maintain my balance, as though something had gone wrong with my inner ear. Along with this sudden headache, my mouth started to become extremely itchy. It felt like hundreds or thousands of insects were crawling around inside my mouth. I felt my mind slipping away, as though the rebar that had pierced the black creature's head had actually pierced mine as well. Is this some kind of rebound? Is it because my joints are misaligned? It was impossible. I felt no bodily fatigue, nor did I feel any physical pain, except for this headache. However, because of it, my entire body was in agony. Gore, ga, gore. Saliva drooled out of my mouth. I couldn't breathe. I wrapped my right hand around my neck in pain. Where is this pain coming from? Why am I in pain? I feel like I'm dying. It feels like I could die at any moment. So-yeon. Her face flashed through my mind. I imagined her running toward me with a cute smile, reaching me and hugging me. She seemed so close, just an arm's length away, but she disappeared in front of me like a mirage. Grr. Gaah. I kept jerking and twisting, trying to resist this death-bringing pain. I couldn't die like this. I couldn't leave So-yeon behind like this. It grew harder to breathe, as if someone had put a big stone in my throat. I couldn't draw in any air. My blood seemed to stop flowing once it reached my blocked-up neck, unable to make it up into my brain. I felt like my head was about to burst, and my eyes were about to pop out. Gore. Gore. Ga. My entire life flashed before my eyes. The moment So-yeon called me daddy after having kept her distance from me for what seemed like ages. The moment the survivors thanked me. The moment Lee Jong-UK called me the zombie leader. All those memories flashed through like a blurred-out strip of film. Even though I was like this now, a living corpse, I still had precious moments where I felt alive. Don't you die. Lee Jong-UK's words brought me back to my senses. Right, I can't die. I won the battle, and death is only for losers. I opened my eyes wide open and smashed my forehead against the floor. Grr. I channeled all my remaining strength into the one arm I had while forcibly straightening my stiff upper body. Gaah. At that moment, something began to grow within my itching mouth. It made its way through my gums, growing into their correct positions. I gritted my teeth to fight the pain. Wait, did I just grit my teeth? I knew I had lost all my teeth, but somehow, at that exact moment, I was clenching my teeth. As I straightened my back, my blocked throat slowly cleared up. The summer breeze made its way through the gap. My mind, which had fallen into an abyss, barely made its way back to sanity, registering the sweet air through my nose and mouth. Pant, pant. I could feel my senses slowly coming back. My entire body was shaking, racked with coughs as I greedily sucked in air. I slowly got back to my senses, and I felt a feeling of intense comfort wash over me. Gore. As I let out the stuffy breath that had been trapped inside me, my quivering body started to settle down. I slowly got to my feet, taking deep breaths with my eyes closed. A feeling of freshness and calmness that I had never experienced before wrapped itself around my body. The fear of death that had engulfed me mere moments ago was gone like the wind. I opened my eyes, gazing into the horizon. Everything seemed far away, as if I was dreaming. I saw the entire world as though I was in a deep sleep. I stood in a vague, meaningless, and weightless point in time and space. Everything in this world felt like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. I massaged my stiff neck, slowly moving it side to side. I lifted my right hand to scratch the itchy part of my mouth. Slash. It felt like my flesh was being sliced apart. Black blood dripped down my right index finger. My teeth had grown. No, a pair of fangs had come out. My teeth were sharp and razor-like, like shark's teeth. Something was wrong. I was sane, yet everything seemed too peaceful. It felt like I wasn't myself. After a moment, I smelled something sweet. I sniffed continuously, and my gaze eventually fell upon the object which was giving off the smell. I realized that it was coming from the black creature's torn-up corpse. I walked up to it. Gulp. My mouth was watering. The hunger that I hadn't been able to feel rumbled within me like a volcano that was about to explode. I wasn't sure how to describe the state I was in at that moment. It didn't seem right to say that I had lost my mind. However, I wasn't just following my instincts either. Without hesitation, I went for the black creature's head, cracking its skull to expose its brain. Its brain was pitch black. I didn't know how to describe the way I was feeling. Is it the feeling of sitting in front of a piece of juicy, tender beef while it's being cooked? I couldn't stop my mouth from watering. I could already taste the sweetness swirling inside my mouth. I opened my mouth as wide as I could to munch on its brain. Gobble, gobble. Its brain was a delicacy, just as I thought it would be. I felt my body muscles tense and expand repeatedly as I kept feasting. I felt my muscles grow as tight as the black creature's muscles. In moments, I had finished all of it. Only fluid was left behind. Beep. The high-pitched whine started up again. The noise thrashed against my eardrums, messing with my mind. I couldn't keep my balance. I knew I had to stand upright, but the world in front of me was already sideways. In moments, I felt the coldness of the floor through my skin. I wanted to move. My mind was telling me to move, but my body wasn't having it. After a while, an unusual feeling engulfed my body. An unusual feeling. It was a feeling I hadn't felt in a while, so it took me a while to realize what it was. I'd never felt it after turning into this. Drowsiness. I suddenly felt sleepy. My eyes were drifting closed of their own accord. I couldn't resist, as if I was going into hibernation. My body was acting instinctively. It seemed perfectly natural for me to go to sleep. My mind was yelling at me to move, and that I had to get back to the apartment. However, my body didn't follow along. Instead, my eyelids started to close. I blinked several times, my vision flickering the way lights did just before a blackout. Eventually, darkness swallowed me. Wonwongsimni Station is a subway station in Seoul, Korea. It is located in Hangdang-dong district, where the main character resides. A kamikaze was a technique employed by Japanese pilots in World War II. They would strap explosives to their aircraft and attempt to take out enemy targets by crashing their planes into them, committing suicide. How long was I out? I cracked open my eyes, and saw hundreds, even thousands of ants. I was so surprised that I shot up right away. I then realized that the hot sun had cooked my right cheek to the point where it stung. I looked around as I brushed dirt off my body. I finally recognized the abandoned construction site, and saw my underlings standing around in the sun, staring at me blankly. When I first left our compound with Lee Zhongyuke, I had 30 underlings with me. I recruited 8 more on our way to the high school, which meant that I should have had 38 underlings. At that moment, though, I only had 5 left. Did I order 33 of my underlings to act as bait to distract the black creature? I didn't even realize how many underlings I had lost while fighting for my life. I took my underlings out of the sun and into the unfinished building. They had all turned black, their skin burned by the sun. I stepped inside the construction site to pull myself together. Moving both arms, I covered my face in my palms. Wait, my arms. I stared at my intact left arm. It had regenerated. My severed arm had regenerated. Every joint was intact, as if nothing had happened to it. I stared blankly at my left arm, then began to feel my entire body with my arms. The misaligned joints had fixed themselves. My restorative abilities had regenerated my injuries. Why isn't my stomach regenerating, though? Is it because it got torn out while I was a human? I swallowed as I looked at my underlings before me. I asked the underling in the very front how many days it had been. Gore. The underling looked at me, confused. Right. It probably doesn't understand what days mean. I rephrased my question so that it was easier for them to understand. See the thing up in the sky? The sun, the hot thing. It growled in approval. How many times did that thing go up and down? It started folding its fingers, but stopped with a puzzled expression when it realized that it only had 3 fingers on its right hand. It looked at me, its expression indicating that it didn't have enough fingers to count. Has my bond with them grown tighter? I felt like I knew what they were saying. I grabbed its left hand to let it know that it had more fingers, and it continued to count off the days. My underling finally folded a total of 7 fingers. A week. I'd been here for more than a week. My heart skipped a beat. A week was long enough for anything to happen to the people back at the apartment. I pulled myself together and headed back toward the apartment. As I stepped out from under the half-constructed building, I saw the black creature's corpse. It didn't have a head. As I stared at this being, a rather unpleasant memory surfaced. In my memory, I had ripped its head off, and was munching on its brain. What was that? My eyes went wide as I stared at the black creature's corpse, remembering what had happened. A sudden wave of nausea overcame me. My legs collapsed while I tried to keep the black leftovers down. It took me a while before I could find my feet again. My insides couldn't keep still. Why did I do that? I vividly recalled myself piercing its head with a length of rebar. But whatever happened afterwards seemed to have been done by someone else, with me playing the role of a spectator. That thing that I saw, it hadn't been me. I mean, I was the one who had committed the action, but in that moment, I hadn't been myself. Did I lose my sanity for a moment? Or is it more accurate to say that I was possessed by something? At novel bin at. I wiped away the saliva around my mouth and looked at my underlings. What happened while I was knocked out? I asked them. My memory had holes in it, in the period after I'd eaten the creature's brain. This meant that I could have done anything while I was out. However, all my underlings just shook their heads, not saying a word. If I had done anything funny, my underlings would have made unpleasant noises as they tried to explain what had happened. However, judging by the way they were just swaying their heads, it seemed like I had been lying motionless for a week. I closed my eyes to recall what had happened that day. I ate the black creature's brain. Something about teeth? Expanding muscles. As I put together the snippets of my memory, I began to remember that day, little by little. In summary, I had regrown my teeth and developed stronger muscles by eating the black creature's brain. Then I fell into hibernation. Why did I do that? Why? I couldn't figure out the reason why. Up until now, I thought everything happened for a reason. That there was an explanation for everything. At that moment, though, I couldn't find a reason or cause for what I'd done. This incident had defied my beliefs. After the world changed, so many unexplainable things happened. Oh, through the tangled snippets of my memories, something caught my attention. That something cleared up my mind instantly. So-yeon's bright smile burned through the haze like a flash fire. Then, Lee Zhongyu's crabby face, Choi Dahai's face as she was playing with So-yeon, Lee Zhonghyuk's cheesy face, and the faces of the supermarket survivors passed through my mind as well. This drew me back to my senses. I stood up, realizing that it wasn't the time to contemplate questions that couldn't be answered. I didn't know a thing about the state of the people in the apartment. I had to figure out if Lee Zhongyuk had recovered from dehydration, what the food situation was, and if they'd moved to another apartment or not. They should be together, right? They definitely should be. The thing that made me the most nervous and desperate was So-yeon's safety. I made myself believe that everything was alright as I hastened back to the apartment. Chirp, chirp. The calls of the cicadas filled the streets. Summer was almost at its peak. Interspersed between the cicadas' calls, red dragonflies flitted about. Nothing else around the area had changed in the last week. Thud. Something caught my foot. I jumped in surprise, looking down reflexively to see what it was. It was a zombie head that was still alive. Its eyes were fixed on me, and its mouth was moving. A rush of guilt washed over me as I met its gaze. The zombie seemed familiar. Though it was now only a single head, I clearly remembered what it had been wearing. It was my first underling, the one with the black suit. Oh geez. In the first moments of the confrontation, I'd ordered 5 underlings to act as bait to distract the black creature. The black creature had torn my underlings apart and thrown one of their heads toward me. I ducked to avoid it, then ran like the wind. Ever since it had been thrown at me, it had been left here, still awaiting my orders, unable to kill itself. It no longer had its expensive suit. It was just a head, waiting for my orders. I looked at it for a while. It moved its mouth, its eyes full of tears. I almost sensed it saying, "Boss, I can't move at all." I closed my eyes and said to him, "I'm sorry." Squinting, I looked around. I needed something that would help end its journey. There was debris scattered all over a utility pole that had toppled over. I picked up the largest piece and stood in front of my underling. I looked it straight in the eye, and said my last words to it. "You've done well. It's time for you to get some rest." Splat. I closed my eyes as I smashed the piece of debris into its face. Dark red blood splattered all over my face and hands. After a moment, cerebral fluid flowed out from around the piece of debris, and the zombie's mouth stopped moving. I hope you get born again in a world where there are no zombies. I stood up with a sigh. Thank you. At that moment, I heard a thank you. I turned around to see the underling I had just smashed. Its mouth was no longer opening and closing like that of a goldfish. Instead, it was smiling. It was smiling. It had just thanked me for killing it. As I stared at what remained of it, I remembered the woman with no legs on the first floor of the apartment complex. She had definitely been smiling too. She hadn't said thank you, but she had definitely been smiling as well. Terminal lucidity. I guess zombies had it as well. It seemed like they recalled the times when they'd still been humans the moment they accepted death and realized that their life was coming to end. This was all just speculation, but it was the only logical conclusion I could come up with at that moment. The 5 underlings stood next to me, their expressions blank. They didn't seem to mourn or feel sad about a fellow zombie's death. It seemed like zombies only got emotional right before they died. Despite it all, something didn't feel right. The dead underling had thanked me, but I still felt like I'd committed an unforgivable sin. I made my way back to the apartment, and gave my underlings a command along the way. Follow me, but be on the lookout. Let me know if you see any other living zombies. On my way back to the apartment, I killed an additional 5 underlings. All 5 of them thanked me. However, I could not accept their thanks. I was a sinner. I was the one who had used them for my own needs. I hadn't felt much when I'd first recruited my underlings. I treated them as disposable things that I could use for my convenience, since they were dead beings anyway. However, my underlings were faithful to me. Their last moments were no different from that of humans. In a way, they could end up reaching the end of their lives in a more human way than actual humans. They didn't belittle or distort the truth, nor did they force sacrifices on others. They also never ended up in an endless swamp of negativity. They humbly accepted their death after doing all they could do in their given position. My heart was clouded with mixed feelings, clogged up by unidentifiable, inky debris. Do I have the right to waste the lives of these zombies? Of course, they'd probably all been regular zombies that had hunted humans before being recruited as my underlings. However, I felt the need to ensure that they could rest in peace after they became one of mine. They were connected to me as one organism, and devoted their lives to the survivors. Let's just say that they've paid for their sins as human beings by becoming zombies. And that they've paid for the sins they committed as a zombie by becoming my underlings and devoting the rest of their lives to helping humans. I took a deep breath and continued to organize my thoughts. We're different from the zombies that hunt other human beings. We're zombies that exist for humans. We'll devote the rest of our lives for the survival of humans. Though my body is dead, I still possess my intelligence, and I have underlings that follow my commands. That's why I want to live the rest of my life like a human being. I want to do good for others, good that I was not able to do while I was still a human. I want to live like a human. As I passed the entrance to the apartment complex, I saw the green group of zombies guarding the entrance of apartment building 104. They were standing still, shoulder to shoulder, blocking the entrance. They seemed to be waiting for someone. As I showed up, my underlings started growling, their eyes fixed on me. Gore. They kept on growling. Quiet. With that quick command, I headed up to Unit 505. When I got to the front door, I didn't sense the presence of people within. Previously, I'd heard laughter, but now, it was as quiet as a tomb. I swallowed and reached for the doorknob. On the way to the apartment, I'd reminded myself over and over again not to be surprised even if there was no one inside. I reminded myself of this one more time as I nudged the door open. Click. As I stepped in, I saw all manner of colored shoes in the shoe cupboard. I saw So-yeon's shoes and Choi Dahai's flats. The unidentifiable pieces of inky debris that lingered in my heart disappeared. I let out a sigh of relief. They hadn't abandoned me, even after losing contact with me for over a week. They hadn't left me, even though they didn't know if I was still alive. I took off my shoes. I wanted to see everyone's faces. I wanted to see So-yeon's beaming face. I smiled as I rushed into the living room, almost tripping. Quickly, though, I realized that something wasn't right. What's going on? Everyone's shoes were there, but there was no one in the living room. What's going on? What happened to everyone? So-yeon's dad. A voice came from the kitchen, and my gaze flicked over. I saw Choi Dahai peeking out from beneath the kitchen table with a knife in her hand. Her eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, "He's alive! He's alive! Everyone, you can come out now." With her confirmation, the others began popping out from various places. The woman in her 30s came out from behind the couch, Lee Jonghyuk emerged from the air conditioner, the woman in her 20s with her younger brother from the bathroom, and finally, Lee Jongyuke from the master bedroom. As Lee Jongyuke stepped out to the living room, So-yeon and the little boy followed him. You. Stuttering, Lee Jongyuke walked toward me. His eyes were bloodshot. I didn't know why, but at that moment, seeing everyone seemed to stir something in my dead heart. It almost felt like my heart skipped a beat. Seeing Lee Jongyuke felt like seeing a friend after a long time apart. I was back. I was back in the place where everyone was. Everyone welcomed me with a smile. Everyone welcomed this living corpse with warmth. According to Lee Jonghyuk, during my absence, they had had meeting after meeting. In conclusion, the majority seemed to believe that I would make it back alive. The violence, cruelty, and superior physical capabilities the black creature possessed made them consider my death as a real possibility, but Lee Jongyuke believed that I would make it. I looked at Lee Jongyuke with a rather puzzled look, but he looked away and continued his story. I just assumed that you were alive, since all of your underlings were still waiting for you. I knew he'd been worried about me, despite what he said. His eyes, set in his pale face, had welled up with tears. I smiled at him while patting him on the back. He looked at me, then stood up and walked off while clicking his tongue. Patter, patter. I heard footsteps racing into the living room. So-yeon was running toward me, covered in tears and snot. Daddy. She ran toward me with her arms wide open. I smiled brightly, lifting her up. I smelled sweet shampoo coming from her. Her cheeks had gotten chubbier, which told me that everyone had been taking good care of her while I'd been gone. I patted her on the back as I held her in my arms. My sweetie, have you been listening to the adults? I wish I could have said this. I wanted to talk to her. I wanted to talk to her about normal stuff. But I knew that such a thing was a luxury in this situation. Instead, I hugged her, hoping that all the words I wanted to say to her would somehow be transmitted to her. I looked at Lee Jongyuke and gave him a slight nod. Thanks for taking care of her. Thank you for being a leader, so that everyone can get along. My nod contained 1,000 thank yous. Lee Jongyuke seemed to sense my meaning. A small smile spread across his face as he looked at me and So-yeon. These were people who knew how to show gratitude. And they were good people. Even in this cursed world, they were able to keep a balance between practicality and common decency. They took care of So-yeon while I was away, and treated the people from the supermarket as human beings. After a while, the teenage boy came looking for me. Ajusi. The boy put down the gunny sack he was carrying. This was the first time he was seeing me. He'd been in a terrible condition when I brought him over from the supermarket. His face had been swollen, blood oozing from his battered lips. He'd been on the verge of dying, like an unwanted dog being beaten to the brink of death. Those gangsters must have really taken it all out on him. However, in the span of a week, I could already tell that he was doing much better. He probably still had bruises here and there, but with time, the physical pain he'd suffered was bound to fade away. The boy bowed low, from the waist, and said, "I heard that you saved me. Thank you very much." I put on a benign smile and patted his head. The boy flinched, but quickly went back to his sister with a smile on his face. The girl in her 20s beamed at me as she squeezed her younger brother's cheeks. I laughed along. Then Lee Jongyuke asked while looking at my face. "Huh? What's this?" "Oh shoot. My teeth." Lee Jongyuke lifted my lips up without my permission, exposing my full set of razor-sharp teeth. I quickly turned away with a frown. His eyes went wide, then he asked, "You can grow teeth?" I was actually surprised by his question. I assumed that he would be alarmed, and hadn't expected a question stemming purely out of curiosity. However, I couldn't find a hint of wariness on his face, just genuine surprise. Lee Jongyuke's question drew the attention of the others. They all gathered round, then said in unison, "Say AHH. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." Using a combination of words and drawings, I explained what had happened to me that day. Everyone's eyes were glued to my drawings, and they slowly nodded when I explained how I got separated from Lee Jongyuke that day. Of course, I didn't tell them I'd eaten the black creature's brain. I only told them that I pierced its head with the rebar. Everyone thanked me for what I had done. Li Zhongyuke patted my back without saying a word. Is he trying to say sorry for not being able to help? Or is he thanking me? I wasn't sure why he patted me, but I didn't sense any ill will. Li Zhongyuke looked closely at my drawings, then tilted his head one way then the other, seemingly confused. So you started growing teeth after killing the black creature. I nodded in agreement. That's interesting. Have you seen this black creature before, though? I hesitated, slightly puzzled. You know, back at the high school, you seemed to sense its presence before anyone else did. You suddenly covered my mouth. Oh right. I remember now. I'd been terrified back then. I didn't even think about running away until it was right in front of me. I probably looked as though I'd known of its existence, and knew that resistance was meaningless. However, I didn't know how to word my explanation properly. I put the pen down and pointed at myself. Li Zhongyuke stared at me blankly, shaking his head in confusion. What about you? Gore. I pointed at the black creature in the drawing pad. Then I made a biting motion while pointing to myself. As I continued to gesture in this manner, Li Zhonghyak spoke up. Hyung, I think the black creature attacked Soyeon's dad. Oh. He let out a small sigh, finally understanding what I was saying. His face suddenly darkened. He asked another question, biting his lip uneasily. So you turned into a zombie because of it? I nodded in the affirmative. He sighed and nodded, giving me the notion that he would not be asking any further questions about this matter. I'm still not sure I have the full story about what happened, but you're still the same as before, right? I nodded, my expression serious. He nodded back and gave me a pat on the shoulder. That's what's important. I didn't know how to respond to that. Why don't we continue eating? They had been eating lunch before my sudden return, but when my underlings on the first floor had begun to howl, they'd hurriedly made preparations to fight. They had probably cleared away their meals and gotten into their fighting positions, all nervous. When I'd entered the living room, everyone had been working in unison. Everyone had been wielding a weapon, except Soyeon and the boy who was her age. Many of the weapons were improvised, but everyone was ready to protect the children and defend their own lives. This was a good change. I mean, I wasn't sure if it was good to look for a weapon only when they sensed something approaching, but it definitely felt like a good change in this damned world. Asterisk. I watched from the couch as the rest of them finished up their lunch. I couldn't help but smile. Just looking at them warmed my heart. Soyeon was working away with her chopsticks with her small hands, shoving in food in her mouth. My prediction that there would be no more washing dishes had been completely off. Even in this cursed world, without water or electricity, life continued on. It was like seeing a family gathering. Li Zhongyuke came toward me after finishing eating first. Hey, Soyeon's dad. Everyone now called me Soyeon's father, but Li Zhongyuke called me Soyeon's dad, as if it was my nickname. I looked at him and snorted. He took out a notepad to look at all the plans he'd made, and briefed me on the plans for the day. I was planning to get some food and take care of some stuff outside. I'm sorry to have to ask you since you've just returned, but would you mind joining me? I nodded without hesitation. After all, I didn't suffer from fatigue. Rest meant nothing to me. Once I'd agreed, Li Zhongyuke went to retrieve something from the room. He emerged with a can of spray paint, the kind that graffiti artists used. I looked at him all confused. He hardly looked like the type of person to ask me to draw graffiti art with him. He shook the can as he explained his agenda. I'm not sure how you tell your underlings apart, but in our eyes, they're all zombies. So I wanted to mark them with this. Oh, I didn't think of that earlier. Looking back, he hadn't seemed comfortable every time I went outside with him. I thought that it had been because of the unpleasant smell, and the fear that came naturally with the situations we were in. However, in his shoes, the fear of not knowing if a zombie was on our side or not probably engulfed him the moment he stepped outside the apartment. Obviously, I had no problem telling them apart, as my underlings appeared green to me. From his perspective, though, it would be almost impossible to differentiate an ally from an enemy. Despite all this, he'd gone along with all my plans, and had even made 2 trips outside with me. I wasn't sure if it was right to say that he had guts, or that he had no fear. It was perhaps best to think of him as an exemplary leader. I felt sorry for not considering his perspective beforehand. I had to pay attention to the details. I took the spray can with a nod of approval. I felt bad for my underlings, but this had to be done. Li Zhongyuke and I headed toward the front door, leaving the others who were still eating. Li Zhonghyak and the teenage boy followed us. The boy's face was full of determination. Li Zhongyuke caught sight of the boy and gave him a nudge. Stay inside. I can help too. Young blood, you're not even a high schooler yet. At novel bin at. I'll be a high schooler next year. A freshman in high school next year. I couldn't help but laugh at what he'd said. The concept of school was long gone. I couldn't help but laugh at his mention of going to high school next year, despite the situation we were in. Li Zhongyuke clicked his tongue and fastened his gaze on the boy. Li Zhonghyak swallowed the remaining food in his mouth and began to speak. Kang Ji-suk, you have to protect the people here. Who's going to be the leader when we're gone? Me. That's right. You have to toughen up and be a man. And do your part? Got it. Yes. Li Zhonghyak smiled proudly and patted the boy's head. How could the 2 Li brothers have such different personalities? Li Zhonghyak was the stereotypical kind uncle, while Li Zhongyuke was the edgy and rebellious uncle. I chuckled at their short exchange as I shook the can of spray paint. As the Lee brothers stepped outside, I saw my underlings on lookout duty. There were a total of 35 of them. I'd lost some, but the ones remaining were still trustworthy. The Lee brothers started spraying them away with blue-colored spray. Gore. My underlings all glared at the Lee brothers, surprised by their unexpected spray attack. Don't move. Stand still. It's good for your body. My command forced my underlings to remain still as they watched the blue paint slowly cover their bodies. I could tell by their expressions that they did not enjoy getting sprayed. They looked at me with expressions that conveyed their discomfort. My underlings looked back and forth between their bodies and me with confused faces. I know, it's probably wet. I wasn't sure if they still possessed the sense of touch, but all of them smeared and scratched at the paint on their bodies. Eventually, all 35 underlings had blue bodies. They still looked green to me, but the saturation seemed a little different. The Lee brothers looked at their work with faces of satisfaction. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke broke the silence. Damn, they kind of look like calm waves. Waves, huh? I realized that they weren't all the same blue. The ones wearing black clothes would seem darker, while the ones in white would seem brighter. Even their skin color was a factor in determining what shade of blue they were. I chuckled at my observation, commanding my underlings to sit down and stand up until I told them to stop, beginning with the first row. Gore. My underlings followed my orders, alternating between sitting down and standing up. Li Zhongyuke looked at me, his eyes growing wide. Are you making them do a wave? Li Zhongyuke let out a big laugh as I nodded. I smiled at the long-awaited peacefulness. Once we were done, the Lee brothers headed back to the apartment, while I took 10 of my underlings to the supermarket. The gangsters' heads were still hanging at the entrance. Thanks to them, everything inside was still intact. I grabbed all the food I could see and passed them to my underlings. In the span of a week, all the frozen food had gone bad. The watermelons felt rather warm on the outside. I wasn't sure if they were edible, but I grabbed a few anyway. Li Zhonghyuk or Choi Dehai probably knew more about me when it came to food and meal prep. I also got some fresh water and clothes. No one had changed for a couple of days. I picked out some clean underwear and some summer clothes, along with blankets and duvets just in case it got cold at night. I stopped by the hardware section at the end. I gathered some tools that seemed useful. I wanted to procure some weapons for them. I wanted to make sure that they would be able to take care of themselves, even in the event of something unfortunate occurring, such as me being gone for a week. I knew they needed tools to protect themselves. After filling the shopping basket with all the tools I thought were going to come in handy, I realized I had put in a lot more than I thought. I grew worried that we couldn't carry everything back. I looked at my underlings to see if any of them could spare a hand. Every single one of them had bags in their hands, and some even had bags taped to their waists as well. Maybe I got a little too greedy. I didn't see any other zombies around. I was considering recruiting some new underlings if there were any around that looked alright. However, most of the ones whose bodies were still intact were already under my control. There was also no reason for the passive zombies to be out here in broad daylight. Okay, I need more underlings. The fight against the black creature had made me think of what was most important. I came to the conclusion that the most urgent issue was to recruit more underlings that could assist me. There was no guarantee that there was only one black creature out there. I knew there had to be other zombies like me who still possessed their rational minds. Zombies with cognitive abilities. What would be the odds of them fighting for other groups of survivors? Everything was mere speculation, and was all the more reason for me to recruit more underlings, just in case the unexpected happened. I should search Hangdang-dong inside out. I need to recruit those with strong and complete bodies into my underlings as punishment for eating humans. Thus wrapped in my thoughts, I headed back to the apartment. Everyone at the apartment was happier than I expected with the things I brought back. They welcomed the food, but they were happier to see the extra pairs of underwear and clothes. Filling up the grocery cart with everything I saw because I didn't know everyone's sizes was a stroke of genius. Li Zhongyuke laughed out loud when he saw the brilliant pink pair of boxers. Jisuk. Yes, Ajusi. Here's one for you. Li Zhongyuke handed him the pink pair of boxers. The teenager blushed and mumbled something. The girl in her 20s, Kang Ianzhong, gave him a nuji. You shouldn't be complaining, you know, she said. What? Nuna. Say thank you and wear it. Despite her firm voice, she had a smile across her face. Kang Jisuk took the pink underwear into the master bedroom, grumbling all the way. After that, Li Zhongyuke took a look at the things I had brought from the hardware section. Where'd you get this? Wait, no. Li Zhongyuke rephrased his question, shaking his head as if he knew how silly his question was. Did you get these from the hardware section? I nodded, and Li Zhongyuke looked at Li Zhonghyuk. Zhonghyuk, can you take a look at this? This. You used to work as a welder. Li Zhonghyuk replied hesitantly. Welder? What welder? I barely learned anything in that part-time job. And that was back in my freshman or sophomore year in college. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips and said, you're right. And it'll probably be too noisy anyway. Hyung, I don't think we have to weld it. I think we can just use it the way it is. Do you think you can even swing it properly? It's pretty heavy. The one you're holding is too heavy. I'm talking about this one. Don't you think it'll be quite nice to put a knife at the end of this stainless steel tube? Li Zhongyuke nodded as he took a look at the stainless steel tube Li Zhonghyuk passed him. Stainless steel was extremely useful, as it had a good strength-to-weight ratio, and did not rust as easily as other metals. The Lee brothers went to work on their ideas. Meanwhile, I got up, preparing to go out. Choi Dahai watched me for a moment as I made my preparations, then she asked, "Are you going out?" I picked up the drawing pad, pointing at the high school. Just then, Lee Zhongyuke walked up to me. "Are you nuts? You're trying to go to that school again." I nodded. My gesture was met with silence. Lee Zhongyuke didn't say a word. His lips were pursed tightly, and our eyes were fixed on each other's. He finally broke the long silence by asking me another question. "Are you worried about the survivors?" I didn't reply. Considering how quickly the black creature had come after us, it was possible that there were survivors left within the school. However, I wasn't concerned about just any survivor. I was interested in the lookouts who were on guard duty that night. They had seen the black creature with their own eyes. If the black creature attacked them, there was a possibility that they could have transformed like me. I had to see if there were more creatures like me with my own two eyes. Frankly speaking, though, I didn't need to explain all of this to the rest of them. Therefore, all I did was nod calmly. Lee Zhongyuke sighed. He knew that there was no way to dissuade me from going. "If anything happens, just run. Don't be overconfident." I nodded and headed out. Everyone in the living room bade me farewell. Amongst them was So-yeon. "Daddy." So-yeon came running up to me. I took her into my arms and patted her. She smiled and tickled my wrist. "Do I look sad? Why is she tickling me?" Quickly, though, I realized that she was writing letters on my wrist. I couldn't exactly tell what she was writing, but I assumed she wrote something positive as she was beaming, so I smiled back. After that, she sidled up right next to my ear and whispered, "You." I was so surprised to hear those words from her that my eyes almost popped out. I had to question myself if I heard the right thing, even though I'd heard them crystal clear, since it was something so unexpected. She immediately dashed to Choi Dahai as though embarrassed that she'd said those words. I waved at So-yeon before heading out. As I opened the front door, a musty smell hit me in the face, but I couldn't stop smiling. Her warm words had melted my heart well. "I love you." That's what So-yeon had said to me. ******. I made my way outside, taking 5 underlings with me as I got to the first floor. I was planning to interrogate zombies that were similar to me. I needed to see if they were on my side or not. If they held any animosity toward humans, I was going to kill them without hesitation. I didn't care if my actions were unethical. I wasn't an ethical being anymore. I made haste toward the high school with my underlings. The journey no longer felt long. I felt as though I could make the trip with my eyes closed. More importantly, I could tell that something was different about my muscles. I was pushing off the ground with much more force than usual. It didn't feel like I was going forward. Rather, it felt as though I was pushing the world backward. I touched my thighs, questioning my rather unfamiliar muscles. They felt too strong, and my muscles felt rock solid. I twisted my head side to side to observe my underlings behind me. They stared back at me blankly, wondering if something had happened. If I'm walking faster than usual, there's no way they can be right behind me. However, my underlings were keeping up with me, perfectly calm. It's probably nothing, right? I didn't think much of it, putting it off as just a feeling. We reached the wall surrounding the school, and I ordered my underlings to check out the situation over the wall while I leaned against it. Leap, leap. As soon as I gave them orders, the unbelievable happened. My mouth fell open. All my underlings began to jump over the wall with ease, despite it being at least 2 meters high. The underlings who'd had to clamber over each other to get over these same walls just a few days earlier were now performing miracles at Novel bin at. I watched them jump over one by one in awe, and soon, I realized that all of them had made the jump. Now's not the time for this. I put all my strength into my legs to make the jump after getting myself together. Then I leaped. Immediately, my body was in midair, and I felt a sense of weightlessness. I had a sensation of my soul trying to catch up to my body. My body kept floating higher, like a spaceship defying gravity. This is really high. Too high. Stop, stop. I want to get down now. As I reached the peak of my leap, I could see the entire school below me. Then, some unfathomable force grabbed onto my ankles. I looked down reflexively as I felt gravity pulling me down. Gravity was persistently dragging me down to the ground. I was scared. I was falling too fast. It felt like being on a freefall tower ride with a broken seatbelt. The wind slapping at my ears heightened my fear. I let out a sharp scream. I closed my eyes and prepared for impact. I felt almost nothing as I landed. What the? How can this be? My body felt light as a feather. My landing had been gentle and sophisticated like a cat's. I carefully opened my eyes, erasing the frown from my lips. My arms and legs were shaking violently. I had felt absolutely no impact, but the fear and terror had given me the chills. 5 underlings were arrayed in front of me, staring at me with the same confused expression. I brushed my hands, looking left and right to hide my embarrassment. I took my time to stretch a little, then put on a straight face and asked them, "When did I tell you to jump? Didn't I order you just to check out the situation?" As I gave them a dressing down, the underlings exchanged looks while scratching their hands. After a moment, they all jumped back over the wall. They were like trained ninjas that had taken on the appearance of zombies. When all of them had made it over the wall, I fell to the ground. It was as if I'd been waiting to be left alone to do so. I was surprised. I was more than surprised. All I'd done was jump over the wall, but as I did so, I sensed my body grow light as a feather, while my lower body and core muscles had gotten abnormally strong. It definitely wasn't just a feeling. I now knew that I couldn't dismiss the feeling I'd felt on the way to the school. My physical abilities had become abnormally enhanced, along with those of my underlings. The regular zombies on the streets were still the same. The change had happened only to me and my underlings. As I contemplated the cause of this, every avenue led to the same conclusion. The black creature's brain. My muscles had gone through a transformation as I ate its brain. I felt as though my muscles had condensed, somehow, becoming stronger and tougher. Doesn't that mean that my body has similar physical capabilities as the black creature? I swallowed as I looked at the rooftop of the school building. The school was 5 stories high. The black creature had jumped to the top of it with ease. If it had used all its strength, it would have easily been able to jump to a height of 6 or 7 stories. I wondered how high I could jump. What's the point of thinking about it? I can test it out on my own. I stood up, directing all my strength into my legs and getting into position to leap. My thigh muscles expanded, and my calves held firmly onto my Achilles tendons, which were coiled like springs. With all my might, I held my breath and leaped toward the rooftop. The wind rushed past my ears. The first dash, second and third floor windows zoomed before my eyes. With a clank, I grabbed onto the windowsill of the 5th floor hallway. I think I could have made it to the rooftop railing if I had put in more strength. My physical abilities had become abnormally enhanced, but unfortunately, I was still no match for the black creature. Despite this, I was more than happy with what my body was capable of. My body was slowly turning into a weapon. I smirked as I looked down at the ground. This is pretty high up. I felt nauseous. Though my physical body had been enhanced, the acrophobia I suffered from while still a human had not gone away. I made my way into the hallway, not even thinking about jumping down. Even though I was inside, my arms still trembled continuously thanks to my fear of heights. I clasped my hands together, taking deep breaths to calm my violently shaking body. As I made my way down the stairs, I noticed the candlelit classroom on the 1st floor. I stealthily made my way toward it, so that I could have a peek inside. There were about 20 kids in a circle, talking amongst themselves. Wait, talking? No, they were crying in silence. Why aren't the teachers coming back? One of them said, sobbing. You idiot, you still don't get it, do you? They abandoned all of us. No, they said they'd be back with food. Do you think people who go out to get food take all the weapons with them when they leave? How do you think they'll bring all the food back? The male student, sitting across from the female student, raised his voice. It seemed like the young, able-bodied adults had grouped up and made a run for it, leaving only the helpless children and the elderly behind. I wondered where the elderly were. I squinted, but could not make out any elderly individual. There were only children and teenagers, of varying ages. Click. The sound of a doorknob being turned came from somewhere down the hallway. I quickly hid myself in the next classroom. Thud, tap. Thud, tap. The footsteps sounded weird. They were weak, and alternated with thudding sounds, as if whoever it was walking with a cane. I peeked down the hallway to see what was going on. An elder with snow-white hair was walking down the hallway, their head sagging down. Concern and anxiety were written all over this elder's face. After a moment, a man with a fully grown beard followed the elder through the door. Sir. Oh, yes. You left your onigiri here. It must have slipped my mind. The white-haired elder with white hair addressed the man with the fully grown beard as the principal. I hadn't seen his face the last time I was at the school. He looked very gentle and kind, an image that did not match the way he'd raised his voice previously. The white-haired man hesitated for a moment after receiving the onigiri. He then offered half of it to the principal. Have you had the chance to eat yet? Of course, sir. You should eat before it gets cold. I know you haven't. You've been on lookout duty all day. Let's eat. No, I'm all right. Thank you, though. My arm's starting to hurt. Come on, take it already. The principal persistently refused the onigiri with a nervous, sheepish smile. Eventually, the elder forcefully placed one half of it into the principal's hand. The onigiri was pathetic. It was made with crumbly rice, and probably smaller than an adult male's fist. However, the two still possessed a shred of humanity. I felt stifled and uneasy as I watched them, and the uneasiness soon turned into unexplainable anger. Who am I mad at? Toward the younger adults who left them behind? Or toward this damned world? These people were locked up in here for life, just for the sin of remaining human. They were doomed to spend the rest of their lives in this jail disguised as a school. I was watching human beings go about their lives as people, and yet I was racked by an unexplainable feeling of guilt and sadness that I did not expect. I had known of their plight since the week before. However, I hadn't been able to render them any assistance. I'd faced several issues in the process, but now, looking at them, they all seemed like excuses. After a moment, the principal and the elder began to converse. Sir, did Madame Malsook make it back yesterday? The principal didn't say anything. The elder muttered something to himself, then patted the principal on his shoulder. She used to run all over the place when she was young. The elder didn't finish. The principal let out a sigh, and spoke in a grieving tone. It's all my fault. If I had paid more attention, Madame Malsook would have. Stop. The elder cut him off and gave him a pat on the back. You didn't do anything wrong. I know you've been doing your best, taking care of people like me. You don't have anything to apologize for. The principal remained silent. And you should have some of the food that you went out with her to get. No, I wouldn't dare. Don't feel guilty. After that, the elder made his way back to the classroom. Thud, tap. Thud, tap. The sound of his cane receded down the hallway, leaving the principal alone in the silent hallway. He stood there, unmoving, his head drooping down. He let out a long, heavy sigh. His sigh sounded like it contained all the guilt that he'd stored up inside. His shoulders dropped, and he collapsed to the floor like a falling leaf. He was crying in silence, a fist in his mouth instead of the onigiri. I knew he had a lot on his shoulders. However, there was probably no one he could talk to about it. The responsibility, guilt, and helplessness that weighed the principal down filled the hallway. *****. There didn't seem to be any other beings inside the school. I didn't see any zombies like me, or any traces of the black creature. I wondered what had happened during the week I'd been gone. I hurried back to our apartment to figure out the answer to my question. I had to go ahead with our initial plan, but we had to tweak it so that it was more moral. There was absolutely no time for any role-playing at novel bin at. As soon as I got back, I explained the situation at the high school. It took a couple of hours to get them to understand what my intentions were. Li Zhongyuke stroked his chin with his hands. Let's go tomorrow. He was now volunteering to go with me. I felt his resolution behind his words. He also needed a purpose in life. He needed something beyond the safety, protection, and survival of everyone here, something more fundamental that would keep him going. I took his answer as a yes. I met Li Zhongyuke's gaze and nodded. He returned it slightly, as if he knew what I was trying to say. Then Li Zhonghyuk got up from the kitchen, and took out the precious stainless steel spear. I'm not sure if you'll need this, but just in case. Li Zhonghyuk passed the stainless steel spear to Li Zhongyuke with a smirk on his face. He received the weapon from his younger brother and returned the smirk. The next day would be the first time we would be moving as a team. Not because someone asked a favor, or by force, but as a team united behind one purpose. *****. Unlike our initial plan, our preparations began early in the morning. Li Zhongyuke, Li Zhonghyuk, and Kang Ianzhong were part of the group. We knew that the people in the school would be suspicious if Li Zhongyuke entered by himself. I could foresee the questions they would be asking. How did you survive by yourself? Why did you come here? Have you been spying on us? We came to the conclusion that it had to be a group of people. Li Zhonghyk volunteered, while the Li brothers vetoed Choi Dehai from joining. Someone had to stay to take care of Soyeon and the children in case something went wrong. Kang Ji-suk raised his right hand to volunteer, but of course, the Li brothers ignored him. We realized that there could be a problem in communication if the group comprised only rugged men. A vote was put forth, and based on the majority, Kang Ianzhong was selected to come with us. Surprisingly, she went along with our request. I have to do my part. That's what Kang Ianzhong said to me. Since we had more people, I brought more underlings with me. I made my 30 blue-colored underlings form a tight circle around everyone. Li Zhongyuke noticed that I wasn't in my best condition, and approached me. Is something wrong? Did you not get enough sleep? He knew that I didn't need sleep. His joke merely highlighted his concern for me. I chuckled while pointing at the zombies near the apartment entrance. He stared at them blankly, then looked at me with disbelief. Wait, they're all your underlings. I growled an affirmative in my throat-rending voice. The previous night, while everyone had been sleeping, I'd gone around to recruit more underlings. Well, I didn't recruit them because I wanted to. I was almost obligated to do so. I turned the zombies near apartment block 104, the one that we were located in, along with those near blocks 105 and 103. That night alone, I recruited 52 underlings. I pushed them one by one until I was on the verge of fainting. My head almost split as I continued throughout the night. Thanks to my work, though, we had increased protection. I was planning to take care of all the zombies within our apartment complex. I wanted to create a place where everyone felt safe, a safe haven that did not exist anywhere else. That was my grand plan for our apartment complex. Li Zhongyuke patted me on the shoulder and smacked his lips. He knew that I suffered physically when I created more underlings. His gesture conveyed a million thanks. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Li Zhonghyuk and Kang Ianzhong. Ready? Li Zhonghyuk and Kang Ianzhong nodded, their expressions betraying their nervousness. As he looked at them, Li Zhongyuke smirked and remarked, just do what Soyeon's dad says. He'll make sure you're safe. Everyone knew I couldn't speak. I was basically a living corpse. But his joke was enough to lift the team's spirits. I caught Li Zhongyuke's eyes and nodded. He sighed, then said in a slightly bitter tone, I don't think I ever made it to school on time back in the day. That's something to be proud about, was what I wanted to say. The school was as silent as a tomb when we got there. I ordered my underlings to keep everyone else hidden, then knocked on the closed steel door. Thud, thud, thud. There was no response after the 3 knocks. All it did was attract the attention of the surrounding zombies. I glared at them with wide-open eyes. My bloodshot eyes were enough to threaten them. They all avoided my eyes or stepped backward. I wondered if the ones without vision felt my glare as well. I had figured out from the beginning that these street zombies and I were different. As I stood in front of the wall, I thought to myself, should we jump over? I assumed that talking to them would become more difficult if we did so. I wanted to enter the school together with everyone else in the most proper way possible, but the situation did not allow us to do so. There was no other option but to barge in. I ordered my zombies to make a platform, the same way they did the first time I'd come to the school. I sent Li Zhongyuke, Li Zhonghyuk, and Kang Ianzhong over the wall. Just before Li Zhongyuke went over, he reminded me about our plan. If things go south, let's go with what we agreed on earlier. We'd come up with a plan before we left the apartment. It wasn't a grandiose plan. The plan was to get Kang In-jung to scream at the top of her lungs as we broke in. All those inside the school would be shocked to see us, and freeze. If any street zombies made their way in while we were at it, I would take care of them. I nodded back to Lee Jong-UK, hoping for the best. The sun was at its highest. I could feel the intense heat scorching my body. The streets shimmered with the heat. I sat on a wooden swing and waited for the others who had gone inside. As time flew by, I got more desperate. What if they get caught before Kang In-jung screams? What if the people inside start attacking without asking questions? My negative thoughts swirled around like the heat haze shimmering over the street's surface. I shook my head violently to get rid of them. There's nothing to worry about. They can still make it work through negotiation. The people inside haven't lost their humanity. I continued to wait, assuming that the delay was merely because there was much for my group to explain. Here. A familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. Someone was screaming desperately at the top of their lungs. I wasn't sure how far away the voice was. It was so small that it barely made it through the shimmering heat haze. Someone far away was begging for their life. I stood up, my senses alert. Here, this way. It was a person's voice. And it wasn't just one person. From the voices and footsteps, there seemed to be at least 2 or 3 people. I looked toward the sound. It was coming from the other direction, away from the school. I'd been drawn to the voice for a simple reason. It sounded very familiar. I knew I'd heard it somewhere before. A face drifted into my mind, and I could see him shouting in anger. It was the principal's voice. I left my underlings where they were and headed toward the voice. I was running pretty fast, even with the sun up. It couldn't be compared to when the sun was down, but I still outpaced the other zombies by a fair bit. As I kept going, I grew worried, wondering if I was moving too far away from the group that had gone into the school. However, if the voice really was the principal's, it meant that they didn't even get the chance to speak seriously. Wait. Then what are the Lee brothers and Kang In-jung doing inside? Are the children inside telling them about the situation? It wasn't the time to get lost in my own thoughts. I pushed these useless thoughts aside and headed toward the source of the sound. Let's focus on the situation at hand. I need to confirm if it's actually the principal's voice. I finally reached the source of the sound. I could hear people screaming through the broken window of a store. It was a cacophony of sound, zombie howls mixed in with human screams. I entered the store immediately, not wasting a single second. My eyes fell on a group of zombies. 3, 4, no, there were at least 5 of them. The zombies were trying to squeeze themselves somewhere. They were heading for the store's fitting room. That was when I realized that I had entered a clothing store. One of the zombies fell to the ground with a thud. It spasmed once then stopped moving, as if its skull had been cracked. Go in, hurry up. I heard the principal's voice from the fitting room. At that moment, another zombie pushed its upper body through the partially damaged door of the fitting booth. Sir. A youngster's voice called desperately for the principal. That snapped me back to my senses. The voice that called for the principal was also familiar. I remembered the male student who'd been scolding the female student the night before. As snippets of memories flashed through my mind, I felt unexplainable anger and fury seethe within me. Is this anger toward the younger teachers? Or anger toward the whole damn world? With a scowl on my face, I growled at the zombies in front of me. Grr. I let my voice loose, filling the store with a discordant, throat-rending shriek. For a second, all I could hear was my cry, and the zombies that were in the midst of their frenzied hunt all stopped to look at me. I glared at them with bloodshot, murderous eyes, as if I was going to eat them at any second. The zombies looked down, shaking their heads as they realized they had crossed paths with an apex predator. Are they confused? No, they're scared. As I headed for the dressing booth, they parted to the side, like an automatic door. I could feel the presence of people inside. They were busy with something inside. I wondered what they could possibly be doing. I peeked in to see what they were up to. I saw a small hole at the far end of the fitting booth, just big enough for a single person to fit through. The male student was squeezing himself through the hole, while the principal was staring at me with his mouth open, like a goldfish. I locked eyes with the principal. I didn't know what to do now. I turned away, frowning as I tried to process my mixed feelings. The principal held onto a burlap sack, and he swallowed so hard that I could hear it. The sack was quivering violently, a clear indication of how the principal was feeling at the moment. A zombie with glowing red eyes. In his eyes, this was a mutant he had never seen before. Sir, this way? Quick. There was a sharp intake of breath. The male student, who had made it through the hole and was looking at the principal from the other side, gasped when he saw me. He fell on his bottom, covering his mouth. It seemed like he had bit his tongue in shock. I saw another student next to him. Did she make it through first? It was a female student wearing gym clothes. Her legs gave out the moment she saw me. To the survivors, I wasn't a hero, savior, or someone great. I was just a threatening being that stoked their fear of death. The principal stared at me, not moving an inch. Is his body stiff with shock, or is his mind telling him that he shouldn't move? I was growing impatient, so I lifted my right hand. His lips were trembling while his eyes were glued to my fingertips. I made a tiny hand gesture that only humans could understand. Go, hurry. The principal looked at me blankly, then blinked and threw himself through the hole. I could tell that it would be painful for him to try to fit his body through the narrow space. I knew that the sides of the hole would scrape against his body painfully. I heard him scream in agony as he struggled to push himself through the hole. I wish he knew he could take his time. I knew what was going through his mind. He probably thought that I was going to eat him at any second. I couldn't help but feel sorry as I watched his legs floundering behind him. As he tried to make his way out faster, his legs pushed off desperately against the floor, his feet slipping and scraping. I wanted to help him, but I knew better. At that moment, staying put was the best way to help him. As soon as the principal made it through, they all ran away as if that had been the plan all along. I finally let out a sigh of relief, and looked back at the entrance to the shop. I could still see several zombies there, avoiding my gaze. They all seemed to be in one piece, which made them suitable candidates as underlings. I contemplated for a minute on whether I should turn them into my underlings or not. I walked away shaking my head, eventually deciding not to. I assumed that the principal and the two children had already seen the faces of the zombies here. I could already envision how they would react if I brought them with me to the school. I'll see you guys around. I headed toward the school. ******. I followed the principal and children to get to the school. As soon as they left the clothing store, they composed themselves and started moving swiftly. The principal led the way, with the female student in gym clothes right behind him. She was covering her mouth to prevent her cries from leaking out. The male student followed her in a daze, as if his soul had left his body. The principal looked pale as well, and seemed lost in thought. They followed their instincts, making their way back to the school to survive. As I followed them, we encountered a couple of dangerous situations, when zombies with the sense of smell and who possessed vision grew attracted to them. However, as soon as they saw me tailing the trio, all of them backed away, smacking their lips. I glared at the retreating zombies with a warning. "They're mine. Don't you dare lay a hand on them." Of course, I had no intention of eating the humans. I only wanted to threaten the zombies so that they would back off. I wondered if the principal and students knew what was happening behind them, or if they were aware that they had almost gotten killed 3 times on the way back. Fortunately, with me shadowing them all the way, the principal and children made it back safely to the entrance of the school. I looked at them from a distance away, letting out a sigh of relief. My heightened senses cooled. I called for my underlings, whom I had hidden away earlier on, preparing to escort everyone in the school. I already knew that they would take up our offer. They would have joined up with us 9 times out of 10 anyway. What happened today would surely be enough for them to come to the conclusion that the school wasn't safe anymore. They probably realized that there was a mutant lurking around as well. They would have to find another place to shelter. Now everything was in Lee Zhongyu's hands. *****. I couldn't tell how much time had passed. It seemed like well over an hour since the principal and the children had gone inside. Finally, the sealed entrance to the school opened, and Lee Zhongyu peeked out. I raised my hand up high for him to see me. I was signaling him that I was ready, so that he would bring the people out and we could escort them back to our place. But instead, he waved at me to join him. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I took his cue and went to the entrance. So-yeon's dad. I looked at him quizzically. "I think you should hear this." I shook my head and pointed at myself, just to double-check. Lee Zhongyu sighed, continuing where he left off. "You met the principal here an hour ago, right?" I replied with a series of growls. "Yeah, it's about that." They were probably raising questions about me. I was certain that the principal would bring up the mutant he had seen with his very own eyes, and that Lee Zhongyu would say he knew the zombie he was talking about. I scratched my head, looking at the underlings that were lined up in front of me. They were all staring at me blankly, standing in the shade. At ease. After giving them this brief command, I followed Lee Zhongyu inside. As we crossed the wide field, I could see people's faces in the first floor window. They were all staring at us, as if I were some animal in a zoo. Feeling embarrassed, I let my head droop as I continued to follow Lee Zhongyu. We headed toward the principal's office. As we stepped inside, I noticed the 2 students from the clothing shop sitting down in the corner. The principal and a white-haired elder were sitting at a table in the center of the room. Now that I was seeing the principal up close, I noticed that he also had a lot of white hair. He looked just slightly younger than the elder next to him. It made sense, since high school principals weren't typically young. His eyes shone with the glare of a ferocious tiger. However, I quickly realized that his gaze was nothing but a bluff. His hands, which were on the desk, were shaking violently. I could see an endless abyss of fear in the students' eyes as well. I didn't dare look at the students. My gaze was probably enough to scare the living daylights out of them. "Have a seat, please," said the principal. Lee Zhongyu and I calmly sat in front of the desk. The principal sighed and clasped his hands together. I could tell from his tight grip that he was trying to hide his nervousness. The principal remained silent, and so Lee Zhongyu continued the conversation. "The monster you said you saw outside. Is it this friend of mine right here?" Monster? Friend? I supposed I stood somewhere in between these 2 diametrically opposing terms. The principal glanced at me and nodded. Lee Zhongyu flashed a slightly bitter smile and continued, "Even though he looks like this, he's a person. He's a person." The principal finally let down his guard, offering a genuine human reaction. His eyes widened in surprise, and I almost laughed out loud. "Yes, he's a person," Lee Zhongyu answered with a soft smile. "Well, I just can't see him as one." "Sir, you do know that's extremely insulting to say to someone who saved your life and the lives of those children, right?" Despite his smile, he wasn't about to give in. Lee Zhongyu was the type of guy who didn't hide his feelings. If he felt insulted, he would say so. With his boldness and magnanimity, he took control of the conversation. I looked at Li Zhongyuke. He smirked at me and mouthed the words why and what. I was touched by his gesture. His guts and confidence continued to surprise me. He may seem a little different. I understand. I didn't trust him at first either. He also made blunt, hurtful statements without batting an eyelid, but his frank manner of speech was effective at building up trust. He leaned over the desk to speak to the principal. But I want to get one thing straight. Don't treat him as a monster. He's a person. The principal remained silent. I could still sense the uneasiness in their gazes. Then, the white-haired elder intervened. I agree. We should join up with these people. Everyone turned to look at the white-haired elder. The principal's eyes widened as he heard the elder's decision. You don't have to come to a decision right now, the principal said, as though questioning the finality of the elder's decision. No, the world has changed. The white-haired elder put his cane on the desk. There are people out there who are worse than animals these days. But look at him. Even though he looks the way he does, he's here, listening to our story. With that, everyone directed their gaze at me. I bowed my head in embarrassment. With a satisfied smile, the elder followed up with a question. Could I ask your name? Out of all the things that he could have done, he'd asked me a question. I stared at Li Zhongyuke, hoping he would answer instead. He clearly understood what I was trying to convey, and answered the elder's question with a smile. You can call him So-yeon's dad. He insisted on calling me So-yeon's dad, even though he knew that my real name was Lee Hyun-deok. Does he think So-yeon's dad sounds more friendly? At novel bin at. The elder chuckled as if he appreciated the moniker. It seems like he has trouble talking. Yes, sir. Did he have issues with his speech since birth? No, I don't think so. What a pity. It must be difficult for him. The elder glanced at me and Li Zhongyuke with eyes of pity, then eventually got to his feet without his cane. Li Zhongyuke, who was sitting next to the elder, quickly got up to support the elder, who thanked Li Zhongyuke with a gentle smile. He smiled at me as well. I stood up and bowed toward him. The elder came closer to me, with Li Zhongyuke supporting him. He then grabbed my hand. Thank you. Thank you for saving our principal and the children. Thank you for showing up for us. I bit my lip to contain my feelings. The elder's hands were skinny and as wrinkled as they could be, but they were the warmest hands I had ever held onto. I could feel the affection from them. It was a feeling I had never experienced as a human. Only now, with a dead heart, did I get the opportunity to feel this emotion. I couldn't lift my head. I knew I wouldn't be able to control my feelings if I looked at him. I held on to the elder's hand with my head down. The elder's words helped to bridge the gap, and my people and the survivors from the school began to speak on the same wavelength. From these conversations, I got answers to the questions that had been plaguing me. The week before, the black creature had attacked the two men on lookout duty. Everyone said that it had all happened in a flash. In fact, it was over so quickly that they couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, after attacking those two, the black creature had jumped over the wall and ran off as though bewitched by something. I had mixed feelings toward their story, because I knew that the black creature had come after Li Zhongyuke and I afterward. I pursed my lips, feeling uneasy as I listened to the principal's story. He seemed to remember the devastation that had been wrought that day. He pressed his fingers against his temples and let out a deep sigh, then continued. After the black creature had vanished, everyone inside quickly made their way outside to see the two. They had already died and were in the process of mutation. Their veins seemed like they were going to burst, and their pupils were dilating and contracting repeatedly. The principal said that he had taken care of them until the end. Li Zhongyuke wanted him to elaborate on what he meant by taking care of them. The principal clenched his fists while biting his lips. Their head, with this, he said, his voice cracking. He picked up the monkey wrench on the floor. His eyes welled up with tears, as though the pain he had felt that day was still fresh in his mind. I observed his demeanor closely. His shoulders weren't heavy with guilt or fear. It was a sense of responsibility that was crushing him down to his soul, a weight that he couldn't brush off. This responsibility of his had kept him alive to this day, while sapping the life out of him. He was certainly a poor soul. The others remained silent, and the principal took a deep breath before going on. The younger group of adults left the school. They left, repeated Li Zhongyuke. They finally found a justifiable reason to do so, replied the principal. They saw me do something inhumane with their very own eyes. So they left, just like that? Damn bastards, Li Zhongyuke cursed through gritted teeth, his fists clenching in anger. The younger adults who had been looking for any excuse to justify their actions had left the school the instant such an excuse had appeared. I could almost see them accusing the principal for his incompetence and cruelty, berating him with the fact that he had crushed their heads. Once they'd left, the principal had to step up as the elders and children left at the school were helpless, like wilting plants. He had taken trips outside on his own to retrieve the food and necessities they needed. The principal's expression grew sad. About 2 days after that, the elders said they would make the trips outside with me. The principal looked at the elder, his eyes downcast. The elder nodded slowly and silently. After a moment, he spoke. He was against the idea, but we didn't want to be a burden. According to the principal, the elders were incredibly stubborn. He had no choice but to take them with him on his trips outside. Over the course of 2 days, half of the elders had been wiped out. Their deaths broke the principal's heart and threatened to overwhelm his sanity. He thought about dying multiple times a day, torn between reason and emotion. Each time it happened, though, the children were there to bring him to his senses. The way the children looked at him renewed his flagging hope. He endured the pain of going out every day. He probably had to endure more suffering as more and more elders passed away. The previous night, the children in their middle and late teens said they would join in as well. After this revelation, I looked at the boy who was sitting in the corner. He was comforting the girl, who was crying silently. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips and asked the boy a question. What's your name? Baiyan Hyokjin, replied the boy, rather curtly. I wondered if he was still keeping his distance from Li Zhongyuke and I. Li Zhongyuke nodded slowly, then asked the girl next to him, how about you? Jian Wu Jian. Wu Jian? I haven't heard the family name Wu in a while. He smiled and continued, you made a courageous decision. I bet it wasn't easy for you to do so. We're different from them, Baiyan Hyokjin retorted with a frown on his face. I wondered if his anger was directed towards the teachers who had abandoned them. To me, it seemed like they still harbored doubts and distrust toward adults, which explained why they were keeping their distance from Li Zhongyuke and I. To them, Li Zhongyuke and I probably seemed no different from the teachers, young and healthy adults who could abandon them at any time. Adults who were still in their prime, and selfish deep down. I could see why they would keep their distance from us. After a moment, the principal sitting across the table spoke up. It wasn't an easy decision for both me and the students. The principal confessed that he had brooded over whether it was all right to let the youngsters go outside. He wasn't sure if it was right to take the children beyond the barricades, given how difficult it was just trying to survive. Struggling with this question had cost him a night of sleep. Finally, at sunrise that morning, he let Baiyan Hyokjin and Wu Jian accompany him outside. They stayed close to the school so that he could teach them what they had to be cautious of when going outside. However, a zombie had snuck up on them, causing Wu Jian to scream, thus throwing the expedition into chaos. At that moment, I remembered the faces of the principal and children while they had been trapped in the dressing room. Even in such a situation, the principal had prioritized the safety of the children over his own. I recalled the zombies trying all their might to get inside while the male student was struggling to escape through the narrow hole. The principal had fought back, with no hint of running away, as if he had already accepted his death. If I hadn't gone into the clothing store, he would have met his end there. The children, who had barely made it out, would have met the same fate on their way back to the school. Having listened to all that had happened in the past week, I looked at Li Zhongyuke and took a deep breath. He studied me for a moment, then chuckled. Why, you want to get going? Gore, I let out a growl by accident. Everyone in the principal's office was aghast at the sound. The principal stiffened, and I could almost tell what was going through his mind. Unlike everyone else, however, the elder merely looked at Li Zhongyuke and me, his eyes full of curiosity. Did you say your name is Li Zhongyuke? He asked. Yes, sir. Can you understand what he's saying? I can't, but I can tell the difference between yes and no. Li Zhongyuke answered, scratching his forehead. The elder nodded as he looked at me. He was clearly finding this whole interaction fascinating. I couldn't tell by his expression what he was thinking. He was looking at me and Li Zhongyuke with a gentle smile. After a moment, he clasped his hands together and said, I'm not sure if this analogy is accurate. However, we know that animals also have feelings, they just can't express themselves using human language. I believe the fellow here is in a similar predicament. What do you think, principal? The principal replied with a sigh, keeping his eyes on Li Zhongyuke. He can understand what we're saying, right? Asked the elder. Yes, replied Li Zhongyuke. He just can't speak. Then how do you two usually communicate? We exchange ideas through writing or drawings. The principal was still rather guarded when it came to me. However, I knew his curiosity was just as strong as his sense of caution, and he was dying to ask questions and know more about me. After a moment, he straightened his posture and cleared his throat. Let me ask just one more question. It seemed like all the other questions had merely been intermediate steps to get to the real question. He was finally cutting to the chase. He sighed deeply before continuing. I'm not sure if I can say such a thing to someone who saved our lives, but why did you save us in the first place? It seems to me that your people have no problem sustaining yourselves. Why did you save weaklings like us? No matter how much I think about it, I just can't seem to understand your actions. As he spoke, I caught a glimpse of desire in his eyes. He seemed to be looking for a specific answer, yet it was one that he couldn't really articulate to himself. I could tell, however, that he needed some words of consolation. I knew exactly how he was feeling. He needed someone to give him solace. In this situation, comfort was valued as much as hope was. I could empathize with the principal's reactions. The bad blood between him and the other teachers had probably caused him to lose his trust in others. I knew better than to let something like that happen again. I stared at Li Zhongyuke. It seemed like he had also realized what the principal needed right away. Out of the blue, I recalled the first time I met Li Zhongyuke's group. Li Zhongyuke had been as cautious as the principal, perhaps even more. He had been ready to crush my head in with the shovel he'd been wielding back then. However, the agreement we had come to, the contract that we had made, had been enough to bring consolation to his group, and as it continued, trust soon developed. With a smile, Li Zhongyuke answered the principal's question for me. Does there have to be a reason for people to help other people? His words were enough to move the principal. He nodded slowly and silently. The elder nodded as well, a smile on his face. He was clearly pleased by what Li Zhongyuke had said. The principal got to his feet and took a deep breath. Frankly speaking, I still don't know if this is the right thing to do. However, I think it would be best to follow you, for the children's sake. Looking at you and Li Zhongyuke, along with the others who are with you, gives me hope for a brighter future. The principal couldn't look me in the eye, but I could see his slight smile. I nodded back without saying a word. Li Zhonghyuk and Kang Ianzhong were taking care of the children in the classroom. They weren't being pretentious at all. In the end, how much stuff you had did not matter when it came to interacting with others. Interactions had nothing to do with things like fame or wealth. Empathy. All that was needed was a sense of empathy, being able to understand and care for others. The principal stretched out his hand. A second betrayal would absolutely destroy me. I don't know how I'll act if that happens. There was a kaleidoscope of meaning and emotion behind his words. He was desperately asking for a favor, and yet he was threatening us at the same time. I stood up and clasped his hand tightly. I knew there was no way he could get rid of his anxiety right away. As I shook his outstretched hand, offered to me with a myriad of emotions, I hoped that my sincerity could help him find a sense of peace. After a brief moment, Li Zhongyuke spoke up. Alrighty then, let's get going before sunset. Everyone in the principal's office nodded in agreement at Novel bin at. After doing a head count, we realized that there were 21 children, 4 elders, and the principal. There were a total of 26 survivors in the school. I knew we needed more underlings if we were to move all these people. I stepped out of the principal's office catching Li Zhongyuke's eye and gesturing to him with my hands. Zombies over the wall. Need to make them into underlings. I always knew that body language was the best form of communication between humans. He looked closely at my gestures and tried to guess at my intentions. You're going to bring your underlings, he asked, his voice lacking in confidence. He sort of managed to get what I was trying to say. I nodded, and Li Zhongyuke gave me a pat on the shoulder, as though guessing my intentions was a piece of cake to him. You're right. It's probably better to get into formation on the field in the school compound, instead of doing it outside the gates. We'll wait here. I nodded and made my way to the front entrance. As I passed the tightly shut steel gate, I saw my underlings sitting in the shadows, examining the red dragonflies. I had a total of 30 underlings waiting for my command. 30 definitely wasn't a small number, but considering the amount of people we had, it wasn't going to be enough. I assumed that 5 underlings to each person would be optimal. I knew that the zombies in the streets would make their move if they saw even the slightest gap. If they managed to harm any of the survivors, they might become infected as well. What if I gathered the survivors in the center of my underlings? No. The zombies with their sense of sight would be attracted right away. It only made sense that larger groups would attract more attention. Is moving around in smaller numbers the only solution? I stopped thinking about the details and looked at the zombies milling about the streets. So the bottom line is that I don't have enough underlings, huh? Let's get to work. Darn it, I can't believe I have to do this again. The pain from the night before still lingered, but I knew that the others would be put in greater danger if I let myself rest. I dusted off my hands and did some stretching, then approached the zombies that were still in one piece and could move around properly. Stealing my resolve, I began to push them. It wasn't long before my head started to hurt, and my ears were ringing constantly. Despite the growth in my physical abilities, I couldn't get used to these headaches. Perhaps this was natural, since my brain couldn't pack on muscle like my body did. My physical abilities had grown exponentially after feasting on the black creature's brain. I tensed every muscle in my body in an attempt to resist the pain. Gur! Suddenly, an unfamiliar shriek cut through the air. I spun around quickly as I tried to find its source, holding onto my aching head with my left hand. Where is it coming from? It hadn't been a random noise, nor was it a sound that a regular zombie on the street would make. It was more sharp. In fact, it caused me to tense up and put all my senses on alert. It kept repeating, like waves crashing upon a shore. It almost felt like some sort of Morse code, as though someone were trying to broadcast a message to attract my attention. Am I being too sensitive? However, I could sense the subtle differences between zombies' voices, the same way a human could distinguish different human voices. The zombie noises that followed this sharp cry sounded more like the cries the zombies on the streets made. It felt like the street zombies were communicating to each other. I looked around, and eventually my gaze swept across a rooftop a distance away. There was a zombie there, looking me straight in the eye. As I continued to look at it, I suddenly felt chills run down my spine. What the hell is that bastard? The headache that was bothering me went away instantly, replaced by alarm bells and an intense feeling of danger. Every part of my body was tense and on alert, as if signaling me to go after that zombie right away. My muscles tensed up, and my fingertips trembled. The anxiety that had gone out like the receding tide was now rushing back at me as a tsunami. I swallowed hard. It still hadn't looked away from me. The zombies on the streets would normally tremble just by looking at me, but this creature was staring right at me, standing perfectly still. Does it think it has a chance against me? On second thought, I suppose it won't be wrong for it to think so. This creature was different from the other zombies. It was red. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I ran toward the zombie with all my might. I'd come to the conclusion that following my instincts was the best course of action for now. I wasn't sure if I could utilize the full extent of my abilities since it was broad daylight, but I knew that the same restrictions would apply to the other zombie as well. Dealing with an enemy to get rid of danger. This was the natural thing to do. 400, 300, 200, and finally, 100 meters. As I got closer, I identified the building that the zombie was in. I ran straight through the crumbling entryway and climbed up the stairs. The building was 22 stories high. Bang! A loud thud rang in my ears as I was climbing up the stairs. It had come from outside. Is something happening outside? Should I go back down? No, I had to confront the zombie on the rooftop. After taking a moment to gather my thoughts, I recruited all the strength I had in my legs and continued up the stairs. Even after clearing 22 flights, I did not feel an ounce of fatigue. As soon as I got to the rooftop, I looked at the spot where the zombie had been standing earlier on. However, the creature was no longer there. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I looked around as if bewitched. No matter how hard I looked, however, I found no trace of it. It had already disappeared before I'd gotten there, as if it had already known that I would show up. I knew that the zombies moved passively during the day, but this characteristic clearly did not apply to this particular zombie. I clenched my fists and walked to where it had been standing earlier. When I got there, I realized how it had disappeared. As I stood at the edge of the rooftop and looked down, I saw a twisted zombie body lying dead on the ground. It had thrown itself to the first floor. It committed suicide. Belatedly, I realized that the sound I'd heard while climbing up the stairs was its skull shattering. This realization stunned me. How can this be? I got myself together and looked more closely at the zombie's dead body, lying on the ground. After a moment, its red body slowly started to change color. It slowly lost its red hue and returned to its normal color, looking just like any other zombie on the streets. The blood surrounding it was the only indication to me that the zombie was there. I collapsed to the floor, my mind going blank. I went through my memories to recall what I had figured out regarding the characteristics of zombies. How is it possible for zombies to commit suicide? There's no way in hell one would fall off the roof accidentally. I knew there wasn't anything around that could have agitated it. Neither were there any birds in sight. Everything I'd assumed I'd known about them started to make no sense. I had deduced that they could only move passively, and that the best they could do during the day was walk briskly. However, this zombie had moved actively, and had chosen to commit suicide once it realized that it couldn't get away from me. Wait, actively. A sudden possibility popped into my mind. The zombie had been acting unpredictably. I got to my feet so that I could examine its body lying on the ground again. There was no more red glow emanating from it. Actively, or under control. It's possible that it had been carrying out orders. If it had been sent here under orders by someone else, it could have been under someone else's control, without the ability to act independently. It had probably been given orders to yell when it found me. And then it may have been ordered to jump off the rooftop if I ran toward it. A being that follows orders, along with the red glow, these prove its existence. Chills ran down my spine as I realized where this train of thought was leading me. My hair stood on the end, and my senses were on heightened alert. Somewhere around here, there was a being with glowing red eyes like me. It was more organized than me and had more information about zombies than me. It was looking for special mutants like me. I wondered why it was looking for mutants, and for what purpose. I frowned and shook my head quickly. That's not important right now. This isn't the time to think about its cause. Let's focus on the current situation. Concentrate. The important thing right now was the fact that it had found me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I quickly made my way back down the stairs to examine the creature that wasn't glowing red anymore. Cerebral fluid was oozing out of its cracked skull. It was no longer moving, and I didn't notice anything special about its body. It just looked like a dead street zombie. I wondered why it looked red to me. Do enemy zombies look red to me, just as my underlings look green? This was all speculation, but it was the only conclusion that seemed convincing to me. I stood back up and prepared to head back to the high school. I had to get away. I had to get away from where I was before it caught a glimpse of me. This creature that's like me, what kind of mindset does it have? Does it believe in dedicating its life for the survival of humans? Or does it threaten humans? There was no way of knowing. I had to evacuate everyone quickly. I didn't have a second to lose. I ran as fast as I could to the high school, pushing every zombie I saw that had an intact body. I had to recruit more underlings. Not necessarily to escort the people trapped in the high school back to our apartment, but to protect my people from potential danger. By the time I made it back to the high school, I had recruited 27 underlings. I knocked on the tightly closed steel gate, accompanied by my newly recruited underlings and the 30 others that were guarding the front entrance. Thud, thud, thud. After a moment, I sensed a person behind the steel gate. It opened, and I saw Li Zhongyuke standing there. He smirked when he noticed I had more underlings with me than before. I was wondering why you were taking so long. So, you recruited more underlings. I walked onto the field without saying a word. He noted my serious expression and mirrored it as well. Hey, is something going on? He asked, grabbing a hold of my shirt. I hurried inside, gesturing to him that we would discuss the matter inside. He followed me inside with a frown, sensing that something serious was about to happen. I went into the principal's office and gestured for a pen. The principal took out his pen from his pocket, along with a piece of paper. Found enemy. Enemy? What enemy? The black creature. I sensed the fear in Li Zhongyuke's voice, which was also evident in his expression. It was natural for him to react this way. He'd seen the black creature not too long ago. I shook my head while I wrote out several new letters. He watched what I was doing closely, then went out into the hallway. He wanted to call the rest of our people in. In moments, both Li brothers and Kang Ianzhong were in the principal's office. They contemplated what I had written down. I drew some simple drawings and added a couple of words to help them understand what I was trying to say. Me, same being, red eyes. I drew me and the red-eyed being looking each other in the eye. I knew the exaggerated red eyes would help them understand. Of course, this wasn't strictly true, but I couldn't think of a better drawing to help them understand the situation. After studying the drawing for a while, Li Zhonghyuk finally let out a laugh. Isn't this a good thing, then? That there are more beings like So Yan's father around. Li Zhonghyuk's statement drew smiles from the rest of the room. However, Li Zhongyuk didn't laugh. He knew that we were now facing a ticking time bomb. The problem was that no one knew when it would blow up. Li Zhongyuk was the last person to come to mind when it came to optimism. He thought about issues no one else did. He was constantly probing and doubting, until he built up enough trust. He may have seemed pessimistic, but with the world in such a state, it didn't hurt to be careful at all times. He rubbed his chin, then voiced out his inner thoughts. They're dangerous. After hearing what he had said, everyone stopped smiling. Nervously, Kang Yanzhong asked him why. This means that it's a thinking zombie. Well, So Yan's father can think too. Well, he's a good person to begin with. There's no way we can know if the others would be the same. Adat novel bin adat. This was enough to make the rest feel on edge. He continued, imagine if one of the gangsters turned into a being similar to So Yan's dad. If they turned into a zombie and knew that they could recruit underlings, wouldn't the rest be obvious? Kang Yanzhong's face grew pale. His statement was probably traumatic for her, but it was the perfect way to describe the current situation. Li Zhonghyuk spoke up, his expression troubled. The zombies already enjoy killing. If they have a leader that thinks the same way, wouldn't that be pretty serious? That's what I'm saying. That's why he looks so troubled as well. Li Zhongyuk sighed and scratched his head, annoyance written across his face. We need to get going, and quickly. It seems like this creature is nearby. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. All right, I'll let the children know to get prepared. Zhonghyuk and Yanzhong, pack up the food and necessities we need. On it. After giving everyone their orders, he gripped the stainless steel spear he had brought with him. He then turned to me and asked, moving everyone today? That's probably not possible, right? When I nodded in agreement, Li Zhongyuk let out a deep sigh, running his hands through his hair. It might be keeping an eye on us. Can you tell its underlings apart from the other zombies? I nodded vigorously. They looked red to me. Differentiating them from regular zombies wasn't difficult for me. Li Zhongyuk nodded and took a deep breath. Right, you can probably recognize them, since you can tell your underlings apart from the rest. Li Zhongyuk had grasped the situation as if he could read my mind. His intuition amazed me. He took another look at my drawing, then cut to the chase. So, how many survivors do you think we can escort today? I couldn't answer. No, that isn't the right question. Can we move half of them? I nodded. I had 57 underlings with me. If we pushed it, we could get more than half of the survivors back to the apartment. However, it would be a disaster if the red creature attacked while I wasn't at the school, so I had to leave several underlings behind, just enough to protect the place. All things considered, I could probably only bring a maximum of 20 underlings with me. It was impossible to move all the survivors unless I brought more underlings. Li Zhongyuk sat on the floor, massaging his temples. He sighed constantly, as though running through and evaluating different scenarios in his head. I moved next to him and placed my hand on his shoulder. I hoped it was enough to convey what I wanted to say. You can't let everyone down now. You have to stay strong. After the first group of survivors to be evacuated were selected, I assembled the 30 underlings I'd first brought to the school, and we made our way out through the back entrance of the school. I ordered the 27 new underlings to stand guard on the field and protect the school. The 8 children in the group were all in their early teens or younger. Some cried, and all were full of fear when they saw the blue-colored zombies. Hey, the principal said we shouldn't cry. Have you forgotten? But still, I'm scared. He said the blue zombies here are on our side. There's no reason to be scared. The oldest child amongst them calmed the other children down. However, I could tell that the oldest child was also nervous, despite his reassuring words. Nevertheless, he resisted his fear and trusted what the adults had said. I was proud of the young fella. The first group of evacuees had no trouble getting to the apartment complex thanks to this child. I didn't see any red creatures along the way. I sent the children up to Unit 505 where my people were waiting. After seeing the 8 children, the others in the apartment asked about the whereabouts of the rest. Choi Dehai looked extremely anxious. I raised both of my index fingers and waved them back and forth, trying to explain to them that we would be making multiple trips. Choi Dehai nodded at me, and asked me to make sure we got back safely. I replied with a slight nod of my own, then stepped outside again. I knew we had to move faster. The sun was already falling below the horizon. In an hour, or even less than that, the sun would completely set. I took a look at my underlings around me and headed back to the school with an additional 20 of them. The journey to the apartment had taken a long time because of the children, but we were now sprinting back. Well, to be precise, it wasn't exactly sprinting. My underlings were, at best, jogging behind me. I was glad that they were at least jogging. After a while, my underlings even began to run a little. It was an improvement compared to the trotting they had managed earlier in the day. So, my underlings get stronger if I get stronger, huh? Ever since I had eaten the black creature's brain, I realized that the physical abilities of my underlings had changed as well. It was nice to know that I had learned another thing about zombies. But hey, enough with the idle thoughts. I continued toward the school, at a pace faster than that of my underlings. In the first floor hallway, the teens who were older than the children from the first group of evacuees were waiting for me. Most of them seemed to be in their mid to late teens. Each of them carried a backpack. I assumed that they had packed the remaining food or essentials. I saw Li Zhongyuke rushing somewhere. He noticed me and halted, then came over to speak to me. Did you get the children back okay? At novel bin at. Gore. Good work, man. Li Zhongyuke gave me a pat on the shoulder while wiping off the sweat trickling down his forehead. It seemed like he could sense the subtle difference between my growls now. I guess he wasn't lying when he claimed he could tell from my growls whether I was saying yes or no. He bade me farewell and was just about to run off again when I grabbed onto his sleeve. He turned around and asked, do you need anything? I raised 4 of my fingers to indicate the number 4. He stood there, looking at me, then said hesitantly, you want to reduce the number of people in the group to 4. I growled out a negative. Then you want 4 more. This time, I growled in approval. Li Zhongyuke looked over the underlings behind me one by one. He could tell at a glance that there were more underlings than before. He nodded, then ran toward the classroom. He returned with 4 more kids and made them join the others who were already in the hallway. Take care, and make it back safely. I nodded back, then ordered my underlings to form a tight circle around the kids. Just as what had happened with the first group of evacuees, we made our way to the back entrance. This trip being the second trip, I had already mapped out in my mind the path with the least zombies. Thanks to this, we were able to make much better time as compared to the first group. The fact that the children were a bit older on average also made things go much more smoothly. During our journey, 4 zombies with vision tried to attack the children. At my touch, however, they all turned green. I knew that, in the situation we were in, yelling and threatening zombies was a waste of time. I got the 12 children safely to Unit 505 and headed back to the school right away. The sun was almost below the horizon, and darkness was slowly creeping up from the east. Because of this, my underlings and I were able to move faster. It took me 10 minutes to get to the school from the apartment. I knew I would be able to save more time once the sun had set completely. Once I made it past the walls of the school and into the main compound, I saw my people with the rest of the survivors in the first floor hallway. This third group of evacuees seemed to be the last, as Li Zhongyuke was also in the hallway. I'm glad that I brought more underlings. If it weren't for the extra underlings, we would have required a 4th trip. This third team comprised the Li brothers, Kang Ianzhong, Bai Ian Hyokjin, 4 elders, and the principal. As I stepped into the hallway, Li Zhongyuke came up to me. Let's get going right away. I agreed with him. There was no time to lose. I gave him a firm nod and led my underlings and the survivors to the back entrance. The moment I went through the back entrance, I felt a tingling sensation. Immediately after that, I felt as though something was looking at me with murderous eyes. My eyes went wide with surprise, and I quickly turned around. However, I couldn't see anything with my naked eye. The sensation, of all things, was coming from the direction of the sunset, which made it even harder to open my eyes. All I could see was the glaring sunset and the surprisingly quiet school. The tingling feeling grew stronger. I felt as if every part of my body was being dragged down into a swamp. Bai Ian Hyokjin noticed my sudden caution and decided to speak up. Why, what's going on? Is there something out there? It was none other than Li Zhongyuke who covered Bai Ian Hyokjin's mouth. Li Zhongyuke looked at me anxiously, still covering Bai Ian Hyokjin's mouth with one hand. I had reacted in a similar manner when we'd run into the black creature. Li Zhongyuke had probably sensed something subconsciously, thanks to his memories of what had happened back then. I gave up on returning to the apartment and led everyone back to the school. I couldn't risk the trip back to the apartment knowing that there was something out there eyeing us. It was clear to me that, if we tried to make the trip, the consequences would be dire. I couldn't endanger Soyeon's safety. My underlings and everyone who was with me followed me without saying a word. We entered the first floor of the school, and I caught Li Zhongyuke's eye. Even without saying a word, Li Zhongyuke realized how serious the situation had become, and led the survivors to an empty classroom. All the windows in there were covered with planks. I assumed that he had been busy putting these up earlier on. I was surprised at what Li Zhongyuke had done while I'd been busy. It seemed he had prepared this place ahead of time, just in case enemies attacked while I was gone. I ordered my underlings to keep a lookout in the hallway while I followed the survivors into the empty classroom. Only then did Li Zhongyuke whisper, "There's something out there, huh?" I nodded in reply. I peered outside through the cracks between the planks to assess the situation. The sun was barely visible. During our short journey, darkness had swept across the sky. Only then did I notice the zombies looking our way with my own eyes. I saw the red beings peeking their heads out of the window of a building 300 meters away. I hadn't been able to visually confirm their existence earlier on because of the sunset. Now that the sun had set, though, there was no way they could hide their red-colored heads in the darkness. 5, 6, no. There were more red faces in the building next to them, and more in the building next to that one. There were at least 30 of them, and they all had vision. For zombies in the streets, it would be surprising to find one zombie out of 10 who could see. In that case, it meant that there were at least 300 red creatures occupying the area. I assumed that there had to be a leader amongst them that was targeting us. Their overwhelming numbers caused fear to swell within me, and I broke into cold sweat. 300 zombies. It was an absurd number. Can I protect everyone from them? As I stared blankly into space, Li Zhongyuke shook me to get my attention. Can you hear me? I looked at him quizzically. I didn't even notice he'd been calling me. All my attention had been trained on what I'd been seeing outside. I had no clue that he'd been trying to grab my attention. He grew a little agitated and asked forcefully, "What the hell are you looking at?" They were 300 meters away, and they were just peeking their heads out through the building's windows. With the sun down, it was impossible for a human being to see them with their naked eye. Without the ability to sense their presence the way I could, or recognize the red glow, it was impossible. I mimed holding a pencil with my right hand, indicating that I wanted a pen. Li Zhongyuke handed me the pen he had inside his pocket. I took the pen and wrote down letters on the plank. Many. After reading what I had written down, all the survivors looked at me open-mouthed, but not in a good way. Li Zhongyuke seemed like he was about to lose his mind. In a stuttering voice, he asked, Then, are they after us? I nodded, my expression rather calm. My gesture caused the survivors to fall into despair. Sighs and groans filled the room. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips. How many? How many do they have? Are there more of them than your underlings? I put down the pen in my hand and spread my arms out wide. I then made a big circle. With that, everyone sank to the ground, their mouths open like goldfish. Many parents often ask their children how much they love them. I, too, had asked So-yeon this question multiple times when she went to daycare. Most children answered by spreading their arms as wide as they could while making a big circle. This much. When children made this gesture, it brought indescribable happiness and inspiration. Now, however, the same circle only brought despair and death. Li Zhongyuke stared at me blankly. He was completely spaced out. I didn't know what to do. Time was ticking away. Every minute felt like 10 years. One of the elders began hyperventilating, as though suffering from claustrophobia. The principal went up to the elder with a plastic bag as if he knew he was going to vomit. At the moment, we were all in a classroom. However, to the elder, the spacious classroom must have felt like a tiny cell with no way out. I looked across the room, looking into the eyes of the survivors. Everyone seemed to have unfocused gazes. They were either staring blankly at the ceiling, or sighing while looking down at the floor. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to improve this horrid atmosphere. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the full-length mirror in the corner of the classroom. I saw myself standing among the other people with my glowing red eyes. What the heck are you doing, man? You really think you're human just because you're in a group of other humans? Get your shit together, man. I couldn't help but smile at how ridiculous I looked. I got up and headed out into the hallway. As soon as I was in the hallway, I counted the number of underlings I had. I'd started off with 30 underlings, then added another 27 in between, and retrieved another 20 after escorting the first group of evacuees back to the apartment. On my second trip back, I'd made 4 more. That meant I had a total of 81 underlings with me. This made it 81 against over 300. The other side had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. I sighed and headed toward the art room. I grabbed all the blue paint there was and returned to my underlings. I, too, had been engulfed by fear when I first saw the red creatures. However, after seeing the survivors lose hope that they would make it out alive, I knew what I needed to do. I reminded myself of my purpose for continuing to live, the reason I couldn't let my life end even though I was a zombie. For So-yeon, right? Yes, it was for So-yeon. And for the people who had washed her, fed her, and took care of her while I had been gone for a week. The people who were, at this moment, fearing for their lives. I knew I wasn't alone. No, in fact, none of us were alone. I wanted to wash away their despair. I wanted to show them the meaning of life, along with the hope that they would live on. I wanted to plant the idea of consolation in their hearts. I knew that there would be moments that would be painful enough to make me want to give up. At that moment, I didn't dare fathom how much pain that would be. However, as I thought about it, it seemed like there had never been a day without pain. Not a single day as a human, or as a being that couldn't die. I knew pain would be inevitable, and I would have to endure the suffering ahead of me. And if that was my destiny, I wasn't going to get sad, sulky, or fall into despair alone. I had a community now. I would laugh, cry, and share my moments with others. I squeezed out all the blue paint on a palette to paint the underlings that hadn't yet been painted. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke joined me, looked closely at what I was doing. He sighed, then walked toward me, his posture sagging and his face completely straight. He took a handful of paint and started smearing it on my underlings as well. Then, he said in a low voice, "We can do anything if we fight to the end. I'm not sure how many enemies there are, but since they're not making the first move, it seems like they also have no clue how many of us there are. They'll start attacking once they have an idea of how many of us they're up against." Li Zhongyuke had a point. However, I felt like there was another reason behind their inaction. I believed they were trying to follow us. If they were thinking about attacking this place, they would have attacked earlier, through the back entrance. However, the only thing they had been doing was keeping an eye on our movements from 300 meters away. I bet that they were curious as to why we kept on going out through the back entrance. They probably wanted to find out our destination. They weren't thinking of cutting off our arms and legs. Rather, they were thinking of swallowing us whole. We finally finished painting all my underlings. Li Zhongyuke sighed deeply, clutching his stainless steel spear. Alrighty then. He sighed as if it were his last sigh as a living soul. It was heavier than any other sigh I had heard from him. Li Zhongyuke chuckled weakly. Let's keep going till the Thud. His eyes widened in surprise. He stared blankly at his two hands. Without even realizing it, the stainless steel spear that had been in his hands was suddenly in mine. I pushed Li Zhongyuke, dumbfounded, into the classroom. He let out a small scream, landing on his bottom. I looked into each of the survivors' faces as I ordered my underlings in the hallway into the classroom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once 30 of them were inside, I ordered them to guard the door. The 30 of you, protect the survivors and kill anything that tries to get in through the windows. The rest in the hallway, kill the ones that try to get into the classroom. Lastly, the ones in the classroom, don't let anyone out until I get back. It was a simple order. Kill anything that approaches. Once I had given my orders, I shut the classroom door. Li Zhongyuke quickly got up, trying to open the door. However, the underlings inside the classroom stopped him. He had no choice but to back away. The sudden development took the survivors completely by surprise. With them inside, I headed toward the entrance to the school compound. The wide field welcomed me, and the fresh summer breeze kissed my cheeks. The subtle chirping of bugs calmed my nervousness. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Gore. I sorted out my jumbled emotions. I was at peace, everything seemed so peaceful. Fear, nervousness, despair, or frustration, they no longer held me back. As I opened my eyes, I focused my gaze on the lights glowing in the distance. I took one step after another toward them, gripping ever more tightly onto the stainless steel spear. I wasn't sure how to describe the situation. I wasn't even sure if there was a word or phrase that could describe my feelings. Oh, never mind. I found the perfect saying. I'm not going down by myself. It was time to see who fell into hell first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thud, thud, thud. The dark sky shoved me toward them, like a lonely boat in the middle of the ocean being pushed by strong, dark waves. Before I knew it, I was almost upon them. The 300-meter distance between us felt like nothing. In moments, I was a mere 30 meters away from them. They peered down at me through the windows of an 8-story building. They were probably startled by my unexpected move. None of them moved in response, but their eyes were locked on me, full of curiosity. Soon after, another being appeared on the roof of the building. I looked closely at its face. It was different from the ones I'd seen before. It wasn't a normal red, but a deep, crimson red. I didn't know how to describe its color. It was almost the color of red wine, the sort of wine that has matured over a long time. Its entire body had a burgundy hue. We glared at each other for a while, then it vanished out of sight. After a moment, I heard heavy footsteps coming from inside the building, causing my hair to stand on end. Before I realized it, the creature had made it down to the first-floor entrance. It had red glowing eyes, like me. I locked eyes with the creature. Is it trying to talk to me? How is talking going to work? Do we have to get down on the asphalt and start drawing? We kept on staring at each other. We were both waiting for the other side to make the first move. Hey you hear me don't you? At that moment, my mind went blank. I had no clue where this sound was coming from. The creature in front of me had its blue lips tightly shut. However, I knew that this sound was coming from the creature standing right in front of me. There was no other possibility at novel bin at. It walked right up to me, its face filling my vision, and repeated its question. You hear me, don't you? I replied to it this time, my eyes glowing red. What's your purpose for showing up here? I was communicating with it just by thinking. We didn't need to communicate verbally. Signals were sent straight to my brain, as though we were plants communicating with one another. It flashed a sly smirk, then continued with its own questions. You already know what I want. How many people do you have back at the school? That's none of your business. I know they're yours, but if you keep it up like this, you're going to lose. Can't you tell? I don't need you to remind me about that. This was a rather unpleasant conversation. In fact, I didn't even know if what we were doing could be considered a conversation. It felt like predators fighting over prey. It scratched its head silently for a while. Then it frowned and continued, at this point, you're just asking me to kill you. You know that right? Come at me if you think you can. I glared at it, tilting my head. I knew I couldn't back down right now. If I did, I knew it would unsheath its claws and attack me right away. The creature snorted and let out a vulgar laugh. Grr. It howled as it opened its dirty and vulgar mouth. Its laugh was too vulgar to even be considered a laugh. It stared into my eyes with a deadly serious expression and said, you seem pretty full of yourself. But what are you going to do? Nothing good will come from getting into trouble with us. My eyes twitched after hearing its words. I looked away to avoid its gaze while I processed what it had just said. Did it say us? Does that mean it's not alone? I mean, it was a zombie that had the ability to think. If they had the ability to think like humans, of course there was the possibility of them moving in groups. I couldn't believe I'd missed this. Pat. The creature put its hand on my shoulder. I was still avoiding its gaze. Its touch was nothing but a sensation of unpleasant dirtiness. I focused on its face while it continued to speak. It was frowning. Hey Ajasi, you should look at the other person's face when you're talking. What good is it to see your damn face? I replied, tilting my head. It let out a rather dumbfounded huff, and took a step backwards, staring blankly at my face. It looked at me incredulously. Don't you know anything? Ha 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 ha. It howled with laughter, and its tone grew more arrogant. Here I was, thinking this guy knew what was going on. Turns out he doesn't know shit. Stupidity is truly the best, isn't it? You sure got a lot of courage though. It roared its disconcerting laugh once again. Its laughter swept through every part of my body, giving me the chills. I clearly lacked information. This meant it had the high ground. It was no longer an even tug of war. It had the upper hand, and I was going to be dragged forward by it. It stared right into my eyes and started bombarding me with questions. How many underlings can we have? What happens if we eat each other? What happens if we eat humans? I couldn't answer any of its questions. It snorted with its head up high, as if there was no further point to this confrontation. It acted as if it was already the winner. It continued in a teasing manner, "Hey Ajasi, if you don't want to die as a laughing stock, just stay low, got it? The next time you see my gang, run for your goddamn life. The others aren't gentlemen like me, you got it?" I kept silent, and it flicked my cheek with a finger. "And, Ajasi, look people in the eye when you speak. Or else we can't hear a goddamn thing you're saying. There's rules to follow, got it? Rules. Huh? You really don't know anything? Ajasi, have you never seen others with red eyes like us?" I replied with a blank stare, and it stared back at me as though at a loss for words. I wondered if it was mad at me, given the way it was looking at me, though, I assumed not. Rather, it seemed more astonished than mad. Despite its silence, I could guess its thoughts by its expression. It was probably something close to this. How has he managed to not meet any other red-eyed creatures? After a moment, it looked toward its underlings. Now that we no longer held eye contact, I stopped hearing its voice. I had no clue what orders it was giving to its underlings. Is this why it said to look each other in the eyes when communicating? I realized that I couldn't hear anything without eye contact. After a moment, one of its underlings came running, clutching a paper folded into a rectangle. It snatched the paper from its underling, frowning as it opened the crumpled paper. Even though I had no clue what they were saying, I could sense that something was amiss. After a pause, it looked at me with its glowing red eyes and asked me in a serious tone, "Hey Ajasi, where the hell is this place?" Needless to say, I didn't answer. "Are we in Hangdang-dong?" it asked with a frown. Again, I didn't say anything. It was holding a map of Seoul. The map was all tattered, with all sorts of markings on it. What could zombies possibly mark on a map? The location of survivors? Or other zombie groups? That moment, my eyes were drawn to a rather unique marking on the map. Some places had scissor-like marks on them, and Hangdang-dong was one of them. The zombie came right up to my face and repeated its question. "You bastard, I'm asking if we're in Hangdang-dong." It was acting aggressively, but I saw its eyes shifting from side to side. I could tell that its eyes were full of fear, so I didn't tell it where we were. Instead, I took small breaths. It started gritting its teeth, and I caught a glimpse of them. I noticed that its teeth weren't sharp like mine. It still had human teeth, with pieces of flesh stuck between them. It managed to contain its boiling rage just enough to speak again. "Ajasi, you remember the rules I told you about earlier? At novel bin at." Instead of answering, I looked it straight in the eye. The zombie shook its clenched fists violently before continuing. I could sense the cold fury in its voice. "First, you look people in the eye when you talk. Second, if someone breaks that rule, you can either eat or kill that person." Instead of answering, I replied with a question of my own. Now who in the world made that rule? The zombie lost control and started screaming like a mad beast. With its mouth open wide, I could smell the stench of its breath. Its thick, murky spit splattered all over my face. I knew no one liked receiving questions in response to their own. However, only the living cared about such things. I was already dead, so I had nothing to worry about. It continued to grind its teeth, glaring at me with murderous eyes, ready to attack me any moment. Unexpectedly, it backed away from me a little, then howled at the top of its lungs. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr started to move. Their footsteps echoed in my eardrums, putting all my senses on alert. I couldn't fathom how many there were. The ground shook with the constant drumbeat of their footsteps. In moments, I saw a wave of red surging towards me from the lobby of a nearby building. It was quite a sight. This was probably how the Nile River looked when the water had been turned to blood. I tightened my grip on my spear as the red tsunami rolled toward me. I knew this was bound to happen. Instead of fear, I felt a readiness to fight back, and a burst of adrenaline flowed through my body. I wasn't fighting against my fears. Instead, my agitation drew me into a state of ecstasy. Grrrrrrr. I roared at them, revealing my sharp teeth. I thrust my spear into the first red creature that got close to me. Crack! My spear pierced it, breaking its ribs. As I stabbed the spear deeper into its body, my right hand, which was holding onto the spear, eventually made it through the creature's body as well. I was shocked by how deep in my thrust went. What in the world? How much stronger did I get? With that, I let go of the spear. I realized that my bare hands would be more effective weapons than the spear I was holding. Red creatures swarmed toward me from all directions. Without hesitation, I threw out a flurry of punches. Crack! My punch cracked a red creature's skull, and the force of the blow recoiled up my arms. I didn't have the time to think about it. I kept throwing punches. Faster, faster. There was no time to rest. In this situation, any sort of rest meant death. I knew that if I hesitated, even for a split second, they would grab hold of my body and sink their rotten teeth into my flesh. I threw punch after punch without flinching. The red creatures coming at me were obviously not rational beings. They only had one objective in mind: to get me. It didn't matter if their comrades fell, died, were stomped on, or had their heads cracked. Gore? I heard a terrible throat-rending noise from behind. One of them was trying to attack me from behind. I realized I didn't even have the time to turn around. So instead, I reached my hand out behind me. Luckily enough, I managed to grab its head. I grit my teeth as hard as I could and crushed its head with all my might. Pop! It felt like squeezing a watermelon until it burst. I managed to find a firmer grip, the remnants of its head acting as a handle of sorts. I didn't let go, but whirled it in front as hard as I could. A human body swung outward in front of me, still attached to my hand. Now this is the sort of weapon I'm talking about. My moves were neither elegant nor delicate. They were movements born out of a last-ditch effort to keep myself alive. On the other hand, though, my enemies probably viewed me as the devil himself. I swung the dead body like a mace. After a while, though, the handle bent, unable to withstand the strength of my grip. I felt a horrible feeling travel through my body, from head to toe, but I couldn't stop. I had no time to think because of all the red creatures trying to grab me. I swung the dead body around for as long as I could. Moments later, the neck tore, unable to handle the centrifugal force. As I drew my hand back, the creature's spine came out. I reached the conclusion that the spine alone was a poor weapon. I hurled it toward the closest zombie that was charging at me, and followed swiftly behind it. Splat! I caught the creature in the face with my fist, and its jaw dented as though made of styrofoam. I quickly realized that there were more zombies coming at me, and taking them down at this rate wasn't going to cut it. There was no end to them. Finding an escape route seemed impossible. I knew I would have had a chance if I had a wall behind me, but I knew if this kept up, I would eventually fall. Just then, a thought struck me. Is there really a reason for me to find an escape route? I didn't need to find an escape route. In fact, I was a being capable of making one. I kicked the closest one charging toward me as hard as I could, knocking it back and causing the others behind it to fall like dominoes. That bought me a little time. I didn't waste a second. I braced myself and jumped with all my strength. Whoosh! Wind raced past my eardrums. I made it to the 4th floor windowsill of the building opposite. As I entered the building, the red creatures raced into the 1st floor of the building I was in. I could hear the zombie tsunami making its way up the stairs. Dust was flying everywhere, as if the old building was about to collapse any second. I knew I had to make it to the 4th floor staircase before they did. I hurried to the emergency stairwell and saw the red tsunami sweeping its way up. Numerical advantage? That's no longer relevant, you fools. More numbers only worked in an open space without walls. Here, though, the space was blocked off by 4 walls. And there was only one way up and one way down. I knew I had the high ground, so I no longer had to think about losing. I also knew that my physical abilities had surpassed any ordinary human. In fact, I wasn't human anymore. At that moment, I remembered the time the black creature had ripped apart my underlings in every possible way and had thrown their heads about like baseballs. My physical abilities were currently very close to that creature's. The red tsunami in front of me parted like the Red Sea. Without even realizing it, the red creatures that had made it to the 4th floor had been pushed back down to the 1st floor. I was crushing their skulls in the entryway to the stairwell on the 1st floor. These creatures were merely executing orders. They did not know that they were ramming their heads against a brick wall. They were charging at me non-stop, even after seeing their comrades die. I easily handled the ones trying to squeeze themselves into the emergency stairwell. With the situation under control, I finally had a moment to think. At that moment, I remembered a face that I had forgotten for a little while. Where's their leader? I no longer saw the creature with glowing red eyes. It seemed to have hidden itself after ordering its underlings to become shields. Did it actually run away? Did it flee after seeing the manner in which its underlings were being wiped out? Grr! That moment, a cry rippled through my mind. I knew it wasn't coming from one of the red creatures in front of me. It was coming from those that were connected to me, like my alter egos. Their voices echoed as one, containing a single, unifying thought. Enemy detected. Get rid of the enemy. I realized that these thoughts were my underlings. Obviously, they weren't saying them out loud, but I could sense that this was what they were trying to communicate. Right then, I realized something. The school. The leader was heading toward the school. It had distracted my attention with the red tsunami while it made its way to its real objective. It seemed like my underlings were following my exact orders, and having noticed the incoming enemies, were gearing up to fight. They were acting on my orders and reporting back to me instantaneously. Without even realizing it, my underlings and I were moving as one. I had to get back. I had to go back to the school somehow. However, the red tsunami of zombies was growing even more out of control, threatening to swirl into a tornado. I began to wonder if I could make it past the massive tide of red zombies alive. I knew that there was no way for me to get away from them, and dragging them with me to the school would be absurd. I had no time to stand still and think. I had to do something right now. I threw myself toward the emergency exit. *****. Move to the right side. As the wood planks that were blocking the windows broke, Li Zhongyuke was the first one to pick up his spear and prepare to fight. Li Zhonghyuk hid the elders and male students underneath a desk and hurried next to Li Zhongyuke. In the meantime, Kang Yanzhong was stacking desks and chairs in front of the classroom doors. When the attacking zombies broke through the planks, the zombies painted in blue started moving. Gore! The blue-colored zombies snapped and bit off the necks of the zombies that were coming in head first. It would be obvious to a living person that trying to get in through a small window was akin suicide, but there was no way that these zombies were aware of such logic. The zombies kept on trying to get through the gap in the window. The ones in front were pushed by the ones behind. This was a treat for the blue-colored zombies as they hunted down the prey that were walking right into their trap. Despite this, some managed to make it inside the classroom. However, they were no match to the blue-colored zombies. The attacking zombies that tackled the blue-colored ones head-on had their wrists and arms twisted instantly. Then, their necks were bitten and red blood spurted out, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Li Zhongyuke looked around, dumbfounded by what he was seeing. The zombies that managed to enter had fallen before he even had the chance to fight them. The blue-colored zombies were a different breed compared to the ones trying to get in. At this point, they weren't merely defending themselves. They were like fishermen who had prepared a large net to catch all the other zombies who were trying to enter. Li Zhongyuke looked out into the hallway to see what was going on outside. The situation there was no different. The zombies that were coming from both ends had been pushed all the way back to the entrances. There were no zombies in sight. Blue-colored zombies were blocking off the entrance to the classroom. The attacking zombies could only be observed by peeking out through the windows that opened into the hallway. The blue-colored zombies were carrying out a massacre. Utter dominance was the perfect phrase to describe the current situation. As Li Zhongyuke stared blankly at the scene before him, Li Zhonghyuk appeared at his side. Big brother, I don't think we have to worry about Soyeon's father. Li Zhongyuke nodded at what Li Zhonghyuk said and swallowed. He realized he'd been worrying for nothing. I thought he was just a strong cow, but he's actually a fierce bull. This was the perfect way to describe the current situation. There was a monster that munched on other monsters, and the people there were closely connected to that monster. Growling. A murderous scream ripped through the air, coming from the school entrance, causing everything in its vicinity to shake, and threatening to bulldoze everything in its path. Li Zhongyuke looked toward the source of the scream through a window that was hanging off its hinges. He caught a glimpse of the creature leaping over the front gate. However, Li Zhongyuke felt no fear, nor did he fear the creature. Rather, he grinned and muttered calmly, Soyeon's father is here. I saw a group of red creatures at the windows. I couldn't tell exactly how many there were, but there seemed to be around 10 to 20 of them. Those were rookie numbers compared to the number of zombies I had fought earlier. I saw a similar number of red creatures at the school entrance as well. I ran toward them without any hesitation. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Dirt flew everywhere. The field, which was at least 100 meters in length, was tiny to me. The red creatures were slow to realize I was dashing toward them. Once they noticed me, they whipped around. However, it was too late for them. It was too late for them to escape or beg for their lives. They should have known better before attacking my people. Survival was no longer an option for them. This is your destiny. Death is upon you. Crack. I grabbed the head of the red creature in the very front and used my momentum to smash its head into the school wall. If you ever wondered if a person's head can be smashed flat, I'd reply that I wasn't exactly sure what you meant by flat. However, I would tell you that it was more than possible for it to shatter into pieces. Its eyeballs popped out of their sockets and slipped in between my fingers. Without a moment's pause, I started crushing the other creatures' heads. I didn't even need to punch them. All I had to do was grab onto their skulls and crush them with my grip as if I were squeezing an apple. Or I could pin them to the ground and squash their round skulls into pancakes. The intent to fight was still coursing through me following the fight in the building lobby. Well, to be precise, it was a murderous intent. I crushed the heads of the red creatures clinging onto the windows like a bat out of hell. I was a raging beast. Without even realizing it, I reached the entrance to the main building, and took care of the ones that were blocking the entrance. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? God damn it. I didn't see the one with glowing red eyes anywhere. I had to kill the boss no matter what. I knew that if I left it alive, it was possible that it would come after me again. And when it did, it would probably bring more underlings, or even come back stronger. I had to pull out this evil by its roots, before it had the chance to grow. I searched around with my glowing red eyes, my senses heightened. I could perceive even the tiniest details. To be precise, my zombie instincts to search for prey had taken over me. Patter, patter. At that moment, I detected my quarry. I heard its footsteps. They weren't ordinary footsteps. They were the footsteps of someone fleeing the battle alone. They were the footsteps of the defeated. I paid closer attention to them. Where are you? Where the hell are you hiding? My eyes eventually honed in on a burgundy-colored zombie climbing up a wall. I couldn't help but smirk when I saw the effort it was expending trying to save its dear life. Oh boy, I got you now. I mustered all my strength and jumped. I floated through the air and landed right in front of the only red light that glowed brightly in this world of darkness. As soon as the fleeing zombie made it over the wall, it fell onto its bottom in surprise. It was horrified to see me. It stared at me as if it was seeing a ghost. Its eyes were full of fear and despair. Don't come near me. Get away, you fucking monster. I couldn't stop smiling at its groveling fear. I enjoyed the sight of this creature being scared of me. The madness within me was driving me to feast on this wretched being. It started looking around desperately, as though looking for help. I grabbed its neck and forced it to face me. My glowing red eyes bored into its face. Keep your eyes on me, eh? I can't tell what you're saying if you don't, you idiot. You fucking monster? Fucking monster. At that moment, I saw a reflection of myself in its glowing red eyes. I immediately let go of its neck in shock. I looked hideous and terrifying. The feeling that had filled me the last time I saw the black creature laughing rushed into me again. I couldn't believe I was feeling the same way just looking at myself. I felt like I was looking at the black creature. I had been roaring with bestial laughter. I was enjoying this moment like a beast feasting on flesh. Most striking of all, my eyes looked like those of a cat. They didn't look normal. My pupils were no longer round, but were shaped like vertical slits. My glowing red eyes and vertical slit-like pupils were enough to shock me. It took me a moment to come back to my senses. After a while, the crazed instincts within me slowly died away like a candle burning itself out. I was still taken aback at my reflection. Me? That's how I look now. I couldn't keep myself together. My mind was past the point of confusion. As I stood there in shock, the red zombie leader rushed at me, believing that it was the perfect moment to get me. I wondered if it knew that attacking me was like banging its head against a wall. I didn't even have to look at it. I could already tell what it was going to do. My left arm shot out and grabbed its face. It screamed at the top of its lungs out of agony. I saw its eyes peeking through between my fingers. I looked straight into them and said, "Do I still look like a monster to you? Let go of me? Let go of me, you son of a bitch." It didn't bother to answer my question, but went on spewing out a string of vulgarities. I fixed my gaze on the creature again. "You're right. I am a monster. Wait, I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me." I looked at it silently, my expression deceptively calm. I could see right away that its eyes weren't that of an animal begging for its life. It had the eyes of a hyena, looking for another chance to pounce on its prey. Realizing its intention, I calmed myself and asked the questions I wanted answers to. "You asked me earlier if I knew what would happen if a zombie like us ate other zombies, right?" Yes. I'll tell you everything. I swear. Please don't kill me." "You know what? I actually don't need to hear it from you anymore." "Huh? What do you mean?" It looked at me with eyes filled with fear. "Let's just say it's time for an experiment." Splat. Thud. I crushed its skull. The light from its glowing red eyes faded away. In moments, the lifeless body sagged to the ground. This was the end. Everything was over. The fight was over. But I was left with a scar within me, one that marked where a piece of my humanity had been burned away, a scar that I could never forget. I knew I had won the fight, but something just didn't seem right. I felt like I had lost something. Do I enjoy killing? Even though they were zombies, they were creatures that still resembled humans. I sighed deeply, so deeply that I almost thought I was going to vomit. After several moments, I shifted my gaze toward the dead body on the ground. There was still some unfinished business. And I had to do this voluntarily, with a sane mind, unlike the previous time when I'd done it unconsciously. Gulp. I swallowed hard. The sound was louder than I'd expected. I took in a few shallow breaths. There was no time to hesitate. I had to get this over with before one of my people came searching for me. I plucked the dead zombie's dented brain from its skull. I tore into it, believing that there was no time to lose. One bite after another, I ingested its brain. I was voluntarily doing something inhuman in order to obtain more information. With every bite, I felt the remaining humanity within me getting torn to pieces. At the same time, I was beset by a painful headache, and my body began to shiver uncontrollably. It felt similar to the time when I ate the black creature's brain. However, I wasn't on the brink of death, nor was I trying to ward off unthinkable agony. Beep. With my last bite, a high-pitched whine filled my ears. I felt dizzy and I couldn't keep my balance, as though something had gone wrong with my inner ear. I didn't have any difficulties breathing, nor was my body engulfed in pain. My mouth wasn't itching, nor did the headache persist. But for some reason, I still couldn't keep myself upright. I collapsed to the ground. What's happening? I was completely sane, but everything in front of me started flickering, as though I was watching a movie where the film had been damaged. I could tell that my body remembered this feeling. I inevitably began to feel drowsier. I felt my body grow warm, and soon after that, I felt all the accumulated fatigue rush into me at once. Just as when I'd eaten the black creature's brain, I was ready to enter a deep sleep. Gore. I had no clue how long I'd been out for. I slowly picked myself up as I opened my eyes. My vision was blurry, so I rubbed my eyes and blinked them hard to clear it. I looked around and saw desks and chairs stacked on top of each other irregularly. I could tell that people had been there earlier. I saw rice on the floor, along with footprints and marks that indicated that someone had been sitting on the floor. Rattle. The classroom door opened and I saw a familiar woman with a big water jug in her hands step inside. When she saw me, her eyes widened in surprise. "Huh? Oh." As she stood motionless at the entrance, the man behind her started complaining. "Ianjong, just go in already. This stuff is heavy, you know." But look at what? So-yeon's father. Kang Ianjong placed the jug on the floor and came running up to me. Her face was as red as a beet. She grabbed my hand and began to sob without saying a word. Realizing that I was awake, the man who followed her in called my name with a bright smile. So-yeon's dad. It was Lee Jong-uk. He came up to me and gave me a good smack on the back. "Hey, I thought you were dead." Gore. "I mean your heart wasn't beating, you weren't breathing, and you seemed to be asleep as well. You were sleeping as though you were dead. I was on the verge of burying you." To them, my condition would have been confusing. Since I had no heartbeat, if I fainted, my condition would be no different from that of a dead body. They probably couldn't tell if I was dead or just knocked out. But Li Zhongyuke, he had a way of knowing if I was alive or dead. If my underlings stood still like soldiers waiting for orders, that meant I was still alive. If they acted like defeated soldiers, not knowing what to do with themselves, that would mean that I was dead. Since he had already experienced this before, he'd probably acted according to his observations of my underlings. I flashed a bitter smile and scratched my sideburns. Li Zhongyuke smiled gently. Thank goodness you didn't die. I didn't immediately offer a reply. Not dead huh, at novel bin at. I couldn't help but laugh. The whole situation seemed ironic. So what exactly am I? Dead or alive? I stood up and headed straight to the bathroom. My sudden movement left the two of them feeling rather perplexed, but they continued with what they were doing, assuming that I had business to take care of. They checked their stores of water and inspected their weapons. The classroom and the hallway outside still bore battle scars. Judging by their state, I assumed that not a whole lot of time had passed. As soon as I entered the bathroom, I checked myself in the mirror. My pupils, which had been vertical slits earlier, were now normal and round again. What in the world? I swear they were vertical earlier. Despite this, I couldn't stop imagining the way I had appeared earlier on. Thankfully, the murderous madness seemed to have left me, and I was normal as anyone in my state could be. I had lost my mind as I'd fought off the hundreds of red zombies that had crashed into me like a tsunami. Back then, I couldn't think of anything else other than killing them. Slowly, fragmented memories came back to me, showing me how I fought and how many of the zombies I had killed. Back then, it felt like an alter ego hidden somewhere deep down within me had taken over my body. The other part of me that enjoyed killing, unlike the one that loved humans. Perhaps my zombie instincts were getting stronger and stronger. I wondered how much longer I could remain around humans. Gore. Saddened by this thought, my head sagged and I let out a sigh. I couldn't come to any solid conclusion. I had no idea what would happen to me down the line. I turned the sink on to try to wash my face with cold water, but I realized that the sink wasn't working. So instead, I had to slap myself in the face a few times to get myself together. When I returned to the classroom, I saw the survivors sitting in a circle and drinking water. The constant anxiety had probably left them feeling rather thirsty. I sat next to Li Zhongyuke and gave him a nudge. As he turned to me, I pointed toward my wrist, asking for the time. He looked at me closely, and then asked hesitantly, "Are you asking how long you were out for?" Gore. Not sure. Maybe half a day. Half a day, huh. That was nothing compared to the week I'd been knocked out for after my fight with the black creature. I smacked my lips and sighed in relief. Li Zhongyuke passed me the water. Can you drink water? Honestly, I didn't know. I had never tried drinking water after my transformation. Instead of answering his question, I took the bottle and slowly drained the water down my throat. Cough, cough. Goodness gracious. My throat was burning and my entire body was resisting the water. All the water I drank drained back out through my nose and mouth. Li Zhongyuke frowned as he watched all the water streaming out. I mean, you could just say you don't like it if you don't. Gore. I rubbed my neck with my left hand to soothe the pain as I passed the water bottle back to Li Zhongyuke. I got up and headed outside for some fresh air. I felt the morning sun and the cool breeze. I took in deep breaths as though trying to clear my lungs of cigarette smoke. Oh wait, what about the red leader's dead body? If Li Zhongyuke brought me back, what did he do with the leader's dead body? I immediately went over the wall and headed toward the place where I had passed out. Its body was nowhere to be seen. I only saw blood stains on the ground. Darn it, there's still something I need to retrieve. It was the map it had been holding. That was what I needed. If I had the map, it would be easy to understand the current situation within Seoul. The map was not only important for me, but for the survivors as well, since it probably had important information marked on it. I looked around frantically, like a person who had lost their wallet, trying my best to find it. Hey, what are you doing? Li Zhongyuke's voice came from behind me, startling me. I flinched at his sudden appearance, as if I had been caught red-handed for doing something wrong. But then, I realized I had done nothing wrong, and tried to find out from him where the dead body was. After using my best sign language, Li Zhongyuke finally figured out what I was asking. Where did the dead body go? I growled in acknowledgement. It's in the garbage dump behind the school. I moved all the dead bodies lying around over there. My eyes widened with hope, and I hurried over to the garbage dump. There were piles of dead bodies lying around, yet to be burned. I figured it would have been difficult to burn any of the zombie bodies during the night. They either had to wait until I awoke or the sun came up. Li Zhongyuke followed me. He covered his nose and said, "If we don't burn these dead bodies fast, we might have to deal with who knows what kind of diseases. And with this hot weather, we shouldn't delay any longer." He sounded like he was just making an excuse to get rid of the smell, but he was right. His judgment was sound. But I needed that map no matter what. It was essential for us to get our hands on the map. I went through the piled up bodies in order to find the leader. I looked around everywhere. Li Zhongyuke studied me for a while, then smacked his lips and asked, "Are you looking for something?" I didn't spare the time to answer his question, but kept on digging through the dead bodies. I went through the dead bodies, hoping that I would chance upon the leader's body. As I went through the pile of dead bodies, the reality of what I had done the day before hit me. Many of the dead bodies were torn apart, and others had crushed heads that were barely attached to their bodies. I saw another one with its arms twisted abnormally, and others that had their tongues and eyes sticking out. I couldn't believe I did all of that. I was shocked by the fact that I could be that violent. I tried my best to clamp down on my disgust and contain the vomit that was trying to make its way up. After a while, I finally grabbed a dead body that only had half of its skull. It was missing its brain. I dragged it out from the pile and looked at its face. It was impossible to identify it since its face was so damaged. However, it was wearing the same clothes as the leader, and my gut told me that I was holding on to the right dead body. Li Zhongyuke frowned as he stared at the body I was holding up. That one didn't have a brain to begin with, he commented. I think some rats ate it. His statement caused me a moment's hesitation. What if he knew that I was actually the one who ate the brain, and not some rats? I shook my head to clear my mind of these meaningless thoughts. I started rummaging through its clothing. I went through every pocket, top, and bottom, hoping that it still had the map with it. Crumple. I felt something that seemed like paper in its thigh pocket. I quickly took it out and realized it was the map I was looking for. I felt like a treasure hunter who had found the gold he had dreamed about his whole life. The map? I finally found you. Immediately, I opened it. It was a large map of Seoul, 1 meter wide and 80 centimeters tall. Noticing my sudden joy, Li Zhongyuke moved next to me. Is this a map of Seoul? He exclaimed in surprise. I growled in approval. What are these signs? I couldn't answer his question. Not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't know either. I shook my head, and Li Zhongyuke supported me as I got to my feet. He glanced at the map I was holding. Let's go back inside and figure it out. It smells awful here. I nodded in agreement and followed him back to the classroom. *****. When we came back with a map, all the survivors gathered around us. We didn't even have to invite them. We first noticed areas colored green, orange, and red, as well as places marked with the strange scissors sign. Above these areas, there was a small skull mark, along with multiple shield marks. We got together to decipher the meaning behind the marks. From our speculations, we derived a few conclusions. The skulls meant zombies, while the shields meant survivors. We guessed that the shields represented large numbers of survivors. We concluded that the mark indicated that whoever was there had adequate defenses and were living in groups. The real problem was the colors. We had no clue what they meant. However, Li Zhonghyak provided the solution. Since this is a map that the zombies were carrying around, wouldn't it make sense to think it was showing the zombies' status? What do you mean by zombies' status? Li Zhongyuke asked, inviting his brother to elaborate. Li Zhonghyak shrugged and answered, this was a map that the opposing zombie leader was holding, right? So I'm assuming it could show some sort of hierarchy. Don't you think so? So the colors represent who's higher up in their ladder. Yeah. Just like how So-yeon's father was absurdly strong compared to the other, I bet there's some sort of hierarchy among zombie leaders. He had a point. Everyone seemed to agree with what Li Zhonghyak was saying. However, he let out an abrupt sigh and rubbed his chin. Darn it, there are only 3 green areas. And all of them are outside of Seoul. I guess the one that attacked us was one of the weakest ones. Wait, that doesn't explain how it made it all the way here. There are only orange and red areas around us. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe it got caught in the currents of the Han River and was swept down. You actually think that many underlings could ride the current all the way here? Li Zhonghyak smiled uncomfortably and scratched his neck after Li Zhongyuke scolded him. I could tell from his smile that he was slightly annoyed that he hadn't been allowed to even make a joke. After a moment, Li Zhonghyak smacked his lips and continued, or they could have been trying to get to Gangnam. There aren't any markings in Gangnam. He was right. The green, orange, and red markings were only in the Gangbuk area. It seemed as though they hadn't been able to survey the Gangnam area yet. Everyone was anxious. No one could figure out what the marks on the map truly meant. However, I had a suspicion that I knew their intention for coming all the way here. I remembered what the zombie with the glowing red eyes had said to me. The next time you see my gang, run for your goddamn life. The other ones aren't gentlemen like me. You got it. That meant it had comrades. And the fact that he said that they weren't gentlemen probably meant that there were a lot more zombies that were stronger than it. It had probably come here under orders from a zombie that was higher up in the ladder. And it had come all the way here without knowing this place was Hangdangdong, a place marked with scissors. I assumed that it was just a leader with a small handful of underlings that got played by someone higher up. It should have known its place. I didn't know how many zombies the ones controlling Gangbuk had, but it was clear that they had not been able to find a way across the bridges spanning the Han River yet. Judging by the map, though, they seemed to have taken over the Gangbuk area for sure. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke, still full of questions, spoke up. Well, we can come back to this later. What about this X mark? The areas marked with an X don't have a skull mark or a shield mark. Li Zhongyuke rubbed his neck, offering a gesture of agreement. About that? I also don't know. All the other survivors had tilted their heads to one side or the other, and were rubbing their chins continually. No one seemed daring enough to speak up. For some reason, though, I felt like I knew what the X meant. *****. I remembered what the zombie with the glowing red eyes had asked me. I'm asking you a question, you bastard. Are we in Hangdangdong? Its voice had been agitated, and it sounded all worked up. Despite that, its eyes had been full of fear, and locked onto the place marked with an X, which was Hangdangdong. Why was it so scared? Why in the world would a zombie leader with more than 300 underlings be so scared? Looking back at that situation, I might have known the answer to that question from the beginning. In fact, it was rather simple, if one considered the situation from the point of view of the other zombie leader at Novel bin Adat. The mark represented the creature that I feared, the creature that I was also afraid of, the creature I had tried my best to avoid, the creature that could not be communicated with. The zombie leader with the red glow had also known of the black creature's existence. When taking that into consideration, it was very possible that the location marked with the X was the black creature's territory. It was a warning, do not enter, no trespassing allowed. It was a place that they wanted to erase from the map. After the world had fallen, Hangdang-dong, one of the most representative residential areas in Gangbuk, Seoul, was now a place feared by everyone and everything. I drew the black creature on a wooden plank and showed it to Li Zhongyuke. After seeing what I had drawn, Li Zhongyuke gasped in surprise and passed my opinion on to the other survivors. He's saying that the X marks means the black creature's territory. Li Zhonghayek's eyes went wide, clearly not wanting to believe what he had heard. The black creature. Even Li Zhonghayek knew how powerful the black creature was, even though he had never seen it with his own eyes. The survivors from high school were all shocked. They gasped, explaining that they too had seen the black creature before. They would have known about it, since the two men on lookout duty that night had been bitten by it and died. Are there more black creatures? Li Zhongyuke asked me, his face grim. I wasn't sure how to answer his question, so I shrugged and offered him a neutral expression. Being honest was the best answer I could give him. He watched my response, his expression remaining grim. After a moment, he rubbed his chin and took a closer look at the map. He remained silent for a while, as though contemplating something. After a few minutes, Li Zhongyuke tilted his head and pointed to one part of the map. He directed a question to everyone around him. Look here. Isn't this also a shield mark? There really was a small shield mark at the tip of this finger, but I wasn't sure if it was a shield. It was a very odd drawing. What made things worse was that the part he was pointing at had gotten wet earlier. It made it even harder to determine what exactly the mark was. Li Zhonghayek held the map right up his face. After a moment, he shook his head, still unable to quite figure out what it was. I think it's safe to say it's a shield. If that's true, doesn't that mean there are people at a shelter in Hangdang-dong as well? This is Wangsimni Station. Hyung, you actually think there are people at a subway station? Hey, take a closer look at the map. The shield drawing here, isn't this where the supermarket is? I was surprised to see the place Li Zhongyuke was pointing out. The construction site where I had taken care of the black creature was less than 3 minutes away by foot from that location. I also knew the supermarket he was talking about. It had a big letter E on it. 1. I had glimpsed the supermarket next to Wangsimni Station when I had been running away from the black creature. However, at that time, I hadn't been in the best situation to be checking for survivors. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke faced me and asked, So Yeon's dad, what do you think? I shook my head, prompting Li Zhongyuke to chuckle. I mean, a supermarket would have plenty of food. It probably even has other things we could make use of. How about we go together? I didn't go along with his suggestion right away. A supermarket was a dream for any survivor. However, when I used the term survivors, that also meant criminals, and not just ordinary people like us, since we were living in an era where people weren't classified as civilized or criminals, but dead or alive. I picked up the pen I had put down and scribbled some letters on my palm. Me, first. Li Zhongyuke scratched his sideburns and said hesitantly, You want to go first, and then we can go together. I nodded twice. Li Zhongyuke agreed silently. I knew better than anyone that it would be much easier and more efficient to bring him along to confirm the existence of a shelter. With him around, I wouldn't have to struggle to explain the situation to the others later on. However, it came with a cost. I could not guarantee his life. That was the last thing I wanted. I knew it would be better for me and my underlings to head out during the night to check if the place was safe or not. That way, there was less risk to Li Zhongyuke's life. I assumed Li Zhongyuke knew this as well, since he didn't contradict my suggestion. After a moment, he got to his feet. Alrighty everyone, let's get moving. We can't stay here forever. We have to get back to the apartment. Everyone in the classroom got up and prepared to leave. With that, I ordered my underlings to gather on the field. A moment later, all my underlings and the 9 survivors were present on the field. I lined up my underlings around the survivors. But then I realized something strange. I had more underlings than I remembered. 1. There is a big supermarket in Korea called E-Mart. The E-Mart logo is a big E. Li Zhongyuke, who was next to me, had noticed as well. He looked at my underlings cautiously and called my name. Hey, So Yeon's dad. Gore. There are ones without blue marks. The underlings that hadn't had their bodies spray painted blue had had their faces painted with blue paint instead. However, there were several zombies there that didn't even have their faces painted. They were scattered about my other underlings, waiting for my orders as well. I counted each of my underlings one by one. What's this? If I remembered correctly, there should have only been 81 underlings, even less if some of them had been killed during the battle. However, to my surprise, there were 98 underlings lined up in the field. I called out the 17 unusual ones and lined them up in one row. I then ordered them specifically to sit down and stand up 10 times. Gore. They followed my orders, sitting down and standing up. They were following my orders. They also looked green to me. That meant they were my underlings. But no matter how hard I tried tracing in my memory, I couldn't remember pushing any of them. On top of that, none of their faces were painted blue. At that moment, I saw a familiar face among the 17 underlings. It was the one that had run up to the zombie with glowing red eyes to hand over the map. Why is this one here? It looked red the first time I'd seen it, but now it was green. A sudden hypothetical question crossed my mind. What happens if we eat each other? This was what the zombie with glowing red eyes had said to me. If zombies ate each other, to be precise, if the winner ate the loser's brain, they could take control of the loser's underlings as well. That was how this world worked. I also remembered it asking me how many underlings I thought we could have. As I pondered this, all manner of questions popped up in my mind. If there's a limit on how many underlings we can have, I wonder if that limit goes away if I eat the right amount of brains. At that moment, I realized how dangerous the orange and red areas on the map were. If the X on the map indicated the black creature's territory, it meant that the black creature had no presence within the other regions. That led me to the conclusion that the orange and red areas were basically war zones. The power play between different zombies and the remaining humans struggled to survive amidst all of this was happening at this very moment. I stared into the distance. It was Li Zhongyuke's voice that interrupted me. So-yeon's dad, are you alright? Gore, are they your underlings as well? I hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. No green underlings had ever revolted against me or suddenly changed color. I came to the conclusion that the newly added 17 zombies were no different from my other underlings. Just in case, though, I made these 17 new zombies stand with me, while I ordered the ones painted blue to stand next to the survivors. Let's go back for now. Let's go back to where everyone is waiting, where So-yeon is waiting for me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As we got back to the apartment, the other survivors in Unit 505 greeted us. I could see happiness in their faces, along with a sense of relief. I could picture a bright future with them. Patter, patter. I heard familiar footsteps in the midst of all the noise. They were small, cute footsteps, and just hearing them immediately brought a smile to my face. Daddy. So-yeon came straight to me and hugged me. I gave her a happy smile and hugged her back. As I lifted her up, she started giggling, and the stress I had accumulated went away at once. The beaming smile that was so dear to me was right in front of my eyes. It wasn't a mirage, nor did it disappear like haze. I was hearing So-yeon's laughter, full of life. Her smile made me feel alive, and gave me a reason to live on. As I kept on smiling, Lee Jonghyuk looked at me and chuckled. Hey, So-yeon's father. You're that happy. As I nodded, Choi Dahai, who was standing next to him, joined in as well. You sure look happy. Look at his smile. Lee Jonghyuk looked at Choi Dahai with suggestive eyes. However, contrary to his expectations, Choi Dahai merely jabbed him in the stomach. I bursted out laughing looking at the two of them. So-yeon grabbed my hand to take me to her friends. The children were scared of me but at the same time looked at me with curiosity, since I got along well with the others. I wasn't sure how to explain this situation. Everybody was shrinking away in fear, yet their eyes were sparkling with curiosity. They were scared but curious, afraid yet amazed. I think we'll need more time to get closer to each other. I took a deep breath and took a look around. I was thinking about going to the supermarket right away, but after seeing everyone so revitalized I didn't want to go anywhere else. I thought the last bit of humanity left in me had been stripped away during my fight with the glowing red-eyed creature. However, I still wanted to be around people and get along with them. I still liked people and I wanted to keep seeing people laugh brightly like this. I felt the negativity within me go away now that I was in a place brimming with positive energy. I smiled as I walked toward a dining chair. Then So-yeon came up to me and stretched out her arms, asking for a hug. I wondered how much cuter she could get. I wondered who she had gotten all her cuteness from. I sat So-yeon on my lap, all happy, and stared at the bustling crowd of people. I finally realized the feeling of a community that I had never experienced as a human. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As the evening rolled in, I joined the rest of the group and started catching up with them. Of course, I was just listening to their stories. Lee Zhongyuke mentioned something that he found interesting. He told me that my underlings were stronger compared to the other zombies. With that in mind, I decided to try something out. I went to the first floor and picked out the strongest looking zombie among the newly added 17 underlings, and pitted it against one of my blue underlings. I didn't make them actually fight with their fists. Instead, I asked them to engage in a palm-pushing game to see which one was stronger. The results were different from what I had expected. The two were evenly matched. Through this experiment, I learned something else. The abilities of an underling depended on their leader. Even though these underlings had been weak before, they seemed to have gotten stronger, depending on who they recognized as their leader. Lee Zhongyuke and I took out the leftover blue spray paint and sprayed these new ones blue. Once we were done painting the newly added 17 members, as well as some new recruits I had acquired overnight, I had a total of 135 underlings painted blue. Lee Zhongyuke shook the almost empty can of spray paint in his hand. We need to get some more spray paint too. I knew that I was going to acquire a lot more underlings than I had right now. Therefore, we had to get more paint when we went out to get food. I nodded and gestured for him to head back first. Lee Zhongyuke arched an eyebrow. Are you trying to go to the supermarket right now? I nodded, and Lee Zhongyuke scratched his head. I noticed some hesitation in his movements. It seemed as though he wanted to say something, but he did not want to just blurt it out. I tilted my head as I looked at him, and he let out a chuckle. I just wanted to let you know that I'm sorry. Well, that was unexpected. In this fallen world full of anger and hate, that was the last thing I'd expected to hear. As I looked at him questioningly, he smiled gently and looked away. Then he smacked his lips and continued, well, it seems we're making you do everything and, you know what? Never mind. His upper body shook as if he knew what he was saying was cringe, and mumbled something non-committal as he made his way up the stairs. I couldn't help laughing at the way he acted. Clearly, underneath his picky and sensitive personality, he had a soft spot in him. Sorry, huh? He could have been offering me his gratitude disguised as an apology. More than anything, though, there was no reason for Li Zhongyuke to feel sorry toward me. So Yeon had started laughing again thanks to him and his group of people, and I was able to save others thanks to them. They taught me a sense of community, and let me experience the joy of communal living. No, it should be me that should be apologizing. At novel bin at. I smacked my lips in sadness. I suddenly remembered the baby and woman falling from Unit 704, and Li Zhongyuke wailing. I shook my head and sighed deeply. I wondered when I was going to get past this memory. I had a feeling that it would follow me until the day I died. ******. Once I had taken care of everything, I returned to the living room. As I entered, everyone in the living room started looking at each other, as if someone had something to say. As I looked at them quizzically, Li Zhongyuke spoke up. So Yeon's dad, we had a little talk while you were gone. Li Zhongyuke seemed hesitant to speak his mind, as if he was about to ask for the impossible. As I waited patiently, he finally took a deep breath and continued, we'll take care of getting food from now on. I growled in disapproval. My expression grew angry and I shook my head vigorously, letting them know that I wasn't about to let that happen. I couldn't risk Li Zhongyuke and his people getting hurt. The day any one of them died, the whole system we'd worked to establish would collapse in a matter of days. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips and avoided acknowledging my response. Li Zhonghyuk, who was next to him, smiled uncomfortably and said, we have to do something too. When I heard that, I pointed to So-yeon, who was coloring with the other children. Li Zhonghyuk scratched his sideburns and pressed on, of course we have to protect So-yeon. But if we don't do anything, don't you think we're just being lazy? I got a pen and quickly jotted down a couple of words on the drawing pad. Safety first. Li Zhonghyuk chuckled at what I had written. We know, but your underlings are protecting the entrance. Since there are more of us, we just can't let you shoulder all the burden. My expression grew sad as I looked at Li Zhonghyuk, and I remembered what Li Zhongyuke had said earlier. I just wanted to let you know that I'm sorry. Li Zhongyuke had clearly apologized earlier on. I wondered if I was keeping everyone here out of my own arrogance. They were people, who were very much alive. They were also adults. They weren't beings that I had to protect and take care of, but individuals, with their own thoughts and feelings. I took a deep breath as I considered the situation. Finally, Li Zhongyuke, who had kept silent, spoke up. So-yeon's dad, we're a team now. There's a limit on how much you can do by yourself. We all need to take charge of something. Don't try to do everything by yourself. So, do you think you can give us a chance? Li Zhongyuke's face was full of determination. His voice was extremely calm, and he looked at me with eyes full of resolve. I saw the trust and faith he had in me. I couldn't help but nod in response to his request. Li Zhongyuke finally smiled gently, and continued, since I know the supermarket that we went to last time, let us take care of getting food. I nodded. And we'll make sure that So-yeon never gets left alone. I won't let that happen no matter what. Even if that means I have to die, I won't let that happen. Li Zhongyuke patted me on the shoulder as he made his promise. I looked at Li Zhongyuke without saying a word. His eyes were full of vitality. He didn't have the soulless eyes he'd had when I first saw him. Instead, they were sparkling with life. I felt as though they were providing me with some sort of consolation as well. Deep down, I was a bit worried, but the only thing I could do right now was to trust Li Zhongyuke. He knew the characteristics of zombies, and he'd managed to survive with Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai, who considered themselves useless. My request that they do nothing else but protect So-yeon had its limits. I'd been thinking about the map, and had realized that the shield markings on the map might not be shelters after all. If that were the case, then perhaps making everyone stay put until I found a safe shelter might only serve to worsen the current situation. I took a deep breath and nodded. With that, everyone's expressions brightened up. Their faces seemed much more alive and warm, even though they now had to risk their lives to go outside and get food. I guess that's how humans differed from animals. If all they did was sit around and eat all day, these people would be no different from domesticated animals. I looked deeply into each of their faces. I saw the trust and faith we had accumulated throughout our time together. They no longer had the faces of mere survivors just trying to make it out alive. Their faces were full of vitality. I headed to Wongsimni Station after coming to some agreements with my crew. As I got near to Wongsimni Station, I saw the big supermarket from afar. Before going inside, I ordered the underlings I'd brought with me to be on the lookout. I had brought a total of 3 underlings with me. All of them had vision. I ordered one of my underlings to go east, west, and south. I ordered them to find the highest building in their respective directions and settle down on the rooftops. After that, I gave them only one order. Send signals if you see any red or black creatures. Since my underlings had experience with both red and black creatures, they followed my orders without question. I took a look at where my underlings were, then headed north. I made my way to the supermarket and scouted out the surroundings. I saw a total of 24 zombies roaming around the streets. Most of them had vision. As time passed, it seemed like more zombies would develop vision. They were like adolescents going through puberty and entering adulthood. Their senses were getting better by the day. The speed at which they developed was out of this world. It was way beyond what humans were capable of. On my way, I noticed that the barricades that were set up to defend against the ones who only had their sense of hearing became useless, and the decoys used to fight off the ones with a sense of smell also became useless. In order to fight off the ones with vision, people needed a safer and more effective weapon. It was obvious that there was a limit to what one could do with a monkey wrench or kitchen knife. I guess the best weapon is a gun, isn't it? Actually, no. It might be more dangerous because of the noise. I shook my head with a frown. Is there a weapon that isn't as loud as a gun that can still attack enemies from a distance? A catapult or bow would be the best weapons in this situation. However, getting a catapult or bow in Korea was akin to asking for the moon. I sighed deeply and looked up into the night sky. Perhaps the best weapon in the current situation was a zombie that acted for the human's sake, like me. It was the most guaranteed and low-risk option. The problem was figuring out how many more creatures like me existed. I shook my head violently at this conundrum, and looked at the nearby zombies. Every one of them froze when they saw me. They moved like animals stuck in a swamp, not even thinking about getting away. All they did was sway their bodies side by side, not knowing what to do. I ran toward them before they had the chance to flee. I pushed every single one I could lay my hands on. I knew that leaving the ones with vision alive would be a big threat to the survivors, whereas the more zombies with vision I had as underlings, the better it was for me. I frowned, pressing my thumbs against my temples. My eardrums were already ringing only after pushing 5 zombies. But at the same time, I knew it would be a waste to let the zombies who could see and whose bodies were whole just roam around. I kept on making more underlings on my way to the supermarket. Once I got to the entrance of the supermarket, I realized that I had made a total of 20 new underlings. Be on the lookout, like how your seniors are doing. Gar. The 20 fresh recruits went their separate ways immediately after getting my orders. Only after that did I enter the supermarket. This was my actual objective from the beginning. ******. I walked into the first floor of the supermarket and was greeted by a rather gloomy atmosphere. I didn't feel the presence of any living creatures. Instead, I saw half-torn advertisements along with a bunch of hangers strewn across the floor. There were branded items that I couldn't even imagine owning when I'd been a human just lying on the floor. However, all of it didn't matter, since they were basically trash now. I made my way quietly around the first floor. I didn't sense the presence of anyone or anything, dead or alive. I found the travel ladder that led to the second floor, and noticed that there was a barricade. It was poorly built, serving almost no purpose. It was just a random stack of chairs, desks, and boxes that seemed about to collapse with the slightest touch. I can't imagine there being any survivors here. At least for the first floor, I didn't see any traces of people staying here. But it was too early to give up. I made my way over the barricade and headed toward the second floor just in case. When I got to the second floor, I saw a bunch of tents with holes in them. There were all sorts of utensils, duvets, and clothes lying inside. They were covered in a layer of dust, so I assumed that it had been at least a week since they'd last been used. Judging by the number of tents and the amount of rotten food, it seemed like there had been more than 20 survivors camping out here at least. Where did they all go? Considering the food they'd left behind, a zombie ambush was a possibility. I rubbed my chin as I looked around the deserted floor. At that moment, I remembered the shield mark on top of Hangdangdong on the map of Seoul. Unlike the other areas, the shield marker on this location was tiny and misshapen. I had assumed that it was because that portion of the map had gotten wet, but now that I thought about it, it could have been done intentionally, in an attempt to erase the shield marking. That opened up the possibility that the survivors here had all been annihilated. I let out a deep sigh and headed toward the travel ladder that led to the third floor. With each step, the same thought kept running through my mind. If, hypothetically, the survivors had been annihilated, there should have been some zombies inside the building. But I hadn't seen a single zombie since I'd entered the first floor. At this point, it seemed like the supermarket did not allow any creature inside, no matter if that being was a survivor or zombie. These questions made me doubt my earlier reasoning. It was possible that something else could have happened besides a massacre. Swish. Just then, a noise tickled my ears. I stopped midway on the travel ladder leading toward the third floor. As with the travel ladder that connected the first and second floors, there was a barricade. Unlike the first floor barricade, though, this one was a lot sturdier. However, that didn't matter to me. They were a minor annoyance that I could easily jump over. The barricade itself wasn't bothering me, it was the noise I heard beyond the barricade. I stopped moving and crouched down, focusing on the sound coming from behind the barricade. I wondered who the noise was being made by, survivors or zombies. However, I could no longer feel their presence, as though they somehow knew that I was there. Are they aware of my presence too? The beings on the underside were acting just like me, hiding their presence. This meant that they weren't merely ordinary zombies from the streets. This probably meant that whatever was on the other side were beings that could think and feel. But what if I'm speculating wildly? What if it's another living being like a cat or dog in this building? For some reason, though, I was certain that the noise I'd heard was something or someone dragging their shoes. Can wild animals make that kind of noise? Adat novel bin adat. If the noise had been the sound of something dropping, or some sort of loud cry, it would have been possible that it indicated the presence of a wild animal. But if it was something or someone dragging their shoes, it came down to two possibilities. Either they were a survivor, or they were a being like me. I walked as quietly as I could toward the window, thinking of escaping the supermarket through there. If the beings on the other side of the barricade were survivors, they would most definitely attack me, and if the being was similar to me, it would result in a nasty situation. It was best to get out of this situation, regardless if they were survivors or not. I went to the broken window on the second floor and hurled myself outside. I landed as quietly as I could on the first floor. As soon as I landed, I hid myself in the darkness. The halo of the moon was brighter than usual, and an unusually eerie atmosphere pervaded the lonely city. Unless the beings on the third floor were glowing creatures with red eyes like me, they would never be able to find me. I went around the supermarket and hid in the building behind it. It was facing the supermarket, and thanks to its many floors, I would be able to see the entire supermarket in one go. I quietly went up the stairs to the third floor. I examined the interior of the supermarket through a broken window. The first and second floor of the supermarket were absolutely silent and blanketed with a dreary atmosphere, just like it had been earlier on. But what I saw through the third floor window made me nervous, causing my body to stiffen. There were survivors. I saw 4 survivors moving around like cockroaches, their backs hunched. It seemed like they hadn't seen me. They were quietly surveilling their surroundings. I wondered if they were trying to locate the presence of whoever it was that they had sensed earlier on. Or were they getting ready to hunt me down? No, they weren't getting ready to hunt. They seemed to be gathering to protect themselves from potential danger. Among the hastily moving survivors, I saw a man in his 20s, quivering with fear. Even from this distance, I could see him trembling on the floor. He had a forged steel pole in his hands. The pole seemed to ripple as the moonlight reflected off of it. A moment later, a man in his late 40s came up to the young man and patted him on the shoulder. It seemed like he was trying to calm him down. The younger man got a hold of himself, nodded and straightened his back. Then, he began to move. I had my eyes locked on him. He eventually reached a large tent. At first, I thought it was a big piece of cloth used to cover items, but it was in fact a large tent for survivors to hide in. It seemed like the survivors there had connected several large pieces of cloth together to make a big shelter, using several items in the supermarket as supports. The man in his 20s slid into the tent. After a few moments, he came out with 5 other people. There were young women and men, along with an old woman. Each of them moved to separate, specific locations, as if their movements were pre-planned. They were moving in unison. They seemed to have a rather stable system going on. They weren't kicking out or ignoring those that were scared or weak, but rather looking after each other and watching each other's backs. I need to bring Li Zhongyuke here. I sighed with relief, flushing away the nervousness that had engulfed my body. I had finally found real people. I sat down on the dusty floor. Thank goodness. What a relief. Just seeing survivors who hadn't lost their humanity brought a smile to my face. Even though we were living in a world full of zombies, I felt a glimmer of hope that the world was still an okay place to live. I crawled toward the emergency exit so that the survivors wouldn't notice me. I wanted to get back to the apartment and tell everyone the good news. I wanted to let them know at this very instant that there were survivors at the supermarket who still clung to their humanity. Wah, wah, what's that noise? I stopped in my tracks and quickly turned around. It was coming from the building across from me. The building across from me was obviously the supermarket. I lost my train of thought, and immediately rushed back to the window. The survivors on the third floor were totally caught off guard. Every one of them was staring at the same thing, their faces a mixture of clueless anxiety. Their eyes were all locked on the big tent. A baby inside was crying. It was wailing at the top of its lungs. It was a sad, mournful wail. The baby had no intention of stopping. Someone covered the baby's mouth, and I ceased hearing it crying. This all happened in the span of 5 seconds. Just 5. However, those 5 seconds of crying had been enough to wake up the sleeping city. I looked around, my eyes wide open. Gore, gore. I heard the zombies howling. As soon as one howled, others took up the call. Their howling spread out like wildfire, even into alleyways and roads that I couldn't see. Chills ran down my spine. In moments, I saw a black wave heading in my direction. The black wave roiled into a deadly tsunami that was preparing to crash into a lighthouse. It made its way over swiftly, clearly intending to extinguish any light that dared to shine in the darkness. In this case, the lighthouse was the supermarket. The waves were coming in from all directions. I couldn't even count how many zombies there were. Maybe 50, 70, or even 100. I couldn't fathom their numbers. The zombie with the glowing red eyes at the high school had more than 300 underlings. Right now, though, that number seemed insufficient. A larger and wilder tidal wave was making its way to the supermarket. Zombies that were acting on their instincts, not under orders, were charging toward the supermarket. I glanced at the survivors and gritted my teeth. None of them dared to move. The man in his 20s, who had been trembling violently just a couple of minutes ago, was no longer shaking. I wondered if he had overcome his fears. No, there's no way. Instead, I saw the hope of survival drain out of his eyes. They slowly turned into soulless orbs. He was sinking ever deeper into a swamp of despair. All the other survivors seemed to be caught in the same swamp. With death staring them in the face, they had lost the will to resist. I closed my eyes to maintain my composure as much as possible. I took a couple of deep breaths and sent out an order to the underlings around me. Everyone, gather at the first floor of the supermarket. Once I gave the order, the underlings perched on the buildings to the east, west, and south moved immediately, as though they had anticipated my command. I jumped from the third floor of my building and into the supermarket in one go. As with any supermarket, there were many entrances. That meant, it was impossible to block every entrance. I had to restrict the entryways somehow. I gave a command to the flock of green zombies that were coming into the supermarket. Block the travelator and escalators going up to the second floor. Make sure nothing gets through. I split the 23 underlings evenly and had them block the way to the second floor. Very quickly, the ground started to rumble. It seemed like the black tsunami had arrived. I took a deep breath and went out through the main entrance of the supermarket. The cold summer breeze made me sniffle. Thud, thud, thud. Gur, gur. Along with their intimidating footsteps, their hideous voices assaulted my eardrums from a stone's throw away. I clenched my fists and looked to the horizon. Whenever I found myself in a situation like this, I always asked myself the same question. Why do I put myself through all of this for people that I don't know? Perhaps it was because of my conscience, or just useless hypocrisy. However, in this world, there had to be someone who followed their heart, someone who held on to their integrity, so that they could make the world a better place to live in. All of this just might be a meaningless gesture. It might be stupid for me to risk my life for someone I didn't know at all. The people in the supermarket wouldn't cry or pray for me even if I died trying to protect them. So what? Is there even such a thing as a meaningful death in this world? In the face of death, everyone stood equal. All of us are just mere beings waiting for death. I had already experienced death, and knowing how painful it was, I wanted to cheer on whoever was still alive, to help them and protect them. I wanted to devote this second life of mine to So-yeon, along with the survivors I had chosen to help her grow into a proper person. I wanted to give them a sense of hope and stability. This will of mine wasn't coming from a place of arrogance, where I considered myself superior to everyone else. This was just what my heart told me to do. I wanted to help people in need, and listen to the innocents who found themselves in a difficult situation. Since I was already dead and my body had a limit, I wanted to do the best I could do, given my circumstances. Just like the principal at the high school, and Lee Jong-uk when he had been trapped by zombies. If liking and taking care of people was a sin, I would be handed a life sentence just like them. If I couldn't get out of this damned world, this prison, if this was my destiny and fate, I had no plans to back down. I would fight against this world, together with the prisoners that shared the same vision as me. Grrrrrrr. I let loose a throat-rending scream toward the black tsunami that was rolling toward me. I saw the zombies in the very front hesitate. However, the crush of bodies behind them pushed them toward me, whether they liked it or not. I launched myself at the incoming zombie horde. There was no need to be scared. There was no need to be afraid. There was nothing different about them. Despite their numbers, at the end of the day, they were merely street zombies. It was time to teach them a lesson, to show them what superiority meant. *****. The survivors in the supermarket were silently watching what was happening outside. Ajasi, could that man be? No, he's not Hai Yongjun. The man in his 20s was cut off by a man who seemed like the leader of the group. The man who looked like he was in his mid-40s clenched his fists and swallowed. His fists seemed like they were holding on to something called hope. This hope was slender and weak, and kept trying to wiggle its way out of his grasp. The more it struggled, the tighter the man clenched his fists, making them tremble, but not letting go. His breath was ragged with fear. In the midst of nervousness, fear, horror, and despair, this weak glimmer of hope was the only thing that kept his heart beating. This little hope of his was but a small flame flickering in the wind, threatening to be blown out, yet doing all it could to resist the wind by curling around itself. Then, a man had appeared out of nowhere, causing his heart to beat strongly again. He heard the voice of the man in his 20s. Ajasi, Park Ji-cheol Ajasi. What do you want? Park Ji-cheol was focused on what was happening outside. The lives of their community depended on the man in front of them. The man in his 20s was desperately calling him, though. He frowned as he shifted his gaze toward the younger man. The younger man spoke again, his shoulders shrugged up close to his ears, as though he was intimidated by the older man's attitude. Did you get a chance to see his eyes? What about them? That person has the same eyes as Hai Yongjun. What? The older man opened his eyes wide and stared at the man who was massacring the zombies. Only then did he realize that the man outside the window had glowing red eyes and a murderous glare. The man outside was like a ship cutting its way through a storm. His power was almighty. It was way beyond human capabilities. He was stomping his way through every zombie, as if dealing with ants. Park Ji-cheol smacked his lips nervously and asked the other man, Hojin, is Hai Yongjun as strong as that man? I'm not sure. When is Hai Yongjun coming back? At novel bin at. Do you think he'll take 3 days this time as well? 3 days huh? Isn't today the 3rd day? It probably is. He should be coming back any minute. Park Ji-cheol grunted and looked outside again. He watched the violent scene unfolding in front of his eyes with a sad frown. It was nothing short of cruelty, but it was, without a doubt, a miracle for the survivors in the supermarket. *****. I charged through the overwhelming number of zombies. The black wave crashed into an unexpected breakwater and dispersed, turning into foam. I thought of the zombie with the glowing red eyes from the high school. I'd torn it to pieces and eaten its brain, but it had been a lot stronger compared to other zombies. It just happened to be facing me. It had just been at the wrong place at the wrong time. The 300 or so underlings it had were a lot stronger than the zombies in front me right now. The ones that were charging toward me weren't coming at me of their own free will, but because they were being shoved forward by the others behind them. They weren't a big threat to me. As they got closer to me and saw my glowing red eyes, all of them grew scared and shuddered. I knew what they must have been feeling. They'd probably expected that they would descend upon a weak and lonely lighthouse. But the sweet lighthouse they'd imagined had suddenly turned into a creature with glowing red eyes, a breakwater that wiped out everything that came into contact with it. They probably only realized that they had been going in the wrong direction after it was too late. Realize. In reality, they didn't know how to think. They just followed their instincts. That was the difference between me and them. The ones that were charging at me, sensing that they had a numerical advantage, quickly grew hesitant as they saw the others being wiped out. The pile of dead bodies around my feet was a clear signal of danger. Grr. But the ones who couldn't see did not know any better. They kept on charging toward me. It seemed like the ones without the ability to see had weak senses overall. They didn't recognize what was standing in front of them, and their attention was solely trained on the instinct to kill. I cracked their heads and added more bodies to my pile. Their heads were crushed like soft tofu and their spines snapped like weak twigs. Eventually, I was standing on a massive pile of dead bodies. Only then did they stop what they were doing. The remaining zombies all had vision. I screamed at the top of my lungs, loud enough that it felt like my throat was about to be torn out. My scream stopped them in their tracks, rooting them to the spot. They stood where they were, bobbing their heads side to side. Don't they know what to do? Or are they trembling in fear? I unclenched my fists and walked toward them. They started to back away slowly, utter horror written all over their faces. I went ahead and pushed them before they got away. Gore. I felt a headache as soon as I pushed them. There was a reason why I said recruiting when I got new underlings. Just punching them was nothing more than violence. In order to make them into my underlings, I had to lay my palms on them. The moment I touched them like that, I was beset by the worst headache in the world, and the zombie that I touched turned green. That's how I made them into one of mine. Many people asked me later on why I hadn't just shoved all the zombies with my palms from the start. At least that's what most people thought. However, the reason why I only recruited zombies after killing some of them off was quite simple. If I'd started shoving them from the start, I probably wouldn't be able to fight the ones charging toward me because of the jolting headache that I had to deal with. And it would have been difficult to differentiate the ones that had vision from those that didn't. The ones who only relied on smell or hearing had charged at me thinking they possessed a numerical advantage. It made sense, since they had probably been driven to the supermarket by the instinct to kill and to feast. However, the ones with vision did not charge in mindlessly. Instead, they grew hesitant after watching the situation unfold. They had probably realized that something wasn't right once they noticed my glowing red eyes. I was planning on only recruiting those with vision. I couldn't just recruit any zombie I came across, since I now knew that there was a limit to how many underlings I could have. I needed to be efficient, and only recruit the most useful ones. I pressed my temples and blinked hard as my head continued to ring. I felt like my skull was getting hammered. The agony spread through my entire body. But I couldn't stop. I was planning to recruit all the ones in front of me as my underlings. Even if I had to endure the pain of my brain melting, or my skull cracking in half, I was going to turn all of them. The number of underlings I had corresponded to my people's safety, ensuring better odds of survival for them. Gore. I kept screaming to endure the pain. After 30 minutes, my eyes were greeted by the sight of an endless flock of green creatures. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I ordered my newly recruited underlings to stay put and went into the supermarket. The zombies that went straight into the supermarket might have made it to the 3rd floor. Instead, I was greeted by a barricade of dead zombie bodies in front of the travel ladder leading up from the 1st floor. My worry had been for naught. I ordered my underlings to come out, and they emerged from within the piles of dead bodies. Some of them had minor injuries, but compared to the ones I had taken out, they were nothing. My underlings looked at me proudly. As I grew stronger, it felt as though I could make out more of what my underlings were feeling. I wondered if my underlings were growing and evolving, the same way that the zombies in the streets were. I couldn't seem to draw a clear conclusion. Everything was uncertain. However, having feelings toward my underlings was something I couldn't dare imagine. I ordered my underlings that were guarding the travel ladder and the escalators out of the supermarket. I lined them up, 10 to a row, and did a head count to see how many I had in total. I had a total of 178 underlings in front of me. As my physical abilities improved, I was getting better at handling the headaches. I remembered the first time I'd fainted after my body couldn't handle recruiting 32 underlings. Now, I managed to recruit more than 100 underlings in a single day. Is my brain gaining muscle mass as well? I chuckled at my nonsense. So, 178 plus 132 is 310, right? Considering all the underlings I had, both here and back at the apartment, I had a total of 310 underlings. I was also a zombie leader that had over 300 underlings. Hey. At that moment, I heard an unfamiliar voice calling me from behind. I turned around to find the source of the sound. My gaze focused on a middle-aged man, who was sticking his head out from the 3rd floor window of the supermarket. Gore, cack. My underlings started howling at the middle-aged man. Smelling a live human and hearing his voice clearly excited them. Every one of you shut up and keep your heads down if you want to stay alive. I glared at them with my eyes open, and their heads sagged. After a moment, another man appeared next to the first. Jesse. Are you out of your mind? The man who was in his 20s grabbed onto the middle-aged man's shirt, his face full of fear. The older man flicked him on the forehead, which then escalated into a small quarrel. The older man raised his voice and gave the younger man a good scolding, causing the younger man to back off. The man in his 20s, who seemed to be close to tears, disappeared somewhere. After a moment, the man in his 40s peeked out of the window and yelled, Were you keeping an eye on us? His question took me aback. Did he know that I'd been observing everything from the building right next to the supermarket? Has he been pretending to be oblivious? No, there's no way. They definitely hadn't been acting as though they were hunting something. They'd probably been on lookout duty, and not trying to hunt me down. He probably came to the conclusion because I just happened to appear at the right moment. Serendipity, if you ask me. I looked at the middle-aged man, my expression neutral. I don't have to answer him, do I? At any rate, there was no way for me to answer his question, so I just kept my eye on him. The man told me to stay put, then chuckled and left. After a while, I saw him appear on the first floor. It seemed like he wanted to get closer but was still rather afraid, so he resorted to yelling at me from the glass doors. My name is Park Ji-cheol. I know a lot about beings like you. Would you like to talk? My eyebrows twitched after hearing what he just said. Did he just say that he knows a lot about beings like me? I ordered all my underlings to stand guard. I took a handful of them and walked toward the supermarket entrance. Park Ji-cheol swallowed as he saw me walking toward him with my 10 underlings. In fact, he swallowed so hard that I could even see his Adam's apple moving. He was either scared or nervous. When I finally stood in front of Park Ji-cheol, he was stuttering, barely able to speak. You're a very tall man. Are you about 183 centimeters? Haha. He was trying his best to lighten the mood. I didn't like the roundabout manner in which he was speaking, but I knew it wouldn't hurt to hear what he had to say. I continued to stare at Park Ji-cheol with my mouth closed, and he flashed an uneasy smile. It seems like you can't speak. Am I right? I nodded slightly. It seemed like he wasn't lying when he said he knew about beings like us. Since he knew that I couldn't speak, he probably had experience with beings with glowing red eyes. Park Ji-cheol cleared his throat. The reason I came all the way out here is to ask if you knew Hai Yongjun. Hai Yongjun. It was my first time hearing the name. I shook my head right away. He smiled uneasily. Okay, he mumbled to himself. After a moment, he sighed and asked another question. Then do you know a person by the name of Hai Yongsok? I shook my head again. From the names Hai Yongjun and Hai Yongsok, I could tell that the two he mentioned were brothers. Park Ji-cheol hung his head and stayed silent for a while, as if thinking about something. After a while, he went through his pockets and handed me a photo. It was an ID photo of a mysterious male. This man is Hai Yongsok. Have you never seen him? When I shook my head, Park Ji-cheol smacked his lips and asked once again, aren't you from Hangdangdong? Can you nod if you are? At novel bin at. I nodded in approval. But you don't know who Hai Yongjun and Hai Yongsok are. I nodded again. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me when you turned into a zombie? I felt this conversation slowly turning into an interrogation. I glared at Park Ji-cheol without saying anything, and he quickly waved his hands. My apologies if that question offended you. I had no intention to do so. He trembled violently like a herbivore cornered by a predator, not knowing what to do. Park Ji-cheol kept on massaging his neck as he talked to ease his nervousness. I realized that I've been asking you questions without giving you much context. I'm just very impatient for some reason. My apologies. Park Ji-cheol smiled sadly, and then scratched his sideburns. We have someone like you with us as well, he continued. Hai Yongjun and Hai Yongsok, whom I mentioned earlier, have red glowing eyes like you. I paid close attention to what he was saying. From his earlier question about whether I was from Hangdangdong, it seemed like something had happened in this part of town. This was a chance for me to get some new information. Park Ji-cheol cleared his throat and continued. Hai Yongjun and Hai Yongsok are both very nice. They never attacked anyone. In fact, they're trying their hardest to help other people. It seemed like there were other zombies that were helping people out, just like me. The photo I showed you earlier is a photo of Hai Yongsok. You said you've never seen him, right? I nodded. I couldn't help but feel sad that I didn't know this man. To be honest, it's been a while since he'd gone missing. Hai Yongjun's been searching for weeks, but he hasn't been able to find anything. The word missing triggered a bad memory, one that I didn't want to think of the creature that had wiped out everything in its path. It was possible that he'd been eaten by the black creature. As a matter of fact, if he'd been missing for weeks, there was a high chance that he would have been eaten by the black creature. My expression must have revealed my mixed feelings, prompting Park Ji-cheol to flash a bitter smile. I'm sorry if I asked a question that you felt uncomfortable answering. I just wanted to know if you knew about Hai Yongsok, since you have the same glowing red eyes as him. My eyes were half closed as I avoided Park Ji-cheol's gaze. Waiting for someone who wasn't going to return that would slowly kill the person who was waiting. I felt like I could relate just a little to the desperation that they were feeling. I, too, had experienced sleepless nights waiting for my wife, and the rescue team that I had known wouldn't come. It had sucked the living soul out of me. My expression continued to reflect my inner turmoil, and Park Ji-cheol cleared his throat once again, as though he sensed that I was feeling uncomfortable. My apologies if I offended you. I didn't mean any harm. You saved us from the zombies, so I thought you were similar to the Kim brothers. So their last names were Kim, and they were known as the Kim brothers. After a moment, Park Ji-cheol's face hardened, and I saw his eyes tear up. His speech became slightly slurred. He seemed to be trying to recall a fuzzy memory of his, which was leading him into a realm of indescribable sadness. Such sadness, waiting for someone so desperately. These were feelings that only humans could experience. Park Ji-cheol smacked his lips. Hai Yongjun told me to run away without turning back if I ever saw anyone like you. But I don't necessarily think that's right. I believed that there would be more beings like Hai Yongjun that cared about people. Haha. Sorry for dragging out the conversation. But I actually came here to say this. Park Ji-cheol flashed me a smile that I hadn't seen before. Thank you for saving us. I really mean it. Park Ji-cheol bowed deeply toward me from the waist. I could feel his honest gratitude. He was respectful and cared about the Kim brothers, who were both zombies. And he thanked me from the bottom of his heart, despite it being the first time he'd seen me. He looked like a rather senior figure, and was well past the age where he would need to bow to others. It wasn't easy for a person like him to bow this respectfully. How nice the world would be if there were only people like him. If there were only people like him in this cursed world, it wouldn't be too bad of a place to live in. I bowed back to Park Ji-cheol. I had to show him the same respect that he showed me. Even though I'd done him and his people a favor, I believed that I had to reciprocate his thanks on the same level. Park Ji-cheol lifted his head and smiled gently. On the other hand, I frowned slightly and reached my hand toward him. He looked at my hand closely and then asked, "You want to shake hands?" I pointed to the ID photo he had in his hands. His eyes widened in surprise as he finally figured out my intentions. "You're going to look for Hai Yongsok." I nodded in approval. Park Ji-cheol remained silent. He looked at the picture of the man for a while, then took a deep breath and handed me the photo. "I know I'm not the person to ask this, but if you could." I nodded again in approval. "Are you also with a different band of survivors?" I frowned at his question. It wasn't appropriate to ask if I had people with me or not. No matter how nice people seemed on the surface, I would never trust them that much. I didn't respond to his question. Park Ji-cheol realized that he had asked a sensitive question, and waved his hand violently. No, that's not what I meant. Forget what I asked you. I'm sorry. I was just wondering. If you're not with anyone else, then perhaps you could join us. For a second, I thought about joining them, but I eventually ended up refusing his offer. Park Ji-cheol's group already had a being with glowing red eyes with them. There was no reason for my people to join them. Park Ji-cheol coughed as though his throat was itching. "Anyway, thank you for helping to look for Hai Yongsok." He grabbed my two hands and smiled as best as he could. His face was one of many emotions. His smile seemed forced, as though he was trying to cover the sadness he felt deep down. It made me feel bad. I wondered what Park Ji-cheol was thinking or feeling at the moment. It seemed impossible for me to figure them out and to sympathize with him. Despite that, I knew one thing for certain. He was a warm-hearted person. I felt his honesty through his two hands. *****. I left that group of supermarket survivors and took my underlings back to the apartment. As soon as I entered, everyone they had been praying for me to get back safely came running toward me, bombarding me with questions. I looked into their faces with an uncertain smile. I wasn't sure whose question I should be answering first. "Okay everyone, stop," came Lee Jong-uk's voice from the living room. Only then did the others move away from the front door, clearing the entrance. As I made my way into the living room, smiling, I saw Lee Jong-uk sitting on the living room floor. In contrast to his serious expression, his hands were full of crayons. The children in the group were gathered in front of him. It seemed like they were coloring. Despite his expression and demeanor, he was good with children. Looking at him caused me to smirk, and I ended up bursting into laughter. Lee Jong-uk looked at me up and down, then laughed along with me. "Judging by your face, I guess things aren't as bad as you thought they would be?" he asked. I nodded silently. Lee Jong-uk stood up with a grunt and stood beside me. "Should we get moving tomorrow?" Noting my lack of a reply, he went straight for the drawing pad on the floor without saying a word. I didn't need to ask him for much anymore. He knew what exactly I needed when I needed it. I grabbed the drawing pad from him and then started illustrating what I'd seen with drawings and words. Survivors, glowing red eyes. The others who had gathered around looked at my drawings and words and came up with their own interpretations. As always, Lee Jonghyuk was the one who came the closest. Survivors and glowing red eyes? I think he means there's someone like So-yeon's father at the supermarket as well. My eyes went wide, and I pointed to Lee Jonghyuk in surprise, causing everyone to express their own wonder at his interpretation. In contrast, Lee Jong-uk rubbed his chin without saying a word. After a moment, he said calmly, "Well then, there's no reason for us to step up then, is there? If they have someone like So-yeon's dad with them, there's no reason for them to join forces with us." Lee Jong-uk was right. It seemed like Lee Jong-uk was thinking along the same lines as me when I refused Park Ji-cheol's offer. After a moment, Lee Jong-hyuk, who was standing next to him, spoke up. "How about we approach them first and ask if they want to combine forces? Us? And why would we want to do that?" Lee Jong-uk arched an eyebrow at Lee Jong-hyuk. He didn't seem to understand why Lee Jong-hyuk was even considering this. Lee Jong-hyuk shrugged and explained himself. "Think about it. The thing we saw at the high school tried to kill us. If Soyeon's dad hadn't been there, we would have been wiped out. If those enemies gathered more forces and came back to attack us, don't you think it would make sense for us to combine forces as well? He had a point. If our enemies combined forces, we could reach a point where I might not be able to handle all of them on my own. Lee Jong-UK stayed silent for a while, then shared his own thoughts on the matter. I don't disagree with what Jong Hyuk is saying. But if we join up with another community, we might run into some conflicts. We have our way of surviving, just as they probably have their own way of surviving as well. I'm just saying that it'd be pretty easy for the situation to get nasty over the smallest things. Lee Jong-hyuk didn't seem to agree with him. Well, you do have a point, but Lee Jong-UK cut him off. Things will get exponentially worse when the size of the group increases. It seems like there are a good number of survivors at the supermarket, and I wouldn't be surprised if people began to form their own factions. Lee Jong-UK also had a valid point. The rest of the group remained silent since both of them seemed to be right. All eyes were on either Lee Jong-UK or Lee Jong-hyuk. Everyone was looking unconsciously at the person they agreed with. Noticing the division within the group, Choi Dahai quietly raised her hand. Let's do this the most democratic way possible. Like what? You want to vote or something? Lee Jong-UK asked, tilting his head slightly. She nodded without any hesitation. Voting, huh? I never expected to hear that word in such a day and age. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The voting went smoothly. Everyone took a piece of paper from the drawing pad. A circle represented a vote to join forces with the other group, while scissors represented a vote against joining forces. It was rather simple, each person just had to draw either a circle or scissors. Everyone went into the master bedroom to cast their vote. While everyone else voted, the Lee brothers and I sat at the dining table silently, waiting for the results. The three of us did not vote. The two had different opinions, so it was meaningless for them to vote. For me, I chose not to. If I voted, it was obvious that the results would skew toward the option I ended up voting for. Since I had everything required to survive, my presence was more important than anything. Therefore, I planned to quietly go along with whatever the survivors ended up deciding on. I decided that I would never intervene in the decisions of the survivors. After about 30 minutes, Choi Dahai stepped out with a pencil case. There were folded papers stacked irregularly inside the pencil case. Judging by how crumpled all the papers were, it seemed like they'd all had a hard time deciding. The Lee brothers exchanged glances, then looked at me at the same time while smacking their lips. Lee Jong-UK chuckled. Soyeon's dad, if you don't mind, could you check the results for us? Gore. They really knew how to put me in an uncomfortable position. I couldn't help but wonder how they would react to the results. I smacked my lips and took the pencil case from Choi Dahai. I took out the piece of paper that was on the very top. Gore. Why? What shape is it? I could only make weird noises as I twitched my eyebrows. Lee Jong-UK couldn't wait any longer and grabbed the piece of paper out of my hands. After a moment, he reacted in the same way as I did. He then turned the pencil case upside down, poured all the slips of paper out, and went through all of them. None of the papers had any marks on them. The Lee brothers both looked at Choi Dahai in surprise. Choi Dahai smiled at them. This is what everyone wants. What's that supposed to mean? Choi Dahai shrugged. Well, that's up to you three. It took me a while to understand what she meant. It was like the time we first met. We all had different opinions back then, but over time, we ended up having the same goal. We were drawn together with this same goal, and relied on each other more and more, eventually developing a sense of trust. At that moment, we realized that the grocery store survivors and the high school survivors all respected our decisions and were willing to go along with whatever we chose to do. The three of us started scratching our heads and smacking our lips. I was embarrassed. I could tell they were embarrassed as well. Without realizing it, the three of us at the table, the Lee brothers and I, had become the leaders of our group. I vote for Soyeon's dad. Lee Jong-UK seemed as if he'd been waiting to say that line. Lee Jong-hyuk nodded in agreement. Wait, does this mean they want me to decide? I waved my hand violently. I wanted the Lee brothers to take care of decisions like this. I didn't want this sort of limelight. As I vigorously indicated my objections, Lee Jong-hyuk smiled a wide smile. I want Hyung and Soyeon's dad to deal with this. I'm out. Lee Jong-hyuk got up and stood next to Choi Dahai, who melted into his arms with a rather bittersweet expression. Lee Jong-UK seemed slightly annoyed for a while, then sighed and said, so we're back to the drawing board, huh? Gore. I wasn't enjoying the situation at all. Lee Jong-UK sighed twice in a row, then crossed his legs. Soyeon's dad, all of us will follow your decision. After all, you're the one who got us together. It's up to you to decide. That made me begin to contemplate the situation seriously. Everyone said they trusted and relied on me, but I knew that I had limits as well. I thought of this situation as something outside my control since I was a being with glowing red eyes. I couldn't defy Mother Nature, after all. After thinking it through, I pointed my index finger at Lee Jong-UK. Lee Jong-UK tilted his head as if he didn't know what I was trying to say. I pointed back and forth between him and the master bedroom and clenched my fists. Lee Jong-UK titled his head and asked, you want me to be the leader? I nodded. But I'm still going to follow your decisions, right? Gore. Then we can be co-leaders. But for your information, I am more of a figurehead. Lee Jong-UK gave me a cheesy chuckle and then slapped me on the back as he got to his feet. Alrighty then. Since we've decided on our leaders, let's eat dinner. Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai beamed and led the others out, who were waiting in the master bedroom. I couldn't help but snort at what was happening. This is definitely something. With time, I had grown closer to this group of people. I felt like I could be a leader to these sorts of people. They had not only made So-yeon laugh again, but me as well. They taught me the meaning of community. Just as Li Zhongyuke said he was going to go along with my decisions, I would go along with his decisions as well. Today's dinner would be a memorable one, an inauguration dinner for the human leader and the zombie leader. Li Zhongyuke called my name while he was deciding on what side dishes to eat. So-yeon's dad. As I stared at him, he let out a smirk. You should wash up. A leader can't have such dirty clothes on. I nodded while smirking back at him. *****. The next day, Li Zhongyuke woke up early and told everyone that he was going to the supermarket. Li Zhonghyuk said he'd be going too, and I naturally started getting ready as well. The Li brothers looked carefully at what I was doing, then stopped me. Li Zhongyuke smiled at me gently. I thought we agreed that we would be in charge of food now. You have to live up to your promise, you know. Gore. That was indeed our agreement, but I couldn't help but feel worried. The Li brothers left for the supermarket, and I could stand and watch their backs from the balcony. Choi Dahai, who had observed the exchange, came and stood next to me. If you're that worried, then you should follow them secretly. Gore. If you observe what they do with your own eyes, you'll have more faith in them. I nodded slightly and jumped off the balcony. I tailed them silently, and finally understood what Choi Dahai had been trying to say all along. The two of them made a perfect duo. I thought of intervening when I saw two zombies in front of the supermarket, but what the two of them did next made my jaw drop. Li Zhonghyuk distracted the zombies as Li Zhongyuke quickly snuck behind them and slashed one of the zombies' necks. When that one went down, the other one naturally turned its attention to Li Zhongyuke. At that instant, Li Zhonghyuk stepped forward and twisted its neck. It seemed difficult enough for people to stab zombies, which is why I hadn't expected him to twist its neck with his hands, even though he had gloves on. I could tell that they were experienced in carrying out such operations. They were no novices. The reason the Li brothers had managed to survive outside was down to the trust they had in each other. The Li brothers retrieved food and blue markers from the supermarket. Later on, as everyone was eating, I sat looking out the window, feeling rather embarrassed about not having had more faith in the two of them. Choi Dahai approached me. So, what do you think about the two of them, now that you've seen them in action with your own two eyes? I nodded slowly back at her with a knowing expression. Choi Dahai beamed and slapped my back, then made her way back to the kitchen. I chuckled out of embarrassment. As the rest continued with their meal, I went outside with the blue markers and started coloring the underlings that had yet to be marked. *****. Just before sunset, I went out with Li Zhongyuke. We went to the supermarket with 10 of my underlings that were colored blue. The night before, we had come to a conclusion. Let's try talking to the people at the supermarket. We need their opinion on this. It's not something that we can decide on our own. In a way, it was the right and obvious thing to do. For some reason, however, we had been thinking about everything with a rather selfish attitude. Groups had to come together by having conversations. The cool summer breeze tickled the tip of my nose. The cicadas chirping grew even louder, as if they didn't want the sun to set. The bugs and cicadas chirped in a symphony while the red dragonflies danced through the air. With this romantic atmosphere as a backdrop, Li Zhongyuke and I made our way toward the supermarket, accompanied by 10 of my underlings. I had put on fresh clothes and washed my greasy hair the night before. Perhaps it was the atmosphere, or my new clothes, or even the fact that I had washed up, but I felt as though everything would be smooth sailing. It felt like the day was going to be full of good things. After walking a while, we finally saw the supermarket a distance away. I looked at Li Zhongyuke while pointing toward the supermarket. He nodded with a serious expression. As we got to the entrance of the supermarket, I realized that all the dead zombie bodies had been cleared away. There were no zombie carcasses anywhere, even when I got to the travel ladder and escalator landings on the first floor. Did they spend the whole night cleaning up the place? I headed toward the second floor, my mind occupied by the work that they might have done. As I got to the travel ladder leading to the second floor, I noticed that the barricade that had been blocking the way previously was also gone. I stopped in my tracks, staring blankly into space. A second later, I felt chills down my spine. Not only were the zombie bodies gone, but the barricade was no longer there as well. All of that had happened in the span of one night. I quickly made my way to the third floor. There were still plates and tents around that seemed like they were being used. However, I didn't see any survivors. The most important part. Everything was the same, except for the fact that everyone was gone. I lifted the big cloth and checked the inside of the tent. The only thing that greeted me was some dust that hit me in the face as I lifted the cloth. I couldn't help but be surprised. I still felt some warmth within, and that did not seem to fit with everything else. Something must have happened here. Gore. Gore. While I was still checking the tent, some hideous cries came from outside. I dashed to the window and looked outside. What I saw was no different from hell itself. *****. Everything was red. I couldn't fathom how many there were. I couldn't see an end to the red wave that was unfolding before my eyes. The zombies I had crossed paths with at the high school were nothing in comparison to this. 500? No, there are at least 700 of them. There were 7 tightly packed square formations of zombies. Each blob seemed to contain at least 100 of them. I swallowed, not quite sure what to make of the situation. Do I have to summon the rest of my underlings, the ones still at the apartment complex? The number of underlings was proportionate with the leader's strength. I didn't know how many zombies I could have as underlings, but I knew that whoever was in charge of this red sea of zombies wasn't weak. The red zombies were standing in formation, perfectly in order, like well-trained soldiers. After a moment, I saw a being that was of a darker color than the others. It had its hands in its pockets and was looking up at me. Its color was noticeably darker, a shade of burgundy, the same color as the zombie I'd come across at the high school. I subconsciously looked at its face, and saw that it had glowing red eyes. I met its gaze wordlessly. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't sure if it was fear that was preventing me from speaking. Come out. I heard its voice. It was without a doubt, ordering me to come out. Was I supposed to follow its command? Or was it better just to run away? Just then, I looked over at Li Zhongyuke. His mouth was sealed tight, and he was shivering with fear. His eyes were full of fear and horror that he couldn't contain. However, I saw a glimpse of hope in his eyes. He was counting on me. I could feel the trust and faith he had in me. The old Li Zhongyuke would have assumed that this was a trap. Now, though, he was betting everything on me. I knew it would be impossible to escape with Li Zhongyuke in tow. From the zombies' numbers alone, it was pretty clear that they possessed decent physical capabilities. I already knew that there was only one option for me. I had to confront it. There was no way out. I stood in front of Li Zhongyuke and put my hand on his shoulders. He swallowed hard, trying to suppress his rising fear. I saw his Adam's apple move violently. I could tell how nervous he was. I patted his shoulder and took a deep breath before exiting through the window. Whoosh! I covered the distance from the third floor to the first floor in one leap. I had nothing to be scared of. I couldn't allow myself to look weak. Despite my first impression of the situation, I could not let it get the better of me. I straightened my back and looked the zombie leader straight in the eye. It stared back at me for a moment, then reached out its right hand wordlessly. I couldn't figure out what it was trying to do. Then, a cold, deep voice reverberated through my mind at novel bin at. Don't you know how to shake hands properly? There was no good in making the situation worse by getting all agitated. I took a deep breath and firmly grasped its hand. Zap! Zap! A jolt ran from my fingertips and up through my entire body. The sudden sensation made my spine stiffen. I couldn't relax my body. I knew if I relaxed, this strange sensation would overwhelm me. I frowned and resisted it with all my physical strength. The other zombie leader's eyebrows twitched as though it had a cramp. It seemed to be feeling the same sensation as me. We both gritted our teeth as we tried to overpower each other, our hands still locked in a tight grip. We were like magnets. We couldn't break free of each other. Our staring contest continued. After a while, it released its grip and let go of my hand. Ha! It opened its mouth wide and gasped for air. As it opened its mouth, I noticed 2 rows of teeth, perfectly aligned. It had the same teeth as me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I saw its sharp, jagged teeth glistening. They seemed sharp enough to bite through anything. The sight made me swallow reflexively. It wasn't any ordinary fellow. The zombie I had crossed paths with at the high school had 300 underlings, but it still had human teeth. However, the creature in front of me had twice as many underlings and had the same teeth as me. After a moment, I heard its voice. I can't believe I was right. I mean, I expected something like this, but I'm still surprised. It was uttering some gibberish I couldn't understand. As I frowned at it, it chuckled. You don't have to make a face like that. I'm not an enemy. And what makes you say that? You saved my family, didn't you? I was waiting for you, hoping you'd return. Family? What family? Park Ji-cheol's face swam into my memory. At that instant, I recalled the name Park Ji-cheol had mentioned. Are you Kim Hye-yongjun? Kim Hye-yongjun nodded. He looked like he was in his late 20s or early 30s, but he exuded an inner strength and confidence that was much stronger than what I would expect from a person his age. I cleared my throat slightly. Where did the survivors in the supermarket go? I moved them to a safe shelter. There was a baby with them, so they couldn't stay here anymore. I knew the baby he was talking about. The baby had begun to cry out of the blue, causing all the zombies nearby to gather like cockroaches. But how could there be another shelter out of the blue? Was there even a shelter around here? According to the map of Seoul I had, there were no shelters around the area. The closest shelter was this supermarket. Even so, it was hard to tell if this place was a safe shelter, because the mark was wet. Kim Hye-yongjun massaged his stiff neck. Ajusi, are you staying in Hangdangdong? That's none of your business. There's no need for such hostility. I can already tell we're on the same side. I wondered where this fellow got that impression. He was talking as if he'd known me for a long time. As I frowned, Kim Hye-yongjun shrugged and continued. I'm guessing you don't trust me. What should I do to gain your trust? Bring the survivors out here. I can't bring them out here right now. There are rules at the shelter, and they have to follow them as well. Of course, if we get closer to the shelter, I can ask them to come out. I couldn't tell if he wanted me to follow him to the shelter. I wasn't entirely sure if it was safe to follow him. And besides, the whole thing might be a ruse to lure me into a trap. The zombie I'd run into at the high school had been hunting people. How could I be sure that Kim Hye-yongjun was different? I needed to see Park Ji-cheol to know whether Kim Hye-yongjun was telling the truth or not. I needed to see his reactions so that I could properly judge Kim Hye-yongjun. I looked Kim Hye-yongjun straight in the eye. Did you come here because you wanted to talk to me? Since you were waiting for me here, can I take that as a sign that you wanted to have a conversation with me? You're right, Ajasi. Since you saved my family, I thought you'd be similar to me. And if you were actually similar, I thought you would come back here for my people. To take care of them, of course. Why, you want to recruit me or something? Yes. Well, I already refused. I'm sure I told Park Ji-Cheol loud and clear. You did. But now you're back here, aren't you? Doesn't that mean you were still thinking about the people here? This guy was good at mind games. If he'd been considering attacking me, he would have done so the moment I got close to the supermarket. Since he'd brought his underlings after I made it inside, he'd probably been observing me from afar. He was a meticulous fellow. I hadn't seen any red creatures on my way to the supermarket. Since I hadn't been able to detect him, it made sense that he'd completely erased his presence and had been hiding, waiting for me. Not only did he know the characteristics of zombies, but he knew the characteristics of the creatures with glowing red eyes as well. I wondered why he'd been hiding. Did he want to test me? Did he want to see if I was going to bring my army of underlings with me, or if I'd actually come to talk with the survivors? I smacked my lips. Some attitude you have, bringing an army with you when you want to talk. Are you sure you're not looking for a fight instead? This was the bare minimum. I knew that I'd be in trouble if you were one of the gang members, Ajasi. I was thinking about killing you if you were one of them. Gang members. The moment Kim Hyeongjun mentioned gang members, my memory flashed back to the zombie at the high school. The next time you see my gang, run for your goddamn life. The other ones aren't gentlemen like me. You got it. I thought it had been bluffing, but I guess there really was a gang. And they were after survivors. That meant that the gang was a group that was hunting humans. I licked my lower lip and posed a question to Kim Hyeongjun. How much do you know about this gang? Are you part of them, Ajasi? Kim Hyeongjun clenched his fists, and the blue veins on his arms bulged. I frowned. No, but I did kill one of them. What? You killed one of them? Why? You got a problem with that? As I glared at Kim Hyeongjun with my head tilted slightly, he unclenched his fists and heaved a sigh of relief, followed by a chuckle. I knew it. We're on the same side after all. I'll tell you what I do. I save survivors. But that's not the only thing I do. I also hunt down gang members. Tell me everything you know about them. Don't even think about discussing anything else before then. Huh? You've got an attitude issue, Ajasi. I'm glad you figured that out. I put on an arrogant look, and Kim Hyeongjun smacked his lips while scratching his head. All right then, let's sit down. It's going to be a long conversation. Take care of your underlings behind you if you want to talk. Why, are you scared? Before I kill all of them. Oh geez, you're short-tempered too. Kim Hyeongjun snorted and waved toward his hundreds of red underlings. Immediately, they melded into the surrounding buildings. They were almost perfectly hidden, as if they'd never been there. From their movements, I could tell that Kim Hyeongjun was superior to me. His underlings moved with more agility than my own. This meant he was above me in the food chain. I sat down and locked eyes with him. He rubbed his chin. Where should I start? First, how much do you know about this gang? You have to look into each other's eyes when communicating, and you're free to attack if someone breaks this rule. Right. And you know that they eat humans. I nodded without saying a word. Kim Hyeongjun nodded back. So basically, Gangbuk is their territory. It became theirs after the zombie virus spread. I only saw one of their members once in Hangdangdong. Are there only a few of them? No. It's because Hangdangdong belongs to the black creatures. That's why they don't come. The black creatures. My mind drifted to the map that I'd obtained after the confrontation at the high school. There was a big X on top of Hangdangdong. Now I was certain that the X marked the black creatures' territory. Kim Hyeongjun tilted his head. Ajasi, haven't you seen the black creatures while you're in Hangdangdong? Their entire bodies are black, and they only have mouths. I've seen one. Where? A construction site, not too far from here. At that moment, I saw Kim Hyeongjun hesitate. There was no reason to tell him about the apartment where my people and I were staying. There was no way of telling if he would attack the apartment with his army. That was why I mentioned the construction site where I killed the black creature instead. Kim Hyeongjun's tone changed, as though he wasn't sure how to react to what I'd just said. The black creature at the construction site. Did you kill it? You don't believe me. He's my brother. I was taken aback. How could the black creature have been his brother? What was he saying? I took out the ID photo I had in my pocket and showed it to Kim Hyeongjun. The man in this photo, is he your brother? His name is Kim Hyeongsok. He is. This was when he was still a human. Park Ji-Cheol told me that Kim Hyeongsok also had glowing red eyes. But you're saying he was the black creature. Which one is correct? Ajasi, where do you think the black creatures come from? What are you trying to say? They don't just come out of nowhere. The black creatures, they're just zombies like us. My jaw dropped. I couldn't believe what Kim Hyeongjun was saying. How could the black creature be a zombie as well? Did that mean that I could possibly turn into a black creature as well? I couldn't fathom myself turning into that sort of monster. I swallowed hard, then looked Kim Hyeongjun straight in the eye. All right, tell me more. I want more details. I was curious as to where you got that kind of power. You ate my brother's brain, didn't you? What? When we shook hands earlier, didn't you feel a jolt go through your body, along with a headache? Yeah, zombies with glowing red eyes gain a lot of abilities that they channel through their palms. They can recruit underlings when they push zombies with them, and just by grabbing onto each other's hands like we did earlier, we can tell who's stronger. Then what was the tingling pain we experienced? It means we're similar, strength-wise. There's another ability, but I'll tell you about that later. Right now, let's talk about my brother. He was glaring at me like a ferocious lynx. I swallowed reflexively. I ended up stuttering. Kim Hye-young-jun was face to face with the being that killed his brother. It would have been perfectly natural if he hated me for what I'd done. I wiped off the sweat beading on my upper lip. I'm not sure how your brother was when he was alive, but when I saw him, he was nothing more than a monster. A monster? Huh. He nodded, his expression rather uncertain. He used his hands to cover his face at novel bin at. There is one thing I'm certain about. His face was full of mixed emotions. I couldn't tell what he was feeling or thinking about. In fact, I couldn't figure out anything. He sighed deeply. The black creatures were all people to begin with. They died after being bitten by zombies, and just happened to turn into zombies with glowing red eyes like us. And the ones with glowing red eyes? They are the ones who have the capacity to turn into black creatures. Did you say have the capacity? Ordinary zombies don't turn into black ones. Only the ones with red glowing eyes like us can turn into a black one. I didn't know what to say. My mind went blank. Clearly, that meant that I could turn into one too. I could end up becoming a being that tore humans apart with my mouth and ate their brains. I needed to know why Kim Hye-young-jun was telling me all this. In his mind, I was the one who killed his brother, and even ate his brain. To him, I was nothing but a disgusting abomination. Strangely enough, though, he was still trying to have a conversation with me, as if he had let go of everything in the past. Was it because I wasn't putting myself down? Because I was being aggressive? Or did he have some other plan that he wasn't telling me about? I couldn't figure out his intentions. The best I could do right now was keep my mind free of any stupid or meaningless thoughts and just go with the flow. I had to go along with whatever Kim Hye-young-jun was going to say. He sighed, and stayed quiet for a moment. After that, he began to tell me about the creatures with glowing red eyes, and the black creatures. Kim Hye-young-jun told me the most unimaginable story. According to him, those who were bitten turned into zombies with glowing red eyes instead of ordinary zombies depending on their desires. Those that longed for something they considered more precious than their lives, would turn into zombies with glowing red eyes. Ajusi, didn't you have a dream before you woke up like this? As I carefully traced my memories, I realized that I did experience something like a dream. My wife and So-yeon were sitting at a dining table in front of me, and I was looking at them through a clear glass wall. The wall had been unbreakable at first, but in the end, my desperate outburst was enough to break through the clear glass wall, and I managed to grab onto So-yeon's hand. After that, I returned to my senses. Of course, my body was dead, but my mind was still very much sane. As I nodded, Kim Hye-young-jun let out a chuckle before continuing. That's the reason. The reason our eyes glow red. The reason we didn't turn into one of the black creatures. The thing that's keeping us strong. Are you saying we will turn into a black creature if that mind and heart of ours disappears? Yup. What happens to the ones that can't break the glass wall? They just become ordinary zombies. Or, if they got their heads ripped off, it wouldn't have mattered, Kim Hye-young-jun answered with a shrug. I rubbed my chin and fell into deep thought. This meant you didn't necessarily have to get bitten by a black creature to become a being with glowing red eyes. But then, why weren't there any beings with glowing red eyes in Hangdangdong? The zombie I'd run into back at the high school had been surprised to hear that I'd never met another being with glowing red eyes. As the questions began to pile up, I remembered the black creature's evil smile. It had looked at me, my whole being filled with horror, with the biggest smile on its face. Just wait. I'll kill everyone, and then I'll get you too. At least that's what I'd thought it was saying. Once I'd fled with Lee Zhongyuke and my underlings, it had taken care of the people on lookout duty and had come after me. Everything started to make sense now. The reason the creature with the glowing red eyes that had attacked the high school was scared, the reason the black creature had left the survivors in the high school behind to come after me. It all led to one thing at novel bin at. I, with my glowing red eyes, was a delicacy for the black creature. The only prey that satisfied its hunger. The ones with glowing red eyes. Filled with sadness, I took a deep breath. So your younger sibling, what happened? He had a girlfriend. A girlfriend, huh? I didn't even need to hear the rest of the story. My heart sank, and I smacked my lips. You can already guess the rest, can't you? Continued Kim Hye-young-jun. But why? Your younger sibling also had glowing red eyes. He could have protected her without any problem. My younger brother and I were leading separate groups of survivors. Even though I had only heard the story up to this point, I couldn't help but frown. Kim Hye-young-jun continued his story, recollecting what had happened that day. Apparently, Kim Hye-young-suk's girlfriend hadn't been bitten by zombies. Instead, she'd been killed by humans. While my brother had been out getting food, something so unexpected and unimaginable happened. After that, my brother just lost it. When I got back, all the survivors had been torn apart. You couldn't tell who was who. I spat out some phlegm that had made its way up, then took a deep breath. The chilly summer breeze made its way deep into my lungs. The air was refreshing as our conversation was heartbreaking. Kim Hye-young-jun continued with his story. After that, my brother started tearing up his own body. He was clearly suffering immense pain. But it wasn't physical pain. It was more like a deep despair. He tore himself apart. It was as though he was going through a metamorphosis. like a snake shedding its skin. And after a while, he turned into a black creature. So you witnessed your brother go through a metamorphosis. Instead of answering, he looked toward the sky and sighed. It was a lonely, empty, and forlorn sigh. Kim Hye-young-jun put his face in his hands and stayed silent for a moment. I should have killed my younger brother before he finished his transformation. I still regret not ending his life at that moment. Not killing my brother was no different from letting him die a second time. I should have just ended it all, and let my brother rest in peace. I didn't know how to console him. I could only offer up a sorrowful sigh of my own. As I sat there gloomily, Kim Hye-young-jun tried to change the topic. So, Ajasi, how'd you transform? Unfortunately, he hadn't chosen the best topic. I kept my voice calm. I got bitten by a black creature. Kim Hye-young-jun flinched. I knew he was a clever fellow, and would be able to infer the rest of it. He smacked his lips. I should have just ended everything back then. But he was your younger brother. Well, that's only when we were both human beings. There's no such thing as young and younger brother when we're both monsters. I wondered if that was the reason why he wasn't hostile toward the one who had killed his brother. He didn't seem to bear a grudge. After all, he called himself a monster. He probably thought I was a rational being, since I described his brother as a monster as well. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his neck and continued where he left off. Ajasi, what are you trying to protect? Immediately, I shut my mouth and looked at Kim Hye-young-jun straight in the eye. I had almost answered his question subconsciously. There was no reason for me to tell anyone what I was trying to protect. After all, you never knew who was willing to stab you in the back. He had willingly helped me out, someone he didn't know at all. If I was weaker than him, there was a chance that he would come after me. I remained still, and he nodded. Not bad. What? Always be careful of this question, since that's your weakness. No matter what happens, never answer this question. Even if your life's on the line. Keep your promise, if you made one. Or else, you'll become like my brother. Kim Hye-young-jun had a wide grin on his face. At that moment, I realized just how sly the boy could be. He noted my discomfort with a frown. You know that we faint when we eat other zombies' brains, right? How long you stay unconscious also differs depending on the zombie's strength. I know that. The same goes for when we transform into a black creature. That's what happened to my little brother. You have to be extra careful then. 'Cause there's a lot of zombies waiting for that moment. I nodded slowly while listening to his explanation. He was a big help to me. It was invaluable information I couldn't get elsewhere. Why are you telling me all of this? Because I think we're on the same team. Well, that can't be the only reason. You want something from me, don't you? Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me with an unreadable expression. Then, he sighed. Ajasi, you really are one of a kind. Enough with that. Cut to the chase. Let's team up. What? Team up? Before the gang gets larger and all the survivors get wiped out, we have to gather beings like us that live for the sake of humans. I didn't know what to say. I knew he had good intentions. But for me, the safety of So-yeon and my people was my priority. I didn't have the time to hunt down gang members or save other survivors. My expression must have betrayed my hesitancy, as Kim Hye-young-jun chuckled and continued to speak. Don't think too much about it, Ajasi. I just asked the question to make sure that you were hostile toward the gang members. What are you saying? Remember that I said that our palms have all sorts of abilities? One of the abilities I didn't tell you is about teaming up. So you want to write up a contract or something? Kim Hye-young-jun burst out laughing, then cleared his throat. We make contracts with our palms. Our palms. Right now, we see each other as red beings. But once we team up, we'll no longer look red to each other. Instead, we'll see each other as purple beings. So this teaming up thing is a way to tell that we're on the same side. Right on, Ajasi. Remember when I said that we could tell how strong we are by shaking hands? We just have to do one more thing. What? We have to make a vow while staring into each other's eyes. As we do so, we need to form a strong belief within ourselves that, no matter what, we will combine forces and won't attack each other. I nodded and offered my right hand to Kim Hye-young-jun. There was no downside to teaming up. I certainly knew he wasn't part of the gang, and he had a lot more information than I had. Only a fool would choose to act in an antagonistic way toward him. Kim Hye-young-jun took a deep breath and grabbed my hand with a slightly nervous expression. As I gripped his hand, I thought only of one thing. I made a pledge to myself that we were now on the same team, and that I wouldn't attack him no matter what happened. After a moment, I felt a jolt spread from my right hand to my entire body. My head began to hurt, and my face scrunched up instinctively. What is this horrifying pain? The pain felt like it would melt my brain, and was only getting stronger. My eyes were on the verge of bursting. Our hands started shaking violently. Gore. I gasped and let go of his hand. Kim Hye-young-jun did the same. He panted and fell on all fours. I closed my eyes and pressed my palms to my temples in an effort to clear away the pain. The red-hot pain slowly dissipated and I slowly opened my eyes again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My mind was blurry. Everything seemed hazy. I felt like my soul was no longer attached to my body. It was a moment of liberation. The sound in my ears was the only way I could tell that I was still alive. After a moment, I noticed Kim Hye-young-jun on the floor. It seemed like he had suffered more pain than me. Both of his arms were trembling, and he couldn't seem to get himself up. The one unbelievable thing was the fact that Kim Hye-young-jun actually looked purple now, instead of red. Kim Hyeong-jun was trying his best to regain his senses by shaking his head. As he slowly came back, he snuck a glimpse at me. His face was still tight with pain, but he was wearing a smile. I was still panting because of the excruciating pain. The fresh air, which smelled as sweet as sap, entered through my mouth and nose. The fog in my mind cleared up, and I had the strangest feeling, as if my blood had started to flow again after stopping for a while. Then, I heard Kim Hyeong-jun's voice. We did it. Perceiving each other as purple beings means we're successful. Yes. If we still saw each other as red, that would have been a failure. What happens if two people still see each other in red? Well, it's the start of a war. I looked at him blankly, trying to comprehend what he had just said. After a moment, though, I realized what he was saying. If two zombies still saw each other in red after making a vow, it meant that at least one side was lying. The worst would have happened if we saw each other in red. I didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if that had been the case. I let out a sigh of relief. All that mattered was that we were successfully on the same team. Which also meant that we were on the same page. Kim Hyeong-jun let out a quick breath. Welcome to the Survivor Rally Organization. Wait, what organization? The Survivor Rally Organization. It's like an anti-gang organization. It's for us zombies that live for the sake of the survivors. How many members do we have? Right now it's just me and you, Ajasi. My brother founded this association on his own. After hearing where the name had originated, I smacked my lips and avoided Kim Hyeong-jun's eyes. The Survivor Rally Organization. Just by the name of the organization, I could tell what kind of person Kim Hyeong-sok was. He probably trusted and genuinely liked people. However, he ended up losing his trust in everyone, and gave up trying to live as a human being. I couldn't fathom the pain and despair he had to go through. I couldn't hide my pity for him. I took a deep breath and asked Kim Hyeong-jun a question. So, what are you going to do from now on? I'm going to move around in Tuxium. Since I know that the gang members didn't get my brother, I have no reason to stay in Hangdang-dong anymore. I'm not sure if I can ask this, but are your people in Tuxium? Is there a reason to hide anything anymore? We're on the same team now. They're in Tuxium. You know where Soul Forest is, right? Of course. There's a shelter there. How about you move your people over there as well? We can think about that later. I didn't give him a straight answer, but Kim Hyeong-jun didn't think much of it. He got to his feet, and I straightened as well. Kim Hyeong-jun flashed me a satisfied smile. Do you have anything else you're curious about? I started to think about what else I could ask. I remembered the questions the zombie who attacked the high school had asked me. It had asked me what would happen if we ate human brains, if we ate zombie brains, and the number of underlings we could have. I wasn't going to let this chance go to waste. I asked Kim Hyeong-jun all the questions I'd been wanting answers to. He titled his head in confusion, and followed up with a question of his own. Ajasi, you've never left Hangdang-dong. No, that's why you don't know anything, huh? I cleared my throat and smacked my lips. Kim Hyeong-jun chuckled and continued. We can only have 200 underlings at a time. You seem to have a lot more than that, though. Our control extends by 50 more underlings each time we eat a brain. I fought with gang members in Songso 1 Dong and 2 Dong day and night. So basically, the weak get wiped out while the fittest survive. Exactly. And each time we eat a brain, our physical abilities increase as well. So do those of our underlings. I slowly nodded as I absorbed what Kim Hyeong-jun was saying. The survival of the fittest, huh? Hangdang-dong was free from the zombies with glowing red eyes due to the black zombies, but the other areas were basically war zonies. That also meant that Kim Hyeong-jun had taken down a good amount of zombies. His experience couldn't be overlooked. I slowly realized why I hadn't been able to feel his presence earlier on. What else did you ask? What happens if we eat human brains? Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that. You see, I've never eaten a person. I nodded slowly. To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to trust him if he'd known the answer to this question. He was right. There was no way to know without trying one. I asked him one last question. Let me ask you one more thing. Do you know what happens if someone eats a black creature's brain, like I did? Just like the previous question, I also don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure how you defeated my brother, who turned into a black creature, but it's almost impossible to beat a black creature. Did you say it's impossible? The black creatures grow stronger when they eat brains, but they can also grow stronger without eating brains, just like we do. But I'm not sure how, or what conditions they need to fulfill to do so. One thing is for sure, though. The black creatures get stronger and stronger with time. I think it's fair to say that you got lucky beating my brother, since he transformed rather recently. I rubbed my chin as I listened to Kim Hyeong-jun. As he mentioned, it was possible that I'd been extremely fortunate back then. I wasn't sure if I was lucky in the sense that I'd been bitten by a black creature, but given what had happened until now, I realized that I'd indeed been lucky. If I hadn't eaten the black creature's brain, I would have been killed by the red zombie at the high school. Suddenly, Kim Hyeong-jun flicked his finger, as though he'd just remembered something. Oh, right. Be careful when you meet any creatures that have grown teeth. Teeth? Like you and me. Yeah, these teeth are a sign that they've evolved, that their rank has increased. Rank. How do I put this? It's like a symbol of power. Your physical capabilities grow stronger as you grow your teeth, and the connection between you and your underlings grows stronger too. I was more than aware of the physical improvements, but the connection with my underlings? At that moment, I remembered what I'd sensed when I'd been locked in combat with the zombie with glowing red eyes back at the high school. Enemy found. Get rid of the enemy. That's what I heard. Of course, for the survivors, it had probably been just another throat-rending cry, but to me, I'd received their message loud and clear. The cry had come from the underlings that had been in charge of defending the high school as they had begun to fight red zombies. As I replayed the memory, Kim Hye-young-jun chuckled at novel bin at. It seems like you remembered something. You heard your underlings' voices, didn't you? Do you know why that happened? In the beginning, I couldn't hear them, but all of a sudden, I started hearing them. That's the difference between creatures that have grown teeth and those that haven't. As you know, our underlings get stronger as we get stronger. In other words, our connection with our underlings becomes more intertwined. They grow more sensitive and sophisticated. I nodded. Kim Hye-young-jun glanced up at the night sky and then back at me. Ah Jessie, you grew teeth, so that means you can have an army of at least 500. I won't tell you to get out of Hangdang-dong, but be careful from now on. Be careful of what? Everything. Ever since my brother turned into a black creature, I tracked down his movements with my underlings. My brother roamed around Hangdang-1-dong. Is there a black creature in Hangdang-2-dong as well? According to my scouts, there's one there too, but it was there way before my brother transformed. What are the odds of it coming to Hangdang-1-dong? Well, I'm not sure. Wouldn't it start moving once it runs out of food? When you say food, are you talking about zombies with glowing red eyes? Kim Hye-young-jun nodded without saying a word. After a moment, he gasped. Ah Jessie, the gang member you killed. It was from Hangdang-1-dong, right? Yeah, it's bait. Bait. It's one of the methods the gang uses. They pick out a weak gang member and send them into Hangdang-dong so that the black creature stays where it is. I mean, it's basically a suicide mission for the one who is sent, but they send them anyway and justify it as patrol duty. They'll keep on sending bait. Make sure that none of them escape. If a scout escapes, all the officers in the gang will start moving. Officers. I tilted my head in confusion, and Kim Hye-young-jun's expression grew serious. They're zombies that have grown teeth like us. I have no information on how strong they are or how many underlings they have. All I know is that they never move alone. That's all I know. So you mean they move in groups? The officers always move in pairs or in groups of 3. Individually, their powers are problematic, but the real problem is all the underlings they have under them. So, look out for yourself. I acknowledged Kim Hye-young-jun's warning. He stretched his body. Now then, shall we part ways? Are you going to Toxium? Yeah. You want to come take a look? Take one of my underlings. Yours? Why? Since we're on the same team now, we should at least have one underling at each safe haven. That way, we can help each other in case of an emergency. You're right. I totally forgot about that. Kim Hye-young-jun sent out his throat-rending cry with a smile of satisfaction, and one of his underlings emerged from the darkness. His underling also looked purple to me. Take this one, said Kim Hye-young-jun. I took a close look at Kim Hye-young-jun's underling. I liked how it held itself, like a well-trained soldier. With a satisfied expression, I turned to Kim Hye-young-jun. Do you think your telepathy will be able to reach us all the way from Tuxium? If you're worried, we can leave a couple of underlings in between to act like cell towers. What's the range of our telepathy? It's 5 kilometers. Oh, you didn't know. I know now. That's what matters. As I chuckled, Kim Hye-young-jun roared out a laugh, then shook his head and grinned. Ah Jessie, you do realize that you can be pretty cheesy sometimes, you know. I'll take that as a compliment. I couldn't help but grin as well. I reached out to the underlings at the supermarket. I need 2 of you to come here. As soon as I gave orders, 2 of my underlings jumped out of the window. They made it from the 3rd floor to the 1st in an instant, and stood at attention in front of me. It was about 3 kilometers from Hangdang-dong to Seoul Forest. If the range of our telepathy was 5 kilometers, leaving just one underling in between would be more than enough. However, I planned to send 2 of my underlings, just in case anything unforeseen happened. Kim Hye-young-jun also called another underling of his, as if he'd read my mind. He looked me straight in the eye. 2 underlings each. That should be enough, don't you think? Yup. Then, I'll see you again, Ah Jessie. And ask me anything you want to know. I'll try and answer to the best of my knowledge. Take care. You too, Ah Jessie. Kim Hye-young-jun went off toward Seoul Forest with his head held high. At that moment, all of his underlings that were hiding in the surrounding buildings began streaming out. It was quite the view. The creatures, glowing purple in the pitch darkness, caused the ground to rumble. They flowed across the ground like an elegant piece of purple silk. It was a comforting sight. The Survival Rally Organization. I finally had an alliance. As I watched my 2 green underlings trail behind Kim Hye-young-jun, a slight smile spread across my face. I took a deep breath, then looked at the 2 purple creatures in front of me. They were staring at me blankly. Can you hear what I'm saying? They didn't answer. It seemed like I couldn't give them orders even though we were on the same team. As I headed toward the supermarket, the 2 purple underlings followed me as well. For some reason, it felt like I had guests. I returned to the apartment with Lee Zhongyuke, who had been waiting patiently at the supermarket with my remaining underlings. As soon as we got back to the apartment, Lee Zhongyuke asked me what had happened. Throughout the night, I used letters and drawings to explain what had happened. When I had finished, Lee Zhongyuke lay back on the couch. So, you're telling me that the zombie you met at the supermarket is now on our side? I nodded. And the two behind you are his? I nodded. He frowned as though unconvinced. Those two. Can we tie them up somewhere? Gore. Honestly, I'm not comfortable with them around. I can't trust them just yet. I nodded without hesitation. I felt sorry for the two purple underlings, but my priority was the safety of my people. I thought about tying them up on the rooftop. They were merely tools for communication, so I only needed them to be on the lookout for gang members while they were tied up on the rooftop. I retrieved some thick ropes and headed straight toward the apartment rooftop. I lined the two zombies up back to back and then tied their arms and legs. They didn't feel any fatigue, so leaving them up there would be no problem. They just needed to carry out their duty. I returned to the living room after taking care of the task. Daddy. So-yeon ran toward me as if she had been waiting for a long time. I smiled and took her into my arms. She probably hadn't come out earlier because of the zombies. I was glad that I had taken Lee Jong-uk's suggestion. Lee Jong-uk watched me and So-yeon closely, then sighed. You two. It seems like you can't stand to be away from each other even for a second. Despite his words, he had a gentle smile on his face. After a moment, Choi Da-hai walked in from the kitchen. So-yeon's father. What's going to happen to us now? I looked at her questioningly. You said there's a shelter in Seoul Forest, right? Are we going there as well? I heard expectation and hope in Choi Da-hai's voice. Does she want to go to the shelter in Seoul Forest? Just then, though, someone else chimed in, shattering her hope. Who knows what kind of people are in that shelter? It was Lee Jong-uk. He smacked his lips and sat on the floor, his face glum. We don't know anything about that place. We don't know how many people there are, what kind of people there are, what they do with food, and what kind of defenses they have set up there. His words brought a frown to Choi Da-hai's face. Lee Jong-hyuk, who was watching them, spoke up. Hyung, how about we go and check out the people over there? You want to go and check? You just want So-yeon's dad to go check, don't you? No, Hyung. That's not what I meant. You know what? Just stop it. You might as well just go up to So-yeon's dad and make him go. Lee Jong-hyuk shut his mouth after hearing what Lee Jong-uk had said. The older brother must have hit the nail on the head. Lee Jong-uk clicked his tongue and looked around the room. The survivors from the supermarket and high school all had gloomy expressions. Lee Jong-uk looked at everyone's faces, then took a deep breath. His voice took on a firm edge. Everyone, mark my words. No one here should ever ask So-yeon's dad to make sacrifices for us. Is that clear? Lee Jong-uk continued to speak. I think everyone's just excited by the word shelter right now, but there's no guarantee that it's safer than this place. To be honest, I can't tell. Lee Jong-uk's words were met with silence. After a moment, the principal got up. I agree as well. We don't know if the people there will accept us or kick us out. I'm also against the idea of making someone else do things for us. The principal's voice was trembling. I could tell that the incidents he had endured at the high school still weighed heavily on his mind. The only reason the principal hadn't lost his resolve was because of the children and elders that had been relying on him. However, he couldn't have found his feet again without realizing what he'd done wrong. He had probably condemned the younger teachers who had abandoned them at first, but he'd been forcing them to make sacrifices as well. Only later did he understand what he had done wrong. After a moment, Han Hui, who was standing next to the principal, spoke. Wherever we go, things won't be too different. There'll be zombies, and there'll be bad people. In my case, I don't want to be disappointed by humans anymore. Han Hui was clearly speaking from her experiences as a wanderer, and the constant lack of trust. Kang Eun-jong joined in the discussion as well. Why don't we start something ourselves here instead? I don't think there's a need to join up with other people, especially a group of people that we don't know that well. With Kang Eun-jong supporting Han Hui's opinion, nobody else disagreed with what Lee Jong-uk. Everyone seemed to be on the same page. Choi Da-hai and Lee Jong-hyuk slowly nodded as well. It seemed like they were willing to accept the other's opinion. I opened the drawing pad and wrote down a few words. This place. Shelter. Make. I had planned to organize the apartment after returning from the high school in the first place. I was planning to transform the apartment into a place where everyone felt safe, a place like no other in this world. I was going to turn the apartment into a shelter. The only shelter in Hangdangdong's last hope. That was what I had in mind. I had already taken care of apartment buildings 103, 104, and 105. I communicated my plans to everyone, and they all seemed like they were on board with me. After a moment, Lee Jong-uk slapped his knee as if signaling that things would be smooth sailing from now on. How about everyone decide on what they want to be responsible for? I'll be responsible for getting food. I won't impose any job on anyone, so feel free to say what you are willing to do. Lee Jong-hyuk carefully raised his right hand. In that case, I'll join you in getting food. Once Lee Jong-hyuk had spoken, everyone else started saying what they wanted to do one by one. The principal and Han Hui were in charge of the children's education, and Choi Da-hai and Kang Eun-jong were in charge of meal preparation. The white-haired elder wanted to utilize his farming skills which he had picked up a long time ago, and the female students in their late teens, including Woo Jae-in, said they would help out with chores like farming, cooking, and laundry. Kang Ji-suk and Baein Hyokjin volunteered to help with getting food, and the remaining male students in their teens offered to guard the apartment. In a flash, everyone had decided on what they were willing to be responsible for. I nodded eagerly at them, then wrote down a couple of words on the drawing pad. Tomorrow. Start. As they read my words, their expressions grew determined. We had to be united in order to survive. In this moment, each person had chosen their own sphere of responsibility, and had committed to it. Humans were creatures of action. This was the natural way of things. After a moment, So-yeon came up to me and grabbed my hand. I patted her on the head and then thought to myself at novel bin at. You have to behave yourself and listen to the principal and Han Sen-hui. I wanted everyone to do their best. I prayed that everyone would have a smile on their face, and that So-yeon would grow up into a bright person. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now that everyone had chosen their individual roles, they all strived to do their best in their respective roles. No one slacked off. They were committed to trying their best. We were making the Hangdang-dong apartment complex into a safe shelter. The Lee brothers taught Kang Ji-suk and Bai-yeon Hyokjin how to avoid and hunt zombies on their way to the supermarket. Being youths, Kang Ji-suk and Bai-yeon Hyokjin absorbed everything like sponges. They grew better and better by the day thanks to the skills the Lee brothers were teaching them. The principal and Han Sen-hui were passionate about teaching the children. The principal was responsible for teaching children in their early to mid-teens, while Han Sen-hui was responsible for the children below 10. The children, who had been unhappy to learn at some point in time, were now all happy to have the opportunity. I wondered if they missed the atmosphere of huddling together with their peers in a classroom and learning. The children were growing brighter by the day. As the saying went, a nation that forgets its past doesn't have a future, and so their education was oriented around history. The white-haired elder was successful in growing sweet potatoes and potatoes in the apartment garden. It was an incredible day when we finally found out. The joy was surreal. Everyone hugged one another and danced the night away. The memory of the elder dancing, smiling gently while swinging his cane like a baton, was a memory I would never forget. Although the elder was unsuccessful in growing carrots and cherry tomatoes, the potatoes and sweet potatoes generated a sense of hope for a better future. The fact that we could grow something on our own was enough to warm everyone's hearts just a little bit. Each time Lee Zhonghyuk went out to get food, he would bring a watermelon back and ask the elder to grow one as well. Lee Zhonghyuk sure loved watermelons. Even when I'd brought back food, he'd always looked for watermelons. His love for watermelons was quite something. In the meantime, I took care of all the zombies within the apartment complex. I recruited the ones who looked sturdy and had bodies that were intact. The other ones, I set them free. I sent them to heaven. The 310 underlings I had soon grew to an army of 650. At that point, I could no longer find any more zombies in the complex. After wiping out all the zombies within the complex, I went out into the streets in order to increase the safe zone around our shelter. Every now and then, I came across red zombies that seemed to be part of the gang, and took care of them without hesitation. In order to expand my scouting network, I sent underlings to every part of Hangdang-won-dong. As long as we stayed in Hangdang-won-dong, we would be safe from the black creature. And as long as we took care of the scouts sent into Hangdang-won-dong by the gang members, we would be safe from them as well. Hangdang-dong, which had been crossed out with a big X mark, became a safe haven like no other in the world. The male students in their teens stood on guard duty as they promised. The female students got together to take care of the laundry. None of the children expressed any complaints. They were thankful that they could see a blue sky, breathe in fresh air, and chatter away with friends every day. Every now and then, when someone missed their parents or family, the community would gather around to console them together. Despite coming from different families, we were slowly becoming a family of our own. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The hectic summer passed, and fall was ushered in by a chilly breeze. A special event was about to take place. Everyone in apartment block 104, unit 505 had gathered, and all eyes were on So-yeon. So-yeon was looking closely at the map of Seoul, which was spread out on the living room floor. I observed her carefully with a gentle smile as I leaned against the wall. After a moment, Lee Zhongyuk spoke. So-yeon, have you decided? Yes. Alrighty, here's your pen. As Lee Zhongyuk passed her a pen, she adjusted her grip on the pen over and over again with a rather serious expression. After a moment, she kneeled in front of the map of Seoul and then traced the pen over an apartment complex located in Hangdang-dong. She then drew a shield on it and wrote the following words in a clear font. Haeyong. As soon as she wrote down Haeyong, the other survivors all looked confused. But I knew what she meant. Haeyong was her friend's name. Her best friend in elementary school was named Haeyong. Her place was 5 minutes away from here. But after this world had fallen, we had been thrown into an era in which it was impossible even to find out how those living 5 minutes away were doing. All along, So-yeon had been curious about how Haeyong was doing. I smiled warmly and went to So-yeon to give her a hug. She stood still in my arms for a while. However, her eyes soon began to well up with tears, and she shoved her face into my chest. As I patted her back, the others looked around and exchanged sad smiles, not knowing how to act. After a moment, Choi Tae-hai, who did not seem to sense the change in atmosphere, spoke up. Who's Haeyong? Everyone else clearly had the same question in mind, but hadn't dared to ask. They all seemed relieved that she had brought up the elephant in the room. After Choi Tae-hai had spoken, all eyes turned toward me. I grasped a pen and wrote down several words on the drawing pad. So-yeon's friend. Small sighs escaped from the lips of the survivors who were gathered around. Lee Zhonghyuk scratched his sideburns with a sad expression. naming the shelter after her friend Haiyang. Does she want her friend to come here as well? Li Zhonghyuk had figured out her intentions right away, like he always did. Everyone understood the sadness that she must have gone through. Their expressions grew gloomy, and several began to sniffle. Li Zhongyuk spread out a large piece of drawing paper. Today's the inauguration of Shelter Haiyang? Why is everyone crying on a good day like this? He said, trying to lighten up the mood. Should I write it out? Sure Dehai. Your handwriting is good. Go ahead. Li Zhongyuk passed her the blue marker, and Choi Dehai began writing on the large canvas. Shelter Haiyang. Hope for Hangdangdong. Safe haven for humans. Screening stations on your right. We were planning to put the canvas up at the entrance to the apartment complex. Anyone who passed by this canvas would be able to be screened and then welcomed into the shelter. In this day and age, when allies were necessary, we weren't going to cut ties with the outside world. We decided that we would accept more people and open ourselves to the world. We had a strong belief in the community and system that we'd built, and did not think that those who joined us would be able to disrupt it. I recalled the 3 conditions I thought survivors needed after I've turned into a mutant. Now that I had achieved the 3rd condition, the people who were willing to join us had to meet the 1st and 2nd conditions. This was the purpose of the screening center. This also gave those who wished to enter the shelter no choice but to see me. If the person entering was rational, the sight of me would deter them from trying to cause trouble. But if anyone still tried it, I would get rid of them without hesitation. I knew that people who were standing always wished to sit, those who were sitting wished to lie down, and those who were lying down wished to sleep. It was only natural to seek out a more comfortable state. Even if we let people into the shelter, there would be no place for them here if they didn't have a sense of humanity or were too selfish. As I comforted So-yeon, Li Zhongyuk led everyone else outside. They were going to hang up the canvas sign and put up a tarp to the right of the apartment entrance. I was blessed to have people like them. They knew what to do on their own, and were thoughtful enough to leave me and So-yeon alone. I tickled her wrist, and So-yeon stopped crying. She looked up at me with a smile. As I looked into So-yeon's crystal-clear eyes, I couldn't help but smile. She pretended to act grumpy, burying her face into my stomach and hugging me even more tightly. I slowly closed my eyes, hoping this harmonious peace would last forever. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After the inauguration of the newly established shelter Haiyang, I immediately felt the need to explore the area further. I alerted the community that I would be on patrol. Li Zhongyuk nodded right away. Thanks for taking extra measures to stabilize the shelter. Take care while you're out there. I knew what he was grateful for. I couldn't thank him enough. I waved gently at the others and headed toward the front entrance. In the beginning, it had been scary to step out onto this path. It felt like walking on thin ice. But I was no longer the same person. I remembered being trapped inside, unable to take a single step outside. But now, I had made the place a safe haven for everyone, and had become their leader. It was a feeling I couldn't express in words. Did it feel like I was flying? No, it was nothing like that. Ordinary words were not enough to express the feeling. It felt like going out on a date on a sunny weekend morning, dressed in new clothes. For some reason, the zombies on the streets didn't seem hostile at all. I felt like I was standing in the center of the world, as if this path I was taking was the right path to take. I looked at the 20 underlings I brought out with me. Tell me when you see a supermarket or convenience store. Gur? GAA? My underlings answered with their loud, throat-rending noises. The supermarket where the gang members' heads were still hanging by the entrance was slowly running out of food. No matter how much food a supermarket had, there would not be enough to sustain more than 30 people forever. I was planning to discover a new stockpile of food, and retrieve weapons that everyone could use. Besides that, the elder had also asked me for a favor. If you walk by a park, get me some soil. I need some soil for planting flowers. Not sand like this. There was a children's playground in the center of Shelter Haiyang. The elder remarked that the sand wasn't suitable for growing crops. The elder's solution was to dig out all the sand from it and fill it up with soil that was more suitable. There was a lot to take care of. I needed to hurry. My underlings and I picked up the pace. As the sun began to set, my 20 underlings and I headed back to Shelter Haiyang with our hands full of items. We returned with trash bags filled with soil and others filled with metal pieces. The Lee brothers checked the metal pieces while the elder felt the soil that was inside the bags. He smiled rather sadly and said that it probably wasn't enough, but that he would give it a try. Hansen Hui brought a wet towel and wiped the soil from my hands. I thanked her, then sat on a wooden bench within the complex. After a moment, Choi Dehai came up to me. So-yeon's father, we made a barricade. Could you take a look at it? I nodded and headed toward the side entrance where a barricade had been erected. The barricade was made out of wood, tied together with rope. They had used the dirt from the playground as extra support, to prevent the barricade from being pushed back. It was enough to keep out the zombies who could only smell or hear, but it wasn't enough to keep the ones with eyesight away. I lifted my right hand and held it to my forehead as I looked at Choi Dehai. She tilted her head in confusion. The barricade has to be this tall. Gur. Then we have to make it again from scratch. The center of gravity won't be right if we just add on to the existing structure. I wanted to give her a round of applause for considering the center of gravity. I noticed the stainless steel spears we'd made a long time ago had been incorporated into the barricade. I assumed that the spears could be maneuvered around the barricade, since the haft of the spear was accessible from the inside. I took out the notepad and pen I had in my pocket and wrote down a few phrases at novel bin at. First defensive line, second defensive line, third defensive line. Choi Dahai considered my words and nodded. We'll try to create a defensive line around the entire apartment. We'll try to make it as safe as possible. I nodded and then wrote down more words. Not enough people. Let me know. And then I pointed to my underlings next to us. Choi Dahai looked at what I wrote, then looked back and forth between me and my underlings. She tilted her head again and asked for confirmation that she'd understood me correctly. I should let you know if there isn't enough manpower. Gore. For sure. I'll let you know. Choi Dahai nodded, smiling. She knew how to get stuff done. Probably better than most men. I nodded back to show that I was happy with what she was doing. As time progressed, it had gotten easier and easier to get my message across. Not only did everyone get better at interpreting my written messages, but it was getting easier for me to write out words. I wondered if I was getting used to being a zombie, or if it was because I had gained back some of my forgotten knowledge through consuming my enemy's brains. I didn't know the exact reason why, but I knew one thing for sure. It was a change for the better. I always had a pen and notepad on me at all times. They were like a part of my body. They were important mediums through which I could communicate with others. Since I was done with all the tasks I had planned for the day, it was time to check out what So-yeon had been up to the entire day. According to Hansen Hui, So-yeon liked art class the most. She said that So-yeon liked to explain to her what her drawing meant while she was drawing on the drawing pad. I wanted to find out what she had drawn today. I headed toward Unit 505 of Apartment Building 104 with joy. Gore? At that moment, I heard a rather disturbing noise. I turned around, my eyes wide. Choi Dahai tilted her head, clearly wondering what had made me react so suddenly. Is there anything else you want us to add? I brought my index finger to my lips and gestured to her to be quiet. Choi Dahai sucked in a breath and looked around as well. I focused all my attention on my hearing. I couldn't figure out the meaning of the sudden cry. Grr! I heard it again. It wasn't coming from nearby. It was a sound that others couldn't hear. It was something only I could hear. Found red creature. It was a signal from the underlings I had sent out on patrol. I ran toward the Lee brothers, who were sitting on a wooden bench. They saw my agitation and stopped organizing the metal pieces. I quickly took out my notepad and wrote down a couple of words. Found enemies. There are enemies here. Lee Zhongyuke stood up with a frown, looking around. Where? Where are they coming from? Signal from Wangsimni Station Scout. You can hear your underling from here. I nodded. Lee Zhongyuke rubbed his chin silently, then looked at Lee Zhonghyuk. Bring whoever's outside back inside, and have the guards and the foraging team station themselves here. Roger that, Hyung. Lee Zhonghyuk got moving the moment he got orders from his brother. Lee Zhongyuke looked me straight in the eye. And what are you going to do? Are you going to head straight there? I nodded. Don't you think it might be better to stay and defend this location? I shook my head. His point was valid, but I had to see with my own eyes what kind of red creature my underlings had discovered. My underlings could only distinguish if a zombie was red or not. They couldn't tell if the zombie was part of a group. It was possible to turn into a zombie with red glowing eyes even if you got bitten by one of the normal street zombies. There were no black creatures in Hangdang Wendong anymore, and since there were no gang members around, it was reasonable to conclude that the red creature was someone who had been bitten by one of the street zombies. As a countermeasure for situations like this, I had underlings with vision stationed all around Hangdang Wendong. I was able to determine where the signal was coming from, and which underling was sending it. Now, the underling that was stationed in Wangsimni Station had sent me a signal that it had discovered a red creature. I had to confirm if the red creature was part of the gang, or if it was just an unfortunate person who had been bitten by one of the street zombies. If the red creature was a gang member, I had to get rid of it before it got the chance to survey Hangdang Wendong. If my underling got caught, the gang would know that there were no black creatures in the area anymore. Lee Zhongyuke scratched his head, seemingly not knowing what to do. I took out my notepad. Stay calm. Lee Zhongyuke read my message, took a deep breath, and eventually nodded. Let me take care of things here. Be careful out there. I nodded. I patted Lee Zhongyuke's shoulder gently, then took 200 underlings with me to Wangsimni Station. Gang members that were assigned to patrol Hangdang-dong, in other words, the zombies with glowing red eyes known as bait, usually had around 300 underlings. If the intruder was bait, they were probably still weak, still possessing their human teeth. 200 underlings would be more than enough to take care of them. However, I was worried about the possibility of a two-pronged attack, so I had to keep my defenses strong while only leading the bare minimum number of underlings out to go on the offensive, just in case. During the time the shelter was being prepared, a couple of these baits had entered Hangdang Wendong. To be honest, I didn't have to be so cautious towards intruding gang members. However, I was more cautious this time around, not just because I was wary about a two-pronged attack. There was another reason. The gang members all had one thing in common: they would enter from the west, through Hanyang University. However, this red creature was discovered in Wangsimni Station, which was north of where we were. There was the possibility that the gang members had realized that there were no black creatures in Hangdang Wendong anymore. If they were really planning to attack from two directions, it probably meant that the gang realized that there was no black creature here, and also that there was a zombie that was capable of rational thinking in the area. If such an attack were to occur, it would definitely be the officers who were leading them. The ones at the shelter, increase the number of lookouts. Tell me right away if you see a red creature around the shelter. With that final order, I headed toward Wongsimni Station. I reached Wongsimni Station in 3 minutes, moving non-stop. Now that the sun had set, I had gotten stronger, and was able to cover ground more quickly. I ordered my 200 underlings into hiding, then swiftly made my way to the scout on the rooftop. Where is it? My scout pointed. I followed its fingertip and saw 5 red creatures a small distance away. I titled my head as I looked at them. 5 of them. I couldn't believe there were only 5 of them. I squinted my eyes to check if there were any zombies with glowing red eyes amongst them. After a moment, my gaze locked onto one of them, a male that seemed rather dazed. He looked rather lost. He was tottering about with his hands pressed against his temples. He had glowing red eyes, and unlike the 4 zombies around him, he was of a slightly darker hue. I bit my lower lip as a thought came to my mind. Did he undergo his mutation recently? Without a doubt, his actions indicated that he was enduring the headaches that came after pushing zombies with his palms. Since he only had 4 zombies around him, I assumed he had mutated pretty recently. I headed down to the first floor. I need to interrogate him. However, a sudden, dangerous thought came to mind. What if he was somebody that only took a couple of underlings with him at a time? I knew that Kim Hyeongjun and the gang members mostly traveled with a host of underlings. However, there could be others like me who only moved around with small numbers of underlings at a time. What if he has the same personality as me? If that's the case, there's no way of telling if he is dangerous or weak. I stopped midway down the stairs and looked out of the window on my right. I had to observe his movements a little bit more. He pushed another zombie, then wailed toward the night sky. Yeah, your head probably hurts like hell right now. The pain that engulfed his entire body was probably more than he could handle. I knew exactly what he had to be going through, since I had fainted during the process of recruiting 30 underlings, back before I'd gotten rid of the black creature. From his screaming, I assumed that the man wasn't strong. If he had sharp teeth like me, recruiting 5 underlings wouldn't be enough to leave him in such pain. I observed him carefully as I rubbed my chin. He was shaking his head and taking deep breaths, as if he had given up on recruiting more zombies. After a moment, he picked up the black plastic bag that he had put down earlier. The sun was down, and the color of the plastic bag hindered my ability to see what was inside. All I saw was the silhouette of a bag. After a moment, the man began to walk off, swaying like a drunk person. I bit my lips as I watched him. Should I kill him now? But what if he's not part of the gang? What right do I have to kill an innocent person? What if he was somebody who had devoted his life to helping other people? On one hand, it was probably wise to get rid of beings that could become troublesome later on. However, my hope that he could turn out to be a good person suppressed this first instinct. It wouldn't be too late to take care of him after I confirmed what he was with my own eyes. I gritted my teeth and followed him quietly. We were heading north. After we had walked for a while, I noticed a wall surrounding an elementary school. The man entered the school as if he was entering his own home. Is he holding captives in there? Or is he protecting survivors like me? I couldn't come to a conclusion unless I saw what was going on with my own eyes. I walked around the wall and made it to the rear entrance of the school. There were no lookouts at the entrance. I jumped over the gate and glued myself to the wall. After a moment, I heard footsteps coming from inside the building. Someone was climbing up the stairs. As I lifted my head to peek through the school windows, I noticed a broken window on the 3rd floor. A 3-story jump was nothing to me. In one swift leap, I was inside. I quickly hid in an empty classroom. A moment later, I heard footsteps echoing down the 3rd floor hallway. I peeked outside to see what was going on, and saw the back of the man I'd seen at Wongsimni Station. He entered a classroom at the end of the hallway, and after a moment, I heard murmuring. It was people talking. I crept out into the dark hallway and snuck my way toward the classroom. As I got closer, the voices grew clearer. Hey everyone, drink slowly. You're going to get tummy aches. Thank you, Mr. Kwok. SHHH. What did I say about making noise? Keep our voices quiet. Hehe. I heard children's voices. There were about 3 of them. Mr. Kwok, what's it like outside? It's not good. Are you safe out there? The monsters out there. No, the zombies out there. Don't they attack you, Mr. Kwok? I'm safe. But I learned something rather interesting. What is it? I can make zombies into my underlings. There was a young woman inside as well. However, there was something odd about what the man being addressed as Mr. Kwok was saying. The words he was spewing did not make sense unless he was a red creature. At the same time, someone who was alive would not be able to make the same statement. It seemed like the zombie who had just entered the room was Mr. Kwok. I peeked into the classroom to determine the answer to the mystery. What I saw made my jaw drop instinctively. My eyes widened, and my head began to spin. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The red creature that had just entered the room was speaking. It was having a conversation with a living person. I was taken aback by their interaction. How is he speaking? This teacher called Mr. Kwok was doing something that neither I nor Kim Hyeongjun could do. I let my head sag as I ran through every possible scenario. Is he stronger than me? That couldn't be the case. Based on what Mr. Kwok had been saying, he'd only realized that day that he could recruit underlings. But how is a being like him speaking like a human being? He was speaking with a mysterious woman who seemed rather shy, and he smiled every now and then. Thanks to that, I'd been able to see his teeth pretty easily. He had human teeth. This meant that he hadn't reached the next rank, like me and Kim Hye-Young-jun. That confused me even more. How in the world was a being like him able to speak? I shook my head and let out a quick breath. The best and most certain way was to ask him myself. I stepped out into view and looked at Mr. Kwok and the woman. Gwaye. The children in the classroom started screaming. There was a boy and 2 girls there who were about early elementary age. They were screaming, and their hands were shaking as if they had gone insane. Mr. Kwok and the young woman whipped around to look at me. The woman was clearly frightened. In an instant, it seemed like her soul had escaped her body. Mr. Kwok stared at me, not knowing how to react. What are you? Mr. Kwok yelled, stuttering. Even in the midst of all this chaos, he pushed the woman and children behind him as he kept his gaze trained on me. I looked Mr. Kwok straight in the eye. What are you? Yes. How are you speaking? Wait, no, how are you speaking right now? I watched as his eyes moved side to side. His face was a mask of fear, like that of a weak human. He probably had no clue what was going on, now that he could hear a voice ringing inside his head. The woman and children were trembling uncontrollably, their eyes bouncing back and forth between me and Mr. Kwok. I frowned and repeated my question. How are you able to speak? I'll spare your life if you answer my question. What do you mean by that? I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Kwok kept speaking verbally. The woman behind him grabbed him by his sleeves. Mr. Kwok, what is that person? Is that person saying something right now? He's talking to me, but whatever he's saying is ringing in my head. What? Color drained from the woman's face as she looked at me. A voice ringing inside someone's head. The fact that I was speaking without saying a word might have been scarier than my external appearance. The woman looked down, holding the children in her arms. As I watched her biting her lips, I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. With a sigh, I looked back at Mr. Kwok. Beings with glowing red eyes. You and I are the same beings. Got that? Oh, yes. Don't open your mouth when you want to speak. Think instead. What? Oh, okay. Mr. Kwok smacked his lips and swallowed. Then, he looked me straight in my face. Like this. There we go. And look at me when you talk. I'll kill you if you look away. Yes. Beings like us don't innately possess the ability to speak verbally. But somehow, you're having conversations with other people. Tell me how you're doing that. I don't know. Think carefully about how you do it. I asked him this question as if I were slowly persuading him to tell me a secret. I asked as clearly and softly as I could, so that he wouldn't lose himself to fear. Mr. Kwok tilted his head, his face puffing like a goldfish. His eyes were trembling. It didn't take a rocket scientist to tell that he was scared to death. I flicked my finger at him. Your eyes? Don't look away. I'm sorry. Look me in the eye whenever you think. No. How'd I do it? I was just like this. Tell me what you remember when you first opened your eyes. I only woke up 2 days ago, so I don't know anything. I couldn't tell if he was being naive, or if he was just plain stupid. He just blurted out, with total honesty, that he didn't know anything. If I'd been a gang member, Mr. Kwok would have been long gone. I sighed, then asked again. What's the first thing you did after you got up? At novel bin at. Oh, His trembling eyes finally locked onto mine. I saw his Adam's apple twitch violently as he swallowed. I wondered if he'd just remembered something that he did not want to. He was trembling, and his fists were clenched. I waited patiently for Mr. Kwok to speak. Mr. Kwok took a quick look at the woman and the children, then his gaze centered on me again. The people here know. The animals here, I killed them. What? As I frowned, Mr. Kwok's breathing grew heavy, but he kept going. They weren't human. You'd better elaborate. Mr. Kwok let out a heavy sigh and slowly closed his eyes. I'd already given him fair warning that I would kill him if he looked away, but considering the circumstances, I decided to cut him some slack. After a moment, he continued. There used to be a lot of people here. This place was one of the 2 shelters in Maejangdong. Maejangdong. Was he saying that we were in Maejangdong? I supposed it made sense that we were no longer in Hangdangdong anymore, since we'd traveled quite a distance north from Wangsimni Station. Mr. Kwok kept on talking. If you go east, you'll find a middle school. It operated as a shelter. However, about a month ago, some people showed up at the middle school. After that, they were attacked by zombies. His words made me smack my lips with bitterness. There was a high chance that the gang members had attacked them. Shelters were the last bit of hope for survivors, but in the eyes of the gang members, it was like hitting a jackpot full of food. Mr. Kwok continued to share his memories. When people from the middle school came, those in here started getting nervous as well. Food was running low, there were more people, and most of all, none of the people who came from the middle school were sane. They acted like they had seen ghosts. What's your point? Then, one of the people that came from middle school. He then took in a deep breath before he finished his sentence. That person killed someone else. Kill a person. Do you know what kind of eyes people have after they completely lose their minds? I remained silent. The person kept laughing as he performed the killing. They kept on uttering the same thing over and over again, as if they had gone insane. Mr. Kwok's face started to darken. He was close to tears, and his voice was on the verge of breaking. Meat, it's meat. That's what the person said. That son of a bitch kept laughing as he said this. They called a living person meat, and they were laughing about it. I was at a loss for words. It would have been difficult for anyone to maintain their sanity after witnessing something like that with their own eyes. Mr. Quack eventually burst into tears. He continued in a hoarse voice. After that, the zombies started attacking. They would come once a week and kidnap people. I pursed my lips grimly as I looked at Mr. Quack. If they came periodically to abduct people, it was difficult to believe that ordinary zombies carried out the attacks. It had to be the gang members. The gang members harassed these people constantly. They didn't wipe out the people in one go, but came periodically to breed fear and mistrust amongst the people in the shelter. Then the woman behind me glared at me. It seemed she believed that things were not going in their favor. The woman got up and strode toward me. With her eyes open wide, she cried, "Eat me instead. Don't bother him, take my life instead." Her sudden outburst was unexpected. I scratched my eyebrows. Although her mouth was closed, her jaw was trembling with fear. Her tears were on the brink of flowing. Mr. Quack was astonished by her sudden outburst as well. He took her arm and dragged her behind him again, but she escaped his grasp. "Eat me, you son of a bitch." I had no idea what I'd done to deserve such vulgarities being hurled at me from someone I didn't even know. I smacked my lips and then looked at Mr. Quack. "Calm this woman, would you? I'm sorry. Ms. Koo is a bit rough from time to time." Ms. Koo. It seemed like they were both school teachers. I wondered if that was the reason why the children followed them so easily. Mr. Quack tried all sorts of things to calm Ms. Koo. After soothing her for a while, she finally took a seat, then began to cry. All the children around her burst into tears as well. Just watching them made me feel uncomfortable. After a moment, Mr. Quack spoke. She just wanted to sacrifice herself for the sake of the children. Please understand where she's coming from. I understood completely. They needed Mr. Quack in order to forage for food outside. She was asking me to take her life instead for the sake of the children's future. Realizing this made my heart ache. I thought of Soyeon and the time I tried to fight off the zombie attack to protect her. Back then, I'd wished for them to eat me instead, that they would leave Soyeon in the master bedroom alone. I could still feel the desperation and sense of despair in that moment, and I more than understood her sudden actions. I smacked my lips again, then turned my attention to Mr. Quack. What happened afterward? Infighting flared up amongst the remaining survivors, and their quarreling lured the zombies, who attacked. In the end, everyone except for Ms. Koo and the children died. Didn't you say earlier that you killed people? Doesn't that mean some people were still left alive? I don't want to consider the people from the middle school as people. The people I was referring to were the people that were here from the beginning, the people who were hiding in this elementary school. I wondered just how deep his condemnation of them ran, for him to say such a thing. I nodded slowly and prompted him to continue. What happened? The people from the middle school were hiding in the gym, as if they'd known that the zombies would be coming at some point. They took early measures and hid themselves. I led Ms. Koo and the children to the principal's office, and afterward, I was bitten. So after you woke up as a zombie, you went ahead and killed the people hiding in the gym. Yes. Did you kill everyone in the gym and eat their brains as well? He flinched when I asked if he had eaten their brains. Mr. Quack glanced at Ms. Koo and the children. It seemed like he hadn't told them that he had eaten their brains. I understood, since I hadn't told my people that I had eaten zombie brains either. How in the world could I tell anyone that I ate a human's brain? From his reaction, I became certain of one thing. If you ate a human's brain, you would be able to communicate through speech. You could talk verbally, unlike the way I was right now, where I had to write letters and draw in order to communicate. If I ate a human brain, I would be able to talk to Soyeon like I used to. Gur? Gaa? Distressing throat-rending noises came from outside the window. Surprised flashed across Mr. Quack's face, and he quickly dashed toward the window. Zombies were racing to our location through the darkness from far, far away. The zombies had been attracted by the children's crying and Ms. Koo's scream. Get to the principal's office. Hide there. Mr. Quack yelled at Ms. Koo. Ms. Koo wiped the tears from her face and then led the children to the principal's office. Mr. Quack clenched his fists and then looked at the incoming group of zombies. I tapped his arms with the back of my hand. It was good talking to you today, I said. Huh. Since you gave me information, I'll give you a little something as well. I think I'm at fault for their screaming. I'm not following what you're saying. I beamed at Mr. Quack so that he could see my teeth. His eyes widened, and he fell backward in surprise. I wondered how my teeth looked like to him, with the moonlight reflecting off of them. I couldn't tell exactly what he was thinking or feeling, but I knew one thing for certain. He probably sensed the difference between me and him. I looked down at him. Mr. Quack, I look red to you, don't I? Oh yes. Yes, yes. If you see any red creatures like me, just run. No one else will sit and listen to what you've got to say. Especially the ones that say they're part of a gang. Get away from them no matter what. Gang. You heard me right. They're the ones that turned you into this. Mr. Quack looked dumbfounded. I fixed my eyes on him and spoke from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Quack, you're doing perfectly fine now. Keep at it. Whatever the circumstances are, protect what you want to protect. Yes. A different light flickered in his eyes. His lips, which were closed tightly in a line, and his clenched fists showed his determination. I smiled a satisfied smile. I hope we meet each other once again. I hope you get stronger by then, so that we can be on the same team. Like forging an alliance. Even if I wanted to forge an alliance with Mr. Quack right now, it would have been difficult, since he was so weak. It was obvious that he would faint the moment we clasped hands. I looked at Mr. Quack for the last time. Don't die until the day we meet again. With that, I opened the window and leaped down to the ground. I ran toward the black tide that was making its way through the main entrance. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Don't die. Mr. Quack watched the man run toward the horde of zombies, his mind churning. He wasn't sure what to make of his last words. He knew that he was already dead. For some reason, though, that man's words hit him differently. They held both warmth and sadness at the same time. He couldn't hold back his tears. Before he met this man, he'd been wallowing in absolute despair and darkness. However, this man was a ray of hope that had come out of nowhere. He felt alive again, as if his heart had somehow started to beat again, despite having already stopped beating. Mr. Quack stared at the man making his way through the zombies. I should have at least asked him for his name. Not asking for the man's name was the first thing he'd regretted after turning into a zombie. After I took care of all the street zombies, I went straight back to Shelter Haeyong. On the way back, I gave orders to all my scouts. Don't cry out when you see a red creature. Don't make any noise. Just inform me through telepathy. Roger that. The replies of my underlings ringing through my head made me smile in satisfaction. The incident today reminded me of the first time I'd encountered a zombie scout, back at the high school. Back then, I'd been able to react more quickly because the enemy scout had sent a signal using its throat-rending howl. There was no guarantee that the same wouldn't happen to me as well. This was why I gave my underlings these orders ahead of time. As I drew closer to the entrance of Shelter Haeyong, I saw Li Zhongyuke running up to me. So Yeon's dad? What's up with all the creatures behind you? I chuckled as I looked at my underlings behind me. Alongside the 200 zombies I had taken with me, there were several that weren't painted blue. After I'd taken care of the zombies that attacked the elementary school, I recruited the ones that had vision. There were at least 80 of them. I took out my notepad and scribbled out a note. New recruits. So there are no enemies attacking us. I nodded, and Li Zhongyuke finally let out a sigh of relief. He patted my back. Anyways, thanks for the good work. Let's go inside. Everyone's been dying to see you. He really didn't have to thank me for anything. In fact, I'd been able to get some information, and I was also able to figure out that there were more beings that were living for the sake of humans, just like me. I said a prayer deep in my heart, wishing that Mr. Quack wouldn't change. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As I began to relate the events that had unfolded at Wangsimni Station, everyone started throwing questions at me. They asked me all sorts of questions. Why didn't I team up with him? Couldn't I have brought the survivors here? What was it like in Meijangdong? Only after I had answered every question in detail did they return to their rooms. Our community was living in units 501, 503, and 505 in apartment 104. Unit 502 and 504 had broken living room windows, so we didn't use them. The rooms were divided by gender, while the children lived with Hans and Hui. Whenever we called for meetings, we all met in Unit 505. However, we were planning to designate a unit on the 4th floor of apartment 103 for meetings. That apartment had a floor area of about 40 Pyong1. As soon as we consolidated the desks, chairs, and the items we needed for meetings, we were going to move over to apartment 103. Daddy. So-yeon turned around and opened the front door, re-entering Unit 505. Li Zhongyuke let out a sigh and pointed toward the master bedroom. Go play in the room. We'll sleep in the living room. I scratched my neck rather sheepishly, then went inside the master bedroom with So-yeon. Soon after, I heard Li Zhongyuke's voice from the living room. Lights out at 2 o'clock? Don't stay up all night talking like yesterday. Okay, replied So-yeon energetically. Then, she opened her drawing pad on the bed. Daddy, look at this. This is what I drew. Gore. This is Aunt Sun Hui, and the person here is the principal. Aunt Sun Hui saw my drawing, and she said. She started chatting passionately about her drawing. I smiled as I looked at her, my hand resting on my chin. I wished I could talk with So-yeon like a normal human being. In order to do so, though, I had to do something inhumane. If I had just one chance to say something to So-yeon, I would have told her that everything was going to be okay, that there was no need to cry anymore, and that I loved her more than anything in this world. That's what I wanted to say. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When it was past 2 o'clock, everyone in the shelter went to sleep. I tiptoed outside and sat on a bench within the complex. I was wrapped in total darkness and silence. There wasn't even a bug chirping. Only loneliness and desolation filled the void. At times like this, I wished I had the desire to sleep. The routine of getting ready for the next day, falling asleep to wrap up the long day. To me, there was no difference between one day and the next. The present day felt like the one before, and the next day would feel the same as the current one. I looked up at the night sky and let out a deep sigh. Still, it was a peaceful night, something I hadn't had in a long time. I hadn't had a single day of rest over the summer, since I had thrown my maximum effort into stabilizing the shelter. I didn't suffer from physical fatigue, but it still took a toll on me mentally. Everyone followed me well and performed their duties with the utmost effort. However, even with everyone doing their best, my shoulders always felt heavy. During that time, I tried to push aside those useless thoughts and doubled my efforts in order to keep up with the others who were working their butts off. After a long slog, the shelter was finally stabilized. There were still a few things we lacked, but thinking of what we had accomplished so far, I couldn't help but smile. Nice work, man. I congratulated myself as I stared up at the night sky. There were more stars than I could count. They twinkled as if they were going to fall down any minute. I never imagined that there were so many stars in the night sky above Seoul. The night air tickled my nose. It was warmer and more comforting than ever. I sat still on the bench for a while as I soaked in the thick darkness. The lonely night was passing as slowly as usual. The quiet solitude made me think of someone. I wonder what Kim Hye-young-jun is up to. I hadn't seen Kim Hye-young-jun for months. Now that the shelter had been stabilized, it was probably a good idea to meet Kim Hye-young-jun to catch up. Since I had gained some information from Mr. Kwok, I felt the need to go to Seoul Forest and talk to Kim Hye-young-jun, so that we could exchange some knowledge. I got up from the wooden bench and headed toward Seoul Forest. I didn't forget to make sure my underlings on guard duty were extra vigilant. Under the cover of darkness, my physical capabilities were heightened. I leaped from the rooftop of one building to the next with ease. I was moving at a pace that was no longer human. It was as if I were one of the superheroes in movies that had superpowers. After a while, Yungbangyo Bridge came into view. I just had to cross the bridge to get to Seoul Forest. As I crossed Yungbangyo Bridge, I glimpsed a dense line of trees. All right, let's enter shelter Seoul Forest. I wondered if it was okay to go in. I hesitated for a moment and came to a halt. There were probably guards at Seoul Forest. They were probably much more organized than Shelter Haeyong, and had more people taking shifts. Let's not barge in and cause trouble. Now that I thought about it, I just come without any proper plan. I wasn't sure how to find Kim Hye-young-jun. Wouldn't I be able to find Kim Hye-young-jun if I found his underlings? I called out to the 2 scouts that I had sent with Kim Hye-young-jun. Scouts in Seoul Forest, do you hear me? Waiting for your command, sir. It was the first signal we had exchanged in a couple of months. I was relieved to hear that nothing had happened to them. Along with their voices, I could sense their approximate location. I could sense it when we exchanged messages, without them having to tell me exactly where. I smiled gently and sent another order. Give me your precise location. On the rooftop. Give a short cry so I can identify the correct rooftop. I heard 2 throat-rending cries emanate from an apartment complex far to the left of me. As I headed over to where the noises had come from, I saw 2 purple zombies peeking their heads out from the window. It seemed like Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings were here as well. If the purple zombies saw me, they would notify Kim Hye-young-jun. I just needed to wait there. I leapt onto the building in one go, and encountered the 2 underlings I hadn't seen in a while. The 2 of them were tied to a chair, facing opposite directions. Looking at them, I couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Kim Hye-young-jun also had no clue how to take care of my underlings. I'd given them orders to follow Kim Hye-young-jun, so they probably just followed him wherever he went. Kim Hye-young-jun had also tied my underlings up on the rooftop so that they were permanently on lookout duty. I had also bound his underlings together on a rooftop, so there was nothing to feel bad about. After a while, I saw a human figure leaping across the rooftops, coming from the direction of Songsu Station. From this distance, it had a human silhouette, but its movements were no longer human. It was purple. It was Kim Hye-young-jun at Novel Bin at. What's up, Ajusi? What brings you here? That didn't take long. I came immediately after receiving the signal from my underlings. So what's up? I just came to check up on you. I snorted, and Kim Hye-young-jun nodded back with a cheesy expression on his face. We caught up and shared a couple of jokes. It felt strangely comfortable to be talking to someone else who didn't sleep even in the middle of the night like me. Kim Hye-young-jun and I shared the same pain. We were both zombies that were living day to day, unable to die. I felt sorry, but at the same time, I was glad that Kim Hye-young-jun was a zombie with glowing red eyes. I asked him a question that had been on my mind as I'd made my way here. Why are you waiting outside? It doesn't seem like you have underlings inside the shelter. That's why I made my way here as quickly as possible, just in case you went inside the shelter. As I tilted my head in confusion, Kim Hye-young-jun sighed. Shelter Seoul Forest doesn't allow any zombies nearby. I thought your family was inside. Yeah, but I'm not a human anymore. I pondered that silently for a moment. What did he mean? Was he saying that he protected the shelter, but couldn't enter it himself? I stared at Kim Hye-young-jun. Then you can't see your family. I can. I just have to meet them without the other survivors knowing. How? I send them a signal using the flashlight here. There was a flashlight on the rooftop. When he flashed it twice and his family gave him the signal, they would meet at their predetermined location. There were numerous tunnels in Seoul Forest, and many of them were no longer being used. They would meet in one of the tunnels. I probed him further about Shelter Seoul Forest, but he scratched his sideburns and avoided answering my question. I wondered why it was so hard for him to explain. After a moment, he said, "It's kind of complicated here. The shelter has gone through a lot." A lot of what? Of all the shelters in Gangbuk, this shelter is probably the one which has been attacked the most. Sadness washed over his face, and he hung his head. His expression was as gloomy as it could be. All the vitality seemed to have drained out of his eyes. I wondered what this place had gone through. I waited patiently for Kim Hye-young-jun to open up. After a moment, he rested his head in his palms and continued to speak. "I'll begin from where I left off last time, and tell you the rest of it. How many secrets do you have?" "No, these aren't secrets. I have no intention of hiding anything from you. I was just afraid that you'd be confused if I told you everything at once. Go ahead. I'm also here to tell you something today." "Oh, so you didn't come here without a reason, huh?" I smirked. He smirked back at me and then looked up at the night sky. His voice grew calm. Seoul Forest is a place where all manner of betrayals happened. Trust was poisoned here. The survivors in the community were burned by the betrayals, and so earning their trust is a long and arduous process. However, if you do manage to earn the trust of the community, it's still possible to live a normal life here. Did your family manage to earn the trust of the others? They're trying to. He sighed. I don't know where to start with this. First off, before I talk about Seoul Forest, you need to know about the story behind Hanyang University shelter. Hanyang University, the one nearby? There's a shelter there too. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded and took a deep breath. After a moment, he smacked his lips and began to speak. One Pyeyong is a unit used in Korea for households. One Pyeyong is about 36 square feet. It's not as safe as shelter Seoul Forest, but until several months ago, there were more than 120 survivors living there. What happened there? They were attacked by the gang. To be precise, they were bitten by some dogs. Did you say dogs? I had no clue what he meant by dogs. As I twitched my eyebrows, Kim Hye-young-jun let out a snort and continued. I've never explained anything about dogs, have I? Is that also a gang name? They're people that worship the gang. Most of them had ties to criminal organizations. I had a feeling those kinds of people would come out sooner or later. I frowned, and Kim Hye-young-jun nodded. Many who weren't criminals before have become dogs as well. After all, there's less to eat, and you can't even roam around freely. Eventually, even regular people joined up with the dogs. Then how did the dogs and gang members come together? They must have had something in common for the dogs to worship the gang members. That, I'm not too sure of myself. There are a bunch of rumors though. Some say the head of the dogs and the head of the gang members were actually from the same family. Some say the two were friends. I spat on the floor after hearing what Kim Hye-young-jun had said. At that moment, I recalled what Mr. Kwok had told me. Mr. Kwok said the people who joined them from the middle school had sabotaged the system that had been in place in the elementary school, and caused it to crumble from the inside out. It was possible that these individuals were dogs. They could have snuck into the shelter pretending to be survivors, and then leaked information about the shelter to the gang members. Also, Mr. Kwok mentioned that, when the elementary school had come under attack by the zombies, all of the people from the middle school had gone into hiding inside the school gym, as if they had already known that zombies would be coming. Survivors could not distinguish street zombies from those controlled by gang members. The ones under the gang's control looked red to me, but to the survivors, they were no different than the street zombies. If these dogs sabotaged shelters from the inside while the gang members attacked from the outside, not many shelters would be able to survive such an onslaught. I ground my teeth. They're worse than animals. People who were very much alive, worshipping zombies? And offering live humans as sacrifices? How could anyone do such a thing without being insane? These dogs were no different from animals. They were like wolves in sheep's clothing. No, in fact, they were worse. They were devils. As my face hardened, Kim Hye-young-jun nudged my elbow. Why do you think dogs are called dogs? Why? They also eat human flesh. I shut my eyes tightly to keep the anger within me. I wanted to get rid of every single one of these dogs. They were worse than zombies. In these trying times, when banding together to survive might not be enough, they were clinging to their dear lives by sacrificing others. My face darkened. Kim Hye-young-jun's face took on a sad expression. Hanyang University fell because of the dogs. Why did they use the dogs to attack? They could have just attacked the place themselves. They didn't want to suffer too much damage. The dogs cause internal divisions. And then the gang members come to administer the finishing blow. I should have known better before asking my question. What should I have expected from them? I couldn't believe I was right. I hammered my fist into the ground as hard as I could. Thud. I couldn't help it. I had to hit something to release my anger. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me, then looked around. Ah Jussie, I get it. I know you're angry, but don't draw them to Seoul Forest. It'll just put me in trouble. Oh, I'm sorry. The same thing happened here in Seoul Forest. We got into trouble a couple of times because of the dogs. How'd you make it through? We have guns. Guns. My jaw dropped to the ground. I was pretty sure he just said guns. I couldn't believe what he was saying. I smacked my lower lips. Isn't having guns more dangerous? Won't the dogs have a chance of taking away your guns? The officers at Shelter Seoul Forest take care of the guns so the dogs can't get their hands on them no matter what. In fact, they don't even know where the guns are stored. Where'd you even get guns in the first place? Well, it's not like there aren't any military bases in Seoul, right? Was he referring to the Capital Defense Command? I might have suspected such a thing after no rescue teams came, but I had no clue that survivors could have gotten hold of the guns. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun in disbelief, and he let out a chuckle. That's why I came running. Just in case you went into Seoul Forest and got yourself shot. I thought the military had run into some sort of problem, which was why they couldn't come to save everyone. But I never expected that they would be overrun by zombies. They didn't have a proper initial response. What did you expect them to do when zombies came at them and they didn't have orders to open fire? But they could have used bayonets, couldn't they? Sure, but what if the zombies came out from the barracks? What if they didn't have any information about what happened if they were bitten or injured by zombies? Do you think you could handle an ambush like that? Kim Hye-young-jun was right about this. It was possible that the zombies came out from the barracks, or that an injured soldier in the hospital wing turned into one and went on a rampage. They wouldn't have been able to contain the outbreak. It was also possible that some individuals had fired without getting the authorization to do so. However, the noise would have attracted the zombies, and without sufficient ammunition, everything would have descended into chaos in an instant. In the army, where the chain of command was paramount, a sudden collapse of the system would have been catastrophic. It would deny them any hope of organizing properly when things went south. Not having a proper initial response prepared would have resulted in utter chaos. Seoul, which held 1/5 of the population of Korea, had fallen into the hands of the zombies. This meant that other areas were most likely in jeopardy as well. I wondered if there was still any safe city in Korea. In fact, I wondered if there was any safe city in the world at that point. I couldn't be certain of anything. My expression turned glum, and Kim Hye-young-jun sighed. This shelter holds a geographical advantage. I wondered what kind of advantage he was talking about. I went to the railing of the rooftop and scanned the area around Seoul Forest. The line of tall trees probably kept the zombies with sight and smell away. Jungnanchan flowed from north to west, and the Han River blocked the south side. Seoul Forest was in the center of all of this, so the only defenses needed were on the east side. Putting up barricades and mounting a defense there was good enough. The only disadvantage I could think of was getting food. While defending it was easy, it also meant that people couldn't leave freely. I wondered if they had a food retrieving team like us. If they did, they really had to put their lives on the line. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun. Are there boats at Shelter Seoul Forest? There are. The survivors there have come up with plans that employ boats. Now it made sense. If they opened the shelter gates and let the gang members in, they could escape by boat onto the Han River. The gang members would have no chance against that. They also made many plans that involved the underground tunnels. However, there are so many underground tunnels, and it seems like gang members also know their way around them. From what you're saying, it doesn't seem that safe anymore. I don't understand why you'd leave your family there. Ajusi, do you think that any shelter is safe right now? The shelters that have survived up to this point are the only safe ones. Kim Hye-young-jun's voice was calm. I could not refute his statement. As I nodded back with my mouth closed, Kim Hye-young-jun smacked his lips. Well, that's that. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Oh, yes. I clasped my fingers together. I've figured out what happens when we eat people. What? Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes widened. He quickly scooted over and looked up at me anxiously. How'd you figure it out? Did you eat one, Ajusi? Did you eat a live person? I told him to calm down, then related what had happened at Maejangdong. He listened to my story carefully, then frowned. That person. Do you think he can make it through this? He didn't give the best first impression, being clumsy and all, but right at the end, he looked pretty confident. Kim Hye-young-jun frowned and remained silent for a while. I wondered if he considered Mr. Kwok unreliable. Suddenly, his eyes went wide, as if he'd just realized something important. Wait, Ajusi, did you tell him about Hangdang-dong? No, there's nothing good in telling him about it. No, not about the shelter or black creatures. What about, then? Did you tell him to not come into Hangdang-dong? My mouth fell open. I'd first seen Mr. Kwok at Wongsimni Station. If Mr. Kwok came across one of the gang members, it was important that he didn't speak about Wongsimni Station. If the gang got wind of the news, they would know that the black creature was no longer in Hangdang-won-dong. I jumped to my feet, and looked at Kim Hye-young-jun. I have to get going. Right now. There's no good in delaying this any further. Do you want me to go with you? Stay here. I'll let you know if I need you. And how exactly do you plan on doing that? Instead of answering, I pointed to the two underlings that were tied to the chair. If I need support, I'll give orders to them. To look up and cry. Wait, even if your underlings cry, how in the world would I know where you are? I'll be at Oo Elementary School in Maejangdong. Geez. Kim Hye-young-jun's face darkened. I wondered if he was nervous about me acting on my own. I let my voice grow calm in order to assuage his fears. It was just a couple of hours ago. And besides, it didn't seem that dangerous. That's why it's even more dangerous. You know that the gang member could have been away when you visited earlier, right? Well, Kim Hye-young-jun had a point. On the map of Seoul I had, Maejangdong was colored orange. Considering the physical abilities of the zombie that had been in possession of the map, orange didn't seem to be a big threat, but I had to consider the possibility that the gang member in charge of Maejangdong could have gotten stronger. I mumbled something unintelligible, and Kim Hye-young-jun let out a sigh. You have to take into consideration the possibility that it's returned. A gang member never leaves their area for more than 2 days. His words hit me differently. At that moment, I remembered what Mr. Kwok had said. I woke up 2 days ago, so I don't know anything. The timing was too perfect. If it was the second day that Mr. Kwok was awake, and if a gang member didn't leave their area for more than 2 days like Kim Hye-young-jun said, then one of the gang members would surely return that day. If the gang member was in charge of the area, it probably had good knowledge about the food situation in its area. If Mr. Kwok was caught, and the gang member noticed the extra food and water that he had, it would only be natural that they would ask him where he'd gotten it from. And the moment he mentioned Wongsimni Station, it would be a catastrophe. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun. Sorry for being arrogant. Let's go together. Ajusi, that's what you should have said from the start. How many underlings can you bring? About half? Maybe 400. At Novel bin at. I couldn't believe half his army was 400 strong. It seemed like Kim Hye-young-jun had taken care of more zombies with glowing red eyes in the time since we'd last met. I nodded and headed straight toward Meijangdong. As I headed toward Meijangdong, I sent orders to my underlings that were at Shelter Haiyang. 1st to 3rd Platoon, fall in behind me. As I recruited more underlings, I organized them into platoons and squads. Each platoon had 100 underlings, organized into 4 squads. I had about 730 underlings. 20 underlings were on patrol, which left 710 underlings at Shelter Haiyang. Even if I took all the underlings from the 1st to 3rd Platoon, there would still be 410 underlings at Shelter Haiyang. If any bait showed up at Hangdangdong, they would still be able to take care of them easily. I shook my head and quickened my pace. There was no time to think about bait right now. If I held back because of my concern about bait, it could lead to bigger problems. I should have brought him back to the shelter with me when I had the chance. I didn't bring Mr. Kwok back because I'd been thinking about my people and my family. Back then, I couldn't trust him entirely. However, I had misjudged things. Even if I hadn't brought him back, I should have explained things to him. I should have at least given him some context about the current situation in Seoul, and about the gang members. Or at least told him a little bit about Hangdangdong. I had been careless. As I grew more nervous, I picked up my speed as I headed toward Meijangdong. We had passed Wangsimni Station and were approaching Songdong District Office when I saw my underlings running toward me, making their throat-rending cries. My 300 underlings had found Kim Hyeongjun and me, and dashed across the road to reach us. Kim Hyeongjun looked at my underlings and then looked at me. Seems like you've gotten stronger since the last time I saw you, Ajasi. What makes you say that? Your underlings are really fast. Don't tell me you've become stronger than me? Haha. It's not the time for jokes. Geez Ajasi, how many baits did you take care of in Hangdangdong? He chuckled and flashed me a smirk. It seemed as though he held some deep-seated jealousy that I'd gotten stronger without doing much work. I half ignored his joke and tried to recall the last place I'd seen Mr. Kwok. When we finally entered Meijangdong, I glanced over at Kim Hyeongjun. Tell me if you see any red creatures. Ajasi, let's just get one thing clear. We're in enemy territory. Don't report back. Just fight them. That's the best kind of report we need. Kim Hyeongjun's red eyes glowed brighter. He was getting himself into the zone. I steeled myself and then nodded once. He was right. This wasn't the time for reconnaissance, and we couldn't afford to wait around to try to understand the situation. It was possible that enemy scouts were in position and hiding, or even that our location had been revealed. Anything could happen. It was unlikely that the enemy would attack us in formation. They also had a geographical advantage since they controlled Meijangdong. We knew nothing about Meijangdong. After a moment, Kim Hyeongjun spoke. Where's the elementary school? 500 meters ahead. Ajasi, head straight for the school. I'll split my army into 2 and go around the flanks. I nodded and headed straight toward the elementary school, and after a moment, it finally came into view. From a distance, I saw candles flickering in a classroom on the 3rd floor. After a quick look around, I leaped into the classroom. I couldn't sense the presence of anyone in the school field or the surrounding buildings. The moment I landed on the 3rd floor windowsill, though, a strange feeling came over me, sending chills down my spine. There was no one in the classroom. Although there were lit candles in the room, I didn't see Mr. Kwok, Ms. Koo, or the children. The melted candle wax at the bottom of the candle indicated how much time had passed. Why were they wasting candles when there was no one around? That was impossible. At that moment, I noticed a water bottle on the floor. It still held water, and was rolling across the floor, its lid still open. I clenched my fists. This was clear evidence that Mr. Kwok and his people had been dragged off somewhere else. I wondered where they could have been taken to. I squatted down close to the classroom floor to examine the tracks left on the floor. Thanks to the layer of dust covering the floor, it was easy to make out footprints. Were there tens? Hundreds? I couldn't tell the exact number, but I could tell that a lot of people had been here. I followed the footsteps, noticing that there were several small footprints in between the normal-sized ones. I followed the trail of small footprints, which eventually led me to the pantry. After a moment, a soft cry tickled my ears. It was small and weak. Scrape, scrape. As I opened the pantry door, I heard a gasp, as if someone was trying to hold their breath. I moved toward the source of the sound and my eyes fell on 3 children huddled in a corner. One of the children began to cry at the top of their lungs after seeing my face. The 2 children next to the crying child quickly covered their mouth. A little boy who seemed to be the same age as So-yeon came up to me. Ajasi, are you on our side? I was taken aback by the question. Tell me you're not a bad person, Ajasi. The child was clearly hoping that I would say yes. His statement seemed halfway between a question and a threat. The child looked me straight in the eyes and began to tear up. I nodded slowly, and the child burst into tears. Is he feeling relieved? Does it mean so much to him to hear that I'm not a bad person, and that I'm on their side? The child wiped his tears on his sleeves continually, breathing heavily. I saw some tissues on the pantry table. I grabbed some and squatted in front of the child. I carefully handed the child some tissues. He closed his mouth firmly and took the tissues from me. I took out a notepad and pen and scribbled a few words. Where did the teachers go? Some people took them. Where to? He read what I'd written, then lifted a finger to point. As I titled my head in confusion, the child led me into the hallway. The child was pointing at the rear entrance of the school. The back entrance glass was shattered and the door itself was torn halfway. I wondered what happened in the span of a couple of hours. I made a sad face and wrote down a couple more letters on my notepad. Stay hidden. Ah Jussie, I want to go too. I'll bring the teachers back. I want to go too. You. Die. The child's face turned pale after it saw the word die, and he froze. I patted him carefully, and I could feel him trembling through my fingertips. Did the word die trigger an unpleasant memory? He was probably remembering the last time he'd seen the rest of the survivors in the elementary school. I'd unintentionally brought up a traumatic memory. I smacked my lips and then grabbed onto the child's hands. As I stepped out of the pantry, I wrote my final words to the children. Don't ever come out. My heart sank as I looked into the children's eyes. Their eyes were similar to So-yeon's when she was keeping her distance from me. I let out a sigh and then gave orders to my underlings. 3rd Platoon, 4th Squad, protect the pantry so that the children can't come out. And let me know if a red creature shows up. Gur? I heard my underlings answer and headed toward the rear entrance. They couldn't have gotten far. It's only been 8 hours. I'd only been away from Mr. Kwok for 8 hours, but it felt like what I'd last said to him, that we would see each other alive again, meant nothing. I didn't know the situation would change this drastically in the span of a few hours. Judging by the condition the children were in, it seemed like they'd been attacked less than an hour ago. The fact that they still had the strength to cry meant that fear was still fresh in their minds, which meant the attack had to have been recent, less than an hour ago. 8-year-old kids couldn't cry for more than an hour. They would grow tired from all the crying and fall asleep. At least, that was my assumption, based on my own experience. It was now a battle against time. The chance that Mr. Kwok and Ms. Koo were still alive was still pretty high. If the gang members had wanted to take care of the two of them, they could have done so in the classroom. There was no reason to drag the two of them out. However, instead of doing so, they'd kidnapped the two. There had to be a reason behind that. A reason that I couldn't think of right now. I had to find the gang members. I had to attack right away if I found any red creatures. That would cause their leader to step in. I made my way to the rear entrance and gave orders to my underlings, pointing toward the pitch darkness. 1st Platoon, go straight. 2nd Platoon, go through the alley on the left. 3rd Platoon, minus the 4th Squad, form up behind me. Gur? I sprinted into the alley to the right with my fists clenched. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I made my way through musty-smelling buildings with broken windows and debris strewn all across the floor. The presence or absence on the floor was an indication of whether a group had moved through the area or not. If the streets were free of debris, it meant that the street belonged to the gang members. I had to find a clean street if I wanted to find the red creatures. Gurkha? At that moment, I heard a voice that I'd been wanting to hear coming from the rooftop of an 8-story building on the right. It was a red creature. It was signaling to the others that it had found us. I smirked and raced up to the rooftop. I've found you now. I've got a hold of you. The scout that had seen me at the high school had thrown itself off the edge once its duty had been fulfilled, but the zombie I was now facing ran toward me without hesitation. Without remorse, I grabbed it by the neck and threw it off the building. Yeah, you're right. There's no need to commit suicide. I can do it for you. The zombie leader I'd met at Hangdangdong had probably been on an information-gathering mission, not even knowing that it had been nothing but bait all along. However, it seemed like the creature in this area had been given totally different orders. It seemed like it had been commanded to defend Meijangdong, and attack first instead of merely gathering information or running away. It made sense, since I was in the gang's territory this time, unlike the last time when they were in mine. Very quickly, zombie cries started echoing through the pitch darkness at a constant rate. Following the signal given by the zombie on the rooftop of the 8-story building, all the other scouts that were hiding in Meijangdong were letting their leader know that danger was close. As the red zombie's cries echoed around the area, I gave orders to all my underlings. All my underlings in Meijangdong, listen up. Everyone one of you, come here, except for those in the 4th Squad of the 3rd Platoon. Gur? GAA? The sound of my underlings' cries came from the many alleyways of Meijangdong. Thud, thud, thud. The ground rumbled. Tens? No, it was the sound of thousands of beings heading toward the same place. The massive vibrations sharpened my senses. It felt like I was walking on the tips of swords. All my senses were on edge. In the pitch blackness, I opened my murderous glowing red eyes. At that moment, a realization hit me. This sound wasn't because of my underlings. At the end of the wide road, a horde of glowing red zombies was hurtling toward me. There seemed to be no end to them. My anxious mind would not calm down. 700? 800? No, it seemed like there were at least 1,000 of them. I looked at my underlings, gathered below me on the 1st floor. Without the 4th Squad of the 3rd Platoon, I had a total of 275 underlings. Right now, I had to fight alongside my underlings. If I didn't fight, I would be sentencing all of them to death at Novel Bin Adat. Finding the leader was paramount, but I had no choice but to trust Kim Hyeongjun with that task. He was probably feeling the murderous sensation that I was feeling as well. Even if he wasn't feeling it, he would probably have heard the rumbling sound that was, at that moment, tickling my eardrums. Kim Hyeongjun would either come to back me up, or I would have to hold on until he found the leader. I looked at my underlings and gave them an order. Let's fight. Grr! With a thunderous roar, my underlings ran toward the red creatures as one. I leaped across the rooftops to get to the onrushing enemies. I had to get right in the middle of them in order to reduce the casualties to my own underlings. If not, my underlings would find themselves surrounded and isolated. When I saw the sea of red creatures beneath me, I leaped down. Whoosh! The wind rushed past my ears, and I felt gravity pulling down on my shoulders. I let myself go and landed right in the middle of the horde of red creatures. Thud! I used 2 of the creatures' heads to cushion my landing. Their heads cracked the moment I landed, and they became one with the asphalt ground. The red creatures around me looked dumbfounded after seeing me fall from the sky. I didn't take a moment to rest. I clenched my fists as hard as I could and started punching whatever was in front of me. Crack! With the sound of a cracking skull, the zombie right in front of my face was blown away. That shook the red creatures out of their stupor, and they came at me with a chorus of throat-rending howls. With eyes wide open, I fought back. I grabbed on the heads of the 2 closest creatures next to me and used their bodies as nunchucks. Kicking away the one that was blocking my way, I made my way forward. Crack! I heard a creature behind me trying to bite through my shoulder. I couldn't feel any pain, so even if it had managed to tear away some of my flesh, it didn't count as an attack. Should have gone for the neck. I threw the nunchuk I had in my left hand to the ground and grabbed the zombie that had sunk its teeth into my shoulders. I pulled on its head as hard as I could and its scalp was torn off, leaving me gripping a mass of tangled hair. It had bitten me so deep that I couldn't even dislodge its teeth from my shoulders. I threw away the nunchuk I had in my right hand and quickly folded my legs under me, getting ready to jump again. I put all my effort into the jump, snapping the neck of the zombie who had bitten me in the shoulder. The zombie hadn't budged when I had torn its flesh apart, but now that its neck had been broken, its jaws lost strength. I plucked its head off me and threw it toward the red creatures below me, and used their heads to cushion my landing again. Slam! I heard the cries of my underlings from behind me. They slammed into the red creatures, filling the air around Meijangdong with zombie cries. Crunch! There was a strange feeling in my calf, so I twisted my body to see what was going on. A red creature was lying on the ground and biting at my calves. I shattered its spine with my other leg and threw punches at all the other zombies that were surrounding me. I didn't know the strength of the zombie leader controlling Meijangdong, but I could tell that it was certainly stronger than the ones that were being used as bait. These red creatures were faster and more durable than the other zombies that I had crossed paths with in the past. It was impossible to break their skulls with my grip alone, and their skulls didn't crack if I landed less powerful punches. Physically, I couldn't handle them all. I could perhaps handle 50 of them by myself, or perhaps 100 if I pushed myself. But I knew it would be dangerous for me to keep on fighting like this since I didn't know how many enemies were coming. I wondered if the leader of Meijangdong had gotten stronger over time, or if the orange areas on the map were this dangerous from the start. I had been naive. Destroying their fighting spirit was not going to be as easy as I had thought. I wondered how well my underlings were doing. I bent my legs under me once more, preparing to jump again. My thigh muscles bulged, and I felt my Achilles heel grow taut. In an instant, I leaped up onto the building in front of me. However, my ability to jump seemed to have been significantly hampered. I wondered if my calf injury was worse than I had thought. I normally had no problem jumping up 7 stories, but right now, I struggled to make the 4th floor. I hung from the building window to observe what was unfolding. I saw my underlings being slowly pushed back, but I couldn't tell if it was because of the enemy's overwhelming numbers, or because my underlings were weak. It seemed to be 50-50. I scurried into the building to check my calf injury. The flesh on my left calf was partially torn off and flapping in the wind. I wondered how deep the zombie had bitten me to cause such damage. I gritted my teeth and looked out the window. As the number of my underlings dwindled, a gap began to form on their right flank. I could tell that if I let them continue the battle in this manner, the red creatures would soon surround my underlings and eventually wipe them out. The building on the right? Go inside the building on your right. Following my desperate order, my underlings broke through the windows of the building and entered it. Go up the stairs. Hold them there. As one, my underlings let out their throat-rending cries and went toward the emergency exit of the building. Once my underlings disappeared from sight, a disturbing cry came from behind me, causing my hair to stand. Grr! It was the sound of the red creatures entering the building I was in. They had seen me enter the building through the 4th-story window. I made for the stairs, hoping to block off the zombies that were making their way up. Clash! Shatter! I heard windows shattering from behind. Wait, they're coming directly to the 4th floor. It seemed impossible to me that they could come straight up to the 4th floor. I knew that the strength that zombie underlings possessed reflected the strength of their leader, but it was unbelievable that they were capable of jumping to the 4th floor. I quickly gave up on holding the 4th floor and made my way up. I knew I had to get to the rooftop. Even though I had an injured leg, getting to the rooftop of a 6-story building was easy enough. I went to the guardrail that ran around the edge of the rooftop and leaned over to see what was happening on the 1st floor. Only then did I realize how the zombies had gotten themselves to the 4th floor. The narrow 1st floor entrance had caused the zombies to slowly pile up in front of it. The pile had slowly grown in size and height, eventually reaching the 4th floor. Observing this, I gave orders to my underlings. Everyone, get to the rooftop. Get up to the rooftop and hold them off. It would be awkward to hold them off at an arbitrary floor of the building. My underlings had to make their stand on the rooftop. They had to fight tooth and nail to hold the entrance to the rooftop. Thud, 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 thud. Soon enough, I heard footsteps coming up to the rooftop. I bit my lips and turned around. The red creatures were making their way up to the rooftop with their mouths wide open. They didn't seem to want to give me a second to rest. I strengthened my resolve and headed for the entrance to the rooftop. Their faces began to appear, and I gritted my teeth and started punching. Their hands reached out to grab my neck. Another pitched battle was about to begin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I couldn't tell how much time had passed. I had no clue how long the fight had been going on for. It wasn't really enough to call it a fight. It was, ultimately, a battle for survival. We screamed battle cries and exchanged ferocious blows. My left arm no longer moved. All the flesh on my left arm had been torn away, and I couldn't raise it anymore. My right arm wasn't in the best condition either. No matter how much strength I put in, I wasn't able to crack their skulls. My right shoulder had been dislocated, so I couldn't use all my strength. My left leg was dragging behind me like a cardigan on the floor. I was barely managing to balance with my right leg, the only part of my body which was still normal. However, the red creatures kept on attacking, regardless of my injuries. I knew it would be over once they got through the doorway leading out onto the rooftop. I knew it would be the end for me the moment they surrounded me. I let my trembling right hand fall to my side. So this is all I'm left with, huh? I needed to find something to finish them off. I knew I would lose everything if I kept up this increasingly useless resistance. I was at the end of my rope, and the only way out was to give up on my humanity to make it out alive. I had to reach for my last resort, a weapon that I'd never used before, a weapon that I didn't want to use. Grr. I charged toward the one screaming at me with my mouth wide open. Crunch. I bit the neck of the zombie in front of me. Its neck was sliced through cleanly, as if it had been cut through by a razor-sharp sashimi knife. I spat out the nasty remnants of the zombie, fighting away my nausea and charging headlong into the mass of red creatures. I was like a great white shark making its way through a red ocean, looking for food. My neck was twisted at a strange angle as I kept biting through their necks one by one. Whenever they tried to lay their hands on me, I used my trembling right hand to push their bodies, moving deeper and deeper into the swirling mass. I was fighting them like a zombie, and could no longer be considered human. Crack! As I bit off the neck of the red creature in front of me, another creature materialized behind it and bit off my ear. I elbowed its chin with my right arm. I felt a stinging sensation in my earlobe. The creature's jaw had been knocked out of alignment, but it still charged toward me again with its mouth wide open. I could see half of my ear still in its mouth. With a frown, I twisted my neck and sank my teeth into its forehead. My sharp upper teeth pierced through its skull, ripping its face off of its skull. I was slowly losing my sanity. The zombie instincts that were contained within me were being unleashed as my body was slowly disintegrating. Snap! In an instant, I felt as though I had completely lost my sanity. I heard something snap in my mind, and the world seemed to sway from side to side. A split second later, a feeling of nausea started to well up from within the depths of my stomach. I collapsed to the floor. My body had lost all its strength. I couldn't do anything, even though the red creatures were still charging at me. Gur! At that moment, a blood-curdling cry echoed through every alleyway of Meijiangdong, sending chills up and down my spine. The awful shriek pierced its way through the total darkness and echoed through the lonely night. Almost immediately, the red creatures that had been choking the stairwell stopped attacking. They turned tail and hurried back down to the first floor. The red creatures on the rooftop of the building opposite were doing the same thing. With what little strength I could muster, I dragged my trembling body over to the rooftop guardrail. I saw the red creatures running away at full speed. They were retreating. Or at least they seemed to be retreating. But, why would they retreat? Or are they on their way to provide extra protection for their leader? I couldn't figure out the reason behind their actions, but I assumed that it had to do with Kim Hyeongjun showing up. Everyone, this way. Once I had given this order to my underlings, all the ones on the rooftop of the building opposite mine headed toward the stairs. I fell to the floor, breathing heavily. I kept on vomiting black fluid. I had no clue why I was feeling nauseous. I wondered if it had to do with me biting off zombie flesh. Or perhaps the last bit of humanity within me was resisting what I had done. Beep. Midway through this thought, I suddenly sensed a feeling of weightlessness, and my ears were filled with a piercing whine. I touched my forehead with my trembling right hand and frowned. My body was shaking as though I was having a seizure. Everything in front of me seemed to be swaying back and forth. Gore. I tried my best to haul my upper body upright, but I just couldn't do it. Everything in front of me started to become blurry. It was the same feeling that preceded the time when I had fallen into a deep sleep after eating an enemy's brain. I could not resist the fatigue that washed over me, and the urge to sleep that it brought with it. I closed my eyes as my mind became hazy. I felt my worn-out body falling into an endless abyss. I have to get back to Kim Hyeongjun to help. His face flashed through my mind, but I could not fight off the almighty presence that seemed to take hold of me at novel bin at. I fainted. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I couldn't see anything. I opened my eyes and found myself in a rather unfamiliar place, a place of endless darkness. I felt like an asteroid wandering the vast emptiness of space. I looked around, my mind still fuzzy. Splash, splash. At that moment, the sound of footsteps caught my attention. The footsteps were enough to bring back trauma that I had hidden deep within my memories. I looked toward the source of the sound, and a strange feeling engulfed my body and caused me to shiver uncontrollably. My jaw fell to the ground. It was the black creature. It was looking at me. My eyes widened in surprise. I shot to my feet and instinctively took a few steps backward, but I couldn't escape it. I was like a hamster running on a hamster wheel. Don't get near. Don't come. My screams were absorbed by the pitch-black darkness, like a sponge absorbing water. No matter how loud I screamed at it, my screams never reached it. It was coming toward me. After a moment, it opened its mouth and dashed toward me. I covered my face with my hands. Poof. I had no clue what was going on. With a sudden, piercing sound, it turned into smoke, a shapeless being, and disappeared. Although disappeared was probably not the right way to describe what had happened. It was more accurate to say that I had somehow absorbed the creature. A split second later, pain engulfed me, threatening to tear away my sanity. It felt like I had jumped into a fire pit. My entire body felt like it was burning. Gore. My blood felt like it was circulating through my body a lot faster than usual. I felt as if my veins were burning up from friction. Despite the burning heat, my body was trembling as if the ice-cold winds of midwinter were piercing through my bare skin. Thump, 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 thump. I heard my heart beat. My heart, which had stopped beating, was beating loud and clear. When I placed my hand on my heart, though, I realized that my heart wasn't beating at all. Only then did I realize that the sound was coming from my brain. My brain was throbbing as if it was going to burst any second. I felt my eyes, nose, and mouth being torn apart, and my eardrums felt like they were burning. I rolled on the floor to fight off the pain. Gore, quiet, ka. I gritted my teeth, tensing every part of my body. As I clenched my fists to resist the pain, my muscles tensed up with a strength that I'd never felt before. PSH. Steam was coming out from my body, like a steam engine releasing steam from its pipe. A mysterious smoke was rising out from within me. Thump, 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 thump. The ringing in my head slowly went away. I inhaled and exhaled deeply as I lay on the ground, spread out like a starfish. I broke into a cold sweat. I took deep breaths to get a hold of myself. A ray of light streamed down onto me from the heavens. I squinted to look at the light. It expanded, eventually enveloping everything around me. I kept on squinting toward the source of the light as I covered my eyes with my right arm. Stay alive. For my brother, and my family. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed through my mind. It felt like the wind was whispering to me. I opened my eyes wide open and looked around, but I couldn't see anything because of the light. Then, I felt a rather strange force pulling on my body. It was as if I was made of iron filings and I was being pulled by a magnet. I couldn't tell if I was being dragged up or down. I couldn't tell if it was gravity pulling me down or if I was levitating into the air. Disoriented, I was pulled into the light. Cough, cough. I got up and coughed a dry cough. Moonlight shone on the rooftop, and the sound that pierced my eardrums had faded away. The clouds that had been covering the sky had cleared up, allowing the bright moon to light up the night. My underlings were standing around looking at me. I wiped away the sweat trickling down my forehead and got ready to go. I opened my eyes wide and looked down at my hands. My torn and broken arms were normal again. My left leg, which I had been dragging behind me, was also fully recovered. I felt warm. My entire body was steaming. I ran my hands down my entire body. Every part of me was hot, like a frying pan that had been left on the stove. My body temperature was way above normal. Am I dreaming? I stared blankly into the horizon, all confused. Gore, GAA, zombie cries echoed through the air, pulling me back to my senses. I went to the guardrail to see where the sound was coming from. I squinted my eyes toward the source of the sound, and could just about make out a sign saying middle school a distance away. Continuous zombie roars were coming from the field in the middle school. I saw a group of zombies all tangled up together in the middle of the field. Purple and red zombies were fighting each other to the death. They were like water and oil, coexisting but not mixing with each other. Kim Hyeongjun. I had totally forgotten about Kim Hyeongjun. It seemed like he had ambushed the zombie leader's position. Thanks to him, I'd been able to regenerate my body parts and was ready to fight again. I quickly called in my underlings. Let's go. As I gave my orders, I leaped down to the ground floor. I felt no jarring impact despite jumping from the 6th floor to the 1st. In fact, I felt swifter and lighter than ever. My joints felt stronger, and my muscles felt like coiled springs, full of energy. I feel even better than before. I could sense that my physical attributes had improved. However, I shook my head to get rid of these useless thoughts. Now wasn't the time to assess if my physical capabilities had indeed grown. I had to save Kim Hyeongjun first. I folded my upper body and got ready to leap into action. As I propelled myself forward off the ground, the environment rushed past me in a blur. It was as though I were in a high-speed train, looking out. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was running on my own 2 legs. The biting wind assaulted my eardrums, and I felt the air pushing against my entire body. The strength in my thighs and the sensations I felt through my feet were unbelievable. It reminded me of the physical transformation I'd gone through when I'd eaten the black creature's brain. I realized that my physical abilities had altered once again. That moment, I recalled what Kim Hyeongjun had told me. The black creatures grow stronger when they eat brains, but they can also grow without eating their enemies' brains. I don't know how, or what conditions they have to meet in order to do so, but one thing's for sure: the black creatures get stronger with time. I recalled the black creature I had seen in my dream. In my dream, I had absorbed it, and afterward, a burning pain had engulfed me. It was like a caterpillar undergoing metamorphosis in order to become a butterfly. After enduring the pain, I had come back to my senses. After that, my body was stronger than before. I wondered if I held the key to unlock the knowledge behind how the black creatures grew. Gore, GAA. As I got closer to the school, I set my eyes on the chaotic battlefield. I charged toward the red creatures without hesitation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Where are you? Where are you? Kim Hyeongjun. I looked for Kim Hyeongjun urgently as I waded through the enemies. Kim Hyeongjun's underlings were fighting on the right side, while my underlings and I were fighting on the left. The number of red creatures slowly began to decrease, and as soon as they were cornered, they fled into the school. The sound of shattering windows and zombies howling was continuous. It seemed like the fight inside the school building was still going on in earnest. I ordered my underlings to take over the field and then jumped onto the school rooftop in one go. From there, I surveyed the whole situation. Aside from the field, which was in complete chaos, I couldn't see much else. After quickly assessing the situation, I broke through the door leading to the rooftop and went inside. I knew the first floor was full of red creatures, so I was planning to make my way down from the top. As I entered the fourth floor hallway, I was engulfed by the clanging sounds of desks and chairs shattering. Kim Hyeongjun's underlings were engaged in a pitched battle against the red creatures. I beat the red creatures to death and looked into every classroom and bathroom. I checked all the locations where a person could possibly hide. I checked every nook and cranny of the school building. Despite going through every classroom from the fourth floor to the first, I could not find a zombie with glowing red eyes. Not only did I not find the zombie leader, but I did not find Mr. Kwok or Kim Hyeongjun. Where the hell is this bastard? I grabbed the red creature in front of me by its face and slammed it to the ground in frustration. Splat. Just like a watermelon splitting in half, its face was crushed into an unrecognizable pulp. I looked around with murderous eyes. Gur? At that moment, I heard a roar coming from the right of the school building. I dashed toward the source of the sound, and saw a kindergarten. I hadn't noticed it there before, because it was hidden by the surrounding buildings. The entrance to the kindergarten had already fallen apart. I kept hearing the sound of things crashing and breaking apart. Without hesitation, I entered. I finally found Kim Hyeongjun, whom I'd been looking for all this time. However, he was covered in blood and facing the enemy leader. It was holding Kim Hyeongjun by his neck while celebrating his victory. Kim Hyeongjun's arms were hanging uselessly by his side, like deflated balloons. I almost lost my mind. Growling, I roared so loudly that my throat felt like it would rip apart. The enemy leader noticed me. Throwing Kim Hyeongjun to the ground, it immediately readied itself to fight. I launched myself off the ground and charged toward it like a hurricane. My movement seemed to surprise it, but it quickly braced its lower body and fell into a defensive stance, shielding its face with its arms. All right, try and block all you want. I was so agitated, I was almost overwhelmed by the amount of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Whoosh! I put my full strength behind my punches, breaking the zombie's arm straight away and knocking it backward. I didn't give it a single second to realize what had happened to it. I crouched down and grabbed the creature's hips. Holding onto its legs, I pulled it toward me. As it lost its balance and fell to the ground, I wrapped my arms around its right leg and folded its knee, twisting it in the opposite direction to which they usually bent. Crack, crack. As I broke its leg, it let out a deadly scream and tried kicking me with its other leg. I avoided its attack by rolling backwards swiftly and used the momentum to come around and attack its upper body, aiming for the muscles that connected its arms to its shoulders. I had the upper hand now. It tried to twist its upper body to avoid my attack, but it was impossible for it to break free from my fangs, which had already sunk deep into their target. It tried to turn, trying to right its upper body and just about finding its balance. However, it didn't seem about to attack me. The injuries to its leg and upper torso were severe. Its right arm hung uselessly by its side, like twigs being blown by the wind. Yeah, I bet you can't lift your arm now, you idiot. With the injury it just sustained, there was no way it could use its right arm. Its right side was completely maimed. Let's see how much longer you can keep it up with just your left arm and leg. I knew better than to give it time to think. I had no clue what kind of tricks it would come up with to get me. I charged at it right away at novel bin at. Its eyes went wide, and it hurled its left hand out at me in desperation. I ducked to avoid its punch and slammed my right fist into its jaw. Its jaw twisted with a sickening crunch, exposing the bottom row of teeth. It had sharp teeth like me. I pressed the attack, not giving it time to recover. I swung my left arm, going straight for its face. It lost its balance and landed on its bottom. As I got on top of it, it started screaming desperately. Wait up. The zombie leader could talk. That meant it had eaten a live person's brain. I frowned. You should have kept quiet if you wanted to live. In an instant, I bit into its neck. G-A-A-H-U-P, cack. Its two eyes bulged out of their sockets. Rip, tear. As I ripped out its throat, red blood spewed out like a fountain. The creature pressed its broken arm against its ruined neck in a feeble attempt to keep itself alive, staring at me all the while. I stood up and glared at it with my glowing red eyes until the moment it died. G.A. You. Fuck. G.A. Go to hell. I crushed its neck with my right foot. Its arms jerked violently one last time, then stopped moving. Its arms sagged to the ground, and the red glow in its eyes slowly faded away. I took in a couple of deep breaths, then turned around and looked at Kim Hyeongjun. He was on the ground, motionless. I squatted down in front of him, and noticed a slight movement in his upper body. He was still breathing. His breathing was faint, but he was definitely still breathing. Despite having been beaten to the brink of death, he was still holding on to his dear life. I looked Kim Hyeongjun in the eyes and shouted, Hyeongjun? Kim Hyeongjun? Wake up. Jussie. He looked at me with his heavy-lidded eyes. I couldn't believe how relieved I was to hear his voice. He was alive. He wasn't dead just yet. My voice grew emotional. Why were you fighting alone? You should have let me know. But how would I have known where you were, Jussie? Still. You fool. There had to be some way. You're the one who's late, Jussie. Why are you putting the blame on me? He was blaming me for all this because I'd shown up late. I didn't know what else to say. After a moment, Kim Hyeongjun's mouth twitched into a smirk. It seemed like he hadn't gotten a good enough beating, since he still had the energy to make jokes. I snorted. I thought you were dead, you fool. Were you worried about me? That's not the point. Get up. What do you mean get up, Jussie? I can barely breathe right now. Kim Hyeongjun coughed and placed a trembling hand on his forehead. After a moment, he looked at me with bleary eyes. Jussie, the person you were talking about. Mr. Kwok. He's in the night duty room. But what about you? Is there anything I can do for you? Jussie, just stop talking to me. I'll recover if I just lie down like this. Oh, I'd forgotten for a split second that Kim Hyeongjun was also a zombie with glowing red eyes. It meant that he had self-healing abilities just like me. After realizing such an obvious fact, a wave of relief washed over me. Stay here and recover. Leave the rest to me. Oh, Jussie, before you go. What? When you go into the night duty room, don't be surprised. You'll know what I mean when you see it. Kim Hyeongjun slowly closed his eyes. His last words bothered me a little, but I headed toward the night duty room anyway. As I walked over, I mentally prepared myself for the worst. The night duty room was in the corner of the kindergarten. I took a quick breath and opened the door. I was hit with a wave of stuffiness, as well as the stench of a dead body. I frowned reflexively and covered my nose with my hand. There were more dead bodies lying on the floor than I could count. I noticed a zombie with glowing red eyes in the corner. I looked straight into the glowing red eyes and asked, Mr. Kwok. There was no response. Mr. Kwok, Mr. Kwok, are you alright? Not even a sliver of moonlight made it into the room. The night duty room was basically a dark room, and I couldn't feel a single presence. I swallowed hard and made my way slowly toward the glowing red eyes. Mr. Kwok, it's me. Can't you tell? Again, I was met with silence. MRKW. At that moment, my jaw fell to the ground. The words left me, and my eyes began to tremble uncontrollably. My legs gave way and I fell on my bottom. The being in the corner of the night duty room was, without a doubt, Mr. Kwok. But it wasn't the same Mr. Kwok I knew. It was Mr. Kwok, with his face half torn away. And on his lap, I saw Ms. Ku's dead body, cold as ice. I mustered what strength I could into my trembling body and walked toward Mr. Kwok. Mr. Kwok, Mr. Kwok, it's me. Stay with me, Mr. Kwok. Gore. Gah. Mr. Kwok was making strange and bizarre cries. It was a noise that combined despair, screaming, and wailing all into one. It sounded like a soul burning in hell. Mr. Kwok was slowly tearing off the flesh on his face. He stared blankly into the horizon while he tore off his flesh, wailing horrifically. It seemed like he could no longer hear me. My mouth dried up as I saw Mr. Kwok's flesh dropping like melted candle wax. This was all my fault. This had happened to him because I'd been too suspicious of him, naive. I wasn't worthy of being called a person. It was my fault for plunging this man's life, no, two people's lives, into despair. I couldn't get near Mr. Kwok. I couldn't give him any consolation. A sense of guilt crashed over me like a raging wave and constantly lashed my soul. Mr. Kwok's wail was tearing apart the last bit of humanity within me. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. This is what you made me into. This was what his wailing meant. This was the message he was trying to tell me. I hung my head guiltily. Anything I said now would only be an excuse. I closed my mouth and slowly walked out of the night duty room. Then I closed the door and chained it up. Gore. Ga. I slid down the door and cried silently. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I covered my mouth and sobbed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I had no clue how many hours had passed. I sat in front of the night duty room, motionless, as time passed me by. Sometime later, I heard footsteps coming from the hall of the kindergarten. It was Kim Hyeongjun. He had recovered, and was walking toward me. He sat down in front of me and scratched his head. Jussie, are you okay? I didn't reply. Jussie, what do you think would have happened if I'd taken Mr. Kwok in when I first saw him? My face was gloomy. Kim Hyeongjun sensed my mood and smacked his lips. It's not your fault, Jussie. But I pretended not to know. How could I be innocent? I ignored him even though I knew he was in danger, because I thought it would put me in a difficult situation. Well, you made that decision while taking your own people into consideration, didn't you? You made a wise choice. There's no reason to feel guilt when it comes down to the survival of the fittest. You know, you'll face numerous situations in which you would have to choose one thing over another. If you fixate on the smallest things, you won't be able to withstand what's ahead of you. But still. Kim Hyeongjun cut me off, addressing me in a calm voice. Jussie. He wasn't using his usual tone, the one that made him sound like he was complaining about everything. He looked at me with a rather serious face. I looked at him, and he stared into my eyes as though we were having a staring contest. After a while, he smiled gently to end the stare down and snorted. Back in the day, my hobby was to watch wildlife documentaries. That's rather out of the blue. Why are you bringing that up? As I frowned, Kim Hyeongjun chuckled. Do you know what people think when they see a lioness hunting down a gazelle? I stayed silent, waiting for the rest of his story. That poor gazelle. The lioness is evil. Kim Hyeongjun was impersonating the people who took pity on the gazelle. I looked at him blankly, and he shrugged and continued. Do you know what the next scene was, though? It was the lioness failing in her hunt for the gazelle. Right after that, they showed her little cubs following her, asking for food. All the lioness could do was lick her cubs. She couldn't do anything else. I didn't say anything but paid attention to what Kim Hyeongjun was saying. He then looked at my face closely, then smiled and asked me a follow-up question at novel bin at. Can you guess what people would say after seeing that? They would probably say something about how pitiful the lion cubs were. Yeah, that's how people are. People interpret things the way they wish. That's why I understand why you're mentally unstable right now. So what's your point? That whatever happened today was just nature taking its course. A lioness hunting down a gazelle, the weak being hunted down by the strong. I'm saying that you have nothing to feel bad about. I contemplated for a moment after hearing what Kim Hyeongjun had said. After a while, I smacked my lips. Sometimes, the most unbelievable things get captured on camera. Like a lioness letting a gazelle get away. So Ajasi, you're the lioness and Mr. Kwok is the gazelle. Kim Hyeongjun immediately knew what I was talking about. I nodded without saying a word. He crossed his arms and looked at me straight in the eyes, then clicked his tongue. That's up to the lioness. What? The gazelle never had a choice. It had to survive on its own somehow. I could say nothing to refute Kim Hyeongjun's statement. He hadn't said anything wrong up to this point. You already saved Mr. Kwok once. Not only did he enter your territory, but you also forgave him for taking your food. Isn't it up to Mr. Kwok to survive after that? A lion weeping because he couldn't save a gazelle, isn't that kind of ironic? Well, of course, the survivors are out of the picture, since that's a different issue. I'm focusing on the dynamics between zombies. I'm not that naive. I know that. I smacked my lips angrily, prompting Kim Hyeongjun to take a deep breath. Then don't feel sorry for anything. Why are you acting like someone who doesn't know how this world works? If I told Mr. Kwok about the gang members, he wouldn't have gone down this easily. You told me all sorts of stuff. I genuinely believe that helped me a lot. You actually think I told you everything. My eyes widened as I stared at Kim Hyeongjun. I wondered if it was a tacit admission that he was still holding something back, and that he still had secrets that he was keeping to himself. I couldn't keep the surprise off my face. On the other hand, Kim Hyeongjun looked as calm as anyone could be. He scratched his forehead. Ajasi, I've been dealing with gang members for a long time. Did you really think that I didn't know what happens to us when we eat human brains? You knew that if we ate human brains, we could talk. Yeah, of course. Then why'd you keep it a secret, even after we formed an alliance? Why? Because I needed to be certain of it myself. Kim Hyeongjun's eyes did not move an inch. He knew that he would get into trouble if I teamed up with the gang members, which was probably why he prioritized becoming allies with me, someone who lived for survivors, so that he could keep an eye on my character. Having reached this conclusion, I could understand where Kim Hyeongjun was coming from, but I couldn't help but feel betrayed. However, I couldn't lash at him, since what Kim Hyeongjun did to me was not that different from what I did to Mr. Kwok. Kim Hyeongjun sighed. You've already shown me enough to trust you, Ajasi. You came all the way to Seoul Forest to offer me new information, and you've even saved my life. Now I trust you. I trust you with everything. Huh? Are you saying that you've been testing me all this while? Well, you were no different from Mr. Kwok. Ajasi, I know you haven't been soiled by the filth of this world. You've held on to what you believed was right, and see where you are now. You're still here, aren't you? No, I was just lucky. Everything I've done so far, it was just pure luck. I bowed my head in shame. As I looked back, I felt like everything had been given to me. I knew better than anyone that God had been watching over me this entire time. I had been able to recruit underlings in Hangdang-dong, where there were no gang members. I was able to take my time to steadily grow stronger. I was able to live like a human being by meeting survivors that shared my beliefs, and built up mutual trust with them. I was fortunate enough to defeat the black creature and obtain tremendous power all at once. I also figured out the existence of gang members by fighting the red creature back at the high school, through which I also obtained the map of Seoul with all the dangerous locations marked on it. I then met Kim Hyeongjun, gaining a wealth of information and forming an alliance to make it through this rough world together. Kim Hyeongjun noticed my silence and snorted. Ajasi, have you ever heard of this saying? What? Luck doesn't come to you. You make your own luck. Ajasi, tell me, were you just goofing around all this time? No, you weren't. Did you grow stronger, gather people, and establish your shelter just because you were lucky? You know that didn't just happen. I know you tried your best every day. I know you've been putting in the effort. Are you saying that it was all luck? He was absolutely right. Nothing he said was wrong. As I massaged my temples, Kim Hyeongjun's voice took on a soothing tone. I'm on your side, Ajasi. And I won't be hiding anything from you anymore. So cheer up. You're doing your best. You're doing your best. I never expected these words would touch my heart. Perhaps I'd been subconsciously wishing for someone to acknowledge that I was doing my best, that I was doing good, and that I could do it. Perhaps it had been a little hope of mine that someone would say something along these lines to me, instead of just leaving it to me to reassure myself. I looked away from Kim Hyong-jun to hide my feelings, then got up and sighed a deep sigh that came from the depths of my lungs. I immediately felt better. Kim Hyong-jun got up as well, patting his bottom. There's still more I want to talk about, but let's eat first before it gets too late. Did you say eat? Yeah, we have to eat that zombie's brain. It's already been an hour. We won't get anything from the brain if we wait any longer. How long will it last? That depends on the zombie. Some can last for up to 4 hours, but some last only about an hour and a half. In that case, we better get to it. We walked toward the corpse of the enemy leader with its ruined neck. Before I could get to it, Kim Hyong-jun rushed to block my way. I'll eat this one. What? Don't you have something else to take care of, Ajasi? He was implying that I should take care of Mr. Kwok. I couldn't help but feel that he was putting me in a difficult situation, but the resolute expression on his face made me think twice. I knew that Kim Hyong-jun regretted not being able to end Kim Hyong-sok with his own hands more than anything else, and that he still considered it a foolish decision not to have taken action back then. I wondered if he was telling me to prevent any future regret or guilt by dealing with the root cause of it now, so that I would not have to look back on this moment later down the road. I took a deep breath. I'll take care of Mr. Kwok. But his brain. I want you to eat it. What do you mean? Mr. Kwok is turning into a black creature. You know what it means to eat a black creature's brain. The debt I have to you regarding your brother is settled. This time, Kim Hyong-jun didn't reply. At that moment, I recalled how Kim Hyong-jun had been left defeated after fighting the zombie leader. Just as I had entrusted the running of our shelter to my people, I wanted Kim Hyong-jun, my ally, to grow stronger, so that something similar to the events of the day would not happen again. I wanted to be able to trust Kim Hyong-jun without worrying about what would happen to him. I wanted him to get stronger. He chuckled and nudged my elbow. Don't change your mind later on, Ajasi. Of course. I chuckled, and we headed toward the night duty room. I took a deep breath and then unchained the door. I carefully opened the door, and I saw Mr. Kwok's body. The room was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. Mr. Kwok was curled up, motionless. His flesh was all over the floor, like old skin shed by a snake. His eyes were closed, and it seemed like he was sleeping. I let out a breath and grabbed the steel pipe next to him. I looked at Mr. Kwok's body one more time. Rest in peace, Mr. Kwok. I hope you're happy with Ms. Koo on the other side. I channeled the last bit of guilt I had into the steel pipe, and sent Mr. Kwok to a place where he would be free of pain. I fainted for half a day after I ate the enemy leader's brain. The wall clock in the kindergarten was showing 4 in the afternoon by the time I got back to my senses. I massaged my temples as I picked myself up and saw that Kim Hyong-jun was still in deep sleep, snoring away. I got up to stretch and then trudged toward the night duty room. Even with the sun up, the night duty room was pitch black. I twitched my nose at the musty smell and looked around. There were countless dead bodies on the floor, along with Mr. Kwok's. I wondered what had happened. As I took a look at the zombies, I realized that all of them had similar facial expressions. I saw blood coming out of their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The eyes of every one of them had rolled back into their heads. They showed clear signs of being in agony. I didn't think much of it at first, but the moment I began to move Mr. Kwok's and Ms. Koo's dead bodies outside, it hit me. Traces of pain? From a zombie. Zombies couldn't feel pain. But I was certain that the ones on the floor showed expressions of pain, and every single one of them had blood-stained faces. I wondered if something had gone wrong with their brains. There must have been hemorrhaging blood from their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. But wait, that can't be right. I examined their faces more closely, and felt a flicker of nervousness. Their eyes were no different from those of ordinary zombies. The zombies with glowing red eyes lost the light in their eyes once they died, and their eyes turned pitch black afterward. They wound up looking like miniature black holes, an abyss of darkness that filled the entire eyeball. However, there was nothing to indicate that the others lying around were anything else but regular zombies. Did someone do experiments with these zombies? If they did, what kind of experiments did they do? Was it related to the zombie brains somehow? Would Kim Hyong-jun know anything related to this? That moment, I remembered what Kim Hyong-jun had said to me before we went to sleep. There's still more I want to talk about, but let's eat first before it gets too late. Without a doubt, he'd said that there was more he wanted to talk about. Since he knew that Mr. Kwok was here too, there was a fair chance that he knew what had happened in the night duty room. I spat a gob of saliva on the floor. Let's settle Mr. Kwok and Ms. Koo first. I carried the 2 dead bodies on my shoulders and went outside. I had even retrieved a shovel from the night duty room. I was planning on burying them and sending them off properly. I ordered 3 of my underlings to join me. There were actually 4 shovels in the night duty room. I knew it would take some time to dig 2 graves by myself, so I called my underlings to help me. We began digging away. Thanks to my underlings, it didn't take long to dig 2 graves. After I dug graves for Mr. Kwok and Ms. Koo, I laid them gently into their graves. Once done, I took some twigs and tied them together to make 2 crosses. I offered up a silent prayer for them. I stood there for a while as I praised the 2 for acting in the way they did, and for making the decisions to live as proper humans and to act humanely until the end, despite having been thrust into a world in which it was almost impossible to do so. The chirping noises that tickled my ears sounded like a final hymn for them. I took a deep breath after I was done with my prayer. I would bury all my regrets and ruminations with them. I knew I was going to have to make a lot more decisions in the future. I looked up at the sky and prayed that I would make the right decision when the time came, and that my naive mind would not get in the way when things grew difficult. After offering up all my prayers, I went back to the kindergarten. Seeing that Kim Hye-young-jun was not going to get up anytime soon, I picked him up and carried him on my back. All my underlings, those in the field and inside the school building, stared blankly at me. Unfortunately, Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings were doing the same thing. If I wanted to get going, I had to take all of Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings, but I couldn't give orders to them. If another gang member came to check up on the one we had just killed, Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings would just stand here blankly like they were doing right then, which would lead the gang back to us. Any gang member would be able to deduce that a third party had gotten involved, given all the zombie bodies laying all over the place. If Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings were still around when they came, they could find us by tailing his underlings when they started moving. I had no choice but to bring his underlings with me as well. I laid Kim Hye-young-jun down on the ground and thought about how I could get all of these underlings moving with me. After a moment, I came up with a rather silly but brilliant idea. I directed a thought to the underling in front of me. Hey, you see the purple guy next to you? Grr, piggyback the guy. Grr. I watched it nervously, just in case it caused Kim Hye-young-jun's underling to attack it. Thankfully, Kim Hye-young-jun's underling did not resist, and let my own underling carry him. The purple zombie looked at me, confusion written on its face. What? That's what I saw in its facial expression. I let out a sigh of relief and then gave orders to all of my underlings. Everyone, piggyback the purple guy next to you. Grr. With a grand battle cry, my underlings put all the purple zombies on their backs together. I carried Kim Hye-young-jun off the floor, then issued an order to my underlings. Let's get going. Grr. My underlings answered loudly and followed me. I moved cautiously and shortened my strides, afraid of the worst-case scenario. However, I couldn't sense any particular danger, probably because I had taken care of the leader who had been in charge of Meijangdong. Interestingly, after devouring the leader's brain, the map of a network had appeared in my mind. The scouts that the leader had sent out had become my underlings, and I knew where they were located along with how many of them there were. I could always sense where my underlings were before, but now I could even count how many I had. I wondered if I had gained this ability because I had gotten stronger. I no longer had to count each underling I had one by one. I sent an order to the scouts that had been posted around Meijangdong. Let me know if any red creature shows up. Yes, sir. The scouts that had followed the enemy leader's orders were now following mine. A mutant that could control underlings. At first, I just thought of it as an ability that was alright. But now, I finally realized that it was an ability that others would die to have. Thanks to this ability, it was no different than having a map of Meijangdong inside my mind. The green network that I could see in my mind's eye let me see a map of Meijangdong without me having to see everything with my own eyes. On the way back to the shelter, I stopped by the elementary school to pick up the underlings from the 4th squad of the 3rd platoon, along with the kids. The children were horrified, but they followed me without saying a word. They treated me as someone who was on their side. I didn't let myself relax until we left Meijangdong. We passed the intersection at the Songdong district office, and kept on going down the road until I finally saw Shelter Haeyang from afar. I'd made it back to where my people were, where my family was. This time, though, I saw some new faces at the entrance of the shelter. There were 3 to 4 people standing in front of the screening station to the right of the entrance. They were survivors. They weren't people who had helped build Shelter Haeyang, but survivors who had come to join up with Shelter Haeyang. As soon as they noticed me, their eyes grew wide, and they yelled back to someone at the temporary guard post. Get me a weapon? Quick. What did you say? Came the placid reply. A man walked out from the temporary guard post. It was Lee Zhongyuke. He beamed at me as he waved. So Yeon's dad? Where'd you go out this early in the morning? I chuckled and went toward Lee Zhongyuke. All the survivors stared at us, dumbfounded. It seemed like all of them were struggling to understand what was happening in front of their eyes. Lee Zhongyuke looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun, whom I was carrying on my back. Now who's this? An injured person. Gore. Wait a minute. It's a zombie? Why are you carrying it around? It was an expected response. To him, Kim Hye-young-jun probably looked like an ordinary zombie. If Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes had been open, Lee Zhongyuke might have noticed that the two of us had formed an alliance, but with his eyes closed, he seemed no different from the zombies that roamed the streets. I shook side to side and gestured with my chin toward the entrance. I wanted to keep this conversation inside. He understood my intentions and went toward the barricade at the entrance. I saw Kang Ji-suk and Baiyan Hyokjin in front of the barricade. The two came running toward me with smiles on their faces. Lee Zhongyuke gave Kang Ji-suk a nuji. Open the door first. Uncle Lee, why do you always pick on me? How about him? They used to call Lee Zhongyuke Ajasi, but now they were calling him uncle. It seemed like the two of them had grown close as well. The two quarreling and making jokes made me think of a lively boy getting along with an older next-door neighbor. Kang Ji-suk mumbled complaints under his breath, but still did everything Lee Zhongyuke had told him to do. The apartment entrance opened, and my underlings and I walked into the complex. All the sand in the playground had been dug out, and I saw Lee Zhonghyuk, Choi Dahai, and the white-haired elder in conversation. Lee Zhonghyuk noticed me first and walked toward me with a smile on his face, but then he gasped after seeing the zombies that my underlings and I were carrying. So Yeon's father? What's that on your back? Everyone else had the same reaction. I let out a sigh and laid Kim Hye-young-jun down on a wooden bench, then gave orders to my underlings. Put down the zombies that you're carrying. The calm, spacious complex was now full of zombies. The elder shouted at the zombies near the garden. You fools? Not the garden? Don't step on the garden. It was so packed that the zombies over there could barely stand. I ordered my underlings next to the garden to carry their purple zombies again. Thankfully, none of the crops were affected. All of you, carry the purple zombies to apartment 101. The rest of you wait at apartment 102. This apartment complex had a total of 8 apartments, from 101 to 108. Apartment 101 and 102 was across from where we were staying, which were apartments 103, 104, and 105. I sent the underlings to an apartment far away from where we were staying so that no one else would cross paths with my underlings. My underlings shuffled off in unison, leaving a mess in the apartment complex. It seemed as if a tornado had just passed through. There was dust, bits of torn clothing, and zombie blood all over the place. The 3 children who were right behind me looked at everyone blankly, and everyone else stared at me in a dumbfounded manner. After a moment, Lee Zhongyuke spoke. I'll go back and finish up screening the people waiting outside. Zhonghyuk, don't let So-yeon's dad go anywhere. He's obviously going to go see So-yeon first? Make him at least change his clothes if he wants to see her. And it seems like we'll have to do another round of spring cleaning again. Lee Zhongyuke mumbled under his breath and trudged back to the screening station. I chuckled at the way he was acting. Lee Zhonghyuk scratched his head and let out a sigh. He then smacked his lips. So what exactly happened? I scratched my neck, not knowing what to say. Lee Zhonghyuk clicked his tongue. Well, let's get everyone washed up first. I nodded, and Choi Tae-hai took the 3 kids to apartment 104. Lee Zhonghyuk went back inside to get water, towels, and a change of clothes. I enjoyed the momentary peace as I washed off the filth from my body. At novel bin at. When I was done with my shower, I went to the 40 Pyong-sized unit on the 4th floor of apartment 103. It seemed like everyone had been working hard since the morning. The empty living room now looked like a conference room. There was a long table with chairs lined up neatly, and a 4-sized paper along with pen and pencils were laid out on the kitchen table. As I looked around the meeting room, the Lee brothers, Choi Tae-hai, the principal, the elder, and Han Sun-hui came in. Each of them greeted me freshly cleaned and changed and took their designated seats. Lee Zhongyuke pointed to the middle seat at the end of the table. So-yeon's dad, sit there. Gore. The leader has to sit in the center. Lee Zhongyuke smiled gently and patted me on the shoulder. I scratched my sideburns, not knowing how to react, but eventually smiled as well and walked toward the center seat. As I settled down into the center seat and looked around at everyone, something hit me. Things were different. For some reason, I remembered the first time I had met everyone. No one looked like they were struggling from hunger or engulfed by fear anymore. No one had eyes filled with hopelessness. Instead, everyone was full of life. Han Sun-hui was watching me with her lips pursed, as if she wasn't used to or was embarrassed to be in a meeting room. The Lee brothers and the principal, along with the elder, had energetic expressions. Choi Tae-hai had the face of a young girl, full of curiosity. I couldn't help but smile as I looked into everyone's faces. No one was perfect, but everyone was now able to live like human beings. I wrote a message out on the A4 paper in front of me, in as large a font as I could manage, so that everyone could see. Everyone, good job. The room was all smiles after they read what I had written. And of course, I smiled back at them. I fainted for half a day after I ate the enemy leader's brain. The wall clock in the kindergarten was showing 4 in the afternoon by the time I got back to my senses. I massaged my temples as I picked myself up and saw that Kim Hye-young-jun was still in deep sleep, snoring away. I got up to stretch and then trudged toward the night duty room. Even with the sun up, the night duty room was pitch black. I twitched my nose at the musty smell and looked around. There were countless dead bodies on the floor, along with Mr. Kwok's. I wondered what had happened. As I took a look at the zombies, I realized that all of them had similar facial expressions. I saw blood coming out of their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The eyes of every one of them had rolled back into their heads. They showed clear signs of being in agony. I didn't think much of it at first, but the moment I began to move Mr. Kwok's and Ms. Ku's dead bodies outside, it hit me. Traces of pain? From a zombie. Zombies couldn't feel pain. But I was certain that the ones on the floor showed expressions of pain, and every single one of them had blood-stained faces. I wondered if something had gone wrong with their brains. There must have been hemorrhaging blood from their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. But wait, that can't be right. I examined their faces more closely, and felt a flicker of nervousness. Their eyes were no different from those of ordinary zombies. The zombies with glowing red eyes lost the light in their eyes once they died, and their eyes turned pitch black afterward. They wound up looking like miniature black holes, an abyss of darkness that filled the entire eyeball. However, there was nothing to indicate that the others lying around were anything else but regular zombies. Did someone do experiments with these zombies? If they did, what kind of experiments did they do? Was it related to the zombie brains somehow? Would Kim Hye-young-jun know anything related to this? That moment, I remembered what Kim Hye-young-jun had said to me before we went to sleep. There's still more I want to talk about, but let's eat first before it gets too late. Without a doubt, he'd said that there was more he wanted to talk about. Since he knew that Mr. Kwok was here too, there was a fair chance that he knew what had happened in the night duty room. I spat a gob of saliva on the floor at novel bin at. Let's settle Mr. Kwok and Ms. Koo first. I carried the 2 dead bodies on my shoulders and went outside. I had even retrieved a shovel from the night duty room. I was planning on burying them and sending them off properly. I ordered 3 of my underlings to join me. There were actually 4 shovels in the night duty room. I knew it would take some time to dig 2 graves by myself, so I called my underlings to help me. We began digging away. Thanks to my underlings, it didn't take long to dig 2 graves. After I dug graves for Mr. Kwok and Ms. Koo, I laid them gently into their graves. Once done, I took some twigs and tied them together to make 2 crosses. I offered up a silent prayer for them. I stood there for a while as I praised the 2 for acting in the way they did, and for making the decisions to live as proper humans and to act humanely until the end, despite having been thrust into a world in which it was almost impossible to do so. The chirping noises that tickled my ears sounded like a final hymn for them. I took a deep breath after I was done with my prayer. I would bury all my regrets and ruminations with them. I knew I was going to have to make a lot more decisions in the future. I looked up at the sky and prayed that I would make the right decision when the time came, and that my naive mind would not get in the way when things grew difficult. After offering up all my prayers, I went back to the kindergarten. Seeing that Kim Hye-young-jun was not going to get up anytime soon, I picked him up and carried him on my back. All my underlings, those in the field and inside the school building, stared blankly at me. Unfortunately, Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings were doing the same thing. If I wanted to get going, I had to take all of Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings, but I couldn't give orders to them. If another gang member came to check up on the one we had just killed, Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings would just stand here blankly like they were doing right then, which would lead the gang back to us. Any gang member would be able to deduce that a third party had gotten involved, given all the zombie bodies laying all over the place. If Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings were still around when they came, they could find us by tailing his underlings when they started moving. I had no choice but to bring his underlings with me as well. I laid Kim Hye-young-jun down on the ground and thought about how I could get all of these underlings moving with me. After a moment, I came up with a rather silly but brilliant idea. I directed a thought to the underling in front of me. Hey, you see the purple guy next to you? Grr, piggyback the guy. Grr. I watched it nervously, just in case it caused Kim Hye-young-jun's underling to attack it. Thankfully, Kim Hye-young-jun's underling did not resist, and let my own underling carry him. The purple zombie looked at me, confusion written on its face. Huh, what? That's what I saw in its facial expression. I let out a sigh of relief and then gave orders to all of my underlings. Everyone, piggyback the purple guy next to you. Grr. With a grand battle cry, my underlings put all the purple zombies on their backs together. I carried Kim Hye-young-jun off the floor, then issued an order to my underlings. Let's get going. Grr. My underlings answered loudly and followed me. I moved cautiously and shortened my strides, afraid of the worst-case scenario. However, I couldn't sense any particular danger, probably because I had taken care of the leader who had been in charge of Meijangdong. Interestingly, after devouring the leader's brain, the map of a network had appeared in my mind. The scouts that the leader had sent out had become my underlings, and I knew where they were located along with how many of them there were. I could always sense where my underlings were before, but now I could even count how many I had. I wondered if I had gained this ability because I had gotten stronger. I no longer had to count each underling I had one by one. I sent an order to the scouts that had been posted around Meijangdong. Let me know if any red creature shows up. Yes sir. The scouts that had followed the enemy leader's orders were now following mine. A mutant that could control underlings. At first, I just thought of it as an ability that was alright. But now, I finally realized that it was an ability that others would die to have. Thanks to this ability, it was no different than having a map of Meijangdong inside my mind. The green network that I could see in my mind's eye let me see a map of Meijangdong without me having to see everything with my own eyes. On the way back to the shelter, I stopped by the elementary school to pick up the underlings from the 4th squad of the 3rd platoon, along with the kids. The children were horrified, but they followed me without saying a word. They treated me as someone who was on their side. I didn't let myself relax until we left Meijangdong. We passed the intersection at the Songdong district office, and kept on going down the road until I finally saw Shelter Haeyoung from afar. I'd made it back to where my people were, where my family was. This time, though, I saw some new faces at the entrance of the shelter. There were 3 to 4 people standing in front of the screening station to the right of the entrance. They were survivors. They weren't people who had helped build Shelter Haeyoung, but survivors who had come to join up with Shelter Haeyoung. As soon as they noticed me, their eyes grew wide, and they yelled back to someone at the temporary guard post. Get me a weapon? Quick. What did you say? Came the placid reply. A man walked out from the temporary guard post. It was Lee Zhongyuke. He beamed at me as he waved. So Yeon's dad? Where'd you go out this early in the morning? I chuckled and went toward Lee Zhongyuke. All the survivors stared at us, dumbfounded. It seemed like all of them were struggling to understand what was happening in front of their eyes. Lee Zhongyuke looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun, whom I was carrying on my back. Now who's this? An injured person. Gore. Wait a minute. It's a zombie? Why are you carrying it around? It was an expected response. To him, Kim Hye-young-jun probably looked like an ordinary zombie. If Kim Hyeongjun's eyes had been open, Lee Jong-UK might have noticed that the two of us had formed an alliance, but with his eyes closed, he seemed no different from the zombies that roamed the streets. I shook side to side and gestured with my chin toward the entrance. I wanted to keep this conversation inside. He understood my intentions and went toward the barricade at the entrance. I saw Kang Ji-suk and Baein Hyokjin in front of the barricade. The two came running toward me with smiles on their faces. Lee Jong-UK gave Kang Ji-suk a nudge. Open the door first. Uncle Lee, why do you always pick on me? How about him? They used to call Lee Jong-UK Ajasi, but now they were calling him uncle. It seemed like the two of them had grown close as well. The two quarreling and making jokes made me think of a lively boy getting along with an older next-door neighbor. Kang Ji-suk mumbled complaints under his breath, but still did everything Lee Jong-UK had told him to do. The apartment entrance opened, and my underlings and I walked into the complex. All the sand in the playground had been dug out, and I saw Lee Jong-hyuk, Choi Tae-hai, and the white-haired elder in conversation. Lee Jong-hyuk noticed me first and walked toward me with a smile on his face, but then he gasped after seeing the zombies that my underlings and I were carrying. So-yeon's father? What's that on your back? Everyone else had the same reaction. I let out a sigh and laid Kim Hyeongjun down on a wooden bench, then gave orders to my underlings. Put down the zombies that you're carrying. The calm, spacious complex was now full of zombies. The elder shouted at the zombies near the garden. You fools? Not the garden? Don't step on the garden. It was so packed that the zombies over there could barely stand. I ordered my underlings next to the garden to carry their purple zombies again. Thankfully, none of the crops were affected. All of you, carry the purple zombies to apartment 101. The rest of you wait at apartment 102. This apartment complex had a total of 8 apartments, from 101 to 108. Apartment 101 and 102 was across from where we were staying, which were apartments 103, 104, and 105. I sent the underlings to an apartment far away from where we were staying so that no one else would cross paths with my underlings. My underlings shuffled off in unison, leaving a mess in the apartment complex. It seemed as if a tornado had just passed through. There was dust, bits of torn clothing, and zombie blood all over the place. The 3 children who were right behind me looked at everyone blankly, and everyone else stared at me in a dumbfounded manner. After a moment, Lee Jong-UK spoke. I'll go back and finish up screening the people waiting outside. Jong-hyuk, don't let So-yeon's dad go anywhere. He's obviously going to go see So-yeon first? Make him at least change his clothes if he wants to see her. And it seems like we'll have to do another round of spring cleaning again. Lee Jong-UK mumbled under his breath and trudged back to the screening station. I chuckled at the way he was acting. Lee Jong-hyuk scratched his head and let out a sigh. He then smacked his lips. So what exactly happened? I scratched my neck, not knowing what to say. Lee Jong-hyuk clicked his tongue. Well, let's get everyone washed up first. I nodded, and Choi Tae-hai took the 3 kids to apartment 104. Lee Jong-hyuk went back inside to get water, towels, and a change of clothes. I enjoyed the momentary peace as I washed off the filth from my body. ******. When I was done with my shower, I went to the 40 pyong-sized unit on the 4th floor of apartment 103. It seemed like everyone had been working hard since the morning. The empty living room now looked like a conference room. There was a long table with chairs lined up neatly, and A4 sized paper along with pen and pencils were laid out on the kitchen table. As I looked around the meeting room, the Lee brothers, Choi Tae-hai, the principal, the elder, and Han Sun-hui came in. Each of them greeted me freshly cleaned and changed and took their designated seats. Lee Jong-UK pointed to the middle seat at the end of the table. So-yeon's dad, sit there. Gore. The leader has to sit in the center. Lee Jong-UK smiled gently and patted me on the shoulder. I scratched my sideburns, not knowing how to react, but eventually smiled as well and walked toward the center seat. As I settled down into the center seat and looked around at everyone, something hit me. Things were different. For some reason, I remembered the first time I had met everyone. No one looked like they were struggling from hunger or engulfed by fear anymore. No one had eyes filled with hopelessness. Instead, everyone was full of life. Han Sun-hui was watching me with her lips pursed, as if she wasn't used to or was embarrassed to be in a meeting room. The Lee brothers and the principal, along with the elder, had energetic expressions. Choi Tae-hai had the face of a young girl, full of curiosity. I couldn't help but smile as I looked into everyone's faces. No one was perfect, but everyone was now able to live like human beings. I wrote a message out on the A4 paper in front of me, in as large a font as I could manage, so that everyone could see. Everyone, good job. The room was all smiles after they read what I had written. And of course, I smiled back at them. 0@882C91B51 Fect 085A0F910004A64366B85522871858 ECFA3965F6561D94C499108BD. Everyone looked at me in bewilderment after seeing what I had written. It was clear to me that they weren't dogs. Unlike them, they weren't humans that saw others as prey, but people who were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their family and friends. If I was this certain, there was no reason for me to hesitate any further. I couldn't let another situation like Mr. Kwok's happen again. I got up and went back to my seat. Lee Jong-UK took a look at my belly. You good? I didn't think much of it and just covered the bloody part with my hand. I knew I would recover rather quickly from an injury like this. I wrote down some words as soon as I sat down. Tell them about this place. Nicely, though. Li Zhongyuke looked annoyed, but he didn't disagree with me. He just sighed multiple times and then got up. As he stood, Li Zhonghyuk stood as well. The Li brothers went up to the survivors, and Li Zhongyuke spoke to the still trembling survivors. Hey young bloods, act like gentlemen. At novel bin at. Huh. Who in the world starts stabbing others before even trying to talk? Who did you learn your manners from? My apologies. Even as the man apologized, he looked dumbfounded. He couldn't comprehend the current situation, even though he was the one who had stabbed me. The Swiss Army knife had been incredibly useless to him. Li Zhongyuke scratched his head and then said, "Follow me, I'll show you your rooms. We're going to leave." This was the only woman from the group. Li Zhongyuke snorted. "You're going outside? What for? To pee your pants again after seeing zombies? Who are you accusing of peeing in their pants?" Li Zhongyuke pointed to the man who was on the floor in reply to the woman's indignant question. The boldest-looking man in the group had peed his pants. I wondered what had passed through his mind when he'd seen my glowing red eyes right in front of him. The woman didn't know what to say after seeing the yellow liquid. She didn't know where to look. Her eyes were quivering violently. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips, apparently tired from the pointless conversation. "Just follow me." The survivors helped the man on the floor to his feet, then followed the Li brothers out. I sighed deeply and wrote out a long message. In consideration of everyone's opinion, we will not be accepting any more survivors in the meantime. Regarding today's survivors, we'll decide what to do with them depending on how they act for the next couple of days. Everyone seemed to be in agreement. I slowly closed my eyes and let out a sigh. After a moment, I opened my eyes again and jotted down several more words. That'll be the end of today's meeting. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After the meeting, I went outside, feeling the cool breeze on my cheeks. I could tell that the weather was getting colder. I knew I had to prepare some warmer clothes for everyone. I walked around the complex as I massaged my stiff neck. There was a lot to think about. I was worried about how we would get through the winter. I wasn't sure if we could hold it off like we were doing right now. I was also worried that there might be food shortage issues. I couldn't help but sigh as I considered the uncertain future ahead of us. As I kept on walking, a boy and girl standing at the door beside the barricade caught my sight. It was Wu Jian and Baiyan Hyeokjin. On the first day that I'd returned to the high school after taking care of the black creature, Wu Jian had been crying because the teachers hadn't come back. Baiyan Hyeokjin, who had been sitting across from her, had told the sobbing Wu Jian to stop crying. Now, the two of them, there seemed to be something going on between them while the adults were away. While we adults were discussing matters concerning life and death, the adolescents were taking advantage of the time to form relationships. Baiyan Hyeokjin laughed like a goofball, and Wu Jian beamed at him. I couldn't help but let out a laugh. The whole situation seemed surprising, bordering on ridiculous. I was amazed at how they could even start a relationship in this kind of situation. It was truly nice to be young. Baiyan Hyeokjin turned around as he heard me giggle and looked at me as if he had done something wrong. Ajasi. His voice was a little too loud, as though he knew that he should be embarrassed. I shook my head gently and took out my notepad. "You like her, don't you?" "Yeah." Baiyan Hyeokjin's face reddened quickly and he started scratching his head. Wu Jian looked down and played with her fingers. They were teenagers who should be living life to the fullest, and just wanted to have some fun. I was in no position to say anything to them. I mussed up Baiyan Hyeokjin's hair with a gentle expression. Baiyan Hyeokjin seemed slightly embarrassed by my gesture, but went back to Wu Jian with a smile on his face. The two held hands and went back to apartment 104. As I watched them heading away, I remembered my wife's face. Ever since the world had turned into this, I hadn't heard a single thing about my wife. The last time I'd seen her was when she'd left for work in Jamsil, just like any other day. I wondered if she was still alive. I sighed a deep, sad sigh and stashed my hands in my pockets. It was impossible to get to Gangnam right now. Apparently, the Hangang Bridge was blocked. At least that's what Kim Hyeongjun had said. Since the information was from him, it was more than reliable. I knew he wasn't the type of person to lie, although he'd hidden the fact that he knew that we could talk if we ate human brains. Moreover, on the map that I'd obtained from the gang member, Gangnam remained unmarked. Jasmil now seemed like such a faraway place. Under normal circumstances, it was just a short trip away on Line 2. The Han River, which was a miracle for Korea, now seemed nothing more than an obstacle one. I shook my head and let go of all the useless thoughts I had. It wasn't the time to get sentimental. I needed to do what I could do, what I needed to do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 days had passed since the 4 survivors joined us. Kim Hyeongjun was still lying motionless in the security office of apartment 101, and showed no signs of getting up. I wondered if he was going to sleep for a week the way I had after eating the black creature's brain. Kim Hyeongjun was rather different from the zombie I'd been back then. At that time, I'd been one of the weakest zombies, but Kim Hyeongjun, in his present state, was considered one of the stronger ones. I wondered if the hibernation period was still a week, despite the differences. Perhaps the duration was the same, regardless of strength. I had no information about this. I had to wait until Kim Hyeongjun woke up. Only then could I be certain. As I sat on a wooden bench, lost in thought, I heard Li Zhongyu's voice. So Yeon's dad, they finally opened up. For some reason, I looked down unconsciously to check my fly. Li Zhongyuk roared out a laugh. No, I mean the survivors. What are you looking at? I scratched my sideburns in embarrassment and then gestured to him to sit down next to me. Li Zhongyuk sat down and continued. It seems like there's a gym right beneath Daehyun San Park, in Hangdang Tudong. I grew interested, and Li Zhongyuk peered into my face. Judging by your face, it seems like you've heard of Daehyun San Park. So, there are survivors there. I took out my notepad to ask him questions. How many are there? 8 men and women in their 20s. Including the 4 here, that makes 12 of them. They're all college kids. Psychology majors. You get the point, right? They're part of the Psychology Major Student Association or something. Yeah, they got together for summer break and were coming up with plans for the upcoming semester. But, as you know, the world wasn't on their side, so they basically found themselves trapped there. Chances of them being in touch with the dogs? Little to none. They've never left Hangdang Tudong. I rubbed my chin and fell into deep thought. I couldn't rule out the possibility that they were lying. Even if they weren't dogs, I wanted to know how they'd made it this far, and how they'd survived to this point. If there were 12 of them, there would have been some food shortage issues. And the fact that they were staying in a gym made me more suspicious about what they'd been doing up to this point. If they had got together to make plans for the upcoming semester, they could have met up at someone's place, or other places like a cafe, restaurant, or even a study cafe where they could talk. However, among all the options they had chosen to meet at a gym. It was possible that they had been hiding in Daehyun San Park gym to avoid the zombies, since it was rather out of the way, but if food became a consideration, they should have moved. I say this because I've seen the gym underneath Daehyun San Park. I used to jog over to Daehyun San Park when I had been human whenever I felt like I needed to exercise. I often asked myself who in the world would use the gym there, as there was absolutely nothing around it. There were no supermarkets around the area from which to get food. I remembered that I had to look around to find a convenience store to quench my thirst after jogging, and even that had been difficult. Even when I finally found one, it seemed more like a small storage space, rather than an actual convenience store. If it had only been a couple of days since the world had been turned upside down, I would have been convinced by their story. But it had been months. The entire summer had passed, and fall was approaching. I couldn't trust what they were saying. Enough time had passed for the season to change, and I wasn't convinced that they could stay in the gym for that long. It was close to impossible for them to have been able to stay there for so long, unless they had a zombie with glowing red eyes like me getting food for them. However, the idea of them having any connections to a zombie with glowing red eyes was close to zero. I remembered the young man who had been full of bluster. At first, he'd seemed bold, but as soon as I walked toward him, he started crying and had fallen on his bottom. He even peed his pants, so it was fair enough to say that he had no information about zombies with glowing red eyes. There were only 2 possibilities: they had been risking their lives to get food, or they were lying to us. I knew there was only one way to end this issue of mistrust. I had to see things with my own 2 eyes. I took out my notepad and wrote down a few words. I'm going on patrol. I'll go as well. I arched my eyebrows, and Li Zhongyuk continued in a calm voice. I let those survivors into this shelter. Whether you like it or not, I want to be responsible for them. We might meet a black creature. Is there anyone else that can stay sane if they encounter a black creature? Well, the last time I didn't do much, but I did at least experience it once. I smirked and let out a laugh. As if embarrassed, Li Zhongyuk looked at my notepad and changed the topic. Well, So Yeon's dad, aside from that. Gore, I think your handwriting is getting better. Can you write full sentences now? Is it because you've been eating enemy brains? I took a look at what I'd written after hearing his compliment. I could now write sentences. Just a while back, I'd only been able to write down individual words. I wondered when I had started writing this fluently. My writing skills had gotten a lot better without me even noticing. I didn't know the exact reason why it had gotten better. It might have been because I'd eaten enemy brains, or perhaps I had just gotten used to being a zombie. As I shrugged, Li Zhongyuk chuckled. Since the sun's already setting today, how about we go tomorrow at sunrise? Deal. Gore, I made a gurgling sound and nodded. I hadn't heard Li Zhongyuk say the word deal in a while. It hit me differently, evoking a sense of friendship for some reason. Perhaps we were more than friends now. We might have become something much closer than that. We weren't in this together in order to achieve a common goal, or achieve our individual goals. In the beginning, we had both come together because of the fact that we were both survivors, but we were no longer held together because of such a simple reason. Surviving in this world had become only a small part of why we remained together. Now, we were looking after each other's safety and happiness, and were creating something beyond an ordinary community. We'd gone through moments of life and death, thick and thin, built a place to live together, and shared happy moments together. We were family. One Jamsil station is a subway station along Line 2 of the Seoul Metropolitan Subway. It is colored green on the Seoul Metropolitan Subway map. As soon as the sun was up, myself, Li Zhongyuk, and the leader of the survivors went outside. The leader of the newest group of survivors was the man who had peed in his pants. His name was Bae Jae-won. He was going to be our guide. I was planning to take my underlings along with us just in case something happened, but Bae Jae-won seemed rather averse to my underlings. He still had a hard time understanding how Shelter Haeyoung, a place where zombies and humans coexisted, could operate. However, with Lee Jong-UK around, I wasn't comfortable moving without my underlings. So I ordered my underlings to tail us secretly, about 300 meters back. The 4th and 5th platoons, about 200 in total, were following us. I used to move around with the underlings from the 1st to 3rd platoons, but these platoons suffered serious losses in the Maejangdong incident. I'd recruited the zombies from Maejangdong after taking care of their leader, but I hadn't been able to color them blue because of a shortage of blue spray paint and markers, which explained why I ended up mobilizing the 4th and 5th platoons since they were all painted blue. We moved toward Yongbong Crossroad to avoid the black creature. Yongbong Crossroad was on the border of Hangdang 1 Dong and 2 Dong. We were planning to get into Daehyun San Park through Shindonga Apartments next to Yongbong Crossroad. As we neared Shindonga Apartments, it began to grow hilly. I ordered the underlings that were following us to take over Shindonga Apartment and wait for my next move. We were almost done cleaning up all the street zombies in Hangdang 1 Dong, but 2 Dong was a living hell. Every street and alleyway was full of zombies. To my surprise, though, Bae Jae-won adeptly avoided detection by the zombies. He had some empty cans and plastic bottles in his bag, and he would throw them far away every time he saw a zombie to lure their attention elsewhere. As I observed him closely, I realized how he had been surviving this whole time. So this is how he survived all this time. He avoided physical contact with the zombies as much as he could, taking caution to go around them. I could have taken them out myself, but I wasn't here to take care of zombies. I knew better than to lose sight of our real reason for making this trip. Coming into contact with the zombies here might just trigger the black creature to hunt me down. I was more than aware that the zombies with glowing red eyes like me were the best kind of feast these black creatures could have. We moved through the streets as quietly as mice, and soon, we finally laid eyes on a gym in the distance. As we made our way through the hills, we saw a large number of dust-covered cars. It seemed like this had been an active parking lot before, but now that it was abandoned, it seemed an eerie and foreboding place. After a moment, Bae Jae-won took out a flashlight and flashed it in a constant rhythm toward the entrance of the gym. A flashlight, in the middle of the day? I thought he was being silly. However, I couldn't help but smirk as I saw the same pattern of flashes in one of the gym windows. So, they've got some system going on, huh? Pretty impressive. It seemed like they didn't allow any outsiders in. Now that Bae Jae-won had signaled his return, the gym entrance opened, and several people came out. There were 3 women and 5 men. Hey Jae-won. They came running our way, their faces full of smiles. But after they noticed me and Lee Jong-UK, they were taken aback, and halted midway at Novel Bin at. Who are the people next to you? They asked Bae Jae-won. Hey, that person has red eyes. Isn't he a zombie? Bae Jae-won? What the hell are you doing, man? They began to talk over each other, and the situation quickly devolved into a mess. Bae Jae-won gestured for everyone to calm down, then looked at me straight in the eyes. Leader? No, President. Bae Jae-won didn't know my name or even how to address me. Lee Jong-UK, who was next to me, let out a sigh. If you have anything to say it to me. Oh, got it. Bae Jae-won scratched his neck and then addressed his people in front of the gym. The people here are the officers of Shelter Haeyoung. They wanted to see you in person, so I brought them over. Hey, the person next to you is a zombie. Well yeah, but he's a person too. What are you saying? This was the smallest girl out of the 8 people who were in front of the gym, who was frowning in disbelief. If Bae Jae-won was the leader of the group, then she would most likely be the second in command. Bae Jae-won slowly walked to his group of people. Let's talk inside. What are you saying? Say what you need to say out here. The female student didn't let Lee Jong-UK or me in. She was showing extreme hostility. However, her reaction actually gave me a sense of relief. If she had welcomed us as if it wasn't a big deal, it would have made her even more suspicious. Her hostility toward newcomers and the fact that she had erected barriers against us made me confident that I had made the right assessment about them. They were not dogs or gang members, but people who reached out to help others. Since my suspicion toward them had now faded away, the only thing left to do was to figure out whether they wanted to join us or not. Bae Jae-won looked back and forth between his people and the 2 of us from Shelter Haeyoung. They're not bad people. They've come all the way here to help us. What made you think of bringing a zombie back when you said you'd go look for a shelter? The 2 here are officers of a shelter. You actually think it makes sense for a zombie to be an officer? The woman raised her voice, and the other students around her started whispering. Hey, keep your voice down. What are you going to do if zombies come? The female student calmed down after hearing what her friend said, but she still gritted her teeth. Bae Jae-won tried to calm her as well, calling her name in the process. Ji-hai, Shin Ji-hai. Calm down and listen to what I've got to say. The female student named Shin Ji-hai frowned and didn't say a word. Bae Jae-won smacked his lips. The other 3 are safe as well. They're waiting for everyone back at the shelter. Can't you give these officers a chance, since they made the effort to come all the way here to check on us? Can you show them a little bit of faith? What if that zombie is trying to create a place to store away food for itself in the guise of a shelter? No, it's nothing like that. You'll understand if you see the shelter for yourself. It's nothing like that. Bae Jae-won was giving a positive account of Shelter Haeyoung based on his 2-day experience there. After hearing Bae Jae-won out, Shin Ji-hai considered me and Lee Jong-UK with a sour expression. Alright then, come inside. We're going to kick you out the moment you try anything funny. Only then did Bei Jiewan flash a smile and gesture for us to go inside. Li Zhongyuke chuckled. So Yeon's dad, I think that female student is the leader here. Gore. I chuckled and nodded. I'd thought Bei Jiewan was the leader all along, but it seemed like the real leader was Shin Jihai. Unlike Bei Jiewan, who only acted all bold and daring, Shin Jihai was truly daring. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As we entered the gym, I felt warmth on my cheeks. I wondered if this was the warmth of community. Unlike the outside, which was cold, the inside of the gym was warm enough that one could go around in a t-shirt. As we got to the center of the gym, we saw a couple of tents. Shin Jihai looked at Li Zhongyuke and me. I guess you two are in luck. We were just getting breakfast ready. Let's eat together. Despite her small physique, and her young, shy-looking face, she had a sophisticated and easygoing personality. We nodded slightly and moved toward the place Shin Jihai was pointing to. There was a portable gas stove and some mysterious soup boiling away. Next to it, we saw 3 boiled eggs. Our jaws dropped to the ground looking at the eggs. Li Zhongyuke looked at Shin Jihai. Are there chickens around here? There's a hen house on the hill in the back. We don't know who made it, but thanks to them, we're able to eat eggs every day. She seemed to be referring to Daehyun San Park. A hen house in a park. Li Zhongyuke let out an energetic laugh and asked a question of Shin Jihai. A hen house, huh? Is that a city-run project or something? I had no clue why he would ask such a question. I couldn't figure out the point of asking if the city was running any projects in this damned world. Any government policies would have become trash, and it was obvious that city-run projects would have stopped as well. Pushing this initial reaction away, I tried to consider where Li Zhongyuke was coming from. He was feeling Shin Jihai out. He was prompting her to lead the conversation, and through that, get insight into how this place was operating. Shin Jihai didn't give the question much thought and responded rather quickly. That, I don't know either. But there's a high chance that's what it is. There was a banner in the back, by the hill. A farm within a city or something like that. Thanks to that, we can get vegetables as well. Vegetables. Stuff like potatoes, sweet potatoes, carrots, and cabbages. I think they were growing easy to grow stuff. Well, technically speaking, we're growing them now. Well, you'll probably need water to grow them, don't you? How are you doing with drinking water? Jaewon and some other people go to the supermarket every 2 days. It's a little dangerous since it's far away, but we have no other choice if we want to survive. Li Zhongyuke nodded as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. After a moment, he looked at Shin Jihai straight in the eyes. I can't believe you thought of going outside and risking your own lives. Simply amazing if you ask me. What else can we do? We have to survive too. Then I bet you were surprised when Bei Jiewan went missing, right? I mean, he was in charge of getting water for everyone after all. Am I wrong? Well, Jaewon and a couple of others went out to look for a shelter, and then he shows up 5 days later with 2 strangers. In the meantime, the rest of us had to get ourselves water. A shelter, you say? Isn't this place a natural fortress, except for the south side? There are trees all along the west, north, and east sides, and there's even a parking lot on the south side. Is there a particular reason you guys are looking for a shelter? Shin Jihai remained silent. And there's even a hen house and a farm. Why would you abandon such a place to move yourselves into a shelter? Li Zhongyuke's tone was polite, but at the same time, he had cut to the chase. At this point, Shin Jihai would look suspicious if she didn't answer. I didn't realize Li Zhongyuke had this side to him. Deep down, I was very surprised. Shin Jihai looked at her friends and seemed to hesitate for a moment. Li Zhongyuke smiled at her gently, like a friendly next-door neighbor. You don't have to tell us if you feel uncomfortable. We're just trying to exchange information for the safety of Shelter Haeyoung. Despite the way he had started off his sentence, he was clearly directing them to give us an answer. Shin Jihai frowned and remained silent for a while. After a moment, Bei Jiewan, who was next to her, spoke up. Well, about that. I can tell you about it. Bei Jiewan looked at Shin Jihai as if waiting for her go-ahead before he shared what he was about to say. She nodded slowly and left us. Does she not want to talk about it nor hear about it this much? I wondered what had happened. Li Zhongyuke looked at Bei Jiewan, and he smacked his lower lips. Long story short, it's not safe here. Not safe. Li Zhongyuke tilted his head and repeated the words as a question. Bei Jiewan's expression grew melancholy. The zombies are evolving. Li Zhongyuke frowned and tilted his head side to side again, as if trying to understand what Bei Jiewan had just said. I was startled by his statement. Is he talking about how zombies are developing naturally? The process of them starting from only having a sense of hearing, to being able to smell, and then having vision. Given Bei Jiewan's choice of words, though, it didn't seem like he was talking about this concept of growth. Li Zhongyuke swallowed hard. Evolving? Elaborate, please. He was talking comfortably with Bei Jiewan. It seemed like they'd gotten comfortable with each other over the course of a couple of days at the shelter. Bei Jiewan sagged his head and croaked out a few barely audible words. Sorry for not telling you ahead of time. No, it's fine. Just tell me what happened. A lot of my friends died because of those monsters. We considered this in silence. Since we've brought this up, I might as well tell you everything from the beginning. Bei Jiewan let out a deep sigh and looked at Li Zhongyuke and me. He looked haggard. He went through his memories and began to speak. It was about 3 weeks ago when I first saw it. We were all ears as we listened to his story. For a split second, I wondered if he was talking about the black creature, but I could tell as he went on that there was a new mutant out in the wild. Li Zhongyuke asked Bei Jiewan about the black creature before he mentioned anything about the mutant. Bei Jiewan repeated the question, his eyes going wide. Wait, you know about the black creature? Of course. When you mentioned the mutant zombie earlier on, you were talking about the black creature, right? No, I wasn't. I somehow can't explain it in words. But, you can tell that it's a mutant the moment you see it. Okay, we'll leave that aside for now. Tell me how you survived seeing the black creature. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but we saw it on our way to get drinking water. Its entire body was pitch black, and it was eating other zombies. We were quite far away from it, so we hurried back without turning back even once. Seems like you were lucky. We think so too. Just looking at it creeped me out. Its entire body was pitch black, and it had glowing blue eyes. What did you just say? Li Zhongyuke had a frown on his face. Bei Jiewan looked puzzled, as if he thought he had said something wrong or unrespectful. Is there something wrong? The black creature had eyes. Yes. Why would you think it wouldn't have eyes? Li Zhongyuke glanced at me in surprise. I was surprised as well. I quickly took out my notepad and wrote down some words. Draw the black creature you saw. I handed my pen and notepad to Bei Jiewan, who started drawing away. Once he was done, he stammered hesitantly. I only saw it from afar, so it might be different from what it actually looks like. As I took in his drawing, my expression grew complicated. It was a black zombie with a big mouth. Of course, this wasn't new to me. This was the black creature I knew. But the being Bei Jiewan drew had eyes, a nose, and ears. It had long holes for its nostrils, the same for its ears. It didn't have a nose bridge, or any defined ears. It merely had holes on its body that existed solely for smelling and hearing. Bei Jiewan had drawn its eyes long and stretched out, and they seemed to be glowing blue. Its pupils were vertical slits, like a cat's. There was another big physical difference. The black creature in Hangdang Tudong was jacked. It had muscular arms and legs. Li Zhongyuke examined the drawing of the black creature as well. So they can also grow too. I nodded without saying a word. I could already tell that the black creature in Hangdang Tudong had gotten stronger, since it had been feasting on the bait that the gang members had been sending. I thought it would be fair to say that, if the black creature in Hangdang Wundong was a newborn baby that was able to barely open its eyes, the black creature here was almost a fully grown adult. I flipped to a new page on my notepad and wrote out a question for Bei Jiewan. When did you see it? I'm not exactly sure. I think it was a month or two ago. 2 months. Then it was possible that it had grown even more compared to what Bei Jiewan had drawn. Our faces darkened, and Bei Jiewan's voice grew nervous. What's the matter? Or is there something wrong? No. Can you keep on going with your story? Li Zhongyuke tried his best to smile reassuringly. Bei Jiewan looked at him, clearly confused as to why his face had darkened just a minute ago. After that incident, we've tried to avoid the zombies as much as possible. We were all aware that if we made a ruckus, we could attract the black creature. Okay, I think we get the gist of the black creature. Tell us about the mutant. Well, the thing is, it's all speculation at this point. Bei Jiewan hesitated, trailing off. We waited patiently for him to speak. After a moment, he took a deep breath and continued. I think these zombies evolve as they eat each other. The zombies are eating each other. Yes. I used to meet some survivors from time to time whenever I went out for water. But from some point on, I didn't see any other survivors. For the zombies, this meant that their prey were disappearing. I think that's when they started to eat each other. I quickly opened my notepad after listening to his theory. Have you seen a zombie eat another zombie with your own eyes? I have, yes. 2 zombies were looking at each other and growling. Then one of them suddenly attacked the other one and ate its brain. And then, it fainted. Well, the one that got attacked was obviously down, but the one that ate the brain also went down. So both of them died? I'm pretty sure the one that got its brain eaten was dead. But I'm not sure what happened to the one that ate the brain. As I titled my head in confusion, Bei Jiewan quickly elaborated. The one that ate the brain suddenly vomited blood and fainted. We just assumed that it was dead and went back after getting fresh water. But then, when we went to get more water 2 days later, there was only one dead body left at that location. Are you saying that the one that ate the brain was no longer there? Yes, there were dried bloodstains, but the body was no longer there. What happened afterward? At novel bin at. Well, after that. In the middle of his sentence, his head suddenly sagged. I wondered if he had recalled a traumatic memory. He bit his lips, and he shed a few silent tears. Li Zhongyuke patted me on the shoulder and spoke. Well, I think this is more than enough. I nodded glumly. By his reaction, whatever happened afterward seemed self-explanatory. Bei Jiewan had probably gone out to get fresh water and met a mutant along the way. He'd probably lost a friend to the mutant that had suddenly appeared. I could tell that he was feeling guilty due to the fact that he was one that made it out alive. After that incident, he'd been risking his life to find a safe shelter. For someone who had come all the way to Shelter Haeyang to avoid zombies, Shelter Haeyang might not have given him the best impression. I finally understood why Bei Jiewan had been apprehensive after seeing me. Not just toward me, but also toward everyone back at Shelter Haeyang. Saddened, I patted Bei Jiewan on the shoulder. I felt his shoulders trembling slightly. As I watched him struggling to contain his tears, I felt like I understood just a little bit of the pain he had to be carrying, because of all the ups and downs he'd been through. I sighed and got to my feet. Li Zhongyuke looked at me. Where are you going? Just going to go around the area. He told me to stay safe while he stayed to console Bei Jiewan. I left the gym and took in the fresh breeze. The cool breeze filled my nostrils, along with the smell of grass, clearing the stuffiness that I felt. I'd stepped outside after hearing Bei Jiewan's story because I'd come up with a theory of my own as well. I just needed some time to organize my thoughts. While I was listening to Bei Jiewan's story earlier, I recalled the storage room in Meijangdong that had been full of dead zombie bodies. The dead zombies in there had been cold as ice and had traces of dried blood flowing from their eyes, nose, and mouths. I couldn't help but think that they could have ended up that way after eating other zombies' brains. Either that, or they were zombies that couldn't mutate and were just thrown away. And finally, it was also possible that the entire process had been designed from the beginning. I wondered if it had all been an experiment. I couldn't shake the feeling that the gang members were doing all sorts of experiments regarding mutants. The gang members sent their baits out not just on patrol, but also to accomplish certain missions. If word regarding mutants reached them, it would be groundbreaking news to them for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if the gang members had forced each area leader to perform experiments if they wanted results regarding mutants. In fact, it was entirely possible that they already had mutants. I could almost sense some unseen danger heading my way, one that I would not be able to handle. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do about it at the moment. I guess I have no choice but to see how everything unfolds. I assumed, given the dead bodies in the Meijangdong storage room, that zombies didn't just turn into mutants by eating zombie brains. Without enough experimental data, I couldn't just order my underlings to eat other zombies' brains. That would just lose me a bunch of my underlings. I could only start to experiment on my own once I obtained data from a trustworthy source. But where in the world do I get all of this? I had to interrogate a gang member with information in order to obtain the data. The most reliable way to obtain data was to capture a leader from another area. However, I was a little hesitant to go ahead with such a plan since I wasn't sure if it would be okay to mount an attack given the possibility that we would run into mutants. The gang had probably noticed as well that they hadn't heard anything back from Meijangdong for a while. I wasn't sure if it was the right time to make a move. All these difficult decisions I had to face every day stressed me out. It felt like I never got a break from them. The weight of responsibility was not something I could overlook. Shin Jihai and Bei Jiewan were going to decide on whether they would stay put or go to shelter Haeyang after they talked about it with their friends. I've noticed that some of the students were still apprehensive toward me. I nodded and stepped outside, since I respected where they were coming from. The students debated for hours. In the meantime, Li Zhongyuke and I went up to Daehyun San Park and took a look at the farm. Li Zhongyuke took a look at the soil. The soil quality is different here. I titled my head, and Li Zhongyuke gestured to me to touch the soil for myself. I squatted down to check. The soil here was fluffy, unlike what one would normally find in the streets. It also felt damp, as if someone had sprayed water on it. I wondered if this was what good quality soil was. The soil had piqued my interest. I stepped on it with my right foot and smiled gently as I watched my feet sink in. It felt like the soil was holding on to water and oxygen. It was like touching whipping cream, or a sponge. I felt like I was walking on clouds. I was surprised that soil like this even existed. As I beamed at Li Zhongyuke like a little child, he looked around and whispered, "Should we take some?" I totally understood why he wanted some. But I shook my head and opened up my notepad. Let's take care of the students in the gym first. We had to take care of the survivors first. Taking the soil was another issue. Li Zhongyuke chuckled. Of course? What are you talking about? I know you were thinking about taking some too. Is this one of your tricks, trying to make me look like the only bad one here? I smiled and smacked Li Zhongyuke on the back. My sudden action surprised him, and he mumbled as he clicked his tongue. After a moment, Bei Jiewan appeared at the gym entrance. He looked around as if looking for us. Li Zhongyuke didn't miss the chance to slap me as I was focused on Bei Jiewan. He slapped me on the arm to get his little revenge. Hey, I think they're done talking. Let's go. He just had to slap me. He could have just told me, but he'd slapped me pretty hard, as if my smack had actually stung him a little bit. I laughed at his unexpected move. This guy. As we got close to the gym, Bei Jiewan ran toward us with a smile. We're done talking. So, what do you guys want to do? We're all going to go. Li Zhongyuke nodded and headed straight into the gym. The students were still sitting in a big circle after their discussion. Some of them looked dissatisfied. It seemed like some of them were not happy with the outcome. I assumed that they'd taken a majority vote at the end. Li Zhongyuke took a look at everyone's faces. We won't let any of you down. Rest assured and don't worry. Some of the students looked at me cautiously when Li Zhongyuke had finished. I could tell that they were still afraid of me, and had their guard up. It seemed like they were staying tactfully silent even though they were dying to ask questions. However, it seemed pointless to try to get them on our side using words alone at this point. I was certain that they would acknowledge that they had made the right decision once we got to the shelter. I took out my notepad and wrote down a few words. Let's get going before it gets too late. We have to get there before sunset. After reading my message, all the students started moving in an orderly fashion. Shin Jihai came up to me. Do we have to move today? Do you have a lot to pack? We're trying to bring everything we have with us here, since we've come to the decision to move. And I don't think we can pack everything up today. Can we move tomorrow morning instead? You can just pack whatever is important. Well, everything's important. The reason we were able to survive this long was thanks to all the stuff we have here. We can't just leave them here. I rubbed my chin as I pondered the situation. I wondered why they would think of packing their tents when they were going to live in an apartment. However, we did have to prepare for the upcoming winter. I knew we wouldn't be able to avoid the biting wind in the middle of the winter, no matter how tightly we closed the apartment windows. And the chill that would make it way up from the ground would make a person's body temperature drop pretty quickly. It was probably the right thing to take the tents with us, and everything else they had seemed pretty essential. Nothing was a waste of space. With some thought, the reasoning seemed pretty simple. These were survivors that had made it this far after the world had turned upside down. They had probably sorted out the items they needed from what they didn't need. I understood why Shinji Hai was trying to bring everything they had with them. I told everyone back at the shelter that we would be back that day, but it seemed like I had to break that promise. I felt uncomfortable and uneasy thinking that everyone back at the shelter would begin to worry about us, but I knew that taking all the equipment as Shinji Hai was suggesting was the right thing to do. And, to be honest, I never wanted to step foot in Hangdang Tudong ever again. After all, I was the one that the black creature wanted to feast on. The digital clock in the gym displayed 11 o'clock at night. All the survivors got together once they were done packing everything. I took a look at the situation outside and wrote down a few words. Let's get going tomorrow morning right when the sun rises. Li Zhongyuke nodded and looked at Shinji Hai. Do you have any weapons? I think we'll take turns standing guard. We have a couple of knives and some spears we made ourselves. Spears? Do you mind if I take a look? You don't have to act so formally when speaking to us. You seem like you're old enough to be the same age as my youngest uncle. Li Zhongyuke smiled bitterly at me and said in a low voice, So Yeon's dad, being called old. Feels a bit odd, right? I nodded without saying a word. I didn't want to deal with his joke at the moment. I wanted him to move on. I kept staring into the pitch-black darkness while Shinji Hai and Li Zhongyuke headed toward the storage room. There was no moonlight tonight, and with the mountains surrounding us, it felt rather eerie. The dark and cold energy felt stronger than usual. It was that kind of night in which anything could happen. The survivors decided on their guard duty shifts and stood next to me. After a moment, Bei Jaewon looked at me. So, President sir, I heard you don't usually sleep. Is that true? President huh? I flashed a sheepish expression and wrote down some words. You guys are on guard duty? Yes, sir. I'll keep an eye on the front. You guys take care of the back. Yes, sir. And let me know right away if anything happens. Bei Jaewon nodded energetically, and he and his two friends went to their respective locations. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke came back from the storage room with a sharp spear in his hands. So Yeon's dad, take a look at this. They said they made this themselves. It was a nicely carved wooden spear that was about 10 centimeters in diameter. What stood out to me was the fact that they had taped the handle so that they wouldn't injure themselves from the wood. I wondered if they'd gotten the wood from Daehyun San Park. It seemed pretty easy to get wood out here. Getting wood elsewhere was nearly impossible. I would have loved to make this place our second shelter if this place wasn't in Hangdang Tudong. Li Zhongyuke observed the students covered in blankets. They're living every moment to their best. Do you think there's a way to filter survivors so that only people who are like these kids join our shelter? It seemed like he was still thinking about the decision we'd made the other day, about not bringing in more survivors into shelter Haeyoung. Li Zhongyuke had done his best and put in all his effort into reaching out to other survivors, starting with the survivors from the local market, high school, and supermarket. Maybe he had come to the realization that these other survivors were his reason for going on. Even though Li Zhongyuke didn't express his thoughts, it seemed like he'd been thinking about how to filter out the dogs from the rest of the survivors this whole time. I wrote out a few words and showed them to Li Zhongyuke. Just think of this as a little break. A break, huh? He smiled as he looked out into the darkness. After a moment, he asked in a low voice, So, do you have a plan? I let out a sigh and scribbled out some words. I need to expand our buffer zone, with Hangdang Wendong in the center. Buffer zone? What buffer zone? Our safe buffer zone. Li Zhongyuke widened his eyes at the word safe buffer zone and stared at me. After a moment, he swallowed and asked, Didn't you say that each area has a leader? Are you saying you're going to take care of all of them? They're getting stronger and stronger. I need to expand our safe buffer zone when I can defeat them. But you could die doing so. Has there ever been a day where you haven't thought about death since the world turned out like this? At novel bin at. Li Zhongyuke could find no reply to my question. Perhaps the word safe was longer applicable to this world. As long as there were zombies outside, there was no such thing as safety. At the end of the day, someone had to step up and take care of the zombies. And it was wrong to impose that responsibility onto the survivors. Survivors could take care of normal zombies, but it would be impossible for them to take care of the mutants. They had no chance against mutants that ate other brains, especially ones like me that had eaten a black creature's brain. If nobody was willing to step up, or if nobody could step up, it eventually came down to me to step up. I knew it was going to be dangerous. I knew I could die doing this, but I knew I had to do it, so that my family, my daughter, could live freely one day. I was not working towards some temporary happiness, but for everlasting happiness, so that this world could become a world where people could be excited for the possibilities of the future. I had to fight. I let out a deep breath and closed my eyes tightly. Li Zhongyuke looked at me, his expression difficult to read. He probably wanted to stop me. However, just as much as he wanted to stop me, he knew more than anyone that he couldn't. I slowly opened my eyes and patted Li Zhongyuke on the shoulder, looking straight into his eyes. Li Zhongyuke pursed his lips as his gaze met mine. Take care of Soyeon for me. This was the only thing I wanted him to promise me. I could tell that Li Zhongyuke knew what I was thinking. His expression seemed complicated and uneasy, but I saw a glimmer of determination in his face. I could see the determination that he would do everything to protect Soyeon, that he would protect our family no matter what. Save me. At that moment, I heard a voice that caused my senses to tingle. Both Li Zhongyuke and I looked out the window at the same time. It was pitch black outside. We couldn't see a single soul out there. Li Zhongyuke swallowed. Hey, did you hear that too? I nodded without saying a word. I wondered where it was coming from. Is it a survivor? It was begging for its life. Li Zhongyuke tightened his grip on the wooden spear he was holding and started peering through the other windows. I squinted my eyes and focused all of my attention on my hearing. Please, save me. I heard it again. It was a desperate cry. However, its voice was an ambiguous, throat-rending sound that tickled my eardrums. If I stayed inside the gym, there was a limit to how precise I could be in locating the sound. I knew I couldn't locate where this rather strange voice was coming from unless I stepped outside and had a look for myself. I hurried toward the gym entrance. As soon as I tried to step outside, I heard footsteps scurrying my way. I turned around, my eyes growing wide. Bei Jae-won was right in front of me. He looked at me with unfocused eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. It's not a person. I soon realized that Bei Jae-won was holding onto my wrist. I let go of the door handle and looked at the survivors in the gym. All of them had tossed their blankets aside and were looking around nervously. Shin Ji-hai brought some weapons from the storage room and laid them out on the floor. Every student reached out for their weapons in unison. I took out my notepad and wrote down some words. It's not a person? Yes, I'm positive. I tilted my head in confusion, and Bei Jae-won gritted his teeth. That monster killed my friends. It was a mutant. But wasn't a mutant a zombie as well? I couldn't understand how it could speak. I knew that a normal zombie couldn't talk even if they had eaten a human's brain. Being able to talk after eating a human's brain was a privilege reserved for zombies with glowing red eyes. Yet this puny zombie was able to talk just because it had evolved. I didn't know how to take this in. I'm hungry, Mom. The bizarre, flesh-rending voice echoed throughout the gym. The students were looking around with terror on their faces. They were still clutching their weapons, but their rounded shoulders gave away their true feelings. Everyone was too scared to even move a single inch. All of them huddled in the center of the gym with their backs to each other, trembling in fear. It seemed as if they couldn't think of looking outside the windows. Li Zhongyuke went up to each student and looked them in the eyes. Hey, wake up, wake up. A female student burst into tears. Her crying echoed through the gym, further highlighting to the other students the situation they were in. Save me. The female student kept on crying. It seemed like the mutant voice had gotten closer. Its soft footsteps tickled my ears. It sounded like it was just outside the gym. Its speed was much faster than that of regular zombies. The sound, which had been coming from the left, suddenly sounded from the right. I wondered for a moment if there was more than one mutant, but I quickly realized that the footsteps belonged to only one mutant, but the direction they were coming from was constantly changing. I sharpened my senses and quickly looked around. Save. Suddenly, the mutant's footsteps and voice disappeared. I went straight toward where I'd heard it last. In moments, I saw a long shadow outside the window, and I glimpsed something unbelievable. An enormous hand, the size of an adult male's torso, was heading toward the window as if trying to break it. I roared as I tried to fight off the strange chills that were running down my spine. Grr. Crash. The arm, at least 2 meters long, broke through the window. The long arm stopped after I let out my cry. I put all my strength in my legs and launched myself toward it, grabbing onto it and breaking it in an instant. Grr! The creature let out a cry loud enough to shatter eardrums. The broken arm was dragged across the gym floor, and disappeared through the gym window. So-yeon's dad, Li Zhongyuke, came running. I gestured to him to stop and quickly jotted down some words. Get the survivors to the storage room. I tossed my notepad to him. Li Zhongyuke read what I wrote and rushed to take care of the students. The students were all staring at the broken window with incredulous expressions, as if their souls had left their bodies. Some were staring blankly at me. Patter, patter. I heard it moving. It was moving even more quickly than before. It went over the gym roof and circled around the area. I heard rustling foliage. It was running through the forest. After I confirmed that Li Zhongyuke had taken the students into the storage room, I leaped through the broken window. I tried and failed to shake off my nervousness as I followed the creature's tracks. It didn't change. I was positive that my palm had touched its arm. In fact, I had gone beyond mere touching. I'd broken its arm with my hands. But it still didn't turn green. For some reason, I couldn't recruit it and turn it into an underling. I tracked it through the pitch-black darkness and ended up at Daehyun-san Park. I knew that I was extremely quick, and my speed was superhuman. However, despite my physical capabilities, the mutant was still nowhere to be seen. There were traces of it here and there, but I couldn't see it. Did I lose it? Can it move this fast? Its arms were at least 2 meters long. If its legs were that long as well, it was impossible for it to hide itself. That meant it was somewhere nearby, but the blinding darkness and lush forest were preventing me from locating it. It was like a stick insect in hiding. I couldn't differentiate between it and the trees that easily. I shut my eyes tightly and focused all my attention on my hearing and smell. I heard leaves rustling, along with a disturbing sound. I could also smell the fragrance of grass, mixed with a rotting smell that filled up the air and made me nauseous. It wasn't far away. Huff, puff. Suddenly, I heard it breathing. I looked upward, my eyes going wide. It was holding onto the end of a tree with its long arms and legs, hanging above me like an awning. As our eyes locked, they dropped down toward my head without hesitation. Boom! In desperation, I threw myself to the side to avoid its attack. The world disappeared in a shower of dust, and its arm came hurling straight toward me through the cloud of dust. I avoided its fist on instinct and closed the distance. I finally had it within my view. The creature didn't have 2 eyes. Instead, it had multiple eyes, like a spider, and they were all locked on me. Its face was disgusting, triggering a frown from me. I reached out, grabbed onto its jaw and slammed it against the ground.